In the tumultuous era of chaos, where the myriad worlds are engulfed in turmoil, the plague of entropy spreads relentlessly, dragging countless dimensions into the abyss of destruction. Chen, endowed with the primal essence of the chaos ancient tree and the harmonious resonance of the tricolor silver radiance, rises from nine domains, embracing the sacred duty of safeguarding all life, that he engages in a desperate struggle against the purple-eyed sovereign, who wields the power of entropy. Transforming the Tao into a crucible, he refines the forces of entropy yet, deep within the chaos, he glimpses a more horrifying true, the colossal prison woven from dark purple chains, incarcerating the Lord of the Heavenly Dao, who seeks to devour the entirety of existence. Chapter 1. The shattering of the mirror, the emergence of fate. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, pressing heavily upon the Kangwu mountain range. Chen, clutching a rusted machete, trudged along the muddy mountain path, each step a laborious endeavor, his coarse linen garments thoroughly soaked by the incessant rain. Clinging to his slender back, the mountain wind howled past, swirling a few yellowed, withered leaves, yet curiously froze in midair upon encountering the bronze fragment that hung around his neck. This fragment, roughly the size of a palm, was etched with intricate patterns resembling an ancient script or perhaps the celestial trajectories of a galaxy. Ever since he discovered it 3 years ago in a mountain ravine, Chen had felt a faint pulsation within its depths, as if a dormant life lay within. At that moment, the fragment suddenly became searing hot, burning his skin, while the patterns illuminated with an ethereal blue glow, sketching an illusory mirror amidst the rain. "What is this?" Chen began to speak, but before he could finish, the mirror erupted with a deafening blast, unleashing countless shards of light towards him. In a split second, the fragment emitted a blinding radiance, conjuring a transparent shield around him. As the light shards collided with the protective barrier, the entire forest trembled violently, and a thunderous roar akin to a dragon echoed from the distant summit, where 12 violet beams of light surged skyward, piercing the heavy clouds. "This is not good. Something has happened in the forbidden area." Chen's expression shifted dramatically. As the most daring youth from the family village at the foot of Kangwu Mountain, he had heard the village elders speak of the ancient malevolent entities sealed at the mountain's peak, which stirred every century. Yet, the disturbance this time was far more terrifying than the legends had foretold. "Young friend." An elder coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his eyes glinting with a flicker of hope, the aura of the chaos mirror spirit recognizing its master. "Indeed, it is here." He trembled as he extended his hand, revealing a half-transparent jade tablet resting in his palm. "Take this." 2. Shutian City. Before he could finish, the sky suddenly tore open, a massive rift from which dark golden mist poured forth like a tidal wave. Within the mist, 9 colossal serpents entwined with chains emerged, their cold, murderous eyes glinting ominously. The elder abruptly waved his hand, a surge of azure light propelling Chen several paces away. "Run. Remember, trust no one." Days from the impact, Chen struggled to rise, only to witness the elder engulfed by the giant serpent. As the dark golden chains pierced through the elder's body, the fragment around Chen's neck flared with heat once more, a stream of light entering his brow. In an instant, a torrent of images flooded his mind. Ancient battlefields, shattered treasures, and a figure cloaked in black radiating an aura of annihilation. "What on earth is that?" Chen clutched his throbbing head, staggering backward. That moment, terrified screams echoed from a distance, turning towards the village. He saw flames erupting towards the sky as the dark golden mist advanced menacingly towards his home. The jade tablet in his hand suddenly vibrated, revealing a line of small characters. "Shutian City, Mirror Abyss Pavilion." Gritting his teeth, Chen tucked the jade tablet close to his heart. The bronze fragment around his neck gradually cooled, yet he knew that his tranquil life had come to a definitive end. The mountain wind whipped at his garments as the youth tightened his grip on the machete, sprinting away from the village, now succumbing to darkness behind him. Chapter 2. The fragments of blood mist unveil their might. "Father, mother." Chen's throat tightened, his nails digging deeply into his palm. The bronze fragment around his neck suddenly grew warm, a strange power coursing through his veins, coalescing into faint golden patterns in his gaze. Through this peculiar vision, he beheld countless shattered mirrors floating amidst the mist, each reflecting the cold sneer of the cloaked figures. In a moment of dire peril, the bronze fragment erupted with brilliant light, enveloping Chen in a radiant protective shield. The chains of the colossal serpent struck the shield with a deafening crash. Mo Chun felt as though his very organs might shatter, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, yet he noticed the patterns on the fragment's surface glowing, transforming into myriad blades of light that shot towards the serpent. Upon contact, the serpent's scales shattered like tiles, dark green blood splattering the ground and corroding it into hissing pits. This power filled Mo Chun with both astonishment and joy, but before he could contemplate further, the dark golden rift in the sky widened once more. 12 cloaked figures descended, stepping gracefully upon the chains, their faces obscured in shadow, save for the glimmering scythes they wielded. The foremost figure raised a hand, and the scythe cleaved through the air, creating a vast black hole before Mo Chun. Hand over the jade token and the fragments. The chaos mirror spirit does not belong to mere insects. The voice of the cloaked figure was akin to the scraping of countless iron nails upon iron plates. Mo Chun tightened his grip on the axe, channeling the mysterious power bestowed by the fragment. Deep within his consciousness, the chaos mirror platform began to manifest, projecting countless silhouettes of halberds. Gritting his teeth, he infused his strength into the axe, which suddenly burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, meeting the onslaught of the cloaked figures. The silhouettes of halberds collided with the scythes, unleashing a wave of energy that pulverized the surrounding rocks into dust. The battle intensified, the attacks of the cloaked figures growing increasingly sinister, their forms twisted like reflections in a warped mirror, while the black mist entwining their sides tore through the fabric of space itself. Cracks appeared in Mo Chen's protective shield, blood trickling down his forehead, obscuring his vision. In that critical moment, the jade token in his arms suddenly emitted a radiant glow, resonating with the bronze fragment, and a brilliant column of 9-colored light surged skyward. Where the light passed, the figures of the cloaked men began to disintegrate, and the serpent let out a furious roar before vanishing into the dark golden mist. As the brilliance faded, Mo Chun collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, yet he noticed a star map emerging on the surface of the jade token, its endpoint indicating the northern city of Shutian. No matter what lies ahead, Mo Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping the jade token and the fragment tightly. I must grow stronger to avenge my village. Struggling to rise, he gazed at his devastated homeland through the torrential rain, his resolve gradually solidifying. In the distance, the silhouette of Shutian city flickered in the lightning. Awaiting the young man were even harsher trials and more enigmatic truths. Chapter 3. The enigmatic shadows of Shutian. As Mo Chun trudged into the northern foothills of Kangwu Mountain, his battered body weary and worn. The night enveloped the world like thick ink. The bronze fragment at his neck still radiated warmth, each pulse reminiscent of an ancient beast's heartbeat, sending waves of sharp pain through his mind. The ancient trees lining the mountain path twisted like ghostly claws, wailing in the fierce wind, and amidst their shadows, dark golden glimmers flickered, as if countless eyes lurked in the darkness, watching him. I must find a place to rest. He pressed against the rock face, gasping for breath, when suddenly a chill emanated from the jade talisman in his palm, and the luminous points on the star map began to swirl in a peculiar manner. Bathed in moonlight, Mo Chun discovered a web of cracks beneath his feet, from which oozed a viscous black liquid that congealed into fragmented runes, remarkably akin to the patterns upon the side of the figure in black robes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the entire mountain face roared to life, revealing a concealed bronze door. 12 statues of human-faced serpents coiled upon the door, their hollow eye sockets flickering with an eerie blue flame, while chains entwined with serpentine tails bore intricate starry engravings. As Mo Chun approached within a distance of 10 paces, the statues simultaneously turned their necks, and the serpentine eyes unleashed tangible beams of dark golden light, weaving a cage around him. Intruder, daring to trespass upon the remnants of the mirror abyss, shall be exterminated. The bronze door emitted a resonant sound, and the chains sprang forth like living creatures, their surface inscriptions scorching the air, channeling the power of fragmented essence. A chaotic mirror platform rose within his consciousness, reflecting 12 methods of unraveling the predicament. He swung his axe, and the 9-colored radiance collided with the chains, sparks flying, revealing fine mirror patterns upon the blade's surface. Just as the fierce battle raged, a foul wind swept towards him. Dozens of shadowy figures descended from the treetops, all clad in reflective materials, their mirror-like faces splitting open to reveal gaping maws, spewing threads capable of eroding rock in an instant. Mo Chun summoned the ancient tome's power, and golden butterflies emerged from the pages to form a protective barrier, yet the puppet's mirrored surfaces reflected the golden light entirely, turning it into a deadly counterattack. Realization struck him. Mo Chen's pupils constricted as he concentrated the power of his Dao fruit into a miniature mirror array in his palm. When the puppets launched their assault anew, the mirror array rebounded their attacks entirely, dark golden threads piercing through the puppet's forms, transforming under the moonlight into a shower of fragments. However, these shards did not dissipate. Instead, they reformed into a colossal mirror demon. From its gaping maw emerged the horrifying vision of Mo family village in ruins. Shatter! Mo Chen's rage ignited as he poured all his strength into the bronze fragments. The nine-colored dark purple light coalesced into a beam that surged toward the mirror demon, causing the very fabric of space to unravel in its wake. The mirror demon let out a piercing scream as its body exploded, but the shards transformed into countless tiny mirrors, each revealing the lingering shadows of the figure in black robes, wielding scythes and launching attacks from various angles. In a moment of dire peril, the reverse fate grass sprang forth from his hair, igniting the temporal dewdrops upon its leaves. In an instant, a green light enveloped the battlefield, altering the flow of time, rendering the black-robed shadow's assaults sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chen executed the Mirror Shadow Celestial technique, projecting myriad spear shadows from the chaotic mirror platform, obliterating the remnants. As the last dark golden light faded, the bronze door slowly creaked open, revealing moss-covered stone steps beyond, where the faint resonance of fragmented treasures could be heard. Mo Chen gripped the jade talisman tightly, only to witness the luminous points on the star map turn a blood red, heralding a more sinister crisis brewing towards the direction of Sutian City. Chapter 4. The Hidden Mysteries of the Soul Fire burning the heavens. The moment Mo Chen stepped through the bronze door, he felt as if he were plunging into a vortex where ice and fire intertwined. A bone-chilling cold crept up his ankles, while above, scalding dark golden raindrops fell, creating wisps of white smoke upon his nine-colored protective shield. On either side of the stone steps, countless reliefs of human faces slowly opened their eyes, black tears streaming from their hollow sockets, converging into meandering streams that traced ancient patterns on the ground, akin to the remnants of a treasured tome. This is the 12 soul-subduing steps? The ancient scripture suddenly trembled violently, golden light seeping between its pages coalescing into inscriptions in the void. Each step concealed a fragment of the Void Master's lingering soul. Intruders would find their spirits shattered before the words could settle. The first step erupted with a thunderous roar, as a half-charred chain emerged from the dark golden mist, its end entwined with burning soul flames, flickering in an eerie shade of purple-black, distorting the very space it traversed. Mo Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he summoned the essence of chaos to conjure a mirrored shield around him. The soul flame chain hurtled towards him, and at the moment of collision with the shield, images of his parents being consumed by black mist surfaced upon its surface. An illusion? He bit his tongue, allowing his essence to spray onto the axe, the nine-colored brilliance surging forth, shattering the phantasm. Yet, the broken images transformed into myriad tiny soul flames, swarming towards his consciousness like a hive of bees. Defying fate, he commanded the growth of the reverse fate grass, its leaves weaving into a green light net that enveloped the soul flames entirely. In the radiance birthed from the time-space dew, Mo Chen glimpsed a bronze fragment concealed at the core of the chain, the very edge of the treasured tome. He harmonized the 5 fragments in his possession, summoning a pillar of 9-colored dark purple light, which surged towards the soul flame chain. The moment the pillar made contact with the fragment, the entire stone steps quaked violently, and the second step's relief suddenly opened blood-red eyes. An even more terrifying entity awakened. The dark golden mist coalesced into a colossal visage, bearing a striking resemblance to the shadow of the Void Master, and from its gaping maw surged countless chains, each entwined with the remnants of cultivators' souls. How dare the remnants of the chaos ancient tree covet such a treasure? The visage unleashed a thunderous roar, the chains laced with an aura of destruction, shattering the protective shield surrounding Mo Chen, leaving spiderweb cracks in its wake. In this dire moment, the star map upon the surface of his jade tablet began to swirl, transforming into a luminous shield that positioned itself before him. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chen unleashed the Mirror Shadow Heavenly Path technique, projecting thousands of spear shadows from the chaotic mirror platform. The spear shadows clashed with the chains, the resulting energy waves shattering the stone steps below the 3rd tier. Amidst the tumult, he suddenly noticed that the tiers of the wall reliefs reflected the streets of Sutian City, where dark golden mist was rapidly spreading. So that's it. These remnants of souls are surveilling the outside world. A chilling glint flashed in Mo Chen's eyes as he channeled all his strength into the bronze fragment. The 9-colored luminescence coalesced into a vortex, forcefully devouring the encroaching chains. When the light reached the 7th step, the entire soul-subduing steps collapsed with a resounding crash, and 7 fragments of the treasured tome shot forth from the ruins, resonating with the fragment in his hand, forming half a bronze mirror in the air. The surface of the mirror shimmered with ancient sealing runes. Yet at the moment of its formation, it was shattered by the shadow of the Void Master. Without a second thought, Chen surged forward, grasping the fragment that was on the verge of dissipating. The dark golden mist surged violently into his meridians, and amidst the excruciating pain, he seemed to hear the anguished cries of countless souls from Sutian City. In the mirror abyss pavilion of Sutian City, Chen clutched the fragment tightly, allowing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Even if I must shatter these 12 soul-subduing steps, I shall unveil your true visage. He dragged his heavy body, stepping onto the crumbling stone steps as he ascended, while behind him, the disturbed remnants of souls coalesced into an even larger shadow, awaiting its next prey. Chapter 5. The unexpected transformation of the abyssal pavilion. As Chen shattered the final step, the entire mountain suddenly inverted. The dark golden sky morphed into a profound abyss, with countless chains cascading like waterfalls, each adorned with shattered mirrors reflecting the tragic state of Sutian City. The streets, eroded into powder by black mist, revealed the twisted forms of cultivators, transformed into grotesque puppets under the golden light. At the center of the city, the towering mirror abyss pavilion emanated a chilling pressure. At last it has come. A cold female voice echoed from the abyss, as 12 blood-red copper mirrors emerged from between the chains, their surfaces displaying patterns akin to the fragments of a precious mirror. The foremost copper mirror suddenly magnified, revealing a woman draped in black gauze. Her eyes, shaped like fractured diamonds, glimmered with dark golden light from every crack. The ant, bearing remnants of the chaotic mirror spirit, had managed to breach the soul-binding steps. It was somewhat intriguing. Chen tightened his grip on the 7 fragments, as the chaotic mirror platform in his sea of consciousness spun wildly, projecting countless reflections of himself. Armed with a spear, why would the people of Sutian City target family village? Before he could finish his thought, the woman flicked her finger, and the 12 copper mirrors erupted with blinding light. The black mist surging from the mirrors transformed into numerous chains, ensnaring Chen's limbs. The runes on the chains burned his skin, corroding his protective energy inch by inch. Family village was merely bait. The woman sneered, revealing half of her face adorned with mirror-like patterns beneath the black gauze. The emergence of the chaotic mirror spirit would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes from all sides, and we merely need to reap the benefits. With a wave of her hand, the chains in the abyss suddenly surged, dragging Chen into the realm of mirrors. Here, the sky was composed of shattered glass, and the ground flowed with dark golden lava, while 12 stone tablets inscribed with apocalyptic formations stood on the distant floating islands. Chen resonated with the 7 fragments, unleashing a radiant burst of 9-colored dark purple light that shot into the heavens. The fragments rearranged in midair, transforming into a half-formed precious mirror phantom. The primal purple aura swirling on the surface of the precious mirror clashed violently with the void's power within the mirror realm. Mirror shadow of the heavenly path, all phenomena returned to the abyss. He roared, as the chaotic mirror platform manifested the phantom of the celestial steel, confronting the apocalyptic stone tablet before him. The battle intensified. The woman's black gauze was torn apart by the shockwaves, revealing her entire body covered in mirror-like patterns. She laughed maniacally as the 12 blood-red copper mirrors merged with her body, transforming into a hideous mirror demon. Each swipe of the mirror demon's claws could rend space itself, unleashing countless dark golden blades from the fissures. Chen's protective shield had long been riddled with wounds, blood dripping from the spear's blade, only to evaporate upon touching the molten ground. Die! The mirror demon opened its gaping maw, and the void flames it exhaled completely engulfed Chen. In the throes of agony, Chen suddenly recalled the image of the old man before his passing, the figure in the black robe wielding a complete precious mirror, destroying city after city. I cannot lose. He pressed the fragments to his forehead, and the precious mirror phantom erupted with resplendent light. Amidst the brilliance, a familiar figure materialized, the very elder who had bestowed upon him the jade token. Young friend, allow me to borrow your body. The elder's phantom roared as a golden soul essence surged into Chen's being. In an instant, the eyes of Chen ignited with a golden radiance, as the simple woodcutter's knife in his grasp transformed into the chaotic cleansing spear. The chaotic energy emitted from the spear clashed violently with the flames of nothingness, and the resulting shockwave shattered the very fabric of the mirrored realm. The mirror demon let out a cry of despair as its form disintegrated under the brilliance. When the light finally faded, Chen found himself weakly kneeling upon the ground, only to behold a new star map emerging upon the surface of the jade tablet, pointing toward the innermost depths of the mirror abyss pavilion. In the distance, amidst the ruins, a copper mirror inscribed with enigmatic patterns began to rise slowly, revealing glimpses of the townsfolk of Su Tian City imprisoned within its depths. Chapter 6. The smoke of war at the pavilion's summit dragging the blood-stained chaotic cleansing spear. Chen ascended the trembling steps of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion. With each step he took, the ground cracked like a spider's web, releasing a dark, golden miasma that pierced into his veins like countless fine needles. The 7 shards of the precious tablet in his bosom resonated wildly, clashing fiercely with the oppressive force emanating from the pavilion's summit, forming a swirling vortex of 9 colors around him, which obliterated the mirror puppets that dared to obstruct his path. As he pushed open the gilded doors of the upper chamber, he was met with a blinding dark golden light. At the center of the pavilion's summit floated an immense altar, bound by 12 chains that pierced through the dome, each chain tethered to the souls of thousands of cultivators. These souls twisted into bizarre runes in the golden light, continuously flowing into the center of the altar, where a half-formed precious tablet was gradually taking shape, its surface adorned with patterns that mirrored the remnants held by the cloaked figure. Indeed, it was here. Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld several ominous figures in black robes standing around the altar. The foremost among them donned a dark golden robe, their visage obscured behind a shattered mirror, yet their left eye gleamed with the power of nothingness, one of the masterminds behind the massacre of Mo family village. The remnants of the ancient chaotic tree had indeed come this far. The figure raised a hand, and the chains of the altar surged violently. However, your life shall come to an end here. The chains lashed out like serpents, their annihilating runes scorching the air. Chen activated the essence of chaos, summoning a shield of dark purple light, while simultaneously invoking the pages of the ancient manuscript. Golden butterflies erupted from the pages, coalescing into a rain of swords. Yet upon contact with the chains, they were swiftly eroded by the power of nothingness. The cloaked figure sneered, forming seals with their hands, as the souls surrounding the altar emitted anguished cries, transforming into tangible black flames that enveloped Chen entirely. Mirror shadow heavenly path, shatter the illusion. Chen roared, as the chaotic mirror manifested above him, projecting countless spear shadows. The spear shadows collided with the flames, and the energy released shattered the pavilion's crystalline ceiling. Seizing the moment, Chen charged toward the altar, only to find the cloaked figure suddenly blocking his path, a dark golden sphere of light gathering in their palm, exuding a sense of annihilation. The chaotic mirror spirit shall ultimately belong to us. At that moment, the sphere exploded, tearing space into countless fragments. In a critical moment, the bronze shard around Chen's neck erupted with a brilliant light, and the spirit of the elder reappeared. Young friend, fuse with my essence. The golden spirit transformed into a stream of light, merging into Chen's being, causing his aura to surge dramatically. As ancient mirror patterns emerged upon the surface of the chaotic essence, Chen wielded the chaotic cleansing spear. The chaotic energy from the spear clashing fiercely with the power of nothingness, unleashing a tempest of dark purple and 9 colors at the summit of the pavilion. The battle grew increasingly fierce as the remaining cloaked figures sprang into action, their forms twisting like reflections in a mirror, each strike capable of rending the very fabric of space. As the protective shield of Chen cracked, blood trickled down his forehead. Yet he observed the treasure altar nearing completion. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the 7 shards against his chest. The shards erupted with radiant light, coalescing in the air into a complete phantom of the treasure. The primordial purple energy released by the phantom collided with the void power of the figure in black robes, the resulting brilliance illuminating the entirety of Su Tian City. Shatter. Chen summoned all his strength, transforming the phantom into a beam of light that surged toward the altar. Wherever the beam passed, chains shattered, and souls were liberated. The figure in black emitted a roar of resentment, his form disintegrating inch by inch amidst the radiance. However, just as the treasure was on the cusp of completion, a thunderous roar reverberated through the void, a pitch-black fissure tearing open the sky, from which the phantom of the Lord of Nihility emerged, clutching the other half of the treasure. Chapter 7. The Descent of the Void Master. The phantom of the Lord of Nihility stepped forth from the chasm, dark golden mist oozing from beneath the black robe, twisting like a living entity, causing the space around it to collapse inch by inch. The half-treasure in his grasp pulsed with enigmatic apocalyptic runes, standing in stark opposition to the phantom of the treasure coalesced by Chen. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves that shattered the glass dome atop the Mirror Abyss Pavilion, leaving the citizens of Su Tian City gazing in terror at the distorted vortex of time and space above. How dare you, insignificant ants, covet the chaotic treasure? As the Lord of Nihility spoke, a dozen dark golden chains shot forth from the void, their surfaces inscribed with runes ablaze with black flames. searing through Mo Chen's primordial purple energy and creating gaping wounds. Blood surged in Mo Chen's throat, the power of the Elder's legacy operating frantically, as the chaotic mirror platform resonated deep within his consciousness, revealing fragments of the ancient cataclysm wherein 12 ancestral beings sacrificed themselves to seal the Lord of Nihility within the depths of chaos. Understanding dawned in Mo Chen's eyes, as the 7 shards erupted with brilliant light, transforming into 12 streams of primordial sword energy that soared skyward. The sword energy intertwined in the air, establishing a balance against the chains of the Lord of Nihility. Yet, the shadowy figure suddenly split into countless phantoms, each wielding a dark golden scythe. As their blades cut through the fabric of space, it shattered like a broken mirror, cascading down. All things return to the void. The mirror locks the universe. Mo Chen invoked the ancient scripture, the pages glowing with golden radiance, forming a golden butterfly formation that obscured the sun. The ancient Dao patterns flowing upon the butterfly's wings clashed against the sides, the ensuing brilliance illuminating Sutian City as if it were broad daylight. The reverse fate grass grew wildly, its leaves weaving a temporal cage in an attempt to ensnare the body of the Lord of Nihility. But with a mere wave of his hand, the opponent shattered the time-space due into dust. Young friend, quickly merge all the shards. The Elder's spirit cried out in urgent desperation. The treasure requires the chaotic bloodline to be complete. Gritting his teeth, Mo Chen pressed the 7 shards to his forehead, the shards transforming into flowing light that merged into his consciousness. In an instant, the chaotic mirror platform erupted violently, countless mirror patterns coursing through his body, resonating with his bloodline. Ancient treasure patterns surfaced upon his skin, his aura swelling, transforming into a 9-colored beam of light that shot into the heavens. The beam collided fiercely with the dark golden demonic energy of the Lord of Nihility, the resulting vortex tearing the sky apart. Mo Chen wielded the Chaos Purification Spear, the chaotic energy bursting forth from its blade morphing into 12 dragon shadows, entwined with primordial purple energy, charging toward the phantom of the Lord of Nihility. Break for me. With a thunderous roar, the shadow of the dragon pierced through the void, and the Lord of Nihility unleashed a deafening bellow, his form twisting violently in the radiant light. Yet, just as victory seemed imminent, the half-treasure mirror held by the Lord of Nihility suddenly unleashed a black hole that devoured everything. The black hole expanded ferociously, consuming the assaults of Shutian City, Mirror Abyss Pavilion, and even Mo Chen. Mo Chen's pupils constricted as he felt the power within him being drawn away at an alarming rate, while deep within the black hole, the sinister laughter of the Lord of Nihility grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 8. Blood Sacrifice of the Primordial Mirror to Open Heaven and Earth under the overwhelming pressure of the ravenous black hole. Mo Chen's 9-colored beam of light began to twist and disintegrate, the power surging through his meridians being extracted like a burst dam. He staggered, dropping to one knee, blood surging in his throat, congealing into a dark purple scab at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained fixed on the sinister smile within the black hole. Suddenly, the jade medallion in his embrace erupted with blinding azure light, and the points of light on the star map transformed into chains that wrapped around his crumbling Dao fruit. Chaos Bloodline, a sacrifice of the self. The Elder's soul ignited into golden flames, crashing into the center of Mo Chen's brow. In an instant, blood-colored ripples erupted around Mo Chen, and the ancient roots of the chaotic tree, long dormant within him, broke through the earth, intertwining with the fragment of the treasure mirror, coalescing in the void into a translucent visage of Pangu. The Pangu apparition swung the axe of creation, and from the fissures it cleaved. Primordial purple energy cascaded down like a waterfall, forcibly tearing an opening at the edge of the black hole. The complete shadow of the treasure mirror radiated an overwhelming pressure of creation, shattering the dark golden chains in its path. Witnessing this, the Lord of Nihility extended his claw, scaled and enormous, directly reaching for the shadow of the treasure mirror. With a mighty roar, Mo Chen unleashed the Pangu apparition and the chaotic mirror platform simultaneously, intertwining 9-colored dark purple light with primordial purple energy to ensnare the massive claw. With the last vestige of his strength, he pressed the shadow of the treasure mirror against the half-treasure mirror in the Lord of Nihility's grasp. At the moment of collision, chaos erupted in the heavens and earth. Mo Chen's figure flickered in the blinding light, his meridians fracturing yet being reborn under the nurturing force of chaos. As the radiance faded, the complete chaotic treasure mirror hovered in the air, its surface swirling with patterns that transformed into a tangible world, complete with mountains and rivers, cultivators riding swords, and the peaceful smoke rising from Mo family village. It cannot be. The shadow of the Lord of Nihility began to disintegrate. The treasure mirror was meant to be my vessel for reconstituting my physical form. Struggling to maintain his shattered body, Chen grasped the hovering treasure mirror. Suddenly, the mirror exploded with countless rays of light, from which emerged the ethereal figures of 12 Dao ancestors. They simultaneously raised their hands, suppressing the remnant soul of the Lord of Nihility deep within the treasure mirror. The crisis of Shutian City was finally averted. Yet Chen teetered on the brink of collapse from the backlash of the mirror. He gazed at the surviving citizens, gathering the treasure mirror into his sea of consciousness. The bronze fragment around his neck suddenly transformed into a stream of light, merging with his heart, where a tender sprout was planted. This was merely the beginning. He murmured to himself, turning to face the distant remnant soul of the Lord of Nihility still howling within the mirror, while more mysterious secrets of chaos quietly brewed in the depths of the primordial. Chapter 9. The echoes of the mirror conceal the rising tides as the flames of calamity in Shutian City gradually extinguished. The mist rising from the scorched earth shimmered with an eerie dark golden hue. In the heart of the ruins of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion, Chen sat in a meditative posture, while the chaotic treasure within his mind slowly revolved. With each rotation, delicate runes peeled away from its surface, transforming into starlight that seeped into his meridians. The souls of those cultivators devoured by the Lord of Emptiness hovered around the illusory treasure, their hollow gazes faintly illuminated by dark golden patterns that flickered within. Young friend, do not be careless. The fragmented soul of the elder flickered at the edge of the treasure, his voice barely audible. The seal of the Lord of Emptiness was not infallible. As he spoke from the depths of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion, the sudden sound of chains breaking echoed from beneath the city of Shutian. 12 dark golden beams of light erupted from the earth, shattering the sky into a fragmented mirror. Within these beams, countless translucent figures gradually materialized, their faces mirroring that of the hooded figure, yet each bore a burning mirror core embedded in their chests. The hidden shadows of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion had finally awakened. Chen gripped the chaotic purifying spear tightly, its 9-colored radiance clashing fiercely with the dark golden beams. The translucent figures simultaneously raised their hands, coalescing black orbs of light in their palms, which shared the same origin as the Lord of Emptiness's destructive power. At the moment the orbs detonated, the space was torn into countless distorted diamonds, causing the recently reconstructed buildings of Shutian to collapse once more. The reverse fate grass burst forth from his hair, its leaves crystallizing into a shield of time and space dew. However, upon contact with the dark golden light, it was riddled with numerous corrosive holes. Chen channeled the power of the treasure, projecting an ancient defensive array from the mirror. Yet, as the array began to take shape, it was absorbed by the mirror cores in the hands of the figures, inadvertently amplifying their assault. Thus, their power stemmed from the aberration of the treasure fragments. Chen's pupils constricted as the 7 fragments in his possession suddenly grew hot, resonating with the mirror core embedded in their chests. An even more astonishing transformation unfolded in the eyes of the surviving citizens of Shutian, as dark golden ghostly lights flickered to life, like puppets on strings. They raised their weapons and surged toward Chen. Beneath their skin, faint chains could be discerned writhing, the telltale sign of the Lord of Emptiness's soul erosion. This control must be severed. Chen summoned the illusory treasure, the 9-colored radiance transforming into countless threads, seeking to penetrate the collective consciousness of the crowd. There, he beheld a scene that shattered his understanding. The Lord of Emptiness did not exist in solitude, but was a fallen avatar of one of the 12 Dao ancestors. The true purpose of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion was to nourish the treasure with the souls of the populace, thereby reconstructing the body of the fallen ancestor. And shockingly, the chaotic bloodline within him bore intricate connections to that ancestor. So it was that I am the key. Chen tightened his fist, and the illusory treasure within his consciousness erupted violently, shattering into countless fragments that merged into his bloodline. When he opened his eyes once more, his aura surged explosively. The chaotic purifying spear entwined with purple lightning, each spear's shadow imbued with the pressure of creation. This time, I shall bring all of this to a definitive end. He roared as he charged towards the dark golden figures, while deep within the treasure, the fragmented soul of the Lord of Emptiness emitted a chilling laughter. Chapter 10. Soul Abyss Retrospection. Dual fate of the Dao Tribulation. The chaotic thunder tribulation erupting around Chen resembled a celestial river cascading from the heavens. As the purple lightning struck down, causing the mirror cores of the dark golden figures to twist and contort. However, an unexpected transformation occurred as the controlled citizens simultaneously manifested ethereal fragments of the treasure mirror upon their foreheads, which coalesced into chains entwining their ankles. Tendrils of void energy infiltrated their meridians, casting a multitude of shadows upon the chaotic mirror platform. Be cautious. These chains are forged from the primordial soul fire of the corrupted. The warning from the elder's lingering spirit echoed, only to dissipate swiftly within the dark golden mist. Grinding his teeth, Chen summoned the power of the treasure mirror, and a prismatic glow crystallized upon his surface, attempting to repel the encroaching void energy. Yet, when he gazed into the hollow eyes of the citizens, he was horrified to see the same dark golden chains and the same puppets as those from the massacre of Mo village. It became clear that it was a trap from the very beginning. Chen's eyes widened in fury as the chaotic purging spear unleashed thousands of spear shadows. But they disintegrated the moment they touched the citizens. Seizing this opportunity, the dark golden figures formed a grand formation of 12 constellations. And 12 obsidian copper mirrors ascended from the center, reflecting Chen's image, each bearing the visage of the Lord of the Void. They simultaneously wielded dark golden scythes, their blades slicing through space, shattering his protective shield into a web of cracks. At a critical juncture, the treasure fragments within Chen's sea of consciousness suddenly burst forth with azure light, revealing countless ancient mirror patterns upon his surface. He recalled the vision deep within the treasure. The 12 Dao ancestors had, through their own Dao fruits, forged 12 suppressive mirrors. By their method, he would return the favor. Chen bit his tongue, expelling blood infused with chaotic lineage, which coalesced into an ancient seal in the air, forcibly reversing the 12 constellation formation. The obsidian copper mirrors began to tremble violently, their reflections collapsing. The dark golden figures emitted wretched cries as the mirror cores within their chests exploded one after another. However, the backlash from the formation surged like a tide, shattering Chen's meridians, as if his internal organs were being crushed by colossal stones. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, the treasure fragments transformed into a streak of light, penetrating his heart. The tender shoots of the chaotic ancient tree began to grow wildly, entwining around his Dao fruit, reshaping his physical form amid excruciating pain. The radiance emitted by the treasure fragments illuminated the entirety of Shutian City. Chen's figure fluctuated within the brilliance, at times appearing as a youth wielding a spear, at times as a Dao ancestor brandishing a sword. When the light receded, the 12 suppressive mirrors erupted from his body, reflecting the phantoms of the 12 Dao ancestors. They simultaneously raised their hands, drawing in the dark golden figures, the controlled citizens, and even the lingering soul of the Lord of the Void into the mirrors. The crisis in Shutian City seemed to be averted. However, as Chen observed the slightly warm treasure fragments in his hands, he felt an even more formidable power stirring in the shadows. In the distant sky, 12 dark golden meteors streaked across, plummeting in various directions. Meanwhile, deep within his sea of consciousness, the tender shoots of the chaotic ancient tree had matured into a towering tree, each leaf swirling with the patterns of the treasure mirror. The true contest had only just begun. Chapter 11. The Fallen Stars and the Reignition of Calamity Fire. At the moment the 12 dark golden meteors pierced the heavens, the chaotic ancient tree within Chen's sea of consciousness trembled violently. The patterns that flow across the canopy resemble flames igniting, each leaf reflecting scenes from disparate regions. The frigid northern ice fields split open to reveal abysses, where dark golden chains entwine ancient ice spirits. In the southern lands, amidst poisonous miasma, a bronze altar emerges, where a statue with a human face and serpent body opens its blood-red vertical eyes. The dragon aura of the imperial city in the central plains transforms into black mist, consuming the emperor and morphing him into a grotesque half-human, half-mirror entity. In alarm, Chen clutched the still warm fragment of the treasured mirror as a spectrum of dark violet radiance coalesced around him, forming a teleportation array. The crisis in Shutian City was merely the overture. The remnants of the Void Lord's soul had already extended its tendrils towards the 9 domains. The moment he stepped into the teleportation array, the reverse life grass began to grow wildly, the time-space dewdrops upon its blades morphing into a dark golden hue, heralding a dire situation ahead where even the laws of time would be distorted. His first destination was the frigid northern ice fields. As Chen landed, an excruciating chill enveloped him, accompanied by dark golden mist. In the distance, an iceberg was visibly corroding, revealing a bronze coffin imprisoned within the mountain, its surface etched with apocalyptic runes that shared a kinship with the treasured mirror. 12 dark golden chains pierced through the ice, their ends tethered to the souls of ancient ferocious beasts, encased in ice. Come forth. Chen brandished the chaos-purifying spear, unleashing chaotic energy that shattered the icy fog. 3 figures cloaked in black emerged from the void, their features obscured by ice crystals, save for the bloodied corners of their mouths. oozing dark golden viscous liquid. A hybrid of chaotic bloodlines dares to impede the resurrection of our master? With a wave of their hands, the iceberg fractured, unleashing countless ice spikes imbued with void power. The chaos mirror manifested above him, projecting myriad spear shadows that froze upon contact with the ice spikes. Chen's pupils constricted as he summoned the power of the treasured mirror, condensing a 9-colored shield in his palm. Yet, the black-cloaked figures suddenly transformed into dark golden mist, infiltrating the gaps in his shield, targeting his consciousness. Just as peril loomed, the branches of the chaos ancient tree pierced through his meridians, incinerating the encroaching void energy. Understanding dawned upon Chen. The fragment of the treasured mirror and the chaos ancient tree were indeed of the same essence. He summoned the tree's power, igniting a 9-colored flame around him. Wherever the flames spread, the icy mist dissipated, causing the misty figures to begin to unravel. However, when he prepared to shatter the bronze coffin, its lid unexpectedly opened of its own accord, revealing a gigantic hand covered in scales. Reaching forth with a fragment of the treasured mirror radiating a ghostly light nestled within its palm. The patterns on the surface of the fragment resonated with the one Chen held, yet it also emanated disquieting waves of void energy. More alarmingly, time within the frigid northern ice fields began to reverse. The destroyed icy mist reformed, and the black-cloaked figures reconstituted, while that giant hand slowly withdrew an entire, complete body from the coffin. Chen tightened his grip on the fragment of the treasured mirror, the essence of chaos swirling violently within his consciousness. He understood that if he could not sever the spread of void energy here, the 9 domains would plunge into an abyss of no return. Mirror, open the heavens and earth. All phenomena return to the void. Chen roared, as the chaos mirror and the chaos ancient tree erupted simultaneously. The collision of 9-colored dark violet radiance and void energy created a colossal vortex above the ice fields. As the radiance dissipated, the bronze coffin shattered with a thunderous explosion. Yet the fragments of the treasured mirror transformed into flowing light, vanishing into the heavens. In the depths of the distant icy plains, the ominous sounds of more chains breaking echoed. Chapter 12. The Southern Wilderness and the Curse of the Mirror-Eyed Demon. Chen, following the essence of the mirror fragments, stepped into the vast mountains of the Southern Wilderness. Amidst the swirling miasma of the dense forest, crimson vines entwined like veins around withered trees, each leaf glistening with a dark golden poison. The reverse fate grass writhed frantically in his hair, and the dew upon its blades boiled into black smoke, signaling that the laws of time and space in this place had been utterly distorted. Suddenly, a chilling laughter emanated from the treetops, and countless mirrored butterflies descended, their wings adorned with patterns that assembled into a grotesque, decayed human visage. An outsider, cloaked in a robe inscribed with cursed patterns, emerged from the shadows of the trees. Her right eye embedded with a copper mirror shimmering with dark golden light, while her left eye continuously opened and closed like a serpent's mouth. Hand over the fragments, and I shall spare your life, she declared. Before her words could fully settle, the ground beneath them cracked open, revealing a web-like fissure through which thousands of human-faced spiders erupted, their mandibles unleashing a corrosive slime capable of eroding the protective aura of chaos. The chaotic purification spear swept forth, its blade radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that collided with the slime, resulting in a blinding explosion of lightning. Chen harnessed the power of the treasured mirror, manifesting the chaotic mirror platform above him, which projected 12 streams of primordial sword energy. However, as the sword energy approached the woman, her right eye's copper mirror erupted into a consuming black hole, absorbing the onslaught entirely. Even more bizarrely, the defeated human-faced spider corpses transformed into dark golden mist, seeping into Chen's meridians. This is the soul-devouring curse of the Lord of Nihility. Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned the ancient tree of chaos to incinerate the invading mist within his veins. The branches of the ancient tree grew wildly within him, grinding the encroaching dark golden mist into dust. At that moment, a deafening roar resonated from the southern wilderness, and on the distant bronze altar, 12 statues of human-faced, serpent-bodied figures simultaneously opened their vertical pupils. In the altar's center, the floating mirror fragment resonated with the woman's right eye's copper mirror. Her body began to twist and expand, countless mirror patterns emerging beneath her skin, ultimately transforming her into a 3-headed, 6-armed mirror demon. Each of her hands clutched dark golden chains, the ends of which were tethered to the imprisoned souls of the southern wilderness's sorcerers. Become the nourishment for the revival of my master, the mirror demon howled, as all 6 arms swung simultaneously, the chains tearing through space and weaving a prison around Chen. In a moment of desperation, Mo Chen pressed the fragment against his forehead, the phantom of the treasured mirror coalescing in the void. The primordial purple aura released by the phantom clashed violently with the dark golden chains, when suddenly the mirror demon opened her mouth, releasing black mist that unveiled the massacre of Mo family village. No. Mo Chen's eyes blazed with fury as the chaos fruit ignited into a vibrant flame, incinerating the illusion before him. The roots of the ancient tree of chaos burst forth from the earth, ensnaring the mirror demon's form, while golden fruits crystallized between the branches, exploding to unleash a purifying light of chaos. The mirror demon let out a piercing scream, her body disintegrating inch by inch within the radiance. When the final dark golden chain shattered, the mirror fragment on the altar soared towards Mo Chen. Yet, just as he was about to grasp it, a colossal hand, covered in scales, suddenly emerged from the void, seizing the fragment before him. The master of the colossal hand revealed himself to be a mysterious figure clad in a bronze mask, from which emanated a void power even more terrifying than that of the previous cloaked man. As Mo Chen tore through the fabric of space and stepped into the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the majestic palaces were shrouded in a dark golden mist. The glazed tiles were not adorned with frost or snow, but rather intricate mirror patterns that reflected the frenzied visage of the emperor. Beneath the palace walls, the bodies of fallen guards twisted into grotesque mirror puppets, their hollow eye sockets still flickering with dark golden flames. Who dares to trespass in the forbidden palace? A sharp reprimand echoed from the Golden Luan Hall, as 36 golden-armored guards emerged from the shattered continuum of time. The surface of their armor shimmered with runes of the same origin as the treasured mirror, and as they thrust their long spears, countless mirrored spears splintered forth, sealing Mo Chen's escape. With a chaotic cleaver, he slashed through, but the vibrant rays emitted from the cleaver collided with the mirrored spears, refracting into a myriad of lethal light blades. Remnants of the mirror abyss, meet your doom. Mo Chen activated the chaos mirror platform, projecting an ancient sword formation. The moment the sword formation clashed with the light blades, the Golden Luan Hall erupted violently, revealing a gigantic bronze cauldron suspended within. The cauldron was entwined with 12 dark golden chains, their ends piercing through the dragon throne upon which the emperor sat. At this moment, the emperor's skin was marred with cracked mirror patterns, his right eye transformed into a shard of the treasured mirror, while his left eye exuded the essence of the Lord of the Void. I am the supreme ruler, and you mere ants dare to covet the heavenly mandate? The emperor's voice twisted into a piercing scream, both masculine and feminine, as the bronze cauldron suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. What surged forth from within was not the aura of a dragon, but a dark golden torrent laden with countless restless souls. Wherever it flowed, the palace crumbled to dust, and the very fabric of space collapsed. Mo Chen summoned the power of the ancient chaos tree, its myriad branches forming a protective shield. Yet he observed as the sap dripped to the ground, corroding it into unfathomable chasms. An astonishing transformation occurred in the skies above the imperial city, where the dragon aura coalesced into a massive mirror eye. Deep within, the shadow of the Lord of the Void grinned malevolently through the emperor's form. Hybrid of the chaotic bloodline, this dragon vein of Zhongzhou serves as a sacrifice to revive the master. The emperor raised his hand, and the dark golden beam emitted from the mirror eye blasted through Mo Chen's protective shield. In a moment of desperation, the ancient tome burst forth from the bag of the universe, its pages emanating golden light that formed ancient sealing runes, momentarily staving off the encroaching beam. So it is. The mirror abyss has already infiltrated the royal family. Mo Chen gritted his teeth and fused 7 shattered fragments, manifesting the shadow of the treasured mirror above his head. As the primordial purple aura released by the shadow touched the bronze cauldron, the chains began to recoil, gradually pulling the emperor's soul into the cauldron. The emperor let out a horrific, inhuman wail as his right eye, now transformed into a mirror pattern, suddenly shot forth a stream of light directly towards Mo Chen's sea of consciousness. The crown of the ancient chaos tree erupted explosively, as countless leaves transformed into light swords to intercept the stream of light. In the moment of collision, a tempest surged within Mo Chen's sea of consciousness, where he beheld the scene of the mirror abyss's master clinking glasses in camaraderie with the shadow of the Lord of the Void, revealing that the imperial city of Zhongzhou was merely a fragment of a vast sacrificial array. Do you wish to thwart this? The remnants of the emperor's consciousness sneered within the sea of consciousness, unless you sever all dragon veins in the 9 domains. Mo Chen's eyes snapped open, realizing that the emperor had been utterly consumed by the bronze cauldron, which now bore the complete patterns of the treasured mirror. Before he could take any action, the entire imperial city suddenly inverted, the ground transforming into a colossal mirror that reflected countless identical scenes of the royal city. The voice of the Lord of the Void surged from all directions. Struggle slowly, puppet of the chaotic bloodline. When the dragon veins of the 9 imperial cities are sacrificed in full, it will be the day of my return. The bronze cauldron vanished like a fleeting light within the mirror, while Chen clenched his fists, the 9-colored dark purple radiance surging wildly around him. He understood that the impending battle would determine the very existence of the entire 9 domains. Deep within the ruins of the imperial city, a dark golden figure coldly observed his retreating silhouette through the shattered mirror. Chapter 14. The abyssal mirror labyrinth of 10,000 ruins. Chen treaded over the remnants of the imperial city's ruins, the chaotic Dao fruit swirling frantically in his sea of consciousness. The fragment of the precious mirror he held trembled violently, resonating with the reflection left by the Lord of the Void, tearing open a fissure adorned with dark golden patterns in the void. From the depths of the crack emanated the anguished wails of countless cultivators and the sound of dragging chains, a familiar and chilling aura enveloping him. This was the essence from the deepest part of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion. Thus, all the schemes converged here. Chen's gaze sharpened as he leapt into the fissure. Time and space distorted in an instant, and when he landed once more, he found himself within a colossal labyrinth suspended in the void. The walls of the maze were constructed from countless mirrors, each reflecting a different version of himself. Some had become puppets of the Lord of the Void, others wielded the complete precious mirror, overlooking all beings, while yet others lay bloodied in pools of their own crimson. My young friend, this is the Mirror Abyss formation of 10,000 ruins, each reflection a manifestation of your inner demons. The specter of the elder flickered at the edge of the precious mirror. Before his words could fade, the nearest mirror suddenly shattered, and Chen, entwined in dark golden chains, stepped forth. This inner demon wielded a pitch-black, chaotic spear, its blade ablaze with void fire. And as their gazes met, a hint of derision flickered in its eyes. What of the chaotic bloodline? Ultimately, it shall become fodder for the void. The inner demon roared, swinging the spear towards him, the void fire curling through the space like burning parchment. Chen activated the chaotic mirror platform, projecting myriad 9-colored spear shadows to counter the attack. The clash of spear shadows and void fire unleashed a shockwave of energy that violently shook the labyrinth, causing more mirrors to shatter and countless inner demons to swarm forth. The reverse fate grass grew wildly, its leaves weaving a temporal cage in an attempt to ensnare some of the inner demons. However, these demons could tear apart the laws of time and space, effortlessly breaking free from the confines. Chen summoned the power of the ancient chaotic tree, thousands of branches transforming into a massive net enveloping the maze. Yet the inner demons morphed into dark golden mist, seeping through the branches to erode his meridians. In this critical moment, the ancient scripture suddenly radiated a blinding golden light, and golden butterflies flew from its pages, forming an ancient purification formation. All phenomena return to the ruins. The mirror shatters the illusion. Chen pressed 7 fragments of the precious mirror against his chest, their light surging tremendously, coalescing in the void into a colossal mirror formation. The formation projected the phantoms of 12 celestial stone tablets, the primordial purple energy released by the tablets clashing fiercely with the inner demon's void power. As the brilliance faded, most of the inner demons were reduced to ashes, yet the central mirror of the maze slowly ascended, revealing a familiar figure, the master of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion. Little one of the chaotic bloodline, do you think you can disrupt our millennium-long scheme? The voice of the master emanated from the mirror, and with a swift gesture, the entire labyrinth began to contract rapidly. The protective barrier surrounding Chen showed signs of fracture, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. In this critical moment, the fragment of the treasured mirror in his arms suddenly fused, coalescing into half a mirror in the void. The intricate patterns on the surface of the mirror resonated with the main mirror, effectively rebounding the Master's attack. The master let out a roar of defiance as his figure within the mirror began to disintegrate. Yet, before vanishing, he shot forth a beam of dark golden light that pierced through Chen's defenses and penetrated into his sea of consciousness. Chen felt a splitting headache as countless images surged into his mind, revealing a mysterious realm known as the mirror world beyond the 9 domains, where the true essence of the Lord of Nothingness lay dormant. The dragon veins of the 9 imperial cities were merely the keys to unlocking the gates of the mirror world. Gripping half the treasured mirror tightly, Chen was enveloped in a surge of 9-colored dark purple radiance. At the moment the labyrinth completely collapsed, he tore through the fabric of space and departed. Behind him, the ethereal figure of the Lord of Nothingness began to awaken slowly in the depths of the mirror world. heralding the imminent commencement of an ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the entire universe. Chapter 15. The initial arrival of the mirror world and the blood sacrifice to the celestial firmament in the instant of tearing through the void. The nine-colored dark purple light surrounding Chen clashed violently with the chaotic currents of space, akin to a fallen star enveloped in the essence of destruction and rebirth, plunging into the enigmatic mirror world. Upon entering, he felt the world spin around him, as countless mirrors materialized in the surroundings, each reflecting a different realm. The cultivation world pierced by dark golden chains, the immortal realm reduced to a sea of void flames, and the primordial chaos enveloped in the light of the treasured mirror. "Welcome to my prison, and of the chaotic bloodline," echoed the voice of the Lord of Nothingness like a thunderclap throughout the mirror world, causing Chen's eardrums to throb painfully. In the distance, a colossal altar woven from countless dark golden chains floated in the void. At its center, a figure draped in a black robe, its features obscured, slowly rose, surrounded by an overwhelming force of nothingness that shattered the very space around it. Chen tightened his grip on half of the treasured mirror, as the patterns on its surface whirled frantically, resonating powerfully with the altar. Suddenly, 12 dark golden beams of light shot up from the altar, revealing the phantoms of 12 ancestral beings, their eyes flickering with a dark golden glow, indicating they had been corrupted by the Lord of Nothingness. In the past, they sought to seal me away. Now, their souls shall serve as offerings for my revival. The Lord of Nothingness laughed heartily, gesturing for the ancestral phantoms to attack simultaneously. The chaotic purification spear erupted with blinding brilliance as Chen activated the chaotic Dao fruit, forming an impervious shield around him. However, the assaults from the ancestral phantoms were overwhelmingly powerful, each strike imbued with the potential to obliterate the heavens and the earth, causing the shield to emit a series of stressed cracks. The reversal grass surged wildly, its leaves shimmering with temporal dew igniting into green flames, attempting to thwart the ancestral phantom's onslaught, only to be vaporized upon contact with the dark golden light. In a moment of dire peril, the fragment of the treasured mirror in Chen's grasp suddenly radiated a dazzling light, awakening the slumbering ancient chaotic tree within him. The branches of the ancient tree surged wildly, entwining the remnants of the precious mirror, coalescing in the void into a colossal axe capable of cleaving the heavens. Break! Chen swung the giant axe, and the chaotic energy cleaved through the void, violently colliding with the power of nothingness, unleashing waves of energy that tore the mirror realm asunder, creating massive fissures. The figure of the Lord of Nothingness distorted violently amidst the radiance, and he bellowed with thunderous rage. "Do you think this will halt my progress? The sacrifice of the 9 domains dragon veins is nearly complete. Once the gates of the mirror realm are fully opened, the entire universe shall succumb to oblivion." Before his words fell silent, the 12 beams of light atop the altar suddenly merged, forming a vast black hole that began voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity. Chen's body was uncontrollably drawn towards the black hole. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into the giant axe, prepared for one final stand. Chapter 16. The chaos unites and strikes back at the illusion. The black hole's devouring force was akin to an unyielding shackle. As Chen's protective barrier crumbled inch by inch, dark golden chains creeping up his ankles, searing his meridians. The branches of the chaotic ancient tree danced frantically in the void, but were corroded to ash upon touching the edge of the black hole. In a moment of dire peril, the half of the precious mirror within his sea of consciousness suddenly burst forth with radiant brilliance, revealing the ethereal figures of 12 ancient mirror spirits, with the bloodline of chaos as the guide, and the Dao fruit as the offering. The mirror spirits chanted in unison. Chen's chaotic Dao fruit erupted violently, transforming into myriad 9-colored runes that merged into the precious mirror. The half-mirror spun rapidly in the air, establishing an uncanny balance against the black hole's devouring force, as the patterns on its surface began to reverse and consume the power of nothingness. Seeing this, the Lord of Nothingness extended 12 scaled hands from beneath his dark cloak, each palm coalescing with dark golden orbs of light potent enough to obliterate stars. An ant shaking a tree, he roared, hurling the orbs towards Chen, as the space around them was annihilated in a tremendous explosion. Chen summoned the ancient tome, and golden butterflies flew from its pages, forming an impenetrable barrier. Yet upon contact with the dark golden orbs, the butterflies were disintegrated into black ash. In this critical moment, the long dormant bronze shard around his neck transformed into a stream of light, merging into the precious mirror. And the incomplete mirror instantly radiated a pressure that could cleave the heavens. The complete chaotic precious mirror manifested in the void, its surface swirling with primordial purple energy clashing fiercely against the power of nothingness, creating a vortex that ensnared the 12 corrupted ancestral spirits within. Chen commanded the mirror, projecting the primordial scene of chaos's inception, where the heavens and earth were yet to be formed, and the primordial energy surged. As the mirror's brilliance surged, the corrupted ancestral souls began to purify within the light, awakening to strike forth their innate treasures, forming a 12-fold killing formation alongside Chen's chaotic purification spear. Suddenly, the remnants of the chaotic ancient tree burst forth from the ground, entwining around the precious mirror, with its heart condensing a fruit that radiated 9-colored light. Without hesitation, Chen crushed the fruit, infusing the precious mirror with immense chaotic power. The mirror's light surged 1,000-fold, transforming into a colossal chaotic blade that pierced through heaven and earth, descending upon the Lord of Nothingness. Wherever the blade passed, the mirror realm began to disintegrate. The dark golden mist completely purified, as the figure of the Lord of Nothingness was reduced to ash amidst the brilliance. As the light dissipated, the mirror realm returned to tranquility. In the void, Chen weakly hovered, the treasured mirror in his hand slowly diminishing, transforming into an ancient copper mirror that fused into his brow. In the distance, 12 ethereal figures of the Dao ancestors nodded in acknowledgement before dissipating into radiant streams that vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, in the 9 domains, the once corrupted dragon veins were gradually revitalizing, as the populace gazed at the newly clear sky, their cheers resonating through the heavens. Yet, Chen was acutely aware that the true peril had not been completely averted. Deep within the chaotic abyss, a flicker of dark golden energy lingered, the remnant seed of the power of nothingness. He clenched his fists, a determined glimmer igniting in his eyes. Should darkness return one day, I shall be the chaotic sword that severs illusion. With that declaration, he tore through the fabric of space, soaring towards the 9 domains, while behind him, the nascent mirror realm gradually closed within the primordial purple aura. Chapter 17. The shocking change at the formation's eye. The remnant soul of the fallen ancestor Chen rent the void, descending upon the tumultuous waves of the eastern sea. The primary eye of the 12-fold chaotic locking array lay concealed beneath this abyss, shrouded in thunder and monstrous waves. Harnessing the power of the treasured mirror, radiant 9-colored light enveloped him, as he plunged into the tumultuous sea like a shooting star. The moment the water touched the light, it transformed into myriad dark golden chains that frantically coiled around his ankles. Indeed, the power of nothingness had corroded him. Chen's gaze sharpened as he invoked the ancient strength of the chaotic tree, the primordial purple aura surging from within him, incinerating the chains in an instant. In the depths of the sea, an ancient altar encrusted with moss gradually emerged. At its center stood 12 coiling dragon pillars, each adorned with the ethereal figures of the Dao ancestors. However, these visages were now cloaked in dark golden patterns, exuding an aura of decay. Suddenly, the waters surrounding the altar began to boil, and 12 dark golden figures stepped forth from the whirlpool, clad in tattered Dao robes and wielding artifacts radiating a destructive essence. They were none other than the corrupted remnant souls of the Dao ancestors. How dare the hybrids of the chaotic bloodline disrupt the Master's plans? The leading fallen ancestor bellowed, as the shattered jade rui in his grasp erupted with dark golden lightning, cleaving the entire sea in two. The chaotic purifying spear swept forth, its blade unleashing a clash of 9-colored brilliance against the dark golden lightning, the ensuing energy waves causing the seabed mountains to collapse. Chen activated the chaotic mirror platform, projecting countless spear shadows within the mirror. Yet, the fallen ancestors simultaneously wielded their artifacts, manifesting 12 inverted worlds in the void. Each world was pierced by dark golden chains, countless beings wailing beneath their weight, transforming into sustenance for the power of nothingness. Break the illusion, return all to the void. Chen summoned the ancient scriptures. Golden light surging from the pages transformed into a torrential rain of swords. As the sword rain pierced the inverted worlds, the forms of the fallen ancestors began to twist and contort, emitting inhuman screams as dark golden patterns beneath their skin morphed into serpents, lunging towards Chen. The counter-destiny grass grew wildly, its leaves weaving into a cage to ensnare the serpents. Yet, the moment the serpents touched the leaves, they corroded the temporal dew completely. Purify for me, Chen roared, the phantom of the open heaven axe transforming into 9-colored brilliance, enveloping the remnant souls of the fallen ancestors. Within the radiance, their once corrupted visages gradually regained clarity, and in their gazes directed at Chen, there was a blend of gratitude and concern. Young friend, the origin of the void's power lies within the chaotic core, where the lingering soul of a Dao ancestor, before dissipating, imparted a fragment of consciousness into the sea of ink. Within that realm resides an existence far more terrifying than the Lord of the Void. As the last trace of dark golden aura was purified, the eastern sea regained its tranquility. Yet, Ink knew this was merely the beginning. He clenched his fists, the nine-colored dark purple radiance surging around him. In the distant void, the remaining 11 focal points emitted a perilous aura, while deep within the chaotic core, a terrifying power capable of overturning the heavens was gradually awakening. Chapter 18. The enigmatic traces of the secret realm. Ink stepped upon the nine-colored halo still lingering in the eastern sea, turning his gaze towards the depths of chaos. Within the sea of consciousness, the remnant awareness of the Dao ancestor flickered like a pulsating, ethereal blue flame. Under the reflection of the chaotic treasure mirror, it gradually unveiled a shocking image. At the heart of the ink-black chaotic core floated a colossal egg emanating an eerie dark golden glow. The surface of the shell was covered in fine cracks, through which a vague, humanoid figure could be discerned, coiled within. I must hasten. Ink's eyes sharpened as he tore through space, soaring towards the next focal point located in the western wilderness secret realm. The moment he entered the secret realm, a bone-chilling cold assaulted him. In the sky loomed a massive blood-red moon, casting its light upon the ground, where the sand and stones crystallized into sharp, dark, golden bone spurs, resembling a sea of lethal weapons. Deep within the secret realm, an ancient city entwined with vines flickered into view. The city walls, forged from pitch-black mysterious iron, were adorned with contorted reliefs of human faces, each one expressing torment and struggle, dark golden tears perpetually seeping from their eye sockets. As Ink approached the city, the faces on the walls suddenly unleashed a collective, piercing scream. Countless dark golden chains shot forth from the reliefs, their surfaces ablaze with ethereal blue flames, scorching the space they traversed and leaving blackened marks in their wake. Chaotic mirror, activate. Ink formed seals with his hands as the chaotic mirror within his consciousness spun rapidly, projecting 12 ancient defensive light shields. The shields collided with the dark golden chains, erupting in a thunderous roar as the surface of the shields instantly became riddled with cracks. Ink summoned the power of the chaotic ancient tree, its branches bursting forth from within him, intertwining in the air to form a colossal vine cage that ensnared some of the chains. At that moment, a dark golden figure slowly ascended from the altar at the city's center, clad in tattered black robes, crowned with 12 dark golden gemstones, and wielding a staff entwined with countless souls. The figure proclaimed, "Ants of the chaotic bloodline dare to intrude upon my domain." The voice of the figure was icy cold. With a sweep of the staff, the ground surrounding the altar violently shattered, and countless skeletons clawed their way from the depths, their bones aglow with dark golden light, their eyes flickering with ethereal blue flames. The skeletal army roared as they charged at Ink. The chaotic purification spear transformed into a streak of light in his hands, each swing conjuring a rain of blood. Wherever the spear passed, the skeleton's bones shattered, only to swiftly reconstitute. Ink activated the ancient tome, and golden butterflies emerged from its pages to form a rain of swords. Yet upon contact with the dark golden light upon the skeletons, the butterflies were corroded into black ash. These skeletons have been fortified by the power of the void, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective. Chen's pupils constricted sharply, invoking the chaotic treasure mirror within his consciousness. The intricate patterns upon the mirror's surface illuminated, and a stream of primordial purple energy descended from the heavens, enveloping the surrounding skeletons. Under the purification of this ethereal mist, the skeletons emitted piercing wails, their forms gradually becoming translucent before ultimately dissipating into the air. The figure cloaked in black observed this with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. Impressive, but still insufficient. He formed intricate seals with his hands, causing the 12 gemstones on the altar to illuminate simultaneously. A colossal dark golden beam of light surged skyward, within which a massive phantasm began to coalesce. This phantom resembled a gigantic spider, its body covered in dark golden scales, with 8 enormous limbs entwined by countless chains, each chains and bearing a wailing soul. The spectral spider let out a thunderous roar as it brought its limbs down simultaneously, causing the ground to fracture instantaneously. Chen summoned all his strength, creating a radiant 9-colored shield around him. When the colossal limb collided with the shield, the resulting energy shockwave flattened the surrounding peaks. Cracks appeared on the surface of the shield, blood trickled from the corner of Chen's mouth, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. Mirror of the celestial path. Shatter the demons. Chen bellowed, as the chaotic mirror projected thousands of spear shadows, which, under the enhancement of the primordial purple energy, transformed into golden streaks of light aimed at the spectral spider. The spear shadows pierced through the spider's form, leaving countless wounds in their wake. The phantom emitted a pained screech, its body beginning to fade away. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, the cloaked figure attempted to flee. Chen would not allow him to escape so easily. He summoned the chaotic treasure mirror. An array of 9-colored brilliance swiftly pursued the black-cloaked man, binding him midair. Speak. What is the essence of the void's colossal egg? Chen's eyes were icy as he demanded. The black-cloaked figure broke into a maniacal grin. Do you truly believe you can thwart everything? The existence of the chaotic core is beyond your capacity to contend with. Before he could finish his sentence, his body erupted violently, transforming into a cloud of dark golden mist that dissipated into the atmosphere. Chen clenched his fists. Watching the dark golden mist gradually vanish from his grasp, his vigilance intensifying. He understood that awaiting him ahead were foes far more formidable and terrifying. And the secrets surrounding the chaotic core grew increasingly enigmatic and perilous. Taking a deep breath, Chen tore through space and soared toward the next formation, while behind him, the western wilderness secret realm, illuminated by the sanguine moonlight, fell once more into a profound silence. Chapter 19. The abyssal cycle of the bone-eating demonic melody, as Chen tore through the fabric of space and entered the north's nether abyss, a bone-chilling cold, laden with dark golden miasma, assailed him. The fog that pervaded the abyss writhed as if alive, each tendril whispering faint, mournful laments, reminiscent of countless vengeful souls wailing in the darkness. At the center of the abyss, an ancient city loomed, suspended above a river of blood. Its walls constructed from innumerable shattered mirror fragments, each reflecting different infernal scenes. This place is truly bizarre. Chen furrowed his brow, channeling the essence of the chaotic Dao to manifest a 9-colored shield around him. As he approached the city, the mirror walls suddenly emitted a piercing hum, and thousands of mirror surfaces simultaneously flipped, revealing his blood-soaked, kneeling, and submissive form. Even more bizarrely, the reflection in the mirror broke free from its confines, brandishing a dark golden scythe as it lunged towards him, the blade dripping with a black liquid that corroded the very fabric of space. The mirror shattered the illusion. A chaotic mirror platform materialized above, casting 12 streams of primordial sword energy. The sword energy collided with the reflection, unleashing an explosion of energy that shattered a vast expanse of the mirror wall, awakening the resonant chimes echoing from deep within the city. 12 dark golden giant bells emerged from the blood river, their surfaces engraved with distorted human faces, each mouth agape, emitting a soul-rending cacophony. Chen felt a searing pain in his sea of consciousness, as the protective aura around him began to disintegrate. The reverse fate grass grew wildly, its leaves entwining around his ears in a futile attempt to muffle the demonic sound, only to be instantly obliterated by the dark golden sound waves. In a moment of peril, the ancient manuscript flew forth, its pages emanating a golden radiance that transformed into ancient sealing runes, enveloping him in a sound barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Chen summoned the power of the chaos ancient tree, its myriad branches morphing into vines that ensnared the giant bells. However, the black viscous liquid oozing from the bells swiftly corroded the vines, creating a seething toxic pool upon the ground. The fragmented essence of the chaos bloodline, meet your demise. At the altar in the heart of the city, a figure gradually materialized, clad in a black robe adorned with mirror patterns. A dark golden diamond crystal embedded in his forehead, he held a harp woven from countless chains. The figure plucked the strings, the sound waves transforming into tangible dark golden blades that sliced through space, shattering it into innumerable fragments. The chaos purification spear erupted with a spectrum of colors as Chen wielded its shadow to counter the attack. The spear's blade clashed with the sound wave blades, the resultant thunderous roar shaking the depths of the nether abyss. Yet, the figure in black suddenly grinned in a peculiar manner, the chains on the harp extending automatically to bind Chen's limbs. The runes swirling on the chains seared his skin, incessantly draining his power. This harp was forged from the remnants of the Dao ancestor's soul. Chen's pupils constricted, the chaos treasure mirror in his sea of consciousness vibrating violently. The primordial purple aura on the surface of the treasure transformed into a beam of light, surging towards the harp. Under the purification of the purple aura, anguished wails emanated from the chains, some beginning to disintegrate. The figure in black, witnessing this, displayed a fierce glint in his eyes, frantically strumming the harp strings to conjure an even more potent magical sound, creating a vortex that sought to utterly consume Chen. In this critical moment, Chen summoned all the power within him, merging 7 fragments of the treasure. The complete illusion of the chaos treasure mirror coalesced in the void, its surface patterns transforming into 12 mirror spirits. The spirits harmonized in an ancient song, countering the demonic sound. As the song reached its zenith, the illusion of the treasure radiated a brilliance capable of creating worlds, and wherever the light touched, the giant bells exploded, while the black-robed figure's harp disintegrated inch by inch. The figure let out a furious roar of defiance, his form beginning to twist and contort, ultimately transforming into a mass of dark golden mist. From within the mist, a chilling laughter echoed. Even if you can shatter this formation, the devouring egg of the chaos core shall eventually awaken, and at that time, the entire universe will descend into nothingness. Before the words had fully escaped, the mist was completely purified by the light of the treasure. Chen clutched the treasure tightly, gazing towards the depths of chaos. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the terrifying power at the core of chaos expanding relentlessly. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, I will protect the 9 domains. A surge of 9-colored radiance erupted around him, tearing through space as he soared towards the next perilous focal point. In the depths of the abyss of shadows, a river of dark golden blood surged violently, revealing a gigantic, scaled eye that flickered amidst the crimson waves. Chapter 20. The fiery demons emerge in the fiery domain as Chen tore through the void and entered the south wilderness's fiery domain. He was immediately engulfed by a sea of dark golden flames. This realm, known as the furnace of the 9 domains, had undergone a complete transformation. The surface of the crimson lava river was crystallized with dark golden formations, each imprisoning a distorted human visage, from whose hollow eye sockets flowed tears of molten blood. In the center of the domain, an altar composed of countless lava pillars arose majestically, with dark golden chains suspended above, hinting at a figure coiled within that exuded profound Taoist essence. It was the remnant form of a Tao ancestor suppressing the focal point of the formation. Chen's pupils constricted as the chaotic treasure mirror buzzed in his consciousness, reflecting the pulsating dark golden demon core deep within the altar. Before he could react, the ground beneath him erupted, unleashing a multitude of dark golden fire serpents that burst forth, their scales inscribed with runes of destruction, and their fiery breath capable of incinerating space itself. With the sweeping motion of the chaotic cleansing spear, the clash of 9-colored radiance against dark golden flames produced shockwaves that shattered the surrounding lava-stone forest within 100 miles. Suddenly, the clouds above transformed into a dark golden vortex, from which 12 armored demon gods descended, armed with battle axes ablaze with void fire. Their diamond-shaped crystals embedded in their foreheads mirrored those of the black-robed figures from the abyss of shadows. Today shall be the grave of your chaotic bloodline, the leading demon god proclaimed, swinging his battle axe, which tore open a rift in space, unleashing an infinite sea of dark golden flames that engulfed Chen in an instant. Mirror Abyss 9 turns. The myriad forms dissolve into emptiness. Chen activated the chaotic mirror platform, projecting 12 ancient defensive mirrors. The primordial purple energy swirling on the surface of the mirrors battled against the dark golden sea of flames, yet fissures appeared upon contact with the demon god's assaults. The reversal grass grew wildly, its leaves igniting into a green light shield, but the shield dissipated into smoke in the blink of an eye under the scorching void fire. In a moment of peril, the ancient scroll of the ancients unfurled automatically, and golden butterflies emerged from its pages, forming a world-destroying sword formation. The formation shredded the approaching fire serpents, yet they were reduced to mere dust by the demon god's battle axes. Chen summoned the power of the chaotic ancient tree, its roots penetrating the lava and coalescing into a cage to ensnare the demon gods. However, the dark golden demon core within the altar suddenly erupted with blinding light, causing the demon gods' bodies to swell, forcefully shattering the cage while the void fire on their axes surged tenfold. This is bad. They are about to self-destruct. Chen's expression changed dramatically as the chaotic treasure mirror manifested its complete form above him. The intricate patterns on the mirror transformed into a protective shield, but the energy from the demon god's self-detonation struck like an apocalyptic tsunami, threatening to shatter the shield. Amidst the dark golden shockwaves, Chen caught a glimpse of the chain cage within the altar crumbling, revealing the figure emanating Taoist essence, unmistakably the remnant soul of a Tao ancestor. With my chaotic bloodline as the catalyst, and leveraging the power of the treasure to open the heavens, Chen bit his tongue, unleashing blood infused with the essence of Tao fruit. The moment the blood melded with the treasure, it radiated a brilliance that split the heavens, revealing the ethereal forms of 12 Tao ancestors. In unison, the ethereal figures raised their hands, channeling the dark golden energy generated from the self-detonation into the abyss beneath the altar. Deep within the abyss, the dark golden egg of devouring worlds quivered violently in response to the energy fluctuations, the cracks on its surface deepening further. As the radiance faded, the 12 demonic deities were utterly annihilated, yet the dark golden magic core upon the altar began to absorb the remnants of the Dao ancestor's soul. Chen grasped the treasured mirror tightly, vibrant hues of purple and gold surging around him. Not a chance. He swung the mirror, sending a beam of primordial purple energy towards the magic core, only to witness the core's surface split open, revealing a gigantic hand covered in scales that fiercely resisted the purple energy. The sky of the fiery domain began to collapse. Dark golden meteors fell like rain, and in the direction of the chaotic core, a terrifying aura capable of devouring the 9 domains was slowly awakening. Chapter 21. The ruins return to silence. The end begins to unfold. The aftermath of the fiery domain's collapse had yet to subside, and Chen's body trembled with vibrant colors, as the chaotic, treasured mirror in his consciousness suddenly erupted with countless dark golden fissures. The energy from the demonic deities drawn into the abyss detonated, resonating with the mirror and the egg of devouring worlds, transforming into a web-like pattern of corrosion that ravenously gnawed at his Dao fruit. The reversal grass twisted into a spiral in his hair, while the time-space dew that had formed on its leaves turned into dark golden powder that sifted down. It turned out that from the very beginning, I had been lured into this predicament. A metallic sweetness surged in Chen's throat as he gazed at the expanding dark golden halo in the direction of the chaotic core. Deep within the abyss, the shell of the egg of devouring worlds had cracked open significantly, revealing a curled figure within, astonishingly resembling him by 7 parts, entwined in dark golden chains. More astonishingly, the void power residual from the 12 formation eyes transformed into flowing light, converging towards this shadowy figure. Suddenly, the bronze drum of the southern border's goo god altar oozed black blood, and the surfaces of the 12 drums simultaneously revealed Chen's reflection. The chaotic Dao fruit of the person in the mirror was disintegrating, dark golden patterns crawling across his body. The chaotic bloodline ultimately served as a vessel for the chaotic essence. The remnant soul of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion's master cackled amidst the drum's echo, as the ancient goo formation beneath the altar lit up, and countless man-faced serpent goo insects burrowed to the surface, each insect's eyes reflecting the image of the egg of devouring worlds. Beneath the extreme northern ice plains, newly birthed ice spirits collectively awakened. They transformed into dark golden dragons soaring into the clouds, their bodies entwined with chains that grasped shattered stars. When the dragon's mouth opened wide, it did not unleash icy breath, but rather a mist of void. Wherever it passed, the entire ice plane's time-space began to flow in reverse, the spectral forms of ancient ferocious beasts flickering in and out within the mist. Chen strained to maintain his fractured Dao fruit, wielding the chaotic purifying spear to cleave through space, only to find dark golden mist surging from each fissure. This mist coalesced in the air to form the phantoms of the 12 fallen ancestors, each grasping chains forged from the dragon veins of the 9 domains. The other end of these chains was gradually pulling the egg of devouring worlds from the chaotic core. Young friend, flee quickly. Before the elder's remnant soul was reduced to ashes, it transmitted a fragment of memory into his consciousness. In ancient times, the 12 ancestors had fused their own Dao fruits with the chaotic bloodline to seal the rampaging chaotic essence, thus forging the suppression formation. So, the bloodline I speak of is indeed the key to the seal. Chen's pupils trembled as the treasured mirror in his consciousness began to operate autonomously, projecting ancient images of the creation of the world. As the chaotic azure lotus bloomed in the imagery, the bronze fragment around his neck transformed into flowing light, merging with the treasured mirror. The complete chaos treasure emits a primordial purple aura that purifies all things, yet in the moment it touches the devouring egg, it is tainted with an eerie dark golden hue. Awaken, vessel of the chaos origin. The devouring egg shatters entirely, and a shadow akin to Chen gradually rises. As the shadow raises its hand, the dark golden mist from the 9 domains coalesces into chains that penetrate Chen's chest, pulling him toward the core of chaos. In the instant he is engulfed by darkness, Chen suddenly bursts into laughter, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, crystallizing in the air into ancient sealing runes. You desire the vessel? Then behold how it retaliates. The chaos treasure and the Dao fruit simultaneously self-destruct, and the collision of the 9-colored dark purple radiance with the dark golden void power creates an energy storm that sweeps across the universe. When the light dissipates, the shadow of the devouring egg erupts violently, yet Chen's consciousness plunges into a realm of pure white. There, the true spirits of the 12 Dao ancestors hover silently, their gazes reflecting both solace and concern. The origin of chaos has yet to be fully purified, and you have become the new seal. Chapter 22. The New Seal of Chaos. boundless reality within the pure white space. The true spirits of the 12 Dao ancestors transform into streams of light and enter Chen's brow, where the chaos treasure regathers in the depths of his consciousness. No longer emitting a 9-colored glow, it now radiates an extraordinary halo that oscillates between dark gold and primordial purple. He gazes down at his palm, where dark golden patterns intertwine with chaos Dao patterns, forming a network that pulses with the tremors from the core of chaos with each heartbeat. There, the shattered devouring egg is reassembling into a new seal, guided by his soul. Is this the price? Chen murmurs to himself. Suddenly, the pure white space trembles violently, and countless shattered mirrors fall from the void. The mirrors reflect scenes from the 9 domains. The southern wilderness's goo formation spirals out of control. Swarms of goo insects transforming into a dark golden torrent. The void mist of the extreme northern ice fields consumes the entire continent. Above the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the shadow of a fallen ancestor tugs at the crumbling sky with dragon vein chains. The chaos-purifying halberd materializes in his hand, its blade radiating with both purifying and destructive power. Chen tears through space and steps into the southern wilderness. The altar of the goo god has turned into a blood pool, with 12 bronze drums floating atop it, each bearing a human face with dark golden vertical pupils that roar in unison. The vessel is broken, chaos shall fall. From the blood pool emerges a serpent-bodied goo king, its size rivaling mountains, venom seeping from the gaps in its scales, corroding the very fabric of space. Mirror abyss, soul lock, all goo return to silence. Chen channels the treasure, projecting the ethereal images of 12 suppressing towers from the mirror. The primordial chains descending from the tower's peak ensnare the goo king. Yet the dark golden venom scorches Chen's Dao fruit as it travels along the chains. The reversal grass grows wildly, its leaves piercing the goo king's vital points, while droplets of time and space transform into purifying light, only to be tainted black upon reaching the core of the goo king, influenced by the lingering essence of the devouring egg within. In a moment fraught with peril, Chen activates the newly condensed chaos twin technique, binding the goo king with primordial purple energy in his left hand, while his right hand unleashes dark golden destructive power aimed at its life source. The collision of these two forces creates a vortex that shatters all goo insects within 1,000 miles. However, at the moment the goo king explodes, countless dark golden spores surge skyward, flying towards the other directions of the 9 domains. The spores cannot be allowed to spread. Chen tears through space, appearing successively in the extreme northern ice fields and the imperial city of Zhongzhou. Upon the icy expanse, he reshaped the corrupted laws of heaven and earth with chaotic patterns, sealing the void mist deep beneath the ground. In the imperial city, he wielded the treasure mirror to create 12 avatars, engaging in a fierce struggle with the fallen ancestors' phantoms. With each fallen ancestor he vanquished, Chen's consciousness waned, and fissures began to appear in the new seals within his sea of consciousness. As the last fallen ancestor dissipated, a thunderous roar erupted from the chaotic core. The remnants of the world-eating egg, previously sealed, trembled violently, casting a colossal dark golden phantom across the skies of the 9 domains through Chen's sea of consciousness. The phantom opened its enormous maw, swallowing the entire firmament, while Chen's body began to turn translucent, on the verge of becoming a new seal merging with the chaotic core. As a vessel, I shall command the chaos. Chen ignited the essence of his Dao, fully merging his bloodline with the power of the treasure mirror. An extraordinary force, surpassing primordial chaos and nothingness, erupted around him, the primordial source of chaos. Wherever this power surged, the dark golden phantom disintegrated inch by inch, and the remnants of the world-eating egg reassembled into an egg, forcibly drawn into his sea of consciousness. The crisis in the 9 domains was temporarily averted, with Chen suspended at the juncture of chaos and reality. One eye shimmered with the ethereal hue of primordial chaos, while the other burned with dark golden flames. From this day forth, I am both the seal and the sword-bearer. His voice resonated throughout the 9 domains, and deep within his sea of consciousness. New patterns emerged on the surface of the world-eating egg, woven from his Dao essence and bloodline, an indomitable new seal. Chapter 23. The great change of all realms and the reawakening of the cycle. The tranquility of the 9 domains was but a fleeting moment. Chen sat cross-legged upon the celestial axis at the boundary of chaos and the present world. Suddenly, the sealing patterns he had inscribed on the surface of the world-eating egg in his sea of consciousness rippled with an eerie disturbance. The once suppressed dark golden aura surged forth like a living entity, seeping through the crevices of the patterns, coalescing around him into countless tiny mirrors, each reflecting apocalyptic visions from different worlds. Some continents reduced to powder by void fire, some star rivers pierced and plummeting by dark golden chains. This is dire. Chen's eyes flew open as the chaotic treasure mirror hovered above him, projecting 12 warning sigils. Beyond the 9 domains, innumerable alternate dimensions hidden within the folds of the void trembled simultaneously. In the ancient depths of the all-realms ruins, 12 altars constructed from bones slowly ascended. And upon the central bronze coffin, dark golden patterns identical to those of the world-eating egg were intricately carved. In the depths of the southern wilderness, the dormant altar of the goo god once again erupted. This time, it was not swarming with goo insects, but rather thousands of mirrored beings. Their skin coursing with dark golden blood, each bearing a diamond crystal embedded in their chests, reminiscent of the master of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion. The leading mirrored being, as the chaotic seal weakened, split the corners of its mouth lined with mirror patterns, raising its hand. And the miasma of the entire mountain range transformed into dark golden chains, spreading towards the 9 domains. The void mist of the far northern ice plains returned, this time carrying the lingering souls of ancient ferocious beasts. Their bodies coalesced from dark golden ice crystals, and with each roar, they could tear apart space. Deep within the ice plains, the ice spirits, previously subdued by Chen, collectively awakened, merging into a colossal dark golden scorpion that blotted out the sun, its venomous tail gleaming with a light capable of corroding chaotic patterns. Chen tore through space, arriving in the southern wilderness in an instant. The chaotic and purifying spear unleashed a kaleidoscope of dark purple radiance, only to be entirely rebounded upon encountering the mirror-like figure. More bizarrely, the shattered remnants of the mirror entity transformed into a dark golden mist, infiltrating the bodies of nearby cultivators. In an instant, their pupils were tainted a deep gold, and they raised their weapons to strike at their companions. The mirror abyss stirred, as myriad laws converged into nothingness. Chen invoked the chaotic treasure mirror, projecting the ancient demon-slaying formation within its depths. The primordial purple aura of the formation clashed fiercely with the dark golden mist, yet suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the southern lands, as 12 ancient goo formations, buried deep, simultaneously activated. The remnants of the world-devouring egg at the core resonated, unleashing a force potent enough to distort time and space. As Chen engaged in a fierce battle with the mirror figure, the stars above the central state imperial city began to rotate in reverse. 12 spectral figures of fallen ancestors stepped forth from the starry tracks, their dragon vein chains intertwining into a net that descended upon Chen. Upon contact with his protective aura, the world-devouring egg within his consciousness trembled violently, and the newly sealed patterns began to peel away. It became evident that these interdimensional upheavals were aimed at weakening the seal. Gritting his teeth, Chen activated the chaotic twin technique. The primordial purple aura coalesced in his left hand into 12 spiraling dragon columns, bracing against the dragon vein chains. Yet, the dark, golden destructive force unleashed from his right hand was absorbed and transformed into an even more formidable attack by the fallen ancestors upon impact. In a moment of dire peril, the ancient tome and the chaotic ancient tree erupted simultaneously. Golden butterflies emerged from the pages, forming a temporal cage that temporarily ensnared the fallen ancestors. The branches of the ancient tree pierced through space, driving straight into the skeletal altar of the myriad realms. However, the instant the branches touched the altar, the coffin erupted with a deafening explosion, and a dark golden figure slowly rose, adorned with a shattered imperial crown. Its visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen, though its eyes burned with a madness bent on annihilation. The vessel of the chaotic origin was to return to its rightful owner. The dark golden figure raised a hand, and the 9 domains and the interdimensional realms trembled violently, causing Chen's body to uncontrollably surge toward the realm of the myriad worlds. His Dao fruit ignited in a fierce blaze, cracks appearing upon the surface of the chaotic treasure mirror, while behind him, the sky of the 9 domains began to collapse, revealing a deeper chaos, etched with dark golden patterns. Chapter 24. The Duel of Origins and the Awakening of True Self. Chen's form soared uncontrollably through the void, the chaotic Dao patterns on his body fracturing inch by inch, as the dark golden aura slithered through his meridians like a venomous serpent, infiltrating his consciousness. On the skeletal altar of the myriad realms, the dark golden figure waved a hand, causing the dark golden chains within the 12 coffins to simultaneously swell, ensnaring him like a spider's web. The moment the chains touched his skin, Chen felt the chaotic bloodline within him being forcibly siphoned, gathering toward the heart of the altar. The chaotic, purifying spear trembled violently, transforming into a stream of light that merged into Chen's being. as the cracks in the chaotic treasure mirror oozed with a myriad of dark purple hues, colliding fiercely with the dark golden aura. Chen strained against his fractured Dao fruit, channeling the powers of the ancient tome and the chaotic ancient tree. The golden light emanating from the pages formed ancient protective runes, while the roots of the ancient tree penetrated the chains, striving to liberate him from the altar's pull. Yet, the dark golden figure merely flicked a hand, and all resistance dissipated into nothingness. That is enough. Chen suddenly roared, clarity flashing in his eyes. He ceased his struggle, closed his eyes, and allowed his consciousness to sink into the deepest depths of his mind. In that place, the surface of the suppressed egg of the abyss was experiencing the rapid disintegration of its newly sealed patterns. Yet, amidst the fissures of the shell, a faint glimmer of primordial purple energy persisted tenaciously. The consciousness of Chen transformed into a stream of light, merging into the purple energy. In an instant, his awareness seemed to plunge into an interminable chaos. Within the darkness, countless fragments of memories surged forth, scenes of the 12 ancestral seals confining the chaotic essence, the millennium-long schemes of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion, and the mission etched into his very blood since birth. However, in the deepest recesses of his memory, he beheld an entirely different vision. At the dawn of chaos, a pure source of power was divided into two, one half transformed into the primordial force that maintains order, while the other fell into darkness, becoming the void that consumes all. Thus, Chen's consciousness coalesced within the chaos, realizing that he was not merely a vessel, but a fragment of the primordial source. Upon opening his eyes, an abrupt transformation enveloped him. No longer was he entwined in the duality of the chaotic twin techniques, but rather, he radiated a pure brilliance that transcended both. This was the true essence of chaotic power. The dark golden figure upon the altar finally displayed a look of astonishment. With a mere gesture, Chen shattered the dark golden chains that bound him. The chaos treasure mirror reconstituting in his palm, its cracked surface morphing into ancient patterns, emanating a pressure that could cleave the heavens. Did you think that by severing the void's essence, you could command all? Chen's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the myriad realms. But you have forgotten. Chaos inherently embraces all things, including you and me. The chaos treasure mirror erupted in blinding radiance, and within that light, Chen's figure began to overlap with the dark golden entity. The two forces gradually fused amidst their collision, shattering the dark golden mirrors surrounding the altar, revealing an alternate dimension eroded by the void. As the brilliance faded, a new figure hovered at the center of the myriad realms, clad in a robe of interwoven black and white, with his left eye swirling with primordial purple energy and his right eye ablaze with dark golden flames, holding the chaos treasure mirror that shimmered with transcendent Dao rhythms. Chapter 25. The convergence of chaos and the cycle of rebirth. The 9 domains and alternate dimensions return to tranquility under the cleansing force of chaos. Yet the intertwining Dao rhythms surrounding Chen suddenly surged violently. The surface of the chaos treasure mirror was marred with countless tiny fissures resembling a spider's web. And within its depths, the terrified phantoms of the 12 ancestors were reflected. These true spirits, long since dispersed, now emitted silent howls through the river of time and space. Not good. Chen's pupils constricted as the source power, merging with the egg of the abyss within his consciousness, suddenly boiled over. Deep within the depths of the myriad realms, the dark golden mist he had purified eerily reformed, coalescing into 12 towering demonic pillars. Distorted human faces emerged upon the surface of these pillars, unmistakably the remnants of the suppressed fallen ancestors, the pavilion master of the mirror abyss, and even the lingering souls of the Lord of the Void. The altar of the southern wilderness God awakened once more, but this time, the beings that emerged were not mirrored figures, but countless chaotic demonic butterflies. The patterns on their wings assembled into an ancient world-destroying formation, devouring space and leaving behind a plethora of black holes in their wake. Beneath the frigid expanse of the extreme north, an immense dark golden whale was birthed from the silent void of nothingness. With each sweep of its tail, it could conjure tsunamis that devoured stars. Did the minuscule fragment dare to shake the essence? With a sweeping gesture, the myriad realms began to collapse, as the 9 domains and alternate dimensions simultaneously fell into a temporal reverse. As the body of Chen teetered on the brink of disintegration under the strain of power, he glimpsed the profound truth lurking within the depths of chaos. Since the dawn of creation, the eternal struggle between the primordial and the void has been unceasing. Each sealing and unsealing serves to identify those capable of embodying the complete essence of the primordial body. Chapter 26. The transformation of primordial calamity and the echo of fate. Deep within the heart of the 10,000 mountains in the southern frontier, The silent altar of the goo god erupted violently, revealing a monument of tribulations constructed from billions of insect remains. The surface of the monument pulsated with an eerie light. A tapestry of primordial patterns and dark golden veins intertwined. Atop it, a blood-red compass began to whirl chaotically, as the pointer indicated a location where space unraveled inch by inch. The miasma encircling the altar morphed into countless distorted faces, collectively howling ancient incantations. Wherever the sound waves traveled, trees withered instantly, and rocks crumbled to dust. In the void of the extreme northern ice fields, the remnants of a dark golden whale began to reconstitute, now harboring thousands of void seeds within. These seeds plummeted towards the 9 domains like meteors, each one sprouting dark golden thorns upon landing, adorned with reflective fruits that mirrored the most terrifying scenes feared by the cultivators across the realms. The Xianbing guards stationed upon the ice fields beheld their reflections, witnessing themselves as mere puppets, causing their Dao hearts to crumble. In the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the dragon veins suddenly surged backward, giving rise to a primordial prison ensnared by bronze chains. The phantoms of 12 fallen ancestors were imprisoned within, their forms simultaneously eroded by dark golden mist and black and white patterns, producing inhuman screams. In the depths of the prison, a bronze mirror inscribed with the arcane secrets of chaos gradually emerged, reflecting every subtle change in Chen's being within the realm of primordiality. The primordial light that was Chen tore through the chaos, arriving in the southern frontier. As soon as he manifested, the monument of tribulations unleashed 12 dark golden chains, the patterns upon their surfaces capable of absorbing primordial energy. The roots of the ancient chaotic tree broke through the earth in an attempt to impede, only to be reduced to ash upon contact with the chains. The reverse fate grass grew wildly, the time-space due upon its leaves colliding with the dark golden chains, unleashing an energy that obliterated the space within 1,000 miles. It became evident that the so-called primordial was merely a new prison. The remnants of the void sovereign's soul emanated a sinister laughter from within the monument, which then fissured, releasing countless translucent chaotic parasites. These parasites bore resemblance to Chen but possessed dark golden pupils. They wielded blades forged from the condensed fruits of cultivators, capable of severing causal threads with each strike. In the extreme northern ice fields, the thorny forest grown from the void seeds had already spread to the borders of Zhongzhou. A colossal hand formed of dark golden thorns grasped the passing stars, squeezing them into void energy that infused the reflective fruits. As the fruits split open, out emerged enhanced versions of the mirror demons and flame demons that had previously been vanquished by Chen, their bodies woven from chaos and void. Each attack infused with temporal paradoxes. Chen harnessed the primordial energy, coalescing it into a taiji fish diagram around him. The black and white fish intertwined, transforming into a vortex that consumed all, drawing in the chaotic parasites and enhanced demonic entities alike. However, as he sought to purify these forces, an infant's cry resonated from the depths of the primordial realm, shattering the taiji fish diagram with its sound waves. Chen's primordial light flickered violently, and the connection to the source of chaos within his consciousness began to fracture. At this moment, 12 simultaneously illuminated with dark golden beams, within which appeared figures identical to the infant from the. They extended their arms and chanted ancient melodies in unison, causing the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 domains to warp. The miasma of the southern wilderness solidified into tangible blades. The void of the far north transformed into a cage, and the dragon veins of the central state morphed into a colossal python that consumed all life. Chapter 27. The final chapter of Breaking the Cocoon. All paths return to one. The dark golden vortex devoured everything within the chaos, as the projections from the 12 twisted and transformed at its periphery into 12 enormous maws adorned with fangs. From the rift of the dark golden mist surrounding the infant swelled dramatically, and the runes on its forehead morphed into an abyssal void, absorbing all the black light emitted by the arrow of white light, upon touching the vortex, was surprisingly reversed into a dark golden beam of death, wildly sweeping across the 9 domains. This was indeed the ultimate manifestation of the primordial chaos. The white light, born of, rapidly reformed in the void, its surrounding black and white runes swirling furiously. He gazed upon the land of the southern wilderness, pierced by the death ray, where mountains were crumbling into dark golden quicksand, gradually revealing an altar built from the bones of countless beings. At the center of the altar stood a dark golden giant axe, exuding an aura of destruction, its patterns resonating with those of the chaos treasure. The void fog of the far north boiled over entirely, as massive hands of dark golden thorns grasped the starry sky, crushing stars one by one. The energy released from the explosions surged into the vortex, amplifying its pull. The prison in the central state collapsed thunderously, and the phantoms of 12 fallen ancestors broke free from their chains, merging with the dark golden mist to become 12 chaotic destroyers wielding massive hammers. Each swing of their weapons could rend the fabric of space, creating irreparable black holes. However, at that very moment, the faith of all beings in the 9 domains coalesced into a river. Cultivators burned their Dao fruits, while mortals ignited the fire of life, their powers surging through the fissures of heaven and earth into the chaos. Wrapped in the power of faith, S consciousness reformed into a tangible entity. He reached out to grasp the dark golden giant axe upon the altar, resonating with the chaos treasure, unleashing a force capable of cleaving the heavens. With the destruction of all paths converged as swung the axe towards the vortex. The fissures in space cleaved open, revealing the initial fusion of primordial chaos and void. The dark golden vortex emitted a thunderous roar, attempting to consume the giant axe, but its eyes ignited with flames of black and white, channeling the faith of the beings in the 9 domains into the axe's handle. At the moment the giant axe finally cleaved through the vortex, the infant's body erupted, transforming into myriad dark golden rays. These rays scattered throughout the chaos. Some fell into the 9 domains, becoming new laws of heaven and earth, while others dissipated evolving into veins that nurtured life. Meanwhile, S body gradually became transparent amidst the radiance, ultimately transforming into a bridge spanning the chaos. One end of the bridge connected to the primordial chaos, while the other led to the void, with the eternal light flowing in between. Chapter 28, The Rebirth of. A new tide rises. In the years following the establishment of the 9 domains basked in a soft glow of intertwined black and white. As the newly born laws of heaven and earth slithered like spirit serpents, mending the once fragmented fissures of space. However, in the shadow of the primordial stone tablet, a dark golden stain quietly spreads, akin to ink seeping into rice paper, silently eroding the Dao patterns upon the monument. The ruins of the Guishu altar in the southern frontier have transformed into a desolate wasteland after the great battle, yet one fateful night. The sound of dragging chains echoed through the night. Amidst the rubble of the altar's remnants, countless mirror shards broke through the earth, piecing together a distorted archway. Laughter of children emerged from within the arch, reminiscent of the cries of the primordial catastrophe's embodiment. At the very moment the mirror gate opened, a small, scaly hand reached out, its palms patterns mirroring that of a dark golden giant axe. Deep within the extreme northern ice plains, the purified void mist recondensed into an ice coffin. Inside the coffin lay a silver-haired youth, his brow pulsating with dark golden specks of light. With each flicker of these lights, the fabric of space and time within 100 miles would warp. During their patrol, the Xianbing guards discovered that the star trails surrounding the ice coffin were rotating in reverse, as the devoured remnants of stars were reorganizing in a peculiar manner. Beneath the ruins of the primordial prison at the heart of the Longmai of the Central Plains, 12 dark golden chains broke through the soil. At the ends of these chains were entwined 12 pulsating hearts, each inscribed with different Dao patterns, the marks of the fallen ancestors' destruction, the mirrored runes of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion, and the devouring sigils of the Lord of the Void. These hearts pulsed in unison, resonating with the chaotic depths of the primordial realm. The primordial bridge, forged from ink dust, suddenly trembled, dark golden hues seeping through the black and white radiance. His consciousness traversed between the 9 domains and alternate dimensions, discovering that within the newly birthed spiritual veins, black thorns had begun to grow. The fruits born of these thorns resembled eyeballs, with images of erased apocalyptic scenes reflected within their pupils. When cultivators plucked these fruits, the eyeballs would infiltrate their sea of consciousness, distorting memories and the essence of their Dao hearts. More astonishing anomalies manifested in the alternate dimensions. At the purified edges of the 12 alternate realms, stone tablets akin to those of the primordial realm emerged, yet their surfaces were etched with reversed Dao patterns. Atop the tablets, 12 dark golden crows circled, their wings creating minute fissures in space, from which oozed a viscous black liquid, wherever it flowed. Spiritual veins withered and laws unraveled. Utilizing the power of the primordial, Chen conjured a Taiji diagram in the skies above the 9 domains. As the black and white fish swam, they attempted to devour the dark golden obsessions. However, upon touching those negative emotions, they were unexpectedly tinged with dark gold. Suddenly, the mirror gate of the southern frontier swung wide open, and countless mirror puppets surged forth, their blades inscribed with primordial Dao patterns yet exuding a scent of destruction. At that moment, the stone tablet of the primordial sacred realm erupted with a thunderous blast, dark golden mist gushing forth. Within the mist, The phantom of the primordial catastrophe began to coalesce slowly. This time, however, the phantom grasped a wheel of tribulation forged from the convictions of beings across the 9 domains. As the wheel turned, the sky of the 9 domains began to shift in hue, the black and white radiance completely consumed by dark gold. Chen gazed upon this spectacle, finally comprehending that the true path of the primordial lies not in the eradication of opposition, but in the eternal collision, seeking the profound truth of balance. And thus, this game concerning the essence of chaos had merely drawn back its new curtain. Chapter 29. The Dao Heart Enlightenment on the Path of Balance at the moment of the collapse of the primordial sacred realm. The myriad fragments of Chen's consciousness trembled violently beneath the crushing weight of the dark golden wheel of tribulation. Yet, just as it seemed on the brink of collapse, he suddenly felt the fervent aspirations of the beings from the 9 domains, children's yearning for new beginnings, cultivators' unwavering dedication to the Dao, and mortals' steadfast guardianship of their homeland. These pure emotions coalesced like strands of gentle light, merging into a river amidst the chaos. Obsession is not malevolent. It lies in the mastery of it. Chen's consciousness sharply focused, and the black and white radiance surrounding him surged dramatically, carving out a sanctuary at the heart of the dark golden wheel of tribulation. He extended his hand to grasp the edge of the wheel, where the primordial Dao patterns clashed fiercely with the dark golden lines, the sparks that erupted illuminating the entire chaos. In that moment, he finally discerned the core of the wheel, revealing a pulsating heart of chaos, half as dark as night and half as bright as day. Beneath the imperial city of Zhongzhou, 12 beating hearts suddenly resonated with a tremor. The sinister Dao patterns gradually dissipated under the illumination of the black and white light, ultimately transforming into 12 strands of pure primordial power, merging into the dragon vein. Meanwhile, deep within the realm of primordial chaos, the inverted stone tablets collapsed with a thunderous roar. The wings of dark golden crows shattered piece by piece, transforming into nurturing spiritual rain for otherworldly realms. Chen summoned the primordial power of the Chaos Treasure Mirror, reshaping a brand new primordial platform within the chaos. The surface was interwoven with black and white jade, with the heart of chaos suspended at the center. He immersed his consciousness within, finally unraveling the ultimate mystery of the chaos. Hongming and nothingness are not oppositional. They are akin to the dualities of yin and yang. Only through dynamic equilibrium can eternal vitality be birthed. Now, with a wave of his hand, countless intertwining chains of black and white materialized in the skies of the 9 domains, ensnaring the remnants of the dark golden obsession like a colossal net. He then divided the heart of chaos into 2 halves, casting one into the depths of Hongming to become the celestial Dao that safeguards order, while the other sank into the abyss of nothingness to become the terrestrial Dao that embraces chaos. As for himself, he transformed into the human Dao, traversing between the two to maintain this delicate balance. As time flowed, new legends began to circulate throughout the 9 domains. Some say that at the juncture of heaven and earth, a silhouette of black and white can often be seen, with a sword in his left hand. He cleaves through delusions, and with a lotus in his right, he guides the heart demons. Others recount that at the edge of other realms stands a mysterious primordial platform, accessible only to those cultivators who truly comprehend the path of balance, allowing them a glimpse of the true essence of chaos. Chapter 30. The enigmatic shadows of light and time in the 13th epoch following the establishment of the primordial platform. The starry skies of the 9 domains were suddenly shrouded in a gossamer veil of dark golden mist. Beneath the sands of the southern frontier's Mirror Gate ruins, long dormant shards of the mirror rippled once more, each fragment reflecting the same silhouette of a silver-haired youth standing barefoot in the void, cradling a blood-stained primordial Dao pattern in his palm. During a patrol, the Xianbing guards discovered that in the depths of the extreme northern ice plains, time-space fissures were continuously releasing bronze fragments inscribed with ancient incantations, piecing together the name Chronomancer, which sent tremors through the heavens and earth. At the core of the dragon vein in the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the purified 12 hearts emitted a strange resonance. Beneath the sealed ruins of the primordial prison, dark golden chains began to grow anew, entwining into a towering edifice. Within the web-like strands of light cascading from its pinnacle, several mysterious cultivators exuding an ancient aura were imprisoned, their pupils shaped like slits, and the diamond mark on their foreheads mirroring that of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion Master. Even more unsettling changes were occurring in the other realms. The once purified inverted stone tablets emerged from the depths of the earth, their surfaces oozing a black liquid that corroded the nascent laws of the universe. Simultaneously, the skies of 12 alternate dimensions split open, revealing not meteorites descending, but rather countless ancient bronze coffins. The intricate carvings upon their lids depicted the enemies slain by Chen during the primordial catastrophe. It became evident that the chaotic obsession had never truly vanished, but lay dormant within the creases of time. Chen's ethereal form coalesced amidst the chaos as he summoned the Chaos Treasure Mirror. However, the Dao patterns upon its surface dimmed, reflecting not the landscapes of the 9 domains, but a desolate world pierced by dark golden chains. Drawing upon the powers of heaven and earth, he discovered that the primordial purple energy and void currents were distorted into a dark golden curse upon nearing the alternate dimensions, influenced by an unknown force. In a moment of dire urgency, the 9 domains suddenly erupted with countless rays of faith. Those who had once been sheltered by Chen, cultivators, mortals, and even spirit beasts, burned their innate energies, coalescing in the void into a colossal primordial hand seal. As the seal descended, the dark golden fiends let out a heart-wrenching wail. While the silver-haired youth displayed a maniacal grin, his body began to disintegrate, transforming into myriad streams of dark golden light that merged into the spatial rifts throughout the 9 domains. Chapter 31, Retracing Light. Time's journey to ruin. The instant Chen stepped into the time rift, a clash of black and white radiance collided with the swirling dark golden mist. The scene before him reassembled like a shattered mirror. He found himself amidst an inverted galaxy, where stars moved in reverse, and meteorites trailed a backward flame. Even the chaotic time streams flowing within solidified into dark golden ice crystals suspended in the void. The Chaos Treasure Mirror trembled violently, revealing countless overlapping images, the scenes of the 12 ancestors sealing the void's essence, the scheming laughter of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion's master who had plotted for millennia, and the shadowy figure in a black robe lurking behind the silver-haired youth. Was this the upstream of the river of time? Before Chen could finish his thought, the dark golden ice crystals suddenly shattered, unleashing 3 colossal beasts with wings of time. Their scales glimmered with flowing light from the past, and each roar threatened to tear the surrounding time apart. The Chaos Purification Spear unsheathed itself, its blade radiating a primordial brilliance that collided with the reverse breath expelled by the beasts, generating an energy that tore open a rift leading into the past. Through this rift, Chen beheld a startling scene. During the inception of chaos, the 12 ancestors did not voluntarily seal the essence of the void. Rather, they were coerced by a formidable being crowned with the diadem of time. This figure wielded a scythe to sever the connection between the primordial and the void, forcibly splitting the chaotic essence in twain. This silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the luminary scene within the treasure mirror. In a moment of peril, the faith of the 9 domains transformed into flowing light that pierced through the time rift. These rays coalesced into chains within the reverse time currents, ensnaring Chen's dissipating form. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the Chaos Treasure Mirror, projecting the true spiritual images of the 12 ancestors. They simultaneously raised their hands, channeling their lifetime of cultivation into Chen, assisting him in breaking free from the bindings of time's reverse flow. Do you believe yourself to be the savior? Merely a flawed remnant of history. The silver-haired youth plunged fragments into Chen's chest, as dark golden chains burrowed through the wound into his sea of consciousness. Chen's Dao fruit trembled violently under the chain's encroachment, and the surface of the Chaos Treasure Mirror began to crack like a spider's web. At the moment of utmost peril, he abruptly summoned the power of humanity within him, embodying the hope and faith of the myriad beings across the 9 domains. As the radiance faded, Chen languidly floated amidst the chaotic currents of time and space. His Dao fruit dimmed, the chaotic treasure mirror marred with fissures, toward the direction of the 9 domains. 12 dark golden altars erupted from the earth, crowned by bronze statues reminiscent of the luminary. Chapter 32, The Manifestation of Calamity. Universes in mourning dragging his battered form through the rift of time and space. Chen returned to the 9 domains, where the air was thick with a dark golden mist, akin to blood. Above the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the 12 dark golden altars floated in a stellar formation, their bronze statues simultaneously unveiling their eerie eyes. From their palms emerged spiked chains of time, ensnaring the iconic structures of the 9 domains, the Gu God altar in the southern lands, the Ice Spirit Palace in the far north, and the remnants of the Dragon Palace in the eastern abyss. A sense of dread washed over Chen as the chaotic treasure mirror within his consciousness emitted a mournful cry, reflecting a horrifying scene. Beneath the buildings ensnared by the chains, countless cultivators and mortals were forcibly stripped of their souls, transformed into dark golden streams of light that flowed into the altars. More alarmingly, around each altar, numerous vertical, eye-like fissures appeared in the fabric of space, from which black liquid seeped. Where it passed, flora instantaneously petrified, and rivers crystallized into dark golden glass. Deep within the 10,000 Calamities Mountain in the southern lands, the silent monument of eternal calamity suddenly soared into the skies, revealing fresh crimson patterns on its surface. These patterns intertwined, ultimately forming the colossal character for calamity, within which the frenzied visage of a silver-haired youth could be discerned. Atop the monument, 12 dark golden crows flapped their wings. As they swept through the air, it twisted into sharp blades, shredding the nearby insect cultivators into clouds of sanguine mist. It became apparent that these altars were designed to siphon the very essence of time from the 9 domains. Chen coughed out blood, yet his gaze sharpened with determination. He tapped into the remnants of his celestial and earthly powers, merging the primordial purple energy and the void's dark currents within his palm, forming a Taiji fish diagram. As the diagram spun, it began to reverse a portion of the chain's power. However, in that very instant, the bronze statues at the center of the 12 altars swung their sickles, cleaving the sky of the 9 domains into countless shards. Where the fragments fell, new calamities emerged in succession. The earth of the southern lands split open, unleashing countless time beetles clad in scales that devoured the land, accelerating the passage of time, turning towering ancient trees into desiccated husks. From the vortex of the far northern ice fields, dark golden dragons were birthed, their breath freezing the space into eternal moments. The citizens of Zhongzhou suddenly fell into a collective slumber, their dreams interlinked by dark golden chains, reliving the scenes of the luminaries' apocalyptic destruction. Witnessing the devastation of the 9 domains stirred an unprecedented fury within Chen. He ignited the last remnants of his power, fully merging the chaotic treasure mirror, the ancient tome, and the chaotic ancient tree, coalescing a war axe inscribed with the Dao patterns of past, present, and future in the void. If the shackles of time could not be broken, then he would wield this axe to cleave open a new epoch. In the instant the battle axe was swung, the very fabric of time and space across the 9 domains began to warp. In the depths of chaos, the ethereal figure of the time reclaimer slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 33, The Axe Shatters the Cycle, the final battle with the time reclaimer. Through the rift in time and space cleaved by the primordial battle axe, dark golden temporal currents erupted like molten lava. The bronze titans upon the 12 altars simultaneously let out a thunderous roar, their scythes of time clashing with the battle axe. The resulting energy waves tearing the sky of the 9 domains into countless glowing shards. The black and white patterns surrounding Chen trembled violently, each line oozing droplets of dark golden blood, a sign of his source being compromised from the forced fusion of 3 supreme treasures. An ant shaking a tree. A chilling whisper echoed from the depths of chaos, as the time reclaimer's phantom gradually coalesced into form. Cloaked in a robe adorned with patterns of time, wielding a scythe capable of severing the past and future, each step he took revealed a river of time flowing backwards beneath his feet. As he swung the scythe, the laws of time in the 9 domains crumbled instantaneously. The temporal beetles of the south began to grow in reverse, burrowing back into the earth. The dark golden scales of the great dragon in the north shed into ethereal mist, while the slumbering populace of the central plains found scenes of destruction in their dreams playing in reverse. Chen gritted his teeth, channeling the power of the primordial to gather a radiance capable of opening the heavens upon the axe. Yet, the time reclaimer merely lifted a finger, and a dark golden temporal chain descended from above, binding him along with the battle axe. Did you think brute force could dismantle my design? The time reclaimer's voice dripped with mockery. Since the inception of chaos, every epic's transition has been a meticulously crafted game by me. At that moment, countless lights of faith ignited across the 9 domains. Those whose essence had been siphoned, cultivators, mortals, and even spirit beasts, began to burn their last vestiges of life, transforming their faith into chains that entwined around the temporal shackles. The insect cultivators of the south bit their tongues, summoning the spectral forms of ancient goo gods with their blood. The ice guardians of the north infused the core of ice into the earth, forming barriers to resist the reversal of time, and the people of the central plains joined hands to form a human wall, using their purest beliefs to fend off the encroaching dark golden mist. Chaos is eternal, and hope shall endure. Chen felt the surge of power transmitted from the beings of the 9 domains, and a fervent light flickered in his eyes. He forcefully ignited his Dao fruit, fully merging the primordial power with the power of faith, creating a miniature chaotic universe within himself. Within this universe, the primal purple energy intertwined with the void's dark currents, ultimately transforming into an eternal axe transcending time and space. When the light dissipated, the 9 domains lay in ruin. Chen hovered above the remnants of the Central Plains imperial city, his Dao fruit now dimmed, the chaotic treasure mirror marred by irreparable cracks. Yet, in the palm of his hand, there lay a seed radiating a faint glow, the primordial seed. Born of the faith of the beings of the 9 domains and his own essence, a beacon of hope. Chapter 34. The Origin of Chaos, the End and a New Beginning. Chen gripped the primordial seed tightly, and the seed suddenly burst forth with intertwining black and white light. The faith of the creatures in the 9 domains manifested within this illumination. The insect cultivators of the south formed formations to chant scriptures. The ice guardians of the north condensed protective barriers using the essence of ice, while the fragrant smoke of prayers from the people of the central plains transformed into pillars of heavenly light. These forces surged into the chaotic core, coalescing at the fissure into a primordial barrier, temporarily halting the onslaught of the time reclaimer. The luminary, in a fit of rage, swung his scythe, only to discover that each strike upon the blossoms transformed into a nurturing essence of life. Seizing the moment, Chen summoned the remnants of his primordial energy, coalescing it into a heart of chaos within the palm of his hand. The fierce clash of black and white radiance with dark golden mist culminated in a moment of absolute fusion, unleashing a cataclysmic roar akin to the creation of the world. The colossal wheel of time shattered with a thunderous crack, and the figure of the luminary gradually faded into transparency amidst the brilliant light. Chapter 35. Ominous signs and undercurrents. Countless epochs have passed, yet the primordial sphere has maintained an exquisite equilibrium. The 9 domains and alternate realms undergo cycles of rebirth within an aura of intertwining black and white. The legends of the luminary and the primordial battle have long since faded into the yellowed pages of ancient tomes. However, beneath the tranquil facade, dark tides are surreptitiously surging. Upon the surface of the Blood Calamity Monument in the southern wilderness, long-dormant crimson patterns suddenly shimmered to life. As the black liquid seeping from the monument crystallized under the moonlight into delicate runes that spelled out the foreboding phrase, "The end approaches." More eerily, dark golden vines sprouted from the base of the monument, bearing fruits resembling eyes, each mirroring apocalyptic visions from varied epochs. Deep within the frigid expanse of the far north, the sealed vortex of time and space echoed once more with the sound of dragging chains. Beneath the ice, countless dark golden scales flickered into view, with the gaps between them flowing not with frigid ice, but with sands of time exuding a corrosive aura. During a patrol, the Xianbing guards discovered that the stars above the ice field had aligned into a bizarre scythe shape, reversing their rotation with the fall of night. In the core of the dragon vein beneath the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the ruins of the primordial prison emitted rhythmic heartbeats. 12 purified hearts rekindled with a dark golden luster, unfamiliar totems surfacing upon their surfaces, echoing the temporal patterns that once adorned the luminary's black robe. Most unsettlingly, vertical-eyed clouds frequently loomed above the imperial city, within which a scythe-wielding figure could be faintly perceived. Inevitably, Chen's consciousness coalesced into a tapestry of black and white light, poised to investigate. Yet, just as he was about to embark, anomalies erupted simultaneously across the 9 domains. The eye-like fruits of the southern wilderness suddenly detonated, releasing dark golden mist from which countless mirror images emerged, each bearing the likeness of Chen's foes vanquished during the primordial tribulation. The time and space vortex of the far north collapsed entirely, as a colossal dark golden dragon broke free, its scales inscribed with the incantations of time flowing backward. The dragon vein of Zhongzhou began to reverse its flow, as the 12 hearts beat in unison, forming a massive chain of time in the void. Confronted with this sudden crisis, cultivators across the 9 domains rallied together before the altar of the Gu god in the southern wilderness. Insectoid practitioners used their essence to summon the spectral image of the ancient Gu god. The Xianbing guards of the far north infused their icy souls into the ice, attempting to reseal the vortex of time and space. And the ascendant cultivators of Zhongzhou united to establish a grand protective formation of primordial energy to fend off the encroaching chains of time. As Chen observed the struggle of the beings across the 9 domains, a warm current surged within his consciousness. He called upon the primordial essence of the sphere, transforming the black and white radiance into myriad streams of light that merged into the battlefields throughout the 9 domains. However, upon touching the dark golden seeds, they quaked violently, releasing the chilling laughter of the luminary. The path of the primordial is but a self-deceiving illusion. This time, I shall sever all hopes entirely. As laughter reverberates, the first crack manifests upon the surface of the chaos sphere, with dark golden mist surging frantically through the fissure. Chapter 36. The shattering of the void and the battle of reversal. The cracks on the surface of the chaos sphere spread like a web. Where the dark golden mist flows, the intertwined black and white balance patterns disintegrate inch by inch. The eye fruits of the southern wilderness transform into myriad mirrored moths, their flapping wings capable of tearing through the fabric of space. The dark golden dragon of the northern ice plains roars skyward, and where its breath is exhaled, time and space begin to collapse in reverse. The chains of time in the central plains imperial city writhe as if animated, shredding the protective array of the chaos sphere into disarray. Gather the foundational essences of the 9 domains. Chen's consciousness erupts in the void, manifesting as 12 black and white light pillars shooting towards various regions of the 9 domains. The ancient bell of the southern wilderness's goo god altar emits a crimson ripple, condensing the power of countless goo insects into a soul-devouring poison dragon. The ice spirits of the northern expanse, guided by ice shards, sketch a frost seal that suppresses the ages in the sky. The cultivators of the central plains ignite their Dao fruits, allowing the power of the dragon vein to converge into the world-stabilizing pillar of the dragon. The three forces collide with a thunderous roar, momentarily halting the encroachment of the dark golden mist. At the core of the chaos, the dark golden seed erupts entirely, and the time reversal being steps forth. The patterns of time upon his black robe transform into a flowing abyss. With a sweep of his scythe, the river of time across the 9 domains is severed. The fragmented shards of time reassemble in the air, forming 12 inverted altars of time, upon which slowly materialize 12 apostles clad in dark golden battle armor, their pupils swirling with flames of destruction. Chen's consciousness quakes violently within the storm, as the remnants of the chaos treasure suddenly burst forth with radiant brilliance, revealing the ethereal forms of 12 ancestors within the mirror. With our true spirits as a guide, we shall aid you in reversing the cosmos. The apparitions burn their final strength, merging with Chen's consciousness. In an instant, his entire being radiates with an overwhelming black and white luminosity, coalescing into the key of annihilation, woven from the faith of the 9 domains, the power of the chaos, and the laws of time. As the blade of the key pierces the altar of time, a violent distortion of time and space ensues. The attacks of the time reversal apostles are forcibly reversed, transforming into self-destructive power. The dark golden chains disintegrate inch by inch, ensnaring the time reversal being instead. However, the time reversal being reveals a mad smile. Do you think this is the conclusion? His body suddenly explodes, scattering into countless dark golden specks that merge into the beings of the 9 domains. Across the 9 domains, countless cultivators' pupils are tainted with dark golden hues, raising their weapons against their comrades. The goo insect cultivators of the southern wilderness are manipulated into slaughtering one another. The ice spirits of the north turn their attacks upon their own protective array, and the eyes of the central plains populace are consumed by a desire for annihilation. Chen gazes upon this scene, a profound heaviness swelling within his heart. He understands that the true decisive battle is only just beginning. This time, he must confront not only the power of the time reversal being, but also the fears and obsessions buried deep within the hearts of all beings. Meanwhile, the cracks in the chaos sphere continue to widen as the dark golden abyss devours the last vestiges of light. Chapter 37. The Heart's Prison and the Calamity of Obsession. The land of the 9 domains contorts and deforms under the encroachment of the dark golden mist. As the cultivators controlled by the power of the time reversal being surge forth like a crimson tide towards the fissure in the chaos sphere. As Chen's consciousness traversed the chaos, he discovered that with each approach to a controlled individual, countless shards of memory pierced his sea of awareness like daggers. These fragments embodied their deeply buried fears and obsessions. The Goo Master of Southern Jiang, gripped by anxiety over the uncontrollable forces, the Xianbing guards, burdened by guilt over their inability to protect, and the mortals of Zhongzhou, haunted by the fear of life's impermanence. This revelation unveiled the true lethal technique of the time reverser. Chen's consciousness trembled violently within the tempest of memories. Suddenly, the remnants of the chaotic treasure mirror erupted with a ghostly light, revealing within its depths a heart prison woven from myriad chains, each binding the phantoms of beings from the 9 domains. At the heart of this prison, the time reverser sat upon a throne forged from obsessions, wielding a scythe that deftly manipulated the emotions of all. In the depths of the southern Jiang Mountains, the controlled Goo insect practitioners, offering their essence as a sacrifice, awakened the slumbering heart-corroding demon Goo. This demon transformed into a black mist that blotted out the skies, whispering insidious temptations. Resistance is futile. It is better to surrender all to the void. Beneath the frigid expanse of the far north, the powers of the Xianbing guards were twisted into a frost curse. freezing the earth into an eternal abyss of despair. In the imperial city of Zhongzhou, the dragon vein had become utterly corrupted, and chains of time composed of 12 dark golden hearts began to strangle those who dared to awaken and resist. Chen channeled the primordial energy, coalescing a black and white Taiji diagram within the void. As the dual fish of Taiji swam, he sought to purify the tainted spiritual energy of heaven and earth, only to find that the dark golden mist was infused with the heart demons of countless beings. The more he purified, the more the rebounding negative emotions surged. At the critical moment, a faint glow emanated from the fissures of the primordial sphere, revealing children and elders within the 9 domains who had not yet succumbed to complete corruption. With their purest beliefs, they ignited the flame of hope within their hearts. Thus, the key to breaking the deadlock lay not in power, but in the hearts of the people. Chen's consciousness transformed into countless points of light, flooding into the sea of awareness of the controlled individuals. In the torrent of memories, he beheld the Gu master of southern Zhang's elation upon successfully taming a Gu insect for the first time, the vows of the Xianbing guards fighting side by side, and the warmth of Zhongzhou's citizens supporting one another to rebuild their homes. These warm memories acted like swords, severing the chains of the heart prison. The dark golden hue in the pupils of the controlled practitioners began to fade. They forcibly channeled their techniques, burning away the tainted spiritual energy to unleash their final resistance. The Gu masters of southern Jiang summoned ancient spiritual beasts to block the demon Gu with their flesh. The Xianbing guards detonated their icy cores, creating a purifying wall of ice that spanned miles. The practitioners of Zhongzhou formed a human chain, standing shoulder to shoulder to withstand the strangling of the chains of time. Deep within the heart prison, cracks finally appeared on the visage of the time reverser. He swung his scythe, attempting to drag the 9 domains into an even deeper abyss of obsession, only to witness Chen invoking the collective belief of all beings, coalescing a sword of calamity within the void. The blade shimmered with a fusion of black and white light entwined with the golden power of faith, its hilt engraved with the names of every being from the 9 domains. Chapter 38. The Calamity Core crumbles, the source of heaven and earth reunites. In an instant, as the dark golden calamity core manifested from the fissures of the primordial sphere, the laws of heaven and earth within the 9 domains erupted in a deafening collapse. In the southern wilderness, the mountains fracture inch by inch, transforming into dark golden rock fragments suspended in the air. The icy expanse of the far north evaporates instantaneously, replaced by a swirling void of black flames. The dragon vein of the imperial city in central plains erupts, and a chain composed of 12 dark golden hearts amalgamates into a colossal beast of time that obscures the sky. As its maw opens wide, it devours the spiritual essence of the entire city. Chen's consciousness, grasping the sword of heart tribulation, trembles violently, and the names of the beings from the 9 domains inscribed upon the sword begin to fade. Suddenly, the remnants of the chaos treasure mirror emit a mournful cry, reflecting a scene of despair. The surface of the dark golden disaster core becomes adorned with countless grotesque faces, each a manifestation of the resentment from fallen powers obliterated by the light chaser across epochs. These faces emit a simultaneous howl, and where the sound waves travel, the very fabric of space shatters like fragile glass. All beings, heed my command. Chen's consciousness transforms into thunder, resonating throughout every corner of the 9 domains. Wielding faith as a shield and hope as a spear, the insect cultivators of the southern wilderness bite their tongues, infusing their lifeblood into the ancient spirit beast, which ignites in blood-red flames and charges towards the colossal beast of time. The ice guardians of the far north concentrate their last remnants of icy power into a crystalline river, attempting to freeze the black flames within the void. The cultivators of the central plains summon their life treasures, forming a radiant array of swords above the imperial city. However, the dark golden disaster core suddenly erupts with myriad dark golden rays, annihilating all opposing forces in an instant. Chen watches as the beings of the 9 domains fall one after another, his heart racked with anguish. He channels the remaining primal power from the chaos sphere, and black and white light coalesces around him, forming a towering fortress of primal essence, striving to resist the encroachment of the disaster core. Yet, as the fortress begins to take shape, it is pierced by countless holes from the dark golden rays. In a critical moment, an ancient resonance emanates from the depths of the chaos sphere. The true spirits of the 12 ancestors coalesce into flowing light, their voices carrying the weight of countless epochs. Only by following the source can the path of return be traversed. In an instant, Chen comprehends. He plunges the sword of heart tribulation into the fissure of the chaos sphere, using his consciousness as a bridge to connect with the remaining forces of belief across the 9 domains. Then let everything begin anew. Chen summons all his strength, forcibly merging the primal power, the collective belief of beings, and the dark golden disaster core. In a thunderous explosion, the chaos sphere shatters into countless points of light, and the disaster core collapses in tandem. As the brilliance fades, a brand new core of primal essence emerges from the chaos, its surface shimmering with a triad of colors transcending black, white, and dark gold, an intricate harmony of order, chaos, and hope. Chapter 39. The initial sprout of dark seeds and new Dao rhythm on the edge of chaos. The eerie luminescence swirling around the dark golden seed intensifies. Myriad fine cracks spreading like a spider's web, subtly exuding a destructive aura that sends tremors through the Heavenly Dao. The newly birthed primal core seems to sense this, its tricolored glow pulsating violently, casting vast shadows across the firmament of the 9 domains, as if forewarning of an impending crisis. In a mysterious ancient site within the 9 domains, an elderly man with white hair gazes intently at the archaic copper mirror in his hands. Within the mirror, the outline of the dark golden seed gradually crystallizes, an invisible pressure emanating through the surface, leaving fissures upon the ground. Unexpectedly, the dark golden calamity harbors such a hidden scheme. The elder sighed softly, his figure transforming into a fleeting light that vanished from sight. Meanwhile, prodigious cultivators across the 9 domains felt an inexplicable call. Some experienced flashes of black and white light during their meditations, while others heard ancient whispers in their dreams. The young sword cultivator Yi Xian, while venturing out to hone his skills, stumbled upon a secret realm adorned with black and white patterns. Upon stepping inside, the imprint of Chen's consciousness manifested as a phantom. Junior, the threat of the dark golden calamity has not yet dissipated. Chen's voice bore the weight of time. The dark golden seed at the edge of chaos is a remnant of the law of destruction, if allowed to grow unchecked. The 9 domains shall once again descend into an abyss of irretrievable doom. As he spoke, a stream of black and white sword energy entered Yi Xian's body. A legacy of the primordial sword Dao. You must seek out other cultivators who possess unique fortunes to collectively confront the impending crisis. When Yi Xian exited the secret realm, a newfound determination shone in his eyes. Following Chen's guidance, he embarked on a quest to find companions. In the southern wilderness, he met the girl Ling Yao, who could command spirit beasts. In the far north, he encountered the ice-forged youth Han Feng, who wielded the power of ice essence. In the central plains, he crossed paths with the prodigious youth Zhuge Ming, a master of formations. Inevitably, the moment arrived. Su Yao gazed towards the chaotic expanse, her expression grave. The dark golden seed had finally split open completely, and a colossal beast, formed from condensed dark golden light, emerged from its shell. With each breath it took, the space quaked. With each step it made, the chaos yielded massive indentations. The beast let out a thunderous roar, its voice imbued with destructive force, causing the very laws of the 9 domains to begin to distort. At this juncture, the team assembled by Yi Xian resolutely stepped into the chaos. Each displayed their learned skills. Yi Xian wielded the primordial sword Dao. Ling Yao commanded her legion of spirit beasts. Han Feng summoned a formidable ice essence formation. And Zhuge Ming unleashed an ancient array, weaving together a tapestry of radiant light directed toward the dark golden beast. However, the creature's power far surpassed their expectations. A mere flick of its hand rendered their attacks as ephemeral as bubbles. In a moment fraught with peril, Chen's consciousness imprint illuminated them simultaneously, casting a barrier of black and white light that temporarily repelled the beast's onslaught. Let your conviction guide you, and the harmony of your paths be the foundation. Merge your strengths. Chen's voice resonated within their hearts. Yi Xian and his companions exchanged glances, each channeling their inner power, as disparate lights began to intertwine, forming a wholly new force. This newfound power, imbued with order, the flux of chaos, and the vitality of hope, collided resoundingly with the destructive force of the dark golden beast. Amidst the violent energy fluctuations, Yi Xian glimpsed Chen's figure, smiling and nodding, before dissolving into specks of light that merged with this emergent power. As the radiance faded, the silhouette of the dark golden beast grew increasingly indistinct, ultimately transforming into scattered dark golden glimmers that melded into the chaos. Following this battle, Yi Xian and his companions experienced significant breakthroughs in their cultivation. They understood that this was merely a temporary victory. In the future, the 9 domains would face even more unknown crises. Yet, as long as their conviction remained unyielding and hope endured, they would fear nothing. Chapter 40. The anomaly of the Dao patterns and the eerie shadow emerges. The light of the primordial core had not yet completely subsided, and the ancient Dao patterns throughout the 9 domains suddenly glimmered with an eerie glow. In the southern frontier, the totem of the Gu formation oozed a dark golden liquid, meandering along the patterns to form a grotesque visage. Deep within the frigid expanse of the far north, the ancient ice, which had remained unmelting for millennia, revealed blood-red curse seals, from which tendrils of black mist seeped forth. Within the scripture's repository of Zhongzhou, dust-laden ancient tomes stirred without wind, their yellowed pages twisting into unfamiliar symbols, assembling the phrase heralding the return of the luminary. In Yixian's grasp, the Hunyuan sword trembled violently, dark red veins seeping from the engraved Dao patterns upon its blade. Upon reuniting with Ling Yao, Han Feng, and others, he was taken aback to find Zhuge Ming curled on the ground, ensnared by dark golden chains, a cold and alien mirth flickering within his eyes. Did he truly believe that annihilation could be so easily subdued? The chains surged ominously, transforming into myriad spikes that lunged at the group, shattering Han Feng's hastily formed ice shield in an instant. He was being corroded by the remnants of dark golden malevolence. Ling Yao formed seals with her jade fingers, summoning the spectral forms of 9 ethereal beasts that roared and charged at Zhuge Ming, only to disintegrate into ashes upon contact with the chains. In a moment of dire urgency, Yixian drew upon the residual consciousness left by Mo Chen within him, black and white light swirling like a galaxy in reverse, scorching the dark golden chains and leaving charred marks. Zhuge Ming trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of black blood as the strange light in his eyes gradually faded. Did you think conviction could triumph over destruction? A figure cloaked in black materialized a shadow of the dark golden calamity core in his palm, declaring that this was the eternal truth. Just as despair enveloped the group, Zhuge Ming suddenly surged towards the shadow, a brilliant golden radiance erupting from within him. I have been consumed by darkness, thus I cherish the light all the more. His form dissolved into a stream of light, merging with the shadow as the dark golden calamity core twisted violently. Seizing the opportunity, Yixian infused the last vestiges of his strength into the Hunyuan sword, with Ling Yao, Han Feng, and Su Yao striking simultaneously, for distinct streams of power intertwined with the residual light of Zhuge Ming, forming a radiant beam that pierced through heaven and earth, hurtling towards the cloaked figure. The black-robed individual emitted a roar of defiance, his form disintegrating inch by inch within the light, yet before vanishing, he embedded the dark golden mark into the Hunyuan core. As tranquility descended, a trace of dark red emerged amidst the tricolored luminescence of the Hunyuan core. Yixian and the others gazed at the core, acutely aware that this battle had not truly concluded. The dark golden mark left by the luminary loomed like a bomb primed to detonate at any moment. And what tumultuous tides awaited the 9 domains? Chapter 41. The residual mark and the heart-corroding cycle of illusions. The dark red mark upon the Hunyuan core writhed as if alive, its tendrils of dark golden aura seeping into the 9 domains along the threads of cosmic law. In the southern frontier, spirit beasts began to turn upon one another, while the ice guardians of the far north rampaged without cause, and black patterns inexplicably emerged within the dantians of the practitioners in Zhongzhou. A bone-chilling cold enveloped Yixian's hand as he gripped the Hunyuan sword. The Dao patterns engraved upon the blade began to slowly flake away, transforming into dark golden dust that scattered through the air. This mark was altering the very essence of the 9 domains. Su Yao brushed her fingertips over the Hunyuan core, her brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, her Heavenly Dao sword emitted a mournful wail, its blade adorned with a web of cracks, as though besieged by an unseen force. More disturbingly, phantoms resembling Mo Chen began to manifest across the 9 domains, their eyes glinting with dark gold as they murmured ancient incantations, leaving desolation in their wake. While investigating the anomalous occurrences, Ling Yao inadvertently stumbled into a forbidden area of the southern frontier. On the ancient altar, a dark golden liquid coalesced into the visage of the time reverser. Little girl, do you believe that sacrificing a Zhuge Ming can alter the outcome? As the words lingered, countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the altar, ensnaring her within a blood-red barrier. In a moment of dire peril, Yixian's black and white sword energy pierced through the barrier, only to be tainted dark golden upon contact with the malevolent spirits. Do not employ the primordial power. Ling Yao bit her tongue, unleashing her life essence, transforming it into the phantom of a spirit beast. However, these spirit beasts, forged from conviction, began to contort and mutate upon encountering the dark golden vengeful spirits, turning to assail the two. Yixian swiftly shielded Ling Yao behind him, forcibly channeling the tainted power within, as black and white radiance clashed violently with the dark golden aura, tearing open wounds across his body. Meanwhile, Han Feng unearthed a more horrifying truth in the far north. Within the depths of the ancient ice layer, 12 bodies resembling the dark cloaked figure were sealed, their dark golden marks resonating with the primordial core. As Han Feng sought to shatter the seal, a fierce backlash erupted from the ice layer, ensnaring him in countless dark golden chains, as a chilling voice reverberated in his consciousness. Do you think you are the savior? Merely a pawn toyed with by fate. This is a meticulously crafted trap. Suddenly, the primordial seal in Su Yao's palm grew hot, revealing scenes from the depths of chaos. Though the dark golden seed had shattered, the principles of destruction within sought to reshape a new vessel through the primordial core. The phantoms resembling Mo Chen were, in fact, faith puppets deliberately conjured by the time reverser to seize the beliefs of the beings across the 9 domains. When Yi Xian and the others regrouped, each bore varying degrees of injury. Their gazes reflected both a fear of the unknown and an indomitable resolve. Whatever lies ahead, we shall face it together. Yi Xian clenched the primordial sword, even though the runes along its blade had largely worn away. The consciousness imprint left by Mo Chen at the hilt still radiated a faint glow. In the skies above the 9 domains, dark golden thunderclouds began to gather. The moment the first drop of dark golden rain fell, all tainted beings emitted a piercing shriek. Deep within the chaos, a blurred figure slowly opened its eyes. The dark golden mark upon its forehead resonated with the remnants on the primordial core. A cryptic smile curling at the corners of its mouth. The real spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 42. Defying Destiny to Seek the Source. Spirit soul forging array. The dark golden rain fell like poisoned arrows, causing the earth to crack inch by inch, rising in plumes of charred smoke. The defensive barrier that Yi Xian and the others had erected crackled under the corrosive assault, while Su Yao's Heavenly Dao sword shattered completely, transforming into countless shards suspended in the air, refracting an eerie dark golden light. This cannot continue. A glimmer of determination flashed in Han Feng's icy gaze as he formed hand seals, summoning the frigid power of the extreme north, condensing it into a profound ice formation beneath their feet. However, the moment the dark golden rain touched the formation, the profound ice visibly melted into black water. And within the noxious fog, countless distorted faces faintly emerged. In a moment of critical urgency, an unusual disturbance suddenly emanated from the Zhuge clan of the central continent. A millennia-old ancient stele suddenly shattered, unleashing a tattered scroll that emerged from within. On its cover, a strikingly familiar emblem identical to the dark red mark on the primordial core was depicted, accompanied by a message inscribed in cinnabar: to shatter the remnant seal, one must seek the source of the wheel of fate from the primordial chaos and reshape the laws of the Heavenly Dao. The wheel of fate. Su Yao pondered thoughtfully, wondering if the legendary supreme law governing the destinies of all beings truly existed. At that moment, the primordial seal in her palm erupted with blinding light, revealing an ancient altar suspended within the fissures of time and space, at its center a stone wheel radiating a spectrum of colors. The very wheel of fate recorded in the scroll. Yi Xian tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and despite his consciousness being ravaged by the dark golden aura, his eyes still shone with unwavering determination. I shall go. Han Feng, Ling Yao, and Su Yao exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The four resolved to split into 2 groups. Su Yao would remain in the 9 domains, utilizing the primordial core to tenuously suppress the spread of the dark golden mark, while Yi Xian, Han Feng, and Ling Yao would plunge into the chaos in search of the wheel of fate's source. As they stepped into the chaos, the trio was immediately ensnared in a tumultuous flow of time and space. Just as Yi Xian's black and white sword energy tore open a passage, the surrounding space began to warp, transforming into countless mirrors, each reflecting their deepest fears. Han Feng witnessed the complete engulfment of the far north by the dark golden calamity. Ling Yao beheld the annihilation of spirit beasts, and within Yi Xian's mirror, the phantom of Mo Chen was being utterly assimilated by the dark golden aura, brandishing a sword against the beings of the 9 domains. These are mere illusions, Yi Xian roared, driving the primordial sword into his own heart. The excruciating pain momentarily restored his clarity, allowing him to summon the tainted power within, forcibly carving a path through the chaos. Han Feng and Ling Yao followed closely behind, and amidst the chaotic riptide of time and space, they finally glimpsed the ancient altar suspended above. However, coiled around the altar was a chaos beast resembling a colossal serpent, each of its scales inscribed with dark golden incantations, capable of rending space with its breath. Be careful, that is the soul-devouring beast guarding the wheel of fate. Before Ling Yao could finish her warning, the great serpent opened its gaping maw, unleashing countless dark golden chains. Han Feng immediately summoned the most powerful ice spirit array in an attempt to freeze the serpent's movements, but the dark golden chains shattered it effortlessly. Ling Yao conjured the last remaining phantasms of spirit beasts to engage the serpent in battle. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xian plunged the primordial sword into the ground, using his own soul to connect with the lingering willpower of the beings in the 9 domains. In the chaos, children across the 9 domains ignited the luminous spirit stones in their hands, while cultivators poured their final spiritual energy into the void, and the elderly prayed devoutly to the heavens. This collective power coalesced into a resplendent river of stars, flowing into Yi Xian's body. His aura surged, as the black and white energy clashed violently with the dark golden aura, ultimately merging into a brand new radiance, the light of hope that rises anew from the ashes. Yi Xian unleashed this brilliance, causing the soul-devouring beast to emit a thunderous wail, its scales shedding. Taking advantage of the serpent's grievous injury, the three charged toward the altar. Just as Yi Xian was about to touch the wheel of fate, a chilling laughter emanated from the depths of chaos. To reverse fate? It is not so simple. Countless dark golden chains surged from all directions, ensnaring the three individuals with unyielding ferocity. Chapter 43. The Reversal of Fate in the Battle of Origins. The dark golden chains writhed like living entities, etching deep, bone-visible wounds upon Yi Xian and his companions. The vibrant, multicolored radiance emanating from the Wheel of Fate suddenly dimmed, as the space surrounding the altar began to collapse, threatening to grind the trio into dust. In this critical moment, the consciousness imprint of Mo Chen within Yi Xian erupted forth. A cascade of black and white light transforming into countless runes that collided violently with the dark golden chains. With my remnant soul, I shall invoke the Wheel of Fate. The ethereal form of Mo Chen materialized from Yi Xian's brow, his hands forming ancient seals. The Wheel of Fate trembled in response, unleashing a multitude of golden threads that severed the dark golden chains. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yao summoned the vital blood of her destined spirit beast, manifesting a crimson barrier to shield them all. Han Feng harnessed the power of ice to erect towering ice walls around the altar, momentarily fending off the onslaught of the time reversal. To control the Wheel of Fate, you must first pass through me. The figure of the time reversal stepped forth from the void, surrounded by a massive dark golden python, a manifestation of the grievances of the powerful from the 9 domains. The serpent opened its cavernous maw, consuming Yi Xian's attacks, as its dark golden fangs grazed Yi Xian's cheek, leaving a charred scar upon his neck. Su Yao sensed the imminent danger from the 9 domains, biting her fingertip to let her blood drip into the primordial core. All beings of the 9 domains, heed my command. Lend me your faith, and reverse the heavenly decree. The ground of the 9 domains trembled simultaneously, as countless forces of belief transformed into pillars of light that soared into the heavens, coalescing into a phantom array upon the surface of the primordial core. Within the array, Su Yao wielded a sword forged from the essence of belief, cleaving towards the dark golden mark, momentarily halting its encroachment. Amidst the chaos, Yi Xian suddenly attained enlightenment. Plunging the primordial sword into the heart of the Wheel of Fate, it appears that destiny is never truly predetermined. He summoned the power of the Wheel of Fate, merging it with the residual beliefs of the beings within him, forming a radiant shield of 7 colors around himself. Han Feng and Ling Yao synchronized their efforts, the icy power and the ethereal image of the spirit beast coalescing into wings, propelling Yi Xian towards the time reversal. The time reversal let out a maniacal laugh, striking with a dark golden hand. Yet in that fleeting moment of contact, Yi Xian infused the power of the Wheel of Fate into it. The dark golden hand shattered with a resounding crash, revealing the astonished visage of the time reversal. Impossible. The essence of the Wheel of Fate was clearly tainted by me. The dark golden python surrounding him thrashed violently, attempting to devour Yi Xian, only to be scorched by the 7-colored radiance, emitting wisps of smoke. In this crucial moment, the tricolored light of the primordial core broke through the barriers of the 9 domains, transforming into a stream of light that merged into the Wheel of Fate. The ethereal form of Mo Chen within Yi Xian resonated with Su Yao's power of belief, forming a bridge that spanned the chaos and the 9 domains. The prayers of the beings from the 9 domains materialized as substance, surging along the bridge into the battlefield, coalescing in Yi Xian's hand into a blade of heavenly decree. Imbued with the laws of fate, it is over. Yi Xian swung the blade of heavenly decree, the 7-colored brilliance clashing violently with the dark golden aura. The time reversal let out a piercing scream, his body disintegrating inch by inch within the radiance, his final roar resonating through the chaos. As long as my obsession endures, I shall return. The dark golden python also dissipated, transforming into specks of light that merged into the Wheel of Fate. As the brilliance faded, The dark golden patterns upon the wheel of fate vanished entirely, revealing a renewed, pure seven-colored radiance. Exhausted, Yi Xian and his companions collapsed to the ground. Yet they beheld the wheel of fate slowly rotating, casting forth new laws of the heavenly decree into the void. In the skies above the 9 domains, the tricolored radiance of the primordial core resonated with the seven-colored glow of the wheel of fate, signaling the conclusion of a cataclysm capable of reshaping the heavens and the earth. Yet, in a secluded corner of the river of destiny, a pair of dark golden eyes slowly opened, revealing a chilling smile. Chapter 44. The Shadow of Calamity returns. Destiny intertwined in the 37th year of tranquility in the 9 domains, deep within the 10,000 great mountains of the southern wilderness. Dormant dark golden boulders suddenly erupted with a ghostly light. The mountain bodies that had shattered during the calamity began to reassemble in reverse, as black flames surged from the depths of the earth, coalescing into a colossal vortex in the sky. At the center of the vortex, a dark golden figure gradually materialized, the lingering essence left behind by the luminary before its dissolution. Although the laws of the celestial path had changed, its obsessions remained unextinguished. The voice of the luminary, laden with an aura of destruction, turned all flora and fauna into dust in its wake. As it raised its hand, the spirit beasts of the southern wilderness collectively howled skyward, their eyes gleaming with dark golden light, racing towards the imperial city of the central continent. Meanwhile, a series of muffled sounds resonated from beneath the ice of the northern desolation, where 12 black-robed bodies, long sealed, began to stir, their foreheads resonating with the luminary's presence. Yi Xian was in seclusion, solidifying his cultivation, when suddenly, the ink dust mark within his sea of consciousness quaked violently. He opened his eyes abruptly, witnessing dark red bloodlines seeping from the recently restored Dao patterns on the primordial sword. Alarmed, Yi Xian tore through the void towards the southern wilderness, only to find Ling Yao engaged in a fierce battle. Her summoned spirit beasts, influenced by the dark golden aura, spiraled into chaos, turning their claws against her. Han Feng, at the seal in the northern desolation, discovered that 7 of the 12 black-robed bodies had vanished. On the icy plains, a colossal formation woven from dark golden chains was taking shape, with a pulsating dark golden heart suspended at its center, each beat resonating with the heavens and the earth. He immediately notified Yi Xian. The luminary is resurrecting its true form. We must prevent that heart from fully forming. Upon their convergence, the trio rushed towards the northern desolation. At that moment, the icy plains had transformed into a dark golden inferno, where the 7 black-robed bodies stood at the corners of the formation, chanting ancient incantations. The figure of the luminary flickered above the dark golden heart, laughing maniacally as it gazed at Yi Xian. Do you truly believe that acquiring the Wheel of Fate could alter destiny? It is merely an illusion I allowed you to perceive. Chapter 45. The River of Destiny's path to ruin. A rift in the River of Destiny suddenly appeared, unleashing a torrent of temporal and spatial power that turned the dark golden inferno into a chaotic whirlpool. The chanting of the 7 black-robed bodies came to an abrupt halt, their dark golden chains shattered by the might of the river, dispersing into dust in the air. The luminary's phantom writhed violently, emitting a roar of defiance. You dare to forcibly touch the essence of fate. After the fusion of his spirit with the ink dust, Yi Xian emanated a flow of intertwined black and white Dao rhythms, as the 7-colored glow of the Wheel of Fate surged through his meridians. He gazed into the River of Destiny, where countless images flashed like a revolving lantern, the clash of order and chaos at the dawn of creation, the first confrontation between ink dust and the luminary, and the rise and fall of epics across the 9 domains. Deep within the river, he discerned a staggering truth. The luminary was, in fact, a manifestation of the destructive consciousness separated from the ink dust, having fallen into the abyss due to its obsessions. Thus, the root of all lies within myself. The voice of the ink dust resonated with boundless sorrow. Yi Xian abruptly raised his hand, plunging the primordial sword into the River of Fate. The black and white sword energy surged upstream along the river, aiming directly at the moment of primordial chaos. The essence of the luminary trembled violently within the dark golden heart, his visage beginning to overlap with Mo Chen, while his power continued to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng summoned the full might of the northern ice field, conjuring a towering ice prison that ensnared the remaining black-robed body and the dark golden heart within. Ling Yao bit her tongue, invoking an ancient blood pact to summon the slumbering primordial spirit beast, forming a dual seal alongside the power of the ice prison. Zhuge Ming, employing the entirety of his life's learning, established a soul-locking formation around the ice prison, with the fragment of the fate wheel at its core radiating brilliantly. firmly suppressing the dark golden aura. However, the cost of forcibly touching the essence of fate was beyond imagination. Yi Xian's soul began to fracture, while Mo Chen's phantom gradually grew transparent. The luminary seized the final opportunity. The dark golden heart suddenly exploded, unleashing a tidal wave of destructive power towards the river of fate. Yi Xian shouted, casting his own Dao fruit into the river, merging it with the fragments of the fate wheel and the primordial sword to form an indomitable barrier. Ling Yao gazed at the dissipating light in the sky, tears streaming down her face. Han Feng silently tightened his grip on the ice sword, frost flowers crystallizing upon its blade. Zhuge Ming stowed away the fate wheel fragment, his eyes filled with admiration and sorrow. He had truly rewritten destiny at the cost of his Dao fruit. Across the 9 domains, the populace spontaneously lit lanterns to commemorate this self-sacrificing hero. Yet, in a corner of the river of fate, a fragment of Dao fruit shimmering with iridescent light began to slowly rotate, faint familiar whispers echoing within. Though the luminary had fallen, the struggle between destruction and rebirth might never truly conclude. Chapter 46. Ominous signs of fragmented secrets 300 years after the demise of Yi Xian's Dao fruit. The 9 domains appeared tranquil, yet undercurrents surged. On the ancient altar of the southern wilderness, the bones of the rampaging spirit beast slain by Yi Xian began to emanate a ghostly glow, dark golden viscous fluid seeping through the cracks in the white bones. Deep within the northern ice field, the ice prison formation laid by Han Feng began to manifest web-like cracks, the dark golden aura within seeping out like a serpent's forked tongue. In the scripture pavilion of Central State, ancient texts chronicling the essence of the fate wheel stirred without wind, blood-red letters emerging on the yellowed pages. The Dao fruit remains. The shadows of calamity persist. Ling Yao, now the grand priestess of the Gu clan in the southern wilderness, discovered during her inspection of the forbidden ground that the spirit beast corpses, once eroded by the dark golden aura, were slowly reassembling. Strangely, the dark golden light flickering in their eyes bore a striking resemblance to the pupils of the luminary in her memories. Was there still lingering resentment? She formed seals with her jade hands, attempting to purify the corpses using the power of the Gu insects, only to witness the moment the insects touched the dark golden fluid, transforming into a gray-black toxic mist. At that very moment, Zhuge Ming was delving into the mysteries of the fate wheel fragment. The once vibrant 7-colored glow on the surface of the fragment had dimmed significantly, replaced by faint dark golden patterns. When he placed the fragment beneath the moonlight, he was astonished to see Yi Xian's final figure emerging within the shard, surrounded by threads of the river of fate, yet a dark golden crack was spreading from his brow. It turned out Yi Xian's Dao fruit had not completely dissipated. Zhuge Ming's pupils constricted sharply, and he suddenly coughed violently, blood splattering onto the fragment, which was instantaneously absorbed. The position of the sovereign of the 9 domains has been passed into the hands of Su Yao's direct disciple, Luo Chen. This young cultivator, presiding over the primordial core ceremony, witnessed the 3-colored radiance on the core's surface suddenly twist, transforming into a dark golden visage. As Luo Chen brandished the sword of Heavenly Dao towards the face, the blade fractured upon contact, intricate fissures appearing upon its edge. The dark golden visage emitted a hoarse laughter, proclaiming that what is called rebirth is merely the prelude to annihilation. Han Feng, stationed at the damaged area of the Icefield Grand Array, felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the originally clear azure was abruptly veiled by a shroud of dark golden clouds, from which the sound of clanking chains resonated. When he employed the ice-souled divine eye to peer into the depths of chaos, he was horrified to discover a familiar figure gazing through the clouds at the 9 domains. The visage was obscured, save for the dark golden marks swirling upon the forehead, reminiscent of the luminary from years past. Strange phenomena unfolded across the 9 domains, akin to fuses igniting, tearing apart the facade of tranquility. Ling Yao, Zhuge Ming, Han Feng, and Luo Chen simultaneously sensed a familiar, yet foreign pressure. They beheld the dark golden vortex coalescing in the heavens, fully aware that this seemingly concluded calamity might merely be the prologue to something far graver. The remnants of the Dao fruit left by Yi Xian, the latent dark golden peril within the source of the wheel of fate, and the elusive figure glimpsed in the depths of chaos all heralded the impending arrival of a more harrowing battle of life and death in the 9 domains. Chapter 47. The soul returns to chaos. The Dao transforms into new life within the ripples of the river of fate. Mo Chen's dissipating consciousness undergoes an unprecedented metamorphosis. The consciousness fragments tainted by dark golden essence gradually unveil the patterns of the Heavenly Dao's origin under the cleansing of the 7-colored Dao rhythm. Deep within his soul, a seed of Dao, woven from belief and destruction, quietly gestates, each flicker of light causing the chaotic void to resonate with myriad Dao patterns. At this moment, in the 9 domains, Ling Yao and the others are embroiled in a fierce struggle. The dark golden spirit beasts of the South Wilderness have taken human form. Capable of exhaling corrosive dark golden miasma, the seals of the extreme northern ice fields have completely shattered, and 7 remnants in black robes have reconstituted into dark golden war puppets, effortlessly reducing Han Feng's ice soul grand array to dust. Suddenly, the fragment of the Wheel of Fate in Zhuge Ming's hand heated up, and Mo Chen's phantom flickered upon its surface. Seek my new body at the edge of chaos. It turns out I am the architect of it all. Mo Chen's consciousness sat within the chaos, his form engulfed by a tumultuous clash of black and white radiance intertwined with dark golden essence, ultimately merging into a strange purple-black halo. He harnessed the power of the River of Fate, stripping away all fragments of his memories, which transformed in the air into myriad Dao symbols, forming a grand array of enlightenment spanning chaos and the 9 domains. On the battlefield of the 9 domains, guided by the fragment of the Wheel of Fate, Ling Yao and her companions finally located Mo Chen's new body at the edge of chaos. It was a corporeal form interwoven from fragments of the primordial core and the origin of the Wheel of Fate, embedded with a remnant of Yi Xian's Dao fruit at its brow. As Mo Chen's consciousness returned to its rightful place, the new body abruptly opened its eyes, revealing 3-colored radiance that encompassed the ultimate principles of order, chaos, and annihilation. It is time to bring this to an end, Mo Chen declared, raising his hand as the grand array of enlightenment enveloped the 9 domains. The dark golden spirit beasts and black-robed war puppets within the array emitted wretched cries as their forms were deconstructed into the purest energy, which flowed into Mo Chen's being. The residual consciousness of the luminary coalesced from the dark golden calamity clouds, but at the moment of contact with the grand formation, it was forcefully stripped of its obsessions by Mo Chen, transforming into a pure essence of the law of destruction, merging into the heavenly path. Mo Chen gazed upon the myriad beings of the 9 domains, his voice resonating in every corner. True guardianship is not the resistance against annihilation, but the acceptance of balance. He summoned the power within, thoroughly purifying the reverse fate vine in the river of destiny, and uniting the primordial core with the essence of the Wheel of Fate, thereby coalescing a new central axis of the heavenly path above the 9 domains. Henceforth, the laws of the 9 domains were rewritten, and the newly born heavenly path no longer clung to absolute order or chaos, but rather oscillated eternally between destruction and rebirth. Mo Chen's figure gradually became transparent, transforming into countless resonances that merged with heaven and earth. Yet, in the hearts of every being in the 9 domains, his final whisper was indelibly imprinted: when obsessions dissipate, the heavenly path shall naturally be reborn. And at the farthest reaches of time and space, a sapling of the newly born Dao tree, nurtured by faith, was unfurling its branches and leaves, awaiting the trials of the next epoch. Chapter 48. The resonance of the Wheel of Fate and the underflow of Dao rhythm in the years following the reconstitution of the heavenly path in the 9 domains. The nascent resonance of the Dao nurtured all things like spring rain, and on the lands once ravaged by dark golden calamities, spiritual flowers flickered with a tricolored luminescence. However, beneath this tranquility, deep within the river of destiny, the law of destruction, purified by Mo Chen, suddenly stirred, as countless diminutive dark golden runes ascended from the riverbed, silently infiltrating the corners of the 9 domains along the threads of time and space. Within the heavenly mechanism pavilion of the central continent, the newly appointed pavilion master, Yun Yuan, was deciphering the celestial phenomena when the trajectories of the stars on the bronze compass abruptly became chaotic. The surfaces of the 9 main stars, representing the 9 domains, revealed flickering dark golden patterns. This is dire. A fissure has appeared in the central axis of the heavenly path. Before Yun Yuan could finish his words, the compass exploded with a thunderous roar, and black mist seeping from the fragments coalesced into twisted chains in the air. Simultaneously, in the depths of the 10,000 mountains of the southern wilderness, beneath the skeletal remains of the dark golden spirit beasts once purified by Mo Chen, a deep pulsation suddenly resonated. Countless dark golden vines, exuding a foul odor, burst forth from the earth, wherever they traversed. The flesh and blood of the spirit beasts were instantaneously drained, transforming into sustenance for the growth of the vines. Ling Yao, the grand priestess of the Gu clan, sensed the disturbance at once. She commanded her life-bound Gu insect to investigate, only to be horrified to discover that upon making contact with the vines, the insect began to turn against its master. Beneath the frigid expanse of the northern ice field, although the 12 bodies in black robes had long since vanished, Han Feng had recently been frequently hearing the sound of chains rattling during his cultivation. One night, his ice soul vision inadvertently glimpsed into the depths of the ice, revealing countless dark golden threads weaving into a colossal net. At the center of the net, a vague figure slowly opened its dark golden eyes. Zhuge Ming offered the remnants of the Wheel of Fate at his family's ancestral hall, yet one night, the remnants levitated on their own. The vibrant seven-colored glow entirely replaced by dark gold, projecting eerie images. The 9 domains were completely engulfed by dark golden calamities, with Mo Chen standing at the center of the disaster, wrapped in dark golden chains. Could it be that the purification by the esteemed Mo Chen was merely a temporary suppression? Cold sweat broke out on Zhuge Ming's forehead as he urgently relayed a message to the powerful beings of the 9 domains. At this moment, the sovereign of the 9 domains, Luo Chen, was in seclusion before the primordial core. The 3-colored radiance on the surface of the core suddenly became blinding, and from within emerged a youth clad in black robes, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Mo Chen, yet were imbued with a weariness not belonging to this era. The newly born Heavenly Dao appears flawless, yet it is, in truth, exceedingly fragile. The young man raises his hand to touch Luo Chen's brow, causing the spiritual energy within Luo Chen to surge in reverse, manifesting dark golden patterns across his body. The disturbances throughout the 9 domains ignited hidden crises like a spark to tinder, as Ling Yao, Han Feng, and others convened in central state to discuss strategies. A sudden downpour of dark golden rain cascaded from the sky, with each raindrop transforming into ravenous demonic shadows upon striking the ground. Even more alarming was the resurgence of the remnants of the luminary, purified by Mo Chen, as they coalesced in the dark golden rain. Gazing at the people of the 9 domains, the luminary unleashed a deafening, maniacal laugh. Does Mo Chen believe that severing one's obsessions can eradicate destruction? The rifts in the Heavenly Dao were opened by his own hands. At the edge of chaos, the myriad Taoist rhythms manifested by Mo Chen began to tremble. Portions of black and white light gradually became tainted with dark golden hues. These aberrant Taoist rhythms coalesced in the void, forming a translucent figure who observed the turmoil in the 9 domains, his eyes flickering with confusion and struggle. The former Mo Chen had perhaps long anticipated that the reconstruction of the Heavenly Dao was not the end. Yet he had not foreseen that the root of this crisis was intricately linked to his own rebirth. Chapter 49. The Source's Interrogation of the Shadow of Darkness. Under the relentless assault of dark golden rain, the lands of the 9 domains lay in sorrow. Ling Yao's spiritual beast army was ravaged by the demonic shadows, while Han Feng's ice walls melted upon contact with the rain, and Zhuge Ming's formations were shredded by dark golden patterns. The remnants of the luminary stood atop the calamity clouds, cradling a pulsating dark golden heart in his palm, each beat resonating with the core of chaos. Behold, this is the true essence of the Heavenly Dao. With a wave of his hand, the dark golden heart erupted into countless chains, ensnaring all the formidable beings of the 9 domains. Luo Chen bore the brunt of it. The spiritual energy within him, now corrupted, surged uncontrollably, causing the sword of Heavenly Dao in his grasp to shatter inch by inch. Mo Chen's delusion of reshaping the Heavenly Dao through conviction was blind to the fact that the obsessions themselves constituted the greatest calamity. At the chaotic edge, Mo Chen's Taoist shadow twisted violently. The dark golden-tinged light, as if alive, burrowed into his consciousness, uncontrollably stirring memories from epochs long past, when he had personally severed the consciousness of destruction to create the luminary, 3 centuries ago, when he had forcibly fused the source to safeguard the 9 domains, leaving behind hidden perils. And now, the rift of the newly born Heavenly Dao resonated with the dark golden essence within his own Taoist rhythms. Indeed, I have been treading the same path. Mo Chen's shadow sighed deeply as the black and white light clashed with the dark golden essence. In this violent collision, his consciousness bifurcated into 2 figures, one clad in white, a guardian of the common folk, the other robed in black, a harbinger of cold indifference and destruction. In the instant their gazes met, the entire chaos erupted in tumultuous waves. On the battlefield of the 9 domains, Ling Yao suddenly bit her tongue, infusing her ancestral Gu Ding with her vital blood. Even if the Heavenly Dao is flawed, we cannot remain passive. Her spiritual beast's phantom transformed into a blood-colored phoenix under the nourishment of her blood, soaring forth to collide with the dark golden chains. Han Feng summoned the ancient ice essence from the depths of the glacier, crafting a colossal formation upon the ground, while Zhuge Ming, serving as a conduit, activated the last vestiges of power from the remnants of the Wheel of Destiny. United in purpose, with conviction as their blade, the 3 cried out in unison. their tricolored radiance piercing through the dark golden deluge. Yet upon reaching the luminary, it was all absorbed in an instant. The luminary laughed maniacally, an ant trying to shake a tree. The fate that cannot be altered by the ink of dust. What grounds do you have to speak? As the words lingered in the air, a blade of black and white light rent the void asunder. Two figures of ink dust stood side by side. The one in white held a sword of light forged from the beliefs of myriad beings, while the one in black cradled a dark golden sphere imbued with the essence of annihilation. I was once devoted to guardianship, yet I overlooked the necessity of balance. In my attempt to eradicate destruction, I inadvertently sowed calamity. The figure clad in white gazed upon his counterpart in black. Perhaps the answer had already manifested at the moment of their separation. The black-robed ink dust snorted dismissively and hurled the dark golden sphere toward the luminary. Since the heavenly path cannot accommodate pure destruction, let it be utterly obliterated. Concurrently, the white-robed ink dust unleashed his sword, and the two forces collided violently within the luminary. A harrowing scream escaped him as his form began to disintegrate, and the dark golden heart fissured with a multitude of cracks. In a pivotal moment, the primordial core erupted with blinding brilliance. As Chen forcefully suppressed the dark golden aura within him, channeling the core's power into the battlefield, the myriad beings of the 9 domains sensed impending doom and ignited their spiritual energy, transforming into a resplendent river of stars that surged into the fray. In the ultimate clash of belief and destruction, the luminary, along with his dark golden heart, was completely obliterated, and the two figures of ink dust gradually merged. The new ink dust now hovered above the 9 domains, his eyes swirling with 3 hues of light, wielding a double-edged sword formed from the laws of the heavenly path. From this day forth, there would be no absolute guardianship or destruction within the 9 domains. He swung his sword against the river of fate, shattering the dark golden runes concealed within, for the heavenly path is ever-changing. Only by embracing all can one sustain life endlessly. Chapter 50. The Purple Radiance and the Intrusion of the Otherworld. 13 cycles after the 9 domains returned to tranquility, an eerie purple liquid began to seep from the ancient ice of the extreme northern tundra, warping the ice into grotesque visages as it spread. At an ancient altar in the southern region, the dark golden rocks purified by ink dust began to sprout thorn-like purple-black crystals, their surface patterns eerily reminiscent of the mysterious purple seed lurking in the depths of chaos. Within the Tiangong Pavilion of the Central Continent, the newly appointed master, Yin Yuan, witnessed the sudden explosion of the heavenly mechanism, scattering bronze shards that formed a star map in midair. Surrounding the central star of the 9 domains were 9 dark purple malevolent stars, their orbits intertwining into a cage-like formation. This is not the celestial phenomenon of the 9 domains, trembled Yin Yuan's voice as he frantically searched through ancient texts, finally discovering a fragment of the chaos anomalies which recorded, when the purple radiance appears, the otherworld approaches, the heavenly path is ensnared. Simultaneously, Ling Yao stumbled upon a more horrifying sight in the forbidden ground of the Gu tribe. The bones of the spirit beasts once tainted by the dark golden aura were now ensnared and reconstituted by purple-black vines, with 2 clusters of ghostly purple flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets. When she attempted to probe with her innate Gu worm, it instantly transformed into purple mist upon contact with the vines, merging into the bones, which then emitted a piercing shriek and charged toward the heart of the 9 domains. The icy formation guarded by Han Feng sounded the alarm once more. The clanking of chains from deep within the ice grew increasingly distinct. During one patrol, his ice spirit's divine eye pierced through the void, glimpsing the purple seed in the depths of chaos, which had already begun to fissure, revealing countless purple-black tendrils that stealthily spread along the veins of the laws of heaven and earth. Even more bizarrely, he discovered that his ice spirit power began to run amok uncontrollably upon contact with the purple mist. Zhuge Ming placed the remnants of the Wheel of Destiny at the heart of his family's secret realm, only for the shards to unexpectedly emit a blinding purple light. The ancient tomes within the formation began to stir without wind, revealing unfamiliar characters on the yellowed pages. The calamity of ink and dust is not yet over. The sovereign of another realm awakens. He quickly sent messages to the powerful beings across the 9 domains. But as soon as the spiritual energy was infused into the communication jade slip, it was devoured by the eerie purple glow. Meanwhile, the sovereign of the 9 domains, Luo Chen, was contemplating the heavenly path before the primordial core. Suddenly, the 3-colored radiance of the core was enveloped by a layer of purple haze, from which emerged a mysterious figure clad in crystalline purple armor. The figure's features were obscured, save for a 6-pointed star mark on its forehead that radiated an enthralling purple light. Ink and dust have merely shattered old shackles. Yet the true heavenly path has long been under my dominion. With a mere gesture, the purple armored being rendered Luo Chen's spiritual energy inert, binding him with crystalline chains. Strange phenomena erupted across the 9 domains. Polished items, such as copper mirrors and vessels in the homes of the populace, began to reflect unfamiliar purple-eyed apparitions. These phantoms silently opened and closed their mouths, as if reciting an ancient incantation. Meanwhile, at the edge of chaos, the myriad rhymes manifested by ink dust began to spiral into disorder, a portion of the black and white light being tainted by the purple glow, gradually coalescing into a translucent figure. Observing the turmoil in the 9 domains, a flicker of vigilance and confusion crossed his gaze. This power does not belong to any known laws of the heavenly path. When the first chime from another realm reverberated through the 9 domains, the sky was completely shrouded in purple light. Ling Yao, Han Feng, and others, on their way to the central continent, encountered an unprecedented crisis. The purple mist in the air coalesced into countless otherworldly warriors armed with spears. Each attack they launched could tear through space, revealing an unfathomable purple vortex behind. Deep within the vortex, a pair of enormous purple eyes slowly opened. Chapter 51. The Descent of Another Realm and the Resonance of Rhyme. The otherworldly warriors formed from the purple mist surged like a tide. The spiritual beast phantoms summoned by Ling Yao were corroded and dissipated upon contact. Han Feng's ice spirit formation was barely taking shape when it was pierced by the purple spears, the profound ice evaporating into toxic mist under the intense heat. The 9 palace formations set by Zhuge Ming, utilizing the remnants of the Wheel of Destiny, unexpectedly absorbed and converted the purple mist, thus becoming a boon for the enemy. These monsters can assimilate the laws of the 9 domains. Zhuge Ming coughed blood, the purple patterns on the surface of the Wheel of Destiny having spread across 70%. In a moment of dire urgency, a black and white light tore through the purple mist as ink dust's translucent form stepped into the void, resonating with the primordial core. The 3-colored radiance shattered the approaching otherworldly warriors like a sharp sword. This is the entropic law of the alternate dimension. Ink dust traced the air with his fingertips, revealing the bizarre symbols swirling within the purple mist. They aimed to entropy the 9 domains, transforming them into sustenance for the other realm. He glanced at Luo Chen, ensnared by the crystalline chains, a serious expression crossing his features. The 3-colored radiance on the surface of the primordial core was visibly dimming, replaced by an all-consuming deep purple. In the depths of chaos, the purple seed fully split open, and the purple-armored figure stepped down from a staircase paved with shattered stars. With a wave of his hand, 9 dark purple malevolent stars transformed into enormous gears, slowly rotating above the 9 domains. With each revolution, the laws of heaven and earth twisted a little more. Ink dust, you believe you have comprehended the heavenly path, but you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. The voice of the purple-armored being resonated like the friction of countless metals. I existed in a chaotic rift of an alternate realm, having witnessed the collapse of the celestial order 1,000 times. Ling Yao suddenly discerned that the ethereal purple flames flickering in the eyes of the assimilated spirit beasts were in harmony with the frequency of the purple-armored being's gaze. She bit her tongue, infusing her lifelong cultivation into the Guding, realizing that these creatures were manipulated through a psychic resonance. The Guding erupted with a crimson barrier, temporarily severing the mental encroachment within the purple mist. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng summoned the ancient ice essence from the depths of the ice plains, forming an ice prison to suppress myriad evils, trapping several warriors from the alternate realm within its confines. At that moment, Chen felt an intense tearing sensation. The remnants of his Dao rhythm, tainted by the violet radiance, began to rebel uncontrollably, as if yearning to escape his corporeal form and merge with the laws of the alternate realm. In this dire moment, a child's clear song echoed across the 9 domains, accompanied by the sincere prayers of the elderly and the fervent battle cries of cultivators, coalescing into a golden torrent of collective belief that surged into Chen's being. Thus, the black and white radiance enveloping Chen swelled, merging with the golden torrent to form a resplendent cocoon of light. The answer to the celestial order was never found within the laws themselves, but rather in the sentient beings that bore them. The instant the cocoon shattered, his form solidified, and a long spear, woven from belief and the essence of the Tao, materialized in his grasp. With a sweep of the spear, space itself was rent asunder, revealing the core of entropy deep within the alternate realm. The purple-armored being's countenance shifted drastically as it maneuvered 9 malevolent stars to form a defensive array. Yet, Chen's spear disregarded the defenses and plunged directly into the core of entropy. In the ensuing violent explosion, the purple-armored being began to disintegrate, unleashing a furious roar of defiance before its dissolution. The alternate realm is boundless. You shall ultimately. In the century following Chen's dissolution, the 9 domains thrived under the nurturing of new laws. However, beneath the tranquil Fade, subtle purple marks began to creep along the threads of the celestial laws. The spiritual flowers of the southern frontier suddenly wilted amidst their bloom, their petals revealing intricate symbols of entropy from the depths of the northern ice plains. A faint sound of gears turning echoed, each resonance fracturing the ice essence's power. The newly appointed disciple of the Tianji Pavilion in the central state, while observing celestial phenomena, was astonished to witness a violet fissure spanning the skies, bridging the main star of the 9 domains and the edges of chaos. When Yin Yuan attempted to deduce the source of this anomaly using the Tianji disk, a viscous purple-black fluid seeped from its surface, scorching his consciousness. This was not a naturally occurring crack. Yin Yuan clutched his bleeding eyes, his voice trembling, as he realized someone was forcibly breaching the barrier between the 9 domains and the alternate realm. Recently, Ling Yao's Guding had emitted frequent lamentations. While patrolling the southern frontier, she discovered bizarre purple egg sacs within the goo worm nests. These sacs pulsed with waves akin to those of entropy. When she attempted to destroy them, they transformed into purple mist, burrowing into the earth. Wherever they passed, the ground cracked, revealing dark purple rock layers beneath. More alarmingly, she sensed a reverse flow of spiritual energy within her, as if drawn by an unseen force, yearning to burst forth and merge into the void. At the core of the ice formation guarded by Han foam, ancient ice essence suddenly manifested spiderweb-like fractures. During one of his patrols, he unearthed a purple crystal inscribed with alternate realm runes deep within the ice, the runes slowly reconfiguring to spell out the resurgence of entropy. As he touched the purple crystal with the power of ice, the ice crystal instantaneously transformed into a purplish-black powder, dispersing with the wind, heralding a cascade of corrosive purple snow from the heavens. Zhuge Ming connected the fragments of the Wheel of Fate with the great formations of the 9 domains, striving to preemptively warn of impending peril. However, the fragments began to reverse the erosion of the formations, twisting the patterns at the core into otherworldly totems. One fateful night, while studying the fragments, he beheld countless images of the 9 domains simultaneously consumed by purple radiance, each scene featuring different sovereigns of alternate realms, with the figure of Chen repeatedly dissipating and rebirthing within. At that juncture, the position of the sovereign of the 9 domains had been passed to Qing Li, disciple of Luo Chen. During a ritual, as she activated the core of primordial chaos, a strange purple visage unexpectedly emerged upon its surface. Wearing a chilling smile, "Do you think shattering the entropy core will grant you peace of mind? In this endless chaos, your 9 domains are merely lambs awaiting slaughter." No sooner had the purple visage spoken than Qing Li's spiritual energy erupted violently, transforming into a purple blaze that shot skyward, coalescing into a massive otherworldly gate above the 9 domains. Just as the 9 domains seemed poised to be entirely enveloped by the purple radiance, the rhythmic echoes of Chen's lingering Dao resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Across the 9 domains, those who had once been sheltered by Chen responded in unison, their faith manifesting as golden chains that entwined the otherworldly gate. Deep within the chaos, countless dimensions akin to the 9 domains resonated, their myriad hues converging from various times and spaces to clash fiercely with the purple light. From the depths of the rift, the enigmatic purple eyes flickered to life once more, accompanied by a low, sinister chuckle. Interesting, the resonance of myriad realms will only render the feast of entropy more delectable. As the words fell, the gate to the otherworld unleashed not merely purple mist, but an army clad in indestructible armor wielding formidable weapons. Their armor emblazoned with the totems of various races from the 9 domains. Chapter 53. The Resurgence of Dao Rhythm and the Clash of Entropy Abyss. The purple light emanating from the chaotic rift trembled violently, as the myriad Dao rhythms that merged with the world after Chen's dissolution converged swiftly in the void like migratory birds returning home. His figure materialized at the point of collision between the golden chains and the purple radiance, surrounded by a tricolor luminosity. Interwoven with an unfamiliar silver gleam, an entirely new Dao rhythm infused with the resonance of myriad realms. It became evident that the 9 domains had never been an isolated island. Chen raised his hand, grasping a spear forged from belief, its silver tip flickering with brilliance, incinerating the totems of the 9 domains on the approaching otherworldly warrior's armor to ashes. You have pilfered the essence of various races to forge your weapons, yet remain oblivious to the truth that true power emanates from the beings themselves. He swept his spear, and where the silver light passed, the entropy runes within the space disintegrated inch by inch. The master with purple eyes descended, stepping upon a staircase formed from the remnants of shattered planes. Surrounded by a swirling mist of purplish black, within which floated the fragmented souls of countless devoured worlds. Chen, you are merely stalling for time. With a wave of his hand, the otherworldly gate above the 9 domains expanded tenfold, unleashing not mere ordinary warriors, but ancient entropy dragons with 3 heads and 6 wings. Their breath caused the very fabric of space to collapse into a black hole. Ling Yao below summoned the sacred artifact of the Gu tribe, the Spirit Convergence. As a million spirit beasts from the southern wilderness roared in unison, their soul power coalescing into a blood-red barrier. The frigid blade triggered the ancient prohibitions deep within the icy expanse, causing the entire northernmost land to rise majestically, transforming into a suspended ice dome that kept a portion of the violet mist at bay. Zhuge Ming, utilizing the remnants of the Wheel of Fate as a catalyst, established a counter-entropy formation at the edge of the 9 domains. At the formation's core, the remnants resonated with the silver radiance of Chen, emitting a blinding brilliance. However, Chen was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary measure. He sensed the internal conflict between his own Dao rhythm and the resonant power of the myriad realms. As the entropy-corroding laws insidiously eroded these foreign forces, converting them into a new source of corruption, it was imperative to sever the connection between the otherworld and the 9 domains. In a flash, Chen transformed into a streak of light, piercing toward the portal of the otherworld, his spear resembling a dragon as it fiercely plunged into the center of the gate. The violet-eyed sovereign let out a cold laugh, as the surrounding violet mist suddenly expanded, transforming into countless chains that ensnared Chen. Too late. Do you believe that the resonance of the myriad realms is a salvation? The sovereign pointed a finger toward the void, and the great formations across the 9 domains simultaneously ignited with violet brilliance. These powers have long been seeded with entropy. Before the words had left his lips, Ling Yao's myriad spirit guide unexpectedly turned against them, the blood-colored barrier now assaulting the practitioners of the 9 domains. The ice dome created by the frigid blade began to exhibit purple spots, commencing its internal collapse. The expression of the violet-eyed sovereign drastically altered as he opened his massive maw, spewing forth an entropy core imbued with the essence of the other dimension. Then let us perish together. In the instant of the core's explosion, Chen transformed the Taiji diagram into a shield, simultaneously using his own Dao rhythm to communicate with the beliefs of all beings within the 9 domains. On the lands of the 9 domains, children presented cherished luminous spirit stones, practitioners ignited their life as Dao fruits, and elders offered the flames of inheritance. All these energies converged into a radiant pillar that pierced through heaven and earth, colliding directly with the explosion of the entropy core. Amidst the violent roar, the portal to the otherworld began to disintegrate, and the figure of the violet-eyed sovereign gradually became transparent. Before dissipating, he emitted an anguished roar, endless chaos, eternal entropy. Chen gazed upon the 9 domains, which were gradually regaining clarity, transforming the silver radiance in his hand into a myriad of luminous raindrops. As long as belief endures, the celestial path shall never succumb. Yet, in the depths of chaos, countless violet eyes were awakening. The ultimate battle involving myriad dimensions had merely begun to unfold. Chapter 54. The entropic web of the myriad realms and the source of Dao rhythm before the scattered raindrops of light from Chen could fully merge with heaven and earth. The laws of the celestial path within the 9 domains stirred with strange ripples. On the national monument in the imperial city of Zhongzhou, newly born Dao patterns began to grow in reverse, winding into dark purple spiderweb-like lines. In the southern frontier, the sacred spring transformed overnight into a toxic pool, its surface littered with dense otherworldly runes. Deep within the northern ice plains, the sealed traces of entropy suddenly erupted, with countless purple-black vines breaking through the earth, shredding the defenses painstakingly established by the frigid blade. In the depths of chaos, tens of thousands of other worlds were reduced to ruins under the corrosion of entropy laws. Those emanating a ghostly light gathered into a vortex. At its center, the figure of the violet-eyed sovereign was eerily reassembling. His form was constructed from the remnants of shattered dimensions, every inch of his skin coursing with the power of entropy. Chen, do you believe that severing the portal to the otherworld can bring an end to this? As the entropic web of the myriad realms tightens, all dimensions shall become my nourishment. Ling Yao summoned the leaders of various clans in the southern frontier, only to find that half of them bore purple spots in their pupils. She bit her tongue, using her life essence to activate an ancient blood formation, attempting to purify the corrupted clansmen, but the blood mist coalesced in the air into the outlines of purple-armored warriors, turning against her. The icy gaze of Han Feng pierced through the amethyst prison, revealing a more horrifying sight. Countless violet-black tendrils emerged from the depths of the entropy web, silently entwining with other realms, whereupon civilizations crumbled like sand. The supreme sovereign of the 9 domains, Qing Li, summoned the primordial core. Yet its surface was awash with countless visages of violet-eyed dominators. "Surrender your resistance," echoed the voice of the dominators from every corner. "When the entropy web is fully formed, even the heavenly path shall be rewritten by me." As Qing Li's spiritual power surged uncontrollably, just as she was about to be engulfed by the violet radiance, a sword chi of black and white cleaved through the shadowy prison of Mo Chen, wielding chains forged from the essence of myriad domains. "You seek to master the myriad realms? First, you must pass through me." Mo Chen unleashed the chains, and where the silvery light and violet radiance clashed, the space twisted into countless mirrors, each reflecting scenes of destruction from different realms. The violet-eyed dominator laughed uproariously, summoning 3 ancient entropy dragons, their breaths merging into a purple beam that shattered Mo Chen's shadow. Yet, the dissipated essence did not vanish. Instead, it transformed into myriad streams of light, penetrating the beings of the 9 domains. "Ah, I see now," Ling Yao suddenly comprehended. She led the Gu clan practitioners to sit upon the ground, channeling their spiritual energy into the earth. Han Feng invoked the power of all living beings on the icy plains, condensing it into a torrent of ice essence. Zhuge Ming used fragments of the life wheel as a medium to connect with the remnants of resistance in other realms. Above the 9 domains, the collective faith of the beings intertwined with the essence of myriad domains, forming a golden bridge that spanned across time and space. In the depths of chaos, Mo Chen's shadow reformed upon the golden bridge, radiating brilliance as the 3 colors and silver light fused into a resplendent essence of myriad domains. When he wielded the chains once more, they pierced directly through the entropy web, ensnaring the reconstituted body of the violet-eyed dominator. The true heavenly path has never been a dictatorship by any one individual. Mo Chen's voice resonated throughout the myriad realms. The symbiosis of the myriad realms is the eternal path. Chapter 55. The entropy source reverses the path of calamity. The essence of myriad domains erupting from Mo Chen surged like a tempest, scorching the fragmented pieces of the entropy web with hissing sounds. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of interlocking gears echoed from the depths of chaos, as numerous violet-black entropy chains emerged from the void, wrapping around his reformed body. The disbanded consciousness of the violet-eyed dominator transformed into countless wisps of ethereal light, weaving through the entropy chains. Mo Chen, do you believe that shattering the entropy web will sever the root? The true source of entropy existed long before chaos was born. Mo Chen's 3-colored silver essence collided fiercely with the entropy chains, each impact tearing open rifts in the fabric of space-time. Through these rifts, he glimpsed horrifying scenes. In one realm, a child's toy was undergoing entropy, an elder's memories dissipated into purple mist, a cultivator's treasure twisted into a grotesque, soul-devouring artifact. It became evident that entropy had already infiltrated every corner of the myriad realms. Mo Chen's gaze turned cold as he infused the essence of the 9 domains' collective faith into the chains of his essence, resolving to trace back and obliterate the source of entropy. The ground of the 9 domains trembled simultaneously as Ling Yao employed the Gu clan's secret techniques, refining the essence of 1,000,000 spirit beasts from the southern region into blood-red blades of light. Han Feng summoned the ancient ice essence from the depths of the icy plains, conjuring chains of profound ice capable of freezing time. Zhuge Ming sketched the ancient demon-sealing array in the chaos, using fragments of the life wheel as a guide. The combined power of the 3 flowed into Mo Chen's torrent of essence, opening a pathway directly to the entropy source amidst the chaos. At the end of this passage, an altar constructed from amethyst floated in the void. In the center of the altar, a dark purple sphere pulsates and expands, each throb releasing entropy waves potent enough to corrode the very fabric of celestial order. This is the source of entropy spoken of by the sovereign with purple eyes. Suddenly, the consciousness of the purple-eyed sovereign coalesces upon the surface of the sphere. This is the cataclysmic core birth from the devouring of countless realms, a force so formidable that even the celestial order must circumvent it. What do you possess to contend against it? The beings of the 9 domains sense Mo Chen's resolve and instinctively enter a meditative state, channeling their life force and convictions into the crucible. The ethereal flowers of the southern wilderness ignite into golden flames, the icy plains of the far north dissolve into pure energy, and the cultivators of the central continent even detonate their life-bound artifacts, transforming into resplendent starlight that merges into the crucible. The Dao rhythm within the furnace grows increasingly fervent, vaporizing the nearby entropy chains entirely. At last, the purple-eyed sovereign reveals a visage of terror as he frantically stimulates the entropy source, causing the dark purple sphere to expand 100-fold, unleashing an entropy storm capable of annihilating myriad domains. Yet, at this moment, Chen opens his arms, propelling the entire crucible towards the entropy source. Come forth, let all be reborn through destruction. The Dao rhythm crucible collides violently with the entropy source, and in the ensuing explosion, Chen's figure and that of the purple-eyed sovereign are drawn into an energy vortex. Chaos begins to collapse, the laws of myriad domains shattering inch by inch. However, at the heart of destruction, Chen's Dao runes and the power of entropy bizarrely intertwine, giving rise to a brand new radiance, one that embodies both the ruthless force of annihilation and the glimmer of rebirth. As the light dissipates, the entropy source vanishes entirely. The consciousness of the purple-eyed sovereign is refined into the purest energy, while Chen's figure transforms into an eternal trace of Dao, etched into the very essence of myriad realms. Chapter 56. The New Seed of Chaos and the Cycle of Destiny in the 10th epoch following Chen's transcendence. The 9 domains have inscribed the epic of the entropy war into the annals of eternity. Yet, within the folds of time and space, a mysterious seed gestating in the depths of chaos suddenly bursts forth with a ghostly luminescence. The patterns swirling upon its surface faintly resonate with Chen's final trace of Dao, concealing a disquieting aura of ferocity. Across the 9 domains, the defensive formations hum inexplicably, and the 3-colored silver radiance of the primordial core flickers violently, as if forewarning of an impending catastrophe. At this moment, Lingxi, the newly appointed high priestess of the southern wilderness and descendant of Ling Yao, is patrolling the forbidden grounds. On the ancient altar, the dark golden rocks once purified by Chen have inexplicably reassembled, forming the outline of a colossal seed. From the fissures of the rocks, it is not dark gold that seeps forth, but a ghostly light that shares a lineage with the new seed of chaos. Lingxi attempts to probe with the sacred artifact of the Gu clan, only to find the surface of the artifact crawling with bizarre patterns that pierce into her consciousness. Flashing images of countless realms being pierced by the new seed's roots, transforming into desolate ruins. Deep within the icy plains of the far north, Hanlai, the inheritor of the cold edge, guards the ancient ice spirit formation. One night, a thunderous roar akin to a mountain collapsing reverberates from beneath the ice, and blood-red veins suddenly manifest upon the central ice. When he activates the ice spirit's divine eye to gaze upon the scene, he is horrified to discover that the new seed from the depths of chaos has sprouted its first tendril, penetrating the barriers of time and space, reaching towards the realm of the 9 domains. Wherever the tendril passes, space dissolves as if boiling snow in scalding water. As Yunxie, the sovereign of the 9 domains, channels the primordial core, it suddenly emits a lament. The 3-colored silver radiance on its surface is suppressed by the ghostly light of the new seed, gradually fading away. In the depths of the core, a warning emanated from the remnants of consciousness left by Chen. Though this child shares the same origin as my Dao traces, it has absorbed the most violent essence of chaotic destruction. If allowed to grow unchecked, the myriad realms will succumb to a fate more terrifying than entropy itself. As the second tendril of this new species breached the barrier of the 9 domains, the sky was instantaneously tainted with an eerie purple-black hue. Where the tendril descended, mountains crumbled to dust, rivers transformed into toxic mists, and living beings, upon contact with the ghostly light, were drained of their vitality, becoming sustenance for the tendril's growth. Lingxi, Hanlai, and Zhuge Yao led the powerful clans in a desperate rescue, only to find their attacks absorbed by the tendril's surface, rendered as ineffectual as a cow sinking into the sea, instead fueling the erosion of the 9 domains. In a moment of dire urgency, black and white light suddenly flickered across the land of the 9 domains. The fragmented consciousness left behind by Chen converged in the face of crisis, coalescing into a semi-transparent figure in the void. Gazing at the wildly burgeoning new species, he felt both compassion and resolve. We were once rooted in the same essence, yet have diverged onto utterly opposing paths. If that is the case, allow me to guide you once more. Chen's figure transformed into a stream of light, merging with the ghostly radiance exuded by the new species, marking the commencement of an ultimate contest concerning the survival of the myriad realms. Chapter 57. The Clash of Dao Seeds. The return to chaos on the battlefield of the 9 domains. Lingxi bit her tongue to summon the ancient blood insects. A torrent of crimson creatures surged toward the new species tendril, only to be reduced to ashes upon contact with the ghostly light. Han Lai summoned the full power of the ice souls from the frozen plains, forming a mystical ice prison capable of freezing time. Yet, with a mere tremor, the tendril shattered the ice prison into fragments. Zhuge Yao, using the remnants of the life wheel as a guide, established the 9-9 unification demon binding array. But the new species absorbed the array, hastening its erosion. Inside the new species, Mo Chen engaged in fierce combat against the violent consciousness. The three-colored silver radiance of his Dao clashed fiercely with the dark purple essence of chaos. In a moment of clarity, he glimpsed the truth of the new species' birth. In an era older than entropy itself, a supreme being attempted to seize control over chaos, casting its own Dao fruit into the abyss of chaos. The Dao fruit, twisted and altered through endless consumption, ultimately gave rise to this chaotic new species imbued with a desire for destruction. Indeed, we are echoes of failures. Mo Chen's consciousness suddenly calmed. The three-colored silver radiance swelled, and yet he understood that destruction is not an end, but a harbinger of rebirth. He forcefully summoned the residual willpower of the myriad beings, coalescing it into a Dao furnace within the new species, aiming to purify the chaotic essence with the collective will of life. Sensing the impending crisis, the new species trembled violently. Above the 9 domains, its tendrils grew frantically, weaving into a colossal cage that engulfed the entire plane. The purple-black light poured down like torrential rain, causing all things to succumb to entropy. Yun Che exerted every ounce of strength to activate the primordial core. Yet countless cracks appeared on its surface, and the three-colored silver radiance was on the verge of extinguishing completely. It must not prevail. Lingxi Han Lai and Zhuge Yao exchanged glances, igniting their life essence. The spirit essence of Lingxi's spirit beast, the ice essence of Han Lai, and the power of Zhuge Yao's life wheel remnants converged into a resplendent beam of light, shattering the cage and penetrating deep into the chaotic new species. This force resonated with the Dao rhythm furnace of Mo Chen, causing the flames within to surge violently, igniting the essence of chaos. The newly born chaos entity let out a thunderous roar. Its form began to contract frantically, attempting to crush both Mo Chen and the power of the 9 domains. Yet, in that moment, Mo Chen performed an astonishing act. He transformed his final Dao rhythm into chains, forcibly binding the new entity to his consciousness, and then summoned the power of the abyss from the depths of chaos. If I cannot purify you, then let us return to chaos together. Mo Chen's voice echoed throughout the myriad realms. The abyssal power devoured everything like a black hole, and the chaos entity alongside Mo Chen's consciousness began to disintegrate in excruciating pain. However, at the moment of destruction, an extraordinary fusion occurred between Mo Chen's Dao rhythm chains and the chaotic essence of the new entity, erupting in a brilliance that transcended both destruction and rebirth. As the light faded, the chaos entity vanished entirely, while fragments of Mo Chen's consciousness scattered across the myriad realms, each imbued with a new set of Dao rhythm laws. The 9 domains were reborn, and a rainbow formed in the sky, woven from 3 hues of silver and dark purple. Lingxi Han Lai and Zhuge Yao gazed at the sky, aware that Mo Chen had, in another manner, secured a glimmer of hope for the myriad realms. Yet, deep within the abyss, a faint dark purple aura was quietly coalescing, seemingly awaiting its next awakening. In the years following the mutual destruction of Mo Chen and the chaos entity, the 9 domains slowly revived from the remnants of devastation. Newly sprouted spiritual plants emerged from the scorched earth, their leaves adorned with patterns of interwoven 3-colored silver and dark purple. Occasionally, amidst the fragmented scrolls of cultivators, maxims formed from Mo Chen's Dao rhythm would manifest. However, this tranquility was merely a facade. Deep within the earth veins of the southern wilderness, dark purple crystals spread like malignant cells beneath the icy layers of the extreme north. Fissures left by the abyssal power oozed strange black mist. On the star map of the Tianji Pavilion in Zhongzhou, the star position of the chaos entity, which should have vanished, began to emit a faint, ghostly glow. While inspecting the forbidden grounds of the Gu tribe, Lingxi discovered that the dark golden rock at the altar had completely transformed into amethyst, its surface marked with numerous eye-shaped holes. When she attempted to probe with Gu insects, those holes suddenly spewed forth purple mist, instantly corroding the entire reconnaissance team to bones. This was not mere erosion. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her jade fingers tracing ancient symbols in the air, as some consciousness sought to resurrect through material means. Recently, the ice spirit array, guarded by Han Lai, exhibited frequent anomalies. New cracks appeared daily at the heart of the formation, with black liquid seeping from the fissures capable of eroding the foundational essence of cultivators. He daringly ventured into the icy rifts and beheld a vortex formed by the abyssal power, within which floated countless dark purple runes. Their arrangements reminiscent of the growth patterns of the chaos entity from years past. While Zhuge Yao was studying the fragments of the fate wheel, the fragments suddenly levitated autonomously, their surfaces radiating intense light. An ethereal figure, composed of Mo Chen's Dao rhythm, emerged. The aftermath lingers, and omens have arisen. The dark purple aura deep within the abyss is the residual calamity of the chaos entity. It is consuming the negative emotions of the myriad realms, once matured. Before the ethereal figure could finish, cracks appeared on the surface of the fragments, releasing wisps of dark purple light. At that moment, Yin She, the sovereign of the 9 domains, was in seclusion before the core of the primordial chaos, solidifying the laws. The core trembled violently without warning, its surface's tricolor silver brilliance being eroded by a dark purple hue, transforming into a bizarre shade of purple gold. Deep within the core, an urgent warning from the remnants of ink dust consciousness echoed. The calamity seeds have infiltrated the foundational beliefs of the 9 domains. And even my Dao rhythm is being altered. Yin She abruptly opened his eyes, only to discover that dark purple, vine-like patterns had inexplicably spread across his robe. Strange nursery rhymes began to circulate in various parts of the 9 domains. Amethyst eyes, revealed in the mist, beings of myriad realms turned to gray smoke. Any cultivator who heard the nursery rhyme would find their internal spiritual energy uncontrollably reversing, ultimately leading to their explosive demise. Even more terrifying, lands that had once been corrupted by the chaotic new seeds gradually sprouted humanoid amethyst plants, their facial contours eerily resembling the visages illuminated by the ghostly light of the chaotic new seeds. Lingxi, Han Yan, and Zhuge Yao urgently convened, deciding to split into 3 paths to seek countermeasures. Lingxi headed to the oldest Gu tribe altar in the southern frontier, attempting to awaken the slumbering ancient blood Gu. Han Yan delved deep into the extreme northern rift, preparing to freeze the calamity seed's encroachment with the essence of ice. Zhuge Yao, carrying the remnants of the Wheel of Fate, ventured to the edge of chaos in search of the scattered Dao rhythm fragments of ink dust. Meanwhile, deep within the rift, that dark purple aura had coalesced into a translucent embryonic form. It slowly opened its eyes, the light swirling within revealing both the ferocity of the chaotic new seeds and a hint of gentleness intertwined with the ink dust's Dao rhythm. Ink dust, do you believe that by dissipating consciousness you can end it all? The embryo emitted a hoarse chuckle. When the fear and despair of the myriad realms reach a suffocating crescendo, I shall be the new sovereign of chaos. Simultaneously, the clouds above the 9 domains began to churn ominously, purple-black lightning tearing through the heavens. A new wave of crisis had already descended. Chapter 59. The Flames of the Heart Demon. The rebirth of the Dao rhythm. As the purple-black lightning struck, the earth of the 9 domains trembled incessantly. In the southern regions, the amethyst plants suddenly burst forth from the ground, their mouths exhaling purple mist capable of stripping away a cultivator's shadow, turning them into puppets under its control. From the fissures of the extreme northern ice fields, the black mist of the rift surged forth like a tide, instantly tainting the ice essence with an eerie dark purple hue. The walls of the imperial city in the central plains collapsed with a thunderous roar, the sap oozing from the bricks plunging nearby cultivators into endless nightmares. Lingxi stood before the Gu tribe altar, having just awakened the ancient blood Gu, only to be enveloped by the purple mist. The blood Gu emitted a reluctant shriek, frantically traversing within her, attempting to break free from the mist's encroachment. In a daze, she beheld her most feared vision, the southern regions completely covered in amethyst, her kin reduced to mindless puppets. This was the heart demon. She bit her tongue to keep herself awake, urging the blood Gu to devour her fears, refusing to be swayed by illusions. Han Yan delved into the rift, finding it nearly impossible to progress as the essence of ice struggled against the black mist. His ice essence vision was corroded by the black mist, visions of the ice field's destruction and the wails of the beings in the 9 domains flashing before him. It turned out that the calamity seeds sought to devour our will. Han Yan's voice trembled with cold resolve as he injected the essence of ice into the rift, declaring, "Then let me show you. The will of the 9 domains is indomitable." The clash of ice essence and black mist erupted violently, and fissures began to form in his body amidst the forceful collision. Zhuge Yao, bearing the remnants of the Wheel of Fate, arrived at the edge of chaos, only to find the fragments of ink dust's Dao rhythm ensnared by the dark purple aura. As he attempted to grasp the fragments, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, the encounters with the chaos new breed and the revelations surrounding the birth of the calamity seed. It became evident that the calamity seed was a grotesque byproduct of the chaos new breed and the Dao rhythm of ink dust. A flicker of enlightenment crossed his eyes as he forcibly fused the remnants of the Wheel of Destiny with the Tao rhythm fragments. Across the 9 domains, cultivators affected by the violet mist fell prey to their inner demons. Yet, amidst despair, some awakened. In the southern wilderness, children raised luminous spirit stones. Dispersing the surrounding violet fog, an elder in the central plains ignited the spark of hope with his lifetime of cultivation, and cultivators united to form a grand formation, combating the puppet army with the power of their convictions. These forces coalesced into a golden torrent, surging toward the ruins of calamity. Within the depths of the ruins, the embryonic form of the calamity seed emitted a furious roar. Do you think mere belief can contend with chaos? It opened its vast maw, attempting to engulf the golden torrent. In a moment of dire urgency, Zhuge Yao arrived with the fused remnants of the Wheel of Destiny. The radiant glow of ink dust surged within the fragments, merging seamlessly with the golden torrent. At that moment, Lingxi and Han Lai broke through the barriers, their combined strength forming a triangular formation that ensnared the calamity seed. Chapter 60. The dark currents of the ethereal light resonance of all realms. The ice spirit formation of Han Lai underwent another transformation. As a humanoid groove manifested upon the eye of the formation, resonating with dark purple patterns akin to those of the calamity seed. He endeavored to fill the groove with the power of the ice spirit, only to trigger a violent tremor within the formation. A deluge of purple hail descended upon the ice plains, causing all beings struck by it to fall into a deep slumber, murmuring the incoherent dreams of the convergence of all realms. While Zhuge Yao was studying the fused remnants of the Wheel of Destiny, the fragments suddenly flew of their own accord towards the edge of chaos. He followed and discovered that the Tao rhythm fragments scattered by ink dust were being drawn by a mysterious force. Within the gathered light, scenes of interconnected realms emerged. Some planes were submerged by mechanical torrents, others ruled by ancient malevolence, and all skies bore the same dark purple moon. Yinche, the sovereign of the 9 domains, activated the primordial core, which unexpectedly revealed countless unfamiliar faces, each embodying the characteristics of different realms, yet all exuding the same despair. The 9 domains were not the sole battlefield. The primordial core resonated with the lingering consciousness of ink dust, lamenting that the myriad realms were being harvested by an existence that transcended the Heavenly Dao, and the calamity seed was merely a test. At that moment, the stars above the 9 domains began to rotate in reverse, and a dark purple beam of light descended from the heavens, from which emerged several cloaked figures. With each step they took, the fabric of space twisted into a mirrored surface, reflecting the most terrifying futures of the beings of the 9 domains. Lingxi witnessed the Gu clan being reduced to sacrifices. Han Lai beheld the ice plains turning to scorched earth, and Zhuge Yao saw the remnants of the Wheel of Destiny shatter completely. Do you believe that defeating the calamity seed signifies the end? The leader of the cloaked figures raised a hand, casting the shadow of the dark purple moon over the 9 domains, proclaiming, in the grand game of the myriad realms, you are but pawns. His sleeve slipped, revealing chain-like patterns coiling around his arm, mirroring the star map projected by the heavenly mechanism pavilion. In the nick of time, a resplendent light erupted across the land of the 9 domains. Those who had once been sheltered by ink dust instinctively gathered the power of belief, coalescing a phantom of ink dust in the void. The three-colored silver brilliance of Mo. Chen resonated with the Tao rhythm of the myriad realms. He gazed at the figure in the black robe, his eyes reflecting both vigilance and understanding. So it is you who seek to forge an eternal heavenly Dao by devouring the faith of all realms. Yet, you have overlooked a crucial detail. Suddenly, Mo. Chen's ethereal form fractured into countless luminous points, merging into the bodies of beings across the 9 domains. Lingxi, Han Lai, and Zhuge Yao exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously channeling their powers. The spiritual beasts of the southern wilderness let out a resounding howl, while the ancient ice of the far north erupted in a dazzling cold light, and fragments of the Wheel of Fate unleashed ancient sealing power. At this moment, the Tao rhythms of the 9 domains and the myriad realms intertwined, forming a defensive barrier that spanned time and space. Beyond this barrier, an ultimate confrontation concerning the survival of all realms had already begun. Chapter 61. The Heavenly Dao's Prison and the Reversal of the Wheel of Fate. The dark purple moonlight coiled around the 9 domains like chains, and the star map chains that flew from the black-robed figure's sleeve instantly created cracks in the defensive barrier. The leading figure revealed a miniature prison in the palm of his hand, containing countless flickering points of light. These were the souls of powerful beings from other planes. The so-called Heavenly Dao was merely a prison of the victors. He let out a sinister laugh, as the eerie light spilling from the prison stained the laws of the 9 domains a dark purple. The myriad luminous points of Mo Chen quivered violently within the beings, transforming into Dao rhythm runes that infused their bloodlines. Ling Shi bit her tongue, merging her life essence with the sacred artifact of the Gu clan, summoning the true form of the ancient blood Gu. The blood Gu, entwined with golden chains, shattered segments of the star map, chains with each sweep of its tail. Han Lai activated the ancient ice spirit formation buried deep within the icy plains, as a colossal ice dragon formed from the profound ice soared into the sky, freezing the dark purple moonlight into powder in its wake. Zhuge Yao used the Wheel of Fate fragment as a guide, sketching an ancient Wheel of Fate phantom in the skies above the 9 domains. The fragment suddenly erupted in brilliant light, revealing the last trace of Mo Chun's divine consciousness. To reverse the Wheel of Fate, one must center it upon the will of all beings. Hearing this, the people of the 9 domains raised objects symbolizing hope. Children brandished windmills, elders held cherished family trees, and cultivators lifted their life treasures. All their wills converged into a dazzling torrent, infusing the Wheel of Fate. Suddenly, a figure clad in thorny armor emerged from among the black-robed crowd. He raised his hand, causing the dark purple moon in the sky of the myriad realms to swell ominously. Do you believe that faith can resist the Heavenly Dao? The thorn-clad figure pointed at the Wheel of Fate, and countless dark purple vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the spokes of the wheel. The souls of the powerful beings imprisoned within the cage let out wretched cries, their screams transforming into shockwaves that reverberated through the 9 domains. Ling Shi's blood Gu and Han Lai's ice dragon both began to show cracks. Yun Che, the sovereign of the 9 domains, resolutely cast his own Dao fruit into the primordial core. The three-colored silver brilliance on the core's surface surged, clashing violently with the dark purple power, creating a luminous bridge that spanned heaven and earth. Upon this bridge, Mo Chen's ethereal form reassembled, wielding a spear forged from both faith and Dao rhythm. Its tip aimed directly at the thorn-clad figure. The true Heavenly Dao is not meant to imprison all beings. At the moment the spear was thrust forth, a profound resonance echoed throughout the myriad realms. Within those planes shrouded by the dark purple moonlight, a sudden surge of rebellion erupted. The mechanical warriors of the mechanical torrent planes initiated self-destruction, transforming into energy that assailed the prison. The cultivators of the ancient evil planes burned their life essence, forming a grand sealing array. These forces streamed along the luminous bridge into the 9 domains, and the phantom of the Wheel of Fate began to rotate in reverse. The countenance of the thorned armored man changed dramatically as he summoned forth a more potent ethereal glow from the prison cage. Yet, he witnessed the sweeping motion of the ink dust spear shattering the cage. The souls confined within regained their freedom, transforming into streams of light that merged into the Wheel of Fate. The power generated by the reversal of the wheel formed a colossal vortex, drawing in the figure cloaked in black and his star map chains. Impossible! The thorned armored man roared in fury before being consumed, declaring that the grand strategy of the Heavenly Dao across myriad realms was beyond their comprehension. As the radiance faded, the dark violet moon hanging over the 9 domains shattered completely. The ephemeral shadow of ink dust gradually dissipated, leaving behind a final cryptic verse: the Heavenly Dao is ever-changing, with obsession as its guide. When the myriad realms unite in purpose, the prison shall shatter. Yet, in the depths of chaos, a colossal prison woven from countless chains appeared faintly, within which lay an existence more formidable than the thorned armored man. As its eyelashes quivered, they caused the very laws of the myriad realms to tremble. Chapter 62. The tremor of the source deep within the prison. The splendor of the 9 domains reborn after calamity had yet to complete a single epoch when the laws of heaven and earth abruptly began to distort. In the southern wilderness, the spiritual spring flowed backward into a whirlpool, revealing dark violet chain patterns at the bottom. In the northern glacial expanse, the primordial ice let out a mournful wail, with sounds of chains rattling emanating from deep within the ice layers. The celestial mechanism pavilion in the central continent witnessed its celestial charts moving autonomously, all stars aligning to point towards the faintly discernible colossal prison in the depths of chaos. The lingering essence of ink dust simultaneously ignited warning lights across the 9 domains. Lingxi discovered within the forbidden ground of the Gu clan that the destroyed amethyst plants had sprouted slender, chain-like tendrils, their tips shimmering with an eerie, purplish glow. This was the corruption of the prison. She urged her blood Gu to investigate, only to find that the Gu insects were reduced to empty shells as soon as they made contact with the tendrils. The adversary was infiltrating the very essence of the 9 domains through material remnants. At the heart of the Ice Soul Great Formation, guarded by Han Lai, a human-shaped fissure suddenly appeared on the ancient Ice Soul. Each nightfall, Unfamiliar whispers emerged from within the crack. All realms are imprisoned. You have no escape. He attempted to repair it using the power of the ice soul, but found that the energy he infused was instead transformed into dark violet mist, spreading outward through the gaps in the formation. In a critical moment, an icy consciousness invaded the mind of Yunche, the sovereign of the 9 domains. Insignificant ant. Do you believe that shattering a few minions ensures your safety? Dark violet spots began to appear on his foundational Dao, and his cultivation was uncontrollably dwindling. Just then, a fragment of ink dust consciousness erupted from the primordial core, transforming into chains that temporarily ensnared the invading awareness. It was the master of the prison. And to break free from confinement, one must gather the power of the essence of the myriad realms. Simultaneously, strange phenomena erupted across various realms. The steel city of the mechanical plane was pierced by dark violet tendrils, with technological power instead nourishing the vines. In the magical realm, elemental forces began to run rampant, and the sky unleashed corrosive, purplish-black acid rain. Warriors across the realms were horrified to discover that their attacks, upon reaching the power of the prison, would rebound and return with double the force. Lingxi, Hanlai, and Zhuge Yao led the elite of the 9 domains, resolved to delve into the chaos. As they stepped into the fringes of chaos, they encountered a guardian legion composed of dark violet chains. These chains could morph into various forms, sometimes coalescing into a colossal serpent, at other times transforming into a sharp sword, each assault imbued with the power to distort space. These chains were of the same essence as the prison. Zhuge Yao wielded the shard of the Wheel of Fate, only to have its luminous energy absorbed by the chains, converted into an offensive force. At the critical moment, the populace of the 9 domains spontaneously ignited the flame of belief. The prayers of children, the recitations of cultivators, and the blessings of the elderly converged into a golden pillar of light, infusing it into the 3 individuals. The true form of Lingxi's bloodworm ignited with golden flames. The frigid scales of the ice dragon radiated a resplendent glow, and the remnants of Zhuge Yao's destiny wheel erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Under the onslaught of this power of belief, the Chain Legion began to disintegrate. Seizing the opportunity, the trio ventured deeper and finally beheld the entirety of the colossal cage. The surface of the cage shimmered with projections from countless dimensions, and at its center, the slumbering figure slowly opened its eyes. The indifference and oppressive force within its gaze made the very essence of rebirth in the 9 domains tremble. In Chapter 63, The Awakening of the Prison Master, a figure at the center of the cage gradually rose, dark purple chains entwining its form, exuding a cataclysmic pressure. Each chain was inscribed with ancient runes from myriad realms, and as it moved, the runes flickered, rending the surrounding chaotic space into countless fragments. Insects, who granted you the audacity to intrude upon my prison? The deep voice boomed like thunder, causing blood to seep from the ears and noses of those in the 9 domains. Lingxi's bloodworm form and the ice dragon dimmed instantaneously. Zhuge Yao strained to activate the remnants of the destiny wheel, attempting to counter the oppressive force with the remnants of Ma Chen's path, only to see the miniature cage pattern on the remnants come to life. Reversing and binding his spiritual power, the master of the cage waved his hand lightly, sending a dark purple beam slicing through the chaos, aimed directly at the 9 domains. Yunche, the sovereign of the 9 domains, exerted all his strength to activate the primordial core, resulting in a collision between the 3-colored silver radiance and the beam, unleashing a wave of energy that split the earth into countless chasms. This is a power beyond our capacity to contend with. The ice dragon, gritting its steel teeth, summoned the last vestiges of the primordial force from the icy plains, forming a colossal ice shield capable of freezing time. However, upon contact with the dark purple aura, the shield was rapidly corroded into powder. More ominously, the chains connecting various realms to the cage began to retract violently, twisting the steel cities of the mechanical dimension into scrap metal, while the elemental storms of the magical dimension tore the continent asunder. Lingxi, gazing at the chains and vines wildly growing within the forbidden grounds of the Worm Clan, suddenly bit her fingertip, merging her lifeblood with the ancient bloodworm. If we cannot confront it head-on, then let us breach from within. She transformed into a stream of crimson light, burrowing through the vines into the earth's veins of the 9 domains. Under the dark purple corrosion, her meridians shattered inch by inch, yet she gritted her teeth, injecting the power of the bloodworm into the veins, striving to sever the connection between the 9 domains and the cage. The master of the cage seemed to sense the threat. The chains around him writhed like serpents, conjuring a dark purple storm that obliterated the attacks of the myriad realms' powerhouses. His gaze swept across the remnants of Ma Chen's path in the chaos, and he snorted coldly. Such inferior remnants of a path dare covet the Heavenly Dao? With a wave of his hand, a dark purple cage descended from above, trapping the ice dragon, Zhuge Yao, and others within, as the runes on the cage's surface continuously absorbed their strength. At that critical juncture, the power of belief across the 9 domains surged unexpectedly. Those mortals who had awakened during the calamity of the Seed War offered themselves as sacrifices, transforming their souls into golden flames. These flames coalesced into a river of burning belief, surging toward the cage through the chaotic fissures. Meanwhile, the formidable beings from various realms sensed the struggle within the 9 domains. The scientists of the mechanical plane activated their forbidden devices, while the sorcerers of the magical plane unleashed their ultimate spells by burning their very essence. All these forces coalesced into a cataclysmic torrent that traversed the multiverse. The master of the cage finally revealed a hint of astonishment as the chains that encircled him trembled violently, shredding the torrent into fragments. Yet, at the heart of the deluge, the remnants of Mo Chen's Dao rhythm suddenly fused, coalescing into a translucent figure. The 3-colored silver radiance of Mo Chen's Dao resonated with the collective will of the multiverse, forming a sword forged from the very essence of all realms. The cage is not the heavenly path. It is the will of all living beings that prevails. At the moment the breaking prison sword was drawn, the laws of the multiverse quaked. Countless fissures appeared on the surface of the dark purple cage, and for the first time, the expression of the cage master turned grave. His chains transformed into a barrage of attacks, engaging fiercely with the breaking prison sword. Amidst the chaos, Mo Chen's figure gradually became transparent, yet before vanishing, he infused the last remnants of his Dao rhythm into the bodies of the people of the 9 domains. Remember, the heavenly path is written by oneself. In the midst of a deafening roar, the breaking prison sword pierced the cage. The cage master unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the entire chaos to begin collapsing. However, on the brink of annihilation, a mysterious purple light flickered, and the figure of the cage master inexplicably vanished. When the light dissipated, the multiverse lay in ruins, and in some unknown corner, a dark purple aura began to silently coalesce. Chapter 64. The strange transformation of the purple abyss and the reassembly of Dao rhythm. The aftermath of the chaotic collapse had yet to settle when the multiverse descended into a deeper silence. The lands of the 9 domains were marred with spiderweb-like dark purple fissures, each oozing a chilling aura. Wherever they spread, spiritual flora withered, and the cultivation of practitioners was rendered null. The chains and vines of the south border altar grew wildly, intertwining into the phantom of a colossal cage. The ice of the extreme north's frozen plains lost all its luster, and deep within the ice, the sound of chains dragging echoed, reminiscent of the breath of an ancient behemoth. As Lingxi emerged from the earth's veins, her body was adorned with dark purple patterns, and her bloodworm power was nearly depleted. Yet, her gaze remained resolute. Though the cage master had not perished, he bore significant wounds. She strained to infuse the remaining spiritual energy of the south border into the bloodworm, which transformed into a streak of light, delving deep into the fissures. The frigid core of the ice spirit array had already collapsed, and as he clutched the shattered ice core, he discovered a dark purple scale with patterns identical to those of the cage master's aura. That was the key to the core of the multiverse cage. Zhuge Yao's pupils constricted sharply, as the surface of the remnants of the destiny wheel revealed the last Dao rhythm maxim of Mo Chen to utterly destroy the cage. One must gather 7 types of primordial powers and reshape the breaking prison sword. No sooner had the words left his lips than a torrential downpour of purple-black rain descended upon the skies of the 9 domains. The raindrops transformed into chain monsters that devoured living beings, and the air was filled with agonizing cries. The sovereign of the 9 domains, Yun Che, burned his essence to repair the primordial core, only to find the 3-colored silver radiance within the core being eroded by a dark purple hue, transforming into a bizarre, dark, golden color. This power began to assimilate the laws of the 9 domains. He endured the excruciating pain of his foundation crumbling, channeling the core's power into the defensive array in a desperate attempt to fend off the chain monster's assault. Yet, the moment the array made contact with the dark purple rain, it unexpectedly began to retaliate against the practitioners of the 9 domains. As the trio embarked on their journey, a thunderous sound of breaking chains reverberated from the depths of the chaotic, dark purple abyss. The silhouette of the master of the prison cage gradually materialized, his key shimmering with an otherworldly glow, flanked by 12 demonic generals coalescing from the dark purple mist. The Dao rhythm of ink dust? The sword of broken prison? A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, dismissing it as mere desperate flailing. When the 7 primal sources converge, it shall herald the day when the myriad realms succumb entirely to the prison. Meanwhile, cultivators across the 9 regions spontaneously formed a resistance. The Gu masters of the southern wilderness summoned ancient battle Gu with their last vestiges of spiritual power. The ice cultivators of the far north erected new defenses with their flesh and blood, while the artifact smiths of the central plains toiled day and night, striving to forge treasures capable of countering the dark purple aura. In an unknown corner, a seed tainted by the Dao rhythm of ink dust quietly began to sprout, its tender shoots aglow, resonating faintly with the essence of the sword of broken prison. Chapter 65. The traces of the primal source clash in the dark abyss the moment Lingxi stepped into the ancient realm of all spirits. The blood-red goo mist collided violently with the pervasive decay of the atmosphere. This land, once a sanctuary for myriad beings, was now ensnared in a prison of dark purple vines, ancient trees marred with human-like hollows emitting mournful wails. She commanded the blood goo to gnaw at the vines, but witnessed a viscous black liquid oozing from the wounds, corroding the blood goo into charred remnants. The primal source of vitality had been tainted to such an extent. She bit her fingertip, using her life essence as a beacon to forcibly awaken the slumbering ancient tree spirit. The instant the tree spirit awoke, the ancient realm trembled, countless luminous seeds cascading from its crown. Yet, the dark purple vines surged suddenly, coiling around the tree spirit like a giant serpent, dragging it beneath the earth. Without hesitation, Lingxi leapt into the abyss, grasping a seed exuding a faint green light. Indeed, the tainted source of vitality, just as the vines threatened to crush her. The journey of Han Lai through the eternal night ice abyss grew increasingly perilous. The eternal source at the core of the abyss was encased within a purple crystal prison, surrounded by countless frozen corpses of formidable beings. As he neared the prison, the ice abyss erupted into towering waves of purple mist, containing ice crystals capable of freezing souls. Han Lai summoned the remnants of his ice spirit power to resist, yet his foundational Dao began to fissure under the onslaught of the purple mist. In a critical moment, he transformed himself into an ice sword, charging towards the prison with explosive force, and at the instant of the ice sword shattering, the eternal source broke free from its icy confines. Upon the bridge of light, fragments of ink dust's Dao rhythm coalesced once more, wielding a spear forged from his convictions. He pried open a corner of the chessboard. The true primal source lies not within objects, but within the hearts of men. As the spear swept across, a golden torrent clashed fiercely with the dark purple pieces, stirring tumultuous waves amidst the chaos. The master of the prison cage's expression shifted slightly. He finally gripped the core key tightly, as the dark purple abyss began to contract violently, attempting to crush everyone within. Chapter 66. The Dao rhythm ignites the soul. The laws collapse at the moment of collision between the golden torrent and the dark purple pieces, the chaotic space shattered like broken glass. Chains surrounding the master of the prison cage surged, each link entwined with the phantoms of myriad dimensions. With a wave of his hand, the chains transformed into a colossal net that obscured the sky, enveloping the multitude of cultivators from the 9 regions within its grasp. The blood goo of Lingxi emitted a sharp, piercing cry, its crimson radiance growing ever fainter beneath the net. The chilling essence of ice spiraled wildly, yet could only coalesce at his feet into a palm-sized ice shield. The fragments of Zhuge Yao's life wheel were marred with cracks, casting a distorted illusion under the encroaching dark purple. An ant attempting to shake a tree. The master of the cage revealed a dark purple celestial compass in the palm of his hand, its needle spinning as the techniques of the 9 realms began to operate in reverse. Lingxi's goo technique backfired, the innate goo insect savagely gnawing through his meridians. The frigid power of ice surged backward, nearly solidifying his blood. Zhuge Yao's deduction technique became disordered, the fragments of his life will starting to consume his consciousness. The sovereign of the 9 realms, Yun Che, ignited the last vestige of his soul, refining the primordial core into a shield. The tricolor silver radiance on the core's surface clashed violently with the dark golden glow, forming a yin-yang diagram upon the shield's exterior. Yet, with a gentle touch, the master of the cage caused the yin-yang diagram to fracture inch by inch, the shield disintegrating into a celestial shower of stardust. The so-called celestial doctrine was merely a plaything for the powerful. His voice dripped with boundless derision, proclaiming that they could not even graze the edges of his cage. Just as despair engulfed the crowd, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the 9 realms. The lands once nourished by the essence of ink and dust transformed into countless luminous runes, surging into the battlefield through chaotic fissures. Children of the southern frontier bit their fingers, inscribing ancient totems upon the ground. The elders of the central plains burned ancestral texts, their words morphing into golden moths. Cultivators severed their foundational paths, converting their lifetime of cultivation into radiant rain. These forces coalesced into a resplendent river of conviction, merging seamlessly with the shards of ink and dust's essence. The ethereal figure of Machen gradually solidified within the river, his tricolor silver radiance surging intensely, and the long spear in his hand manifested with myriad patterns of laws. "You are mistaken." His voice echoed through the chaos, declaring that the celestial doctrine was never the private possession of any individual, but rather the embodiment of the collective will of all beings. The spear thrust forth, and the river of conviction transformed into a roaring tidal wave, shattering the dark purple net into fragments. The master of the cage's countenance shifted abruptly as 12 demon generals launched their simultaneous assault. The foremost general wielded a dark purple war spear, rending the fabric of space into countless shards. The last general exhaled purple mist, annihilating laws into nothingness. Yet, Machen's spear of essence swept across, shattering the war spear and dispersing the purple mist, reducing the 12 demon generals to mere dust in the radiance. Witnessing this, Machen plunged the spear of essence into the chaos, using himself as a conduit to connect with the collective conviction of all beings across realms. The people of the 9 realms sat in meditation, infusing their spiritual energy into the spear. Powerful beings from other dimensions felt the call, transcending time and space to lend their strength. The spear erupted in a brilliance that soared to the heavens, revealing countless silhouettes, each representing the will of a different dimension. As the light faded, the chaos gradually returned to calm. Machen's ethereal figure slowly dissipated, leaving behind a final proclamation. To safeguard conviction is to protect the celestial doctrine. The people of the 9 realms gazed upon the ravaged chaos, acutely aware that while this battle was won, the true crisis might have only just begun. Chapter 67. The embers of anomalies begin to emerge in the century following the disintegration of the master of the cage. The myriad realms struggled to revive upon the scorched earth. The lands of the 9 realms once again sprouted tricolor spiritual grasses, their leaves shimmering with silver patterns that seemed to recount tales of past glories. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, tumultuous currents churn within the depths of the southern border's altar, where shattered chains and remnants of vines are reassembling at an imperceptible pace. In the icy fissures of the far north, the seepage is no longer a violet mist, but rather a chilling, ethereal blue liquid. Each midnight, the celestial instrument of the Tianji Pavilion in Zhongzhou emits a mournful wail, and the star charts quietly reveal several calamity stars radiating a dark golden glow. While patrolling the forbidden grounds of the Gu clan, Lingxi detects an unusual agitation among the bloodworms in response to a certain aura. Following this sensation, she delves deeper and discovers an ancient prophecy inscribed in dark purple blood on the reverse side of a stone tablet at the altar's lowest level. Caged. The heavenly path is locked. Embers give birth to new demons. 7 seals unleash chaos. Myriad realms turn to ash. As she attempts to touch the stone tablet, a ghostly light flashes, and the tablet is instantly reduced to powder, leaving behind a peculiar dark purple scale adorned with strange patterns. Recently, the chilly ice spirit's gaze has been uncontrollably activated, and through the void, he glimpses a palace constructed of ethereal blue ice deep within the chaos, its gates firmly shut, with a frigid aura seeping through the cracks capable of freezing time itself. Alarmingly, he realizes that while absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, his ice spirit's source unwittingly merges with a trace of dark purple aura, reminiscent of the oppressive force wielded by the master of the cage in days gone by. While studying the remnants of the Wheel of Fate, Zhuge Yao finds the shard suddenly flying toward the edge of chaos. He pursues it to a temporal fold, witnessing countless dark golden chains sprouting from the void, with shattered fragments of dimensions dangling from them. When he attempts to sever the chains with the Wheel of Fate shard, it emits a sorrowful cry, revealing the same 7 seal patterns as those inscribed on the tablet. Yun Che, the supreme lord of the 9 domains, experiences a sudden dimming of the 3-colored silver radiance on the surface of the primordial core as a flickering dark golden pattern takes its place. A warning resonates from the remnants of Mo Chen's consciousness within the core. Though the master of the cage has perished, his essence has infiltrated the foundations of all realms. Those 7 mysterious seals are the keys to unlocking true calamity. Simultaneously, strange phenomena manifest across the myriad realms. In the steel forest of the mechanical dimension, dark purple mechanical life forms with autonomous consciousness emerge. Within the elemental tides of the magical dimension, bizarre black holes capable of devouring spells appear. Even in the most peaceful of mortal kingdoms, the nursery rhyme of the purple moon descends. All beings are imprisoned begins to circulate. Each nightfall, a dark purple meteor streaks across the skies of the myriad realms, casting living beings into an inexplicable slumber. their dreams filled with visions of being bound by chains. Lingxi, the ice spirit, and Zhuge Yao urgently convene, resolving to embark once more on a quest for the truth. However, just as they depart from the 9 domains, they encounter a mysterious legion formed from dark purple mist. The weapons wielded by these mist warriors possess the uncanny ability to sever the ties between space and law. It appears that someone is intent on obstructing their pursuit. Lingxi commands the bloodworms, and as the crimson light collides with the dark purple mist, toxic smoke erupts. Amidst the fervent battle, a familiar yet foreign voice emerges from the mist. Do you truly believe that the master of the cage is the end? How Navi? As the mist dissipates, a figure cloaked in black emerges, his visage shrouded in shadow, with only the dark purple 7 seals on his forehead gleaming with a sinister light. Once all 7 seals awaken, true chaos shall descend. After the figure in the black robe uttered these words, he transformed into a stream of dark purple light and vanished into the horizon, leaving the people of the 9 domains gripped by an intensifying sense of crisis, tightening their hold on their weapons. Chapter 68. The 7 Seals Enigma. The chaos awakens at the moment of the black-robed man's disappearance. The space surrounding the people of the 9 domains suddenly twisted into a dark purple vortex. The blood goo of Lingxi emitted a terrified shriek, struggling desperately within the vortex. The chilling power of the ice soul had just coalesced into a shield when it was torn apart by the swirling forces. The fragment of the fate wheel in Zhuge Yao's hand trembled violently, as the 7 seal design on its surface resonated with the mark on the black-robed man's forehead, releasing a peculiar attractive force. This is bad. This is the spatial confinement of the prison lord's essence. Yun Che exerted all his strength to activate the primordial core, the 3-colored silver radiance clashing fiercely with the dark purple vortex, yet it was like a drop in the ocean. At the critical moment, fragments of ink-like Dao rhythm suddenly erupted from the depths of the primordial core, transforming into countless black and white runes that sketched an ancient boundary-breaking formation within the vortex. The formation's light surged, forcibly transporting everyone to an unfamiliar plane. This plane was shrouded in thick, inky mist, with the ground littered with dark purple crystalline skeletons, each adorned with a softly glowing mark at their foreheads. These skeletons seemed to guard something. Zhuge Yao used the fate wheel fragment to probe, and the fragment suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, pointing towards the deepest part of the mist. There stood a colossal altar, at the center of which floated 7 dark purple stone platforms, each inscribed with one of the ancient characters representing life, death, annihilation, transformation, void, reality, and end. The chilling gaze of the ice soul penetrated the mist, and his pupils constricted sharply. Beneath the stone platforms lay countless sealed chains. Before he could finish speaking, the crystalline skeletons surrounding the altar suddenly came to life. Their eyes ignited with ghostly purple flames as they conjured dark purple spears, surging forth like a tidal wave. Lingxi was the first to launch an attack. The blood goo transformed into a massive crimson dragon, but upon contact with the skeletons, it was instantly ravaged. The power of these skeletons is derived from the 7 seals. Zhuge Yao activated the fate wheel fragment, attempting to devise a method to break the deadlock, but the fragment suddenly flew autonomously towards the altar. When the fate wheel fragment landed on the platform inscribed with the character for transformation, the remaining 6 platforms simultaneously illuminated, and dark purple chains erupted from the ground, binding everyone tightly. A chilling consciousness emanated from the chains. Intruders shall become offerings to the 7 seals. At this critical juncture, the power of belief from the 9 domains once again converged. The people of the southern wilderness lit everlasting lamps, symbolizing hope. The practitioners in the far north gathered protective light, using the ice soul as a beacon. And the craftsmen of the central continent forged their last ounce of spirit into arrows of conviction. These powers transcended planes, transforming into a golden torrent that surged into everyone's veins. The blood goo of Lingxi absorbed the power of belief, evolving into a more potent form. The primal essence of the ice soul erupted in brilliant radiance, freezing a portion of the chains, and Zhuge Yao's fate wheel fragment resonated anew with the 7 stone platforms, beginning to rewrite the ancient runes inscribed upon them. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free, the space at the center of the altar suddenly twisted, and the black-robed man reappeared. With a mere wave of his hand, the 7 stone platforms blazed with light, and the dark purple chains coalesced into a prison, ensnaring everyone in the core. Do you believe you can unravel the mystery of the 7 seals? The figure cloaked in black let out a chilling laugh, as the 7-pointed emblem upon his brow transformed into 7 radiant beams, piercing deep into the altar, the true heart of chaos, on the brink of awakening. As the beams permeated, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the altar, and a dark purple light column shot skyward. Within this column, an enormous figure gradually coalesced. its entire form comprised of dark purple chains, exuding an oppressive force that surpassed the will of heaven. The people of the 9 domains gazed upon this overwhelming power, a tide of unprecedented despair swelling in their hearts. Yet, Lingxi tightened her grip on the blood-red goo blade. Senior Chen once said, "The will of heaven is inscribed by all beings. We have not yet lost." Chapter 69. Secrets of the Fragmented Scrolls in the Depths of Chaos. Within the folds of time and space, an ancient hall, constructed from shattered stars, flickered into view. Between the web-like fissures within the hall flowed a mysterious dark golden liquid, each drop scorching the ground into unfathomable chasms. On a stone platform, long sealed by a millennium of dust, half of a fragmented tome, the ancient legacy, stirred autonomously. From the yellowed pages, tendrils of purple-black mist suddenly seeped forth, etching 7 twisted chain patterns in the void. At long last, the awaited day had arrived. A hoarse whisper echoed from the depths of the ancient hall as 12 shadows coalesced from the mist. The foremost figure cradled a fragment of a precious mirror radiating an ethereal blue light in his palm. The runes swirling upon its surface resonated with the ancient legacy, causing the dark golden liquid within the hall to boil instantaneously, transforming into myriad chains that surged skyward. If the remnants of the chaotic ancient tree wished to gather the precious mirror, they must step into our abyssal trap. The cloaked figure chuckled coldly. On the dark golden chains slipping from his sleeves, countless world-devouring runes were inscribed. Simultaneously, the rift at the juncture of the 9 domains reverberated with thunderous roars. Lingxi's goo cauldron suddenly quaked violently. The myriad goo worms within stirred restlessly, crashing against the cauldron's walls and leaving blood-red claw marks upon its surface. A force surpassing the will of heaven was prying open the barriers of time and space. She formed seals with her jade fingers, her lifeblood goo transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the void, only to be shredded into powder by a dark golden force the moment it grazed the rift's edge. The frigid defenses of the extreme northern ice plains flickered to life with warning red lights, as the ancient ice core exuded a purple-black viscous substance. His ice spirit divine eye pierced through layers of mist, and he was horrified to discover countless dark golden chains weaving a net in the depths of chaos, the center of which pointed ominously towards a mysterious vortex enveloped in blood mist. The aura emanating from it was eerily reminiscent of the essence of the former master of the prison. He tightened his grip on the ice spirit spear. Yet the ice crystals forming at its tip corroded rapidly upon contact with the dark golden aura. Zhuge Yao's fragment of the Wheel of Fate had recently appeared with frequent cracks. Every midnight, unfamiliar star maps surfaced upon its surface. He toiled through the night in calculations, finally uncovering a record in an ancient tome. When the blood mist of the abyss manifests, the precious mirror fragment resonates, the 12 shadow guards emerge, and chaos befalls. As he compared the fragment of the Wheel of Fate with the ancient texts left by Chen, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the pages, casting a glimpse of a fragmented map. At the center of the map lay the mysterious vortex shrouded in blood mist. While Chen was in seclusion, the chaotic mirror platform within his sea of consciousness trembled violently. The world within the mirror distorted into countless shards, each reflecting the ethereal image of the precious mirror fragment. The 5 collected fragments resonated wildly within the Qinkuan bag, their dark golden patterns undulating like living beings, coalescing into a faint starry trajectory that pointed deep into the chaos. Suddenly, the reversal grass emerged from his hair, the time-space dew on its leaves shifting from crystalline clarity to a deep crimson hue, heralding an unprecedented crisis. The ultimate secret of the treasure fragments lay concealed behind the blood mist of the abyssal ruin. Chen gently caressed the fragments, intertwining the 3-colored silver brilliance and dark golden patterns, sketching a spatial coordinate leading to the vortex within his palm. He tucked the ancient scripture into his sleeve, the chaotic purity spear erupting with dazzling radiance in his grasp as he resolutely stepped into the tumultuous void. Behind him, the collective belief of beings from the 9 domains transformed into an invisible barrier, yet when it encountered the time-space net woven by the dark golden chains, it emitted a lament of unbearable burden. Chapter 70. The fragments of the abyssal path and the illusion of shadows. In the moment Chen plunged into the chaotic void, a kaleidoscope of dark purple and rainbow hues enveloped him like a solitary vessel amidst raging waves, trembling violently between the surging fragments of time and space. The 5 treasure fragments buzzed incessantly within the Qinkuan bag, their dark golden patterns resonating with the chaotic mirror in his sea of consciousness, generating countless mirrored ripples on his body that repelled the approaching void turbulence. The ancient scripture stirred of its own accord, golden light seeping from its pages like serpents winding through the void, outlining a faint starry trajectory leading directly to the vortex shrouded in blood mist. The temporal and spatial laws here resonated with the fluctuations of the treasure fragments. The reversal grass peeked from his sleeve, its dew suddenly turning crimson, signaling an impending catastrophe. Chen activated the essence of chaos, a dark purple aura coalescing around him into a mirrored shield, each mirror reflecting distorted spatial rifts, intermittently revealing shattered fragments of the celestial Dao's laws. As he neared the blood mist vortex, a chilling sound of grinding teeth resonated from the ground. Countless dark golden chains erupted from the earth, their surfaces inscribed with world-destroying runes akin to those of the treasure, yet exuding a corrosive aura. The barbs at the tips of the chains scraped against the shield, sparking showers of fire, even corroding the mirrors to form a myriad of holes. Chen swung the chaotic purity spear, the surging chaotic energy sweeping forth like a tide, shredding the chains into fragments. However, those shattered chains transformed into countless soul-devouring insects. Buzzing towards his face, ancient golden butterfly, break. Chen summoned the ancient scripture. A swarm of golden butterflies emerged, their wings shimmering with primordial patterns. The collision between the golden butterflies and the soul-devouring insects erupted in brilliance, dispersing the surrounding darkness, yet unexpectedly revealing countless bronze masks suspended within the blood mist. The hollow eye sockets of these masks flickered with dark golden light, and the instant their gaze met his, Chen's sea of consciousness felt as though it were struck by a hammer, collapsing the mirrored world, the ancient chaotic tree withering. And images of himself pierced through the heart by dark golden chains flashed repeatedly. Illusion? Shatter. Chen bit his tongue, expelling blood imbued with the essence of his Dao fruit. As the blood mist turned crimson, the bronze masks exploded, revealing a floating altar behind them. At the center of the altar, a fragment of the precious tome, emanating a ghostly azure glow, hovered within a cage woven from dark golden chains. The intricate patterns on the fragment's surface perfectly aligned with the 5 shards cradled in his arms, yet they also radiated a disquieting aura of void. Just as Chen prepared to strike, the sound of chains dragging through the void abruptly echoed. 12 figures cloaked in black emerged, shattering the blood mist. Their faces concealed in shadows, the dark golden chains in their hands shimmered with a chilling intent to kill. The runes flowing across the chains shared a common origin with the altar's prison, and wherever they passed, the fabric of space shattered like broken glass. Do the remnants of the chaotic ancient tree dare to covet the precious tome? The leader of the cloaked figures intoned, his voice resonating like the cracking of ice from the depths of the abyss. Before his words faded, countless chains transformed into black serpents, lunging with bared fangs. Chen summoned the power of the 5 shards, as a prismatic radiance coalesced around him into a taiji diagram, repelling the oncoming chains. The chaotic mirror platform materialized above him, projecting myriad spear shadows that clashed fiercely with the figures in black. As the battle intensified, the attacks from the cloaked figures became increasingly unpredictable, their forms twisted like reflections in a mirror, each strike arriving from the most unexpected angles. Cracks began to appear in Chen's protective shield, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In a moment of dire urgency, he pressed the 5 shards against his chest. Their light surged dramatically, coalescing in the void into a colossal mirror formation. This formation projected the phantoms of 12 celestial monuments, their primordial purple aura colliding violently with the void energy of the cloaked figures. An ancient bell tolled from the direction of the altar, causing the imprisoned fragment to tremble violently, and fissures began to emerge in the dark golden cage. Chapter 71. The abyssal tide of the shards summons the waves. Chen stood at the edge of the chaotic abyss, his garments flapping wildly in the howling winds. The swirling 9-colored dark violet light around him clashed fiercely with the dark golden miasma rising from the abyssal depths, producing a symphony of crackling sounds. The 5 shards of the precious tome in his embrace quivered simultaneously, their surface patterns twisting like living beings, resonating with the chaotic mirror platform in his consciousness, sketching a faint protective mirror shield upon his body. The void energy here, intriguingly, shared a source with the precious tome shards yet stood in stark opposition. The ancient manuscript stirred without wind, golden liquid seeping from its pages coalescing into fractured divinatory symbols in the air. A point of light at the center of the symbols flickered incessantly, aimed at the abyss's depths, shrouded in a blood-red vortex. The reversal grass extended from his hairpin, its leaves glistening with temporal dew that suddenly turned crimson, heralding an unprecedented crisis. As he stepped into the abyssal flow, a bone-chilling cold pierced through him like myriad steel needles. The sound of dragging chains filled the air as dark golden mist congealed into countless twisted faces, opening their gaping maws filled with fangs. roaring as they lunged toward Chen. The chaotic purification spear swept out, its blade unleashing chaotic energy that clashed with the mist, erupting in blinding brilliance. Yet, the mist did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into dark golden chains that ensnared his limbs. All phenomena returned to the void. Chen invoked the ancient manuscript, golden butterflies emerging from its pages to form a luminous veil that incinerated the chains completely. But before he could catch his breath, a thunderous roar erupted from the bottom of the abyss, as an ancient altar, covered in moss, burst forth from the earth. At the heart of the altar, a fragment of the treasured mirror, radiating a haunting azure glow, hovered in the air. The swirling patterns on its surface resonated with the 5 shards cradled in his arms. Yet they also emanated an unsettling void energy. Just as Chen prepared to approach the altar, a sharp sound of tearing space reverberated through the void. 12 figures cloaked in black shattered the fabric of reality upon their arrival, their faces obscured by shadows, with only the dark golden sides in their hands gleaming with a frigid light. Wherever the black mist coiling around the sides passed, the fabric of space tore apart as easily as paper. Do the remnants of the chaotic ancient tree dare to covet the treasured mirror? The leader of the cloaked figures spoke, his voice akin to countless nails scraping against metal, sending shivers down the spine. A kaleidoscope of dark purple radiance surged around him as Chen invoked the mirror shadow heavenly path technique, summoning countless reflections of himself wielding tridents to leap from the chaotic mirror platform, countering the attacks from all directions. The clash of trident shadows and scythes erupted in a wave of energy, stirring the abyssal currents into a more tumultuous state. The reversal life grass grew wildly, its leaves weaving a temporal prison in an attempt to restrain the black-robed figures. However, the void power emanating from them distorted the laws of time and space, causing the prison to disintegrate instantaneously. The battle intensified, with the attacks of the black-robed figures growing increasingly bizarre, their forms twisted like reflections in a warped mirror, each strike coming from an unexpected angle. Cracks appeared in Chen's protective barrier, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In a moment of dire peril, he pressed the 5 shards against his chest. Their luminescence surged, coalescing in the void to form a colossal mirror array. This array projected the ethereal images of 12 celestial steel, whose primordial purple aura clashed violently with the void power of the black-robed figures. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the abyss, the phantom of the Lord of the Void flickering amidst the blood-red whirlpool. Sensing this, the cloaked figures intensified their assault. Gritting his teeth, Chen summoned the full force of the chaotic Dao fruit, concentrating the 9-colored dark purple radiance into a beam of light that surged toward the altar. Wherever the beam passed, the mist dissipated, and the forms of the black-robed figures began to disintegrate. As the light reached the fragment of the treasured mirror, the entire altar erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the shard transforming into a stream of luminescence that melded into his palm, while a more potent void energy rippled from the depths of the abyss. Chapter 72. The fragment of fog conceals peril. The moment Chen stepped into the chaotic misty sea, the 9-colored dark purple radiance surrounding him abruptly contracted, as if grasped by an invisible hand like a firefly. The mist, coalesced from void energy, shimmered with an eerie dark golden hue, each breath carrying a metallic sweetness reminiscent of rust, while an icy chill surged through his veins straight to his mind. The 5 shards of the treasured mirror trembled in unison, their surface patterns swirling like burning stardust, resonating with the chaotic Dao fruit within him, sketching a faint mirror-patterned protective shield upon his skin. Beware, this mist conceals temporal traps. The ancient script of the primordial suddenly hummed, golden liquid seeping from its pages and coalescing into warning runes in the air. Before the words could fade, the reversal life grass sprang forth from his hair, the temporal dewdrops on its leaves boiling violently, heralding an imminent crisis. Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld the roiling mist ahead, which had coalesced into countless distorted bronze mirrors, each reflecting a different version of himself, some bloodied and kneeling, others pierced through the chest by dark golden chains, and yet others morphing into the visage of the Lord of the Void. Illusions? As the ink dust manipulated the mirror shadow celestial path technique, the chaotic mirror platform erupted within his consciousness, projecting myriad spear shadows that shattered the bronze mirror entirely. Yet, the fragmented mirror did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into dark golden blades that severed his protective barrier. The chaotic purification spear was raised defensively, its blade radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that clashed with the flying blades, unleashing a shockwave that violently shook the fog-laden sea. At that moment, the ground suddenly fissured, spiderweb-like cracks appearing as countless dark golden vines erupted from the earth, each inscribed with world-ending runes akin to those of the treasure mirror. These were the invasive tendrils of the Lord of Nihility. Ink dust swung the spear to sever the vines, only to see black ichor seeping from the severed ends, which transformed upon hitting the ground into grotesque spider-like creatures with human faces. Their compound eyes glimmered with an eerie light as they exhaled corrosive webs from their mandibles. Summoning the ancient scriptures, a swarm of golden butterflies emerged from the pages, forming a protective barrier. The instant the golden light met the webs, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. Yet, more mists surged onto the battlefield, coalescing into 12 figures clad in black robes. The curved blades in their hands bore identical engravings of the treasure mirror, with drops of black liquid from their edges corroding the ground into bottomless chasms. "Outsider, surrender the fragments," spoke the leading figure, their voice reminiscent of countless gears grinding within bone. Before the words faded, the 12 curved blades struck simultaneously, slicing the very fabric of space into distorted diamonds. Ink dust activated the chaotic Dao fruit, a dark purple halo swelling into a shield to withstand the onslaught. Concurrently, the reverse fate grass grew wildly, its blades weaving a temporal cage that ensnared 3 of the black-robed figures. However, as soon as the cage formed, it began to unravel, the void power emanating from the black-robed figures warping the laws of time and space. In a critical moment, Ink dust pressed 5 shards against his chest, the shards glowing intensely as they coalesced into a miniature mirror formation in the void. The formation projected the ethereal images of 12 celestial treasure tablets, their primordial purple aura clashing violently with the void power. Suddenly, a resonant tremor akin to a bell echoed from the heart of the fog sea, revealing a floating bronze altar piercing through the mist. In the center of the altar, a jade box slowly rotated. Within it, a shard of the treasure mirror emanating a haunting blue glow, its patterns perfectly aligning with the 5 shards in his embrace, while emitting an unsettling void fluctuation. Upon witnessing this, the black-robed figures intensified their assault. Their forms began to blur, transforming into dark golden mist that seeped into Ink dust's protective barrier. The chaotic mirror platform spun wildly above him, revealing methods to break the adversary's onslaught. Gritting his teeth, Ink dust summoned his full strength, condensing the 9-colored dark purple light into a beam that surged toward the altar. Where the beam passed, the mist dissipated, and the bodies of the black-robed figures began to disintegrate. The moment the light reached the jade box, the entire altar erupted with a thunderous explosion, the shard of the treasure mirror becoming a stream of light that flowed into his palm, while in the depths of the distant fog sea, the furious roar of the Lord of Nihility echoed. Chapter 73. The fragments of the abyssal shadow begin to emerge, suspended at the edge of the temporal rift. Ink dust found himself amidst a tumultuous clash of the 9-colored dark purple radiance swirling around him and the chaotic void currents, producing a symphony of fine explosions. The 5 shards of the treasure mirror trembled violently within his sleeve, their surfaces pulsating as if alive, resonating with the chaotic mirror platform that flickered in his consciousness. The ancient tome of Taigu fluttered without a breeze, its pages exuding a golden sap that crystallized into fragmented hexagrams in the air. At the heart of the hexagram, a radiant point of light directed attention to a chasm enveloped in a mist of blood, a domain shrouded in mystery. The atmosphere here was imbued with the essence of the primordial chaotic tree, intermingled with the corrosive force of the Lord of Void. The reverse destiny grass protruded from his crown, its leaves glistening with temporal dewdrops that shimmered with an eerie azure hue, foreboding hidden perils ahead. Chen harnessed the chaotic Dao fruit, a dark purple aura coalescing into a mirror-like protective shield around his form, each reflective surface depicting a distorted reality, repelling the encroaching void turbulence. As he stepped into the blood mist, an icy chill pierced him like countless steel needles. A faint sound of dragging chains echoed in the surroundings, and suddenly, numerous dark golden runes emerged from the ground, forming a sigil that enveloped him entirely. With a flourish of the chaotic purification spear, the chaotic energy unleashed from the spear's blade collided with the runes, erupting in blinding brilliance. Yet, instead of dissipating, the runes morphed into grotesque, human-faced phantoms, bearing their gaping maws in a ravenous bite. Above him, the chaotic mirror platform manifested, casting myriad spear shadows that intercepted the lethal strikes. It dawned upon Chen that the woman beneath him lacked a physical form, entirely constituted of swirling dark golden mist. As he prepared to retaliate, the ground suddenly fractured, and a colossal hand, covered in scales, erupted from the earth, its palm cradling a fragment of a luminous treasure mirror. The patterns on the surface of the fragment resonated with the 5 pieces he held, releasing a disconcerting void energy. Indeed, it was here, just as Chen reached out. The sound of chains tearing through the fabric of space resonated ominously. 12 figures cloaked in black robes emerged from the shattered blood mist, their faces obscured by shadows. Save for the cold glint of the dark golden chains they wielded. Do the remnants of the chaotic ancient tree dare covet the treasure mirror? The leader of the black-robed figures intoned, his voice echoing like the chilling crack of ice from the depths of the abyss. In an instant, the chains transformed into countless razor-sharp blades, slicing through the air toward Chen. A 9-colored dark purple radiance surged around him as he invoked the mirror shadow Heavenly Dao technique, myriad reflections of himself, spear in hand, leaping forth from the chaotic mirror platform to counter the onslaught from all directions. The spear's shadows clashed with the blades, the energy released tearing the blood mist apart, revealing a distant, floating bronze altar. At the altar's center, massive chains coiled around a complete phantom of the treasure mirror, with more fragments drifting nearby. The battle intensified, and the black-robed figure's assault grew increasingly unpredictable. Their forms twisted like reflections in a mirror, each strike arriving from an unforeseen angle. Cracks began to appear in Chen's protective shield, blood trailing down from the corner of his mouth. In a moment of dire peril, he pressed the 5 fragments to his chest. Their light surged, resonating with the altar's direction. A 9-colored beam shot skyward, illuminating the void shrouded in blood mist, revealing the true faces beneath the masks of the black-robed figures, familiar visages corroded by the power of the void. Chapter 74. The luminous fragments of the abyssal depths. Chen hovered within the swirling dark currents at the abyss's depths, surrounded by a dazzling 9-colored dark purple light clashing violently with the roiling dark golden miasma, emitting a piercing shriek. The 5 fragments of the treasure mirror trembled violently within the cosmic bag, as if drawn by some enigmatic force, resonating with the pulsations emanating from the depths of the abyss. The ancient script stirred without wind, golden rays seeping through the pages like serpents weaving through the void, sketching a fragmented star map, with shimmering points of light directing towards an ancient altar ensnared by dark, creeping vines. This aura shared a common origin with the Lord of Nihility, yet it was intermingled with the unique primordial fluctuations of the treasure mirror. The reversal grass extended from his sleeve, its leaves shimmering with time-space dew that rippled with sanguine hues, heralding an unprecedented crisis. Chen channeled the essence of chaos, manifesting a reflective shield upon his surface. Each mirror reflected the surrounding distorted space, poised to repel any assault. As he approached within 100 feet of the altar, a disquieting sound of grinding emerged from the ground. Countless dark golden chains erupted from the earth, their surfaces adorned with patterns akin to those of the treasure fragments, exuding a miasma capable of corroding all. The barbed tips of the chains grazed the protective shield, sparking a flurry of flames, corroding the mirror into a myriad of pockmarked holes. Chen swung the chaos-purifying halberd, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that shredded the chains into fragments. Yet, those shattered remnants morphed into a swarm of soul-devouring insects, buzzing as they lunged toward his face. Ancient golden butterflies, arise. Chen invoked the ancient script, and a throng of golden butterflies surged forth, their wings adorned with ancient patterns. The butterflies collided with the soul-devouring insects, their radiant explosion illuminating the darkness and revealing the central altar where a moss-covered bronze cauldron resided. Floating within it was a half-fragment of the treasure mirror, its surface radiating a ghostly light that resonated with the 5 fragments in his possession, yet also emanated an unsettling wave of void. Suddenly, the sound of dragging chains echoed through the void as 3 figures clad in black robes shattered the space to materialize, their faces cloaked in shadow. Only the dark golden scythes they wielded gleamed with a chilling light, and wherever the black mist entwining them passed, the fabric of space tore asunder like parchment. Dare the remnants of the chaos ancient tree covet the treasure mirror? The leading figure spoke, their voice akin to countless nails scraping against metal, sending shivers down the spine. The battle was imminent. Chen harnessed the power of the 5 fragments, a spectrum of 9 colors coalescing into a Taiji diagram around him, deflecting the scythe attacks of the black-robed figures. The ancient script transformed into a golden shield, manifesting ethereal images of primordial beasts that roared forth toward the adversaries. The reversal grass grew wildly, its leaves weaving a temporal cage in an attempt to ensnare the black-robed beings. However, the figures suddenly swung their scythes in unison, unleashing 3 black beams that soared into the heavens, enveloping the entire altar in an aura of annihilation. In a moment of dire peril, Chen pressed the 5 fragments against his chest, their radiance surging in response, resonating with the fragment within the cauldron. The 9-colored beams shot skyward, illuminating the depths of chaos. Under the impact of the light, the The silhouettes of the black-robed figures began to disintegrate, and the dark vines turned to ash. As the dust settled, Chen slowly extended his hand, the half-fragment of the treasure mirror finally resting in his palm, its patterns perfectly aligning with the 5 fragments he held. Yet, he sensed an even deeper, more profound crisis. The schemes of the Lord of Nihility appeared to be far grander than he had ever imagined. Chapter 75. The mist-enshrouded remnants of secrets. Chen stood at the edge of the chaotic abyss, his garments rustling violently as they were torn by the tumultuous currents of time and space. 5 fragments of the treasure mirror trembled in his embrace, resonating with the chaotic Tao fruit circulating within him, emanating a shimmering blend of 9 colors and dark violet light. The ancient manuscript stirred without wind, with golden liquid seeping between its pages, crystallizing in the air to form a star map. The twinkling points of light directed towards a floating island that flickered in and out of visibility deep within the mist. At last, a clue had emerged. The reverse fate grass protruded from his hairpin, and the temporal dew on its leaves began to boil violently, heralding impending peril ahead. Chen took a deep breath, enveloping himself in the radiant 9-colored dark violet light, transforming into a stream of brilliance that vanished into the fog. The air was thick with dark golden particles that corroded the soul. Each breath felt like steel needles scraping against his lungs. He immediately activated the power of the Chaos Mirror platform, forming a protective shield around himself that rebounded the corrosive force entirely. As he stepped onto the island, the ground trembled ominously. Countless bronze chains erupted from the earth, their surfaces engraved with patterns akin to those of the treasure mirror, yet they emitted a nauseating stench. Chen wielded the chaos-purifying spear, unleashing chaotic energy that shredded the chains, but from the severed ends oozed black liquid that morphed into grotesque, human-faced spiders upon hitting the ground. The creature's pupils shimmered with a dark golden light, and their mandibles exhaled threads of corrosive silk. All things returned to the void. Chen invoked the ancient manuscript, summoning golden butterflies that formed a barrier, incinerating the spider silk. Yet, at that moment, the altar at the center of the island radiated a blood-red light. 12 bronze statues began to rotate slowly, aligning their fractured bronze mirrors towards him. Beams of dark golden light shot forth from the mirrors, intertwining into a cage. Wherever they passed, the air crackled with the sound of shattering glass. In this critical moment, the reverse fate grass grew wildly, its leaves weaving a temporal barrier that momentarily delayed the onslaught of the beams. Seizing the opportunity, Chen harnessed the power of the 5 fragments, condensing the 9-colored light in his palm into a miniature array of mirrors. The brilliance emitted from the array collided with the assault of the bronze statues, the resultant energy wave shattering the clouds at the island's edge. Just then, the ground of the altar erupted violently, a dark golden stream shooting skyward, exuding the unique aura of the treasure mirror fragments. The swirling patterns on the surface of the fragments resonated with the 5 pieces he held, yet they also released an emptiness that threatened to devour the soul. Suddenly, the sound of dragging chains echoed through the void, and 7 figures cloaked in black emerged, shattering the mirror-like surface. They wielded curved blades inscribed with the same patterns as the treasure mirror, and the black liquid congealed upon their edges dripped to the ground, instantly corroding deep, bottomless ravines. The remnants of the chaos ancient tree dare to covet the treasure mirror? The leader of the black-cloaked figures spoke, their voice akin to the chilling crack of ice from the depths of the abyss. Before the words could settle, 7 curved blades slashed simultaneously, slicing the space into countless distorted diamonds. Chen summoned the power of the Chaos Tao fruit, transforming the 9-colored dark violet light into a shield for defense, while simultaneously employing the mirror shadow Heavenly Dao technique, projecting thousands of spear shadows from the Chaos Mirror platform. The battle intensified, the black-cloaked figures' assaults growing increasingly unpredictable. Their forms twisted like reflections in a mirror, each strike coming from the most unexpected angles. Cracks began to appear in Chen's protective shield, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. In a moment of peril, he pressed 5 shards against his chest, causing their brilliance to surge and resonate with the distant remnants of the treasure. A magnificent column of 9 colors soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire chaotic abyss. As the tattered hem of Chen's garment was torn by the chaotic currents of the void, he floated at the edge of the cracks of myriad realms. The chaotic light enveloping him clashed fiercely with the swirling dark golden mist around him. The ethereal silhouettes of 12 celestial treasure tablets flickered in his consciousness, trembling in unison with the 5 shards he cradled, as if responding to an ancient summons. Suddenly, the ancient scriptures burst forth from his cosmic pouch, their pages fluttering like butterfly wings. The golden liquid seeping from them coalesced into a fractured star map in the air. with shimmering points of light directing towards a mysterious region shrouded in blood mist deep within the cracks. There, the reverse fake grass emerged from his hair, its leaves bubbling with temporal dew, heralding an unprecedented crisis. Chen took a deep breath, enveloping himself in the radiant dark purple light, transforming into a streak of luminescence as he plunged into the chasm. The deeper he ventured, the denser the void's power became, akin to countless tiny steel needles incessantly eroding his protective aura. Upon penetrating the final layer of blood mist, a fragmented island suspended in chaos came into view. The island's surface was riddled with cracked mirrors, each shard refracting distorted shadows. Just as Chen set foot on the island, the ground trembled violently, and countless dark golden vines erupted from the earth, each inscribed with apocalyptic runes. As they slithered past, the very fabric of space began to unravel. He swung the chaotic purification spear, the chaotic energy it unleashed shredding the vines. Yet the remnants of the vines splattered onto the ground, only to sprout anew. Beware! The ancient scriptures buzzed ominously, and a swarm of golden butterflies emerged from the pages, forming a protective shield around Chen. Simultaneously, a colossal mirror at the center of the island shattered with a thunderous roar, unleashing 3 streams of dark golden light. Chen's pupils constricted. This was the distinct aura of the treasure shards. However, before he could react, the sound of dragging chains echoed through the void as 12 shadowy figures in black robes materialized, shattering the mirror. Their faces were veiled in shadow, save for the dark golden chains in their hands, glinting with a chilling malice. "Outsider, surrender your life." The leader of the black-robed figures spoke, his voice akin to metal scraping, as the chains transformed into countless sharp blades, slicing through the air towards Chen. The chaotic purification spear morphed into a luminous barrier, clashing with the oncoming blades, the ensuing energy wave shattering the surrounding mirrors into fragments. Employing the mirror shadow celestial technique, Chen conjured a chaotic mirror platform above his head, projecting countless reflections of himself, each wielding a spear to counter the attacks from all directions. The battle intensified as the black-robed figures suddenly formed a bizarre formation, intertwining their chains into a massive dark golden serpent. The serpent opened its gaping maw, exhaling black flames capable of corroding space itself. Chen invoked the resonance of the 5 shards within him, coalescing the 9-colored light into a shield while simultaneously channeling the primordial sword aura of the ancient scriptures. The rain of swords formed by the golden butterflies collided with the black flames, erupting in a blinding radiance. At that moment, an ancient bell tolled from the depths of the island, and the 3 treasure shards simultaneously radiated a resplendent glow. Wherever the light passed, the body of the dark golden serpent began to disintegrate. Chen seized the opportunity, fully channeling the power of the Chaos Dao fruit, as a dazzling column of dark purple light surged skyward. The moment the light struck the fragments, the entire island trembled violently, and the figure cloaked in black emitted a roar of defiance, gradually dissipating amidst the radiance. As the dust settled, Chen slowly extended his hand, 3 fragments adorned with mysterious patterns hovering in his palm. The intricate designs on the surface of the fragments harmonized perfectly with those within him. Yet they also emanated an unsettling void-like resonance. In the distance, a furious roar from the Lord of the Void echoed from the depths of the multiverse rift. While Chen tightened his grip on the fragments, his gaze unwaveringly directed towards the unknown darkness. His journey to gather the treasures had only just begun. Chapter 77. The island concealing the primordial fragment, the gale swept chaotic debris against Chen's dark robe as he stood on the edge of the shattered spacetime rift, gazing at the colossal chaotic island suspended in the void. 12 celestial monuments pierced the heavens, their surfaces radiating primordial purple energy that resonated with the 5 fragments in his palm, causing a subtle tremor. The ancient tomes stirred without wind, golden light seeping between the pages, outlining the silhouette of the island in the emptiness, while the reverse destiny grass swayed wildly, the dew of spacetime on its blades crystallizing into arrows pointing deep into the island. "At last, I have found you." A flicker of fervor ignited in Chen's eyes, as the Chaos Dao fruit roared to life within him, transforming the dark purple light into a rainbow bridge that propelled him toward the giant island. As he approached the island, a bone-chilling pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. The ancient patterns on each monument pulsed as if alive, exuding an aura that suppressed the myriad realms. However, the moment he stepped into the island's domain, an unexpected transformation occurred. Simultaneously, the 12 monuments roared like dragons, cracks on their surfaces oozing dark golden light that resonated with the fragments within him. The ground shook violently, and countless distorted mirrors materialized in the void, each reflecting horrific visions, chaos-laden ancient trees ensnared by dark golden chains, shattered stars plummeting from the sky, and the grinning visage of the Lord of the Void. Chen activated the Mirror Shadow Celestial Art, conjuring the Chaos Mirror platform within his consciousness to shatter these illusions. Yet, in that moment of distraction, a dark golden sword chi sliced through the air, aiming precisely at his throat. Clang! The Chaos Purification Spear intercepted. The clash of the spear and sword chi erupting in a shockwave that tore the surrounding space into a web of fractures. Chen looked up to see a robed cultivator emerge from the shattered mirror, clutching a half-fragment radiating a ghostly light. Its surface patterns sharing a source with the Lord of the Void. The remnants of the ancient tree dare covet the treasures? The black-robed figure sneered. As the fragment morphed into myriad chains, the world-destroying runes upon them scorching the air, leaving destruction in their wake. The battle was imminent. Chen invoked the ancient tome. Golden butterflies emerging from its pages to form a defensive barrier, while he channeled the Chaos Dao fruit, the nine-colored radiance coalescing around him into a diagram of Tai Chi. The black-robed man's chains pierced through the golden butterfly barrier but were shredded by the power of the Tai Chi diagram. However, more dark golden mist surged from the void, coalescing into specters wielding sickles, each swing capable of rending space itself. All phenomena returned to the void. Chen roared, as the Chaos Mirror platform projected the phantoms of the 12 monuments. The ethereal purple aura released by the monument clashed violently with the dark golden mist, as thunder roared over the island's skies. In this tumultuous moment, the reversal grass grew wildly, its blades weaving a temporal prison that ensnared the figure in the black robe. Seizing the opportunity, Chen infused the power of 5 fragmented relics into the chaotic cleansing spear, transforming its blade into a radiant spectrum of 9 colors that pierced through the heavens, aiming directly at the black-robed figure's vital spot. As the brilliance flashed, the figure erupted in a thunderous explosion, scattering into a myriad of dark golden specks across the sky. Yet, before Chen could catch his breath, a sudden, thunderous roar emanated from a distant monument, which cracked open, revealing a massive breach. A dark golden stream, imbued with the essence of destruction, shot forth. It was the 6th fragment of the treasure. The surface of the fragment was adorned with mysterious patterns, resonating powerfully with the shard in his palm. Yet it also unleashed a void-like force capable of devouring souls. Chapter 78. The Monument Resonates. The fragment emerges. The gale of the chaotic giant island bore the breath of antiquity, causing Chen's robes to flap wildly. The oppressive force of the 12 celestial monuments weighed heavily upon his shoulders. These stone tablets, standing resolutely between heaven and earth, were cloaked in moss and fissures, yet still emanated a primordial purple aura that could instill awe across realms. Each line seemed inscribed with the laws of the universe's inception. His palm grew warm as the 5 relic fragments resonated within his sleeve, creating a peculiar reverberation with the faintly visible patterns on the monument. This disturbance caused Chen's pupils to constrict as the chaotic mirror in his mind began to rotate slowly. The ancient scriptures stirred without wind. Golden motes of light seeped from the pages, forming a fragmented star map, which pointed ominously towards the cliff on the western side of the island. The reversal grass emerged from his hair, and the time-space dew burning on its leaves trembled violently, heralding an impending crisis. As he approached the cliff, the ground suddenly quaked violently. The 12 celestial monuments simultaneously emitted a resonant hum, purple aura shooting skyward, coalescing into archaic runes in the air. One of the stone tablets cracked open further, and a dark golden stream burst forth. It was indeed the 6th fragment of the treasure. The fragment pulsed with intricate patterns, resonating intensely with the shards within Chen, while also exuding a disquieting void-like power. Indeed, it is here. Chen channeled the essence of the chaotic Dao. The 9-colored dark purple radiance flowed around his body, forming a protective barrier. Just as he reached out to grasp the fragment, the sound of dragging chains echoed through the void, twisting the entire space into a bizarre vortex. Dark golden mist surged from all directions, coalescing into 3 enigmatic figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured in shadow, with only their eyes glimmering with a ghostly light akin to that of the fragment. Do remnants of the chaotic ancient tree dare to covet the treasure? The leading figure in black rasped, his voice akin to stones grinding against each other. With a mere gesture, dark golden chains lashed out like serpents, the apocalyptic runes upon them scorching the surrounding air. Chen brandished the chaotic cleansing spear, the chaotic energy erupting from its blade clashing with the chains, igniting blinding sparks. With each encounter, the very fabric of space began to fracture, creating miniature black holes that threatened to consume all. The battle intensified as the other 2 figures in black suddenly formed seals. the dark golden mist in their hands morphing into two curved blades, their edges entwined with corrosive laws. Chen wielded the mirror shadow celestial art, unleashing myriad spear-like phantoms from the chaotic mirror platform. Yet, to his astonishment, these assaults were absorbed and transformed by the void power emanating from the figure clad in black robes. In this dire moment, the reversal grass surged forth, its leaves weaving a temporal barrier that completely isolated the corrosive laws. All phenomena returned to the void. Chen summoned the power of the ancient scripture, and golden butterflies emerged from the pages, forming a colossal array. Within the domain of this array, the movements of the black-robed figure slowed, providing him the opportunity to infuse the spear's blade with the essence of chaotic Dao fruit, condensing a radiant beam of 9 colors that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The instant the beam struck the figure, the 3 bodies erupted violently, transforming into a myriad of dark golden specks of light. However, as Chen reached out to touch the fragment of the treasure mirror, the specks suddenly coalesced, forming the silhouette of the Lord of the Void in the void. Foolish insects, do you think you can seize the fragment thus? The apparition sneered, raising its hand as dark golden chains penetrated Chen's protective shield, ensnaring his throat. In a critical moment, the 5 fragments within Chen simultaneously erupted, resonating with the 6th fragment, their combined radiance severing the chains. The fragment gently fell into Chen's palm, its surface's void power gradually waning under the suppression of the chaotic Dao fruit. The humming of the 12 celestial steel diminished. Yet a more intense tremor arose from the depths of the island, as if a more terrifying entity was awakening. Clenching the fragment, Chen gazed resolutely into the distance. This was merely the beginning. The next fragment would be mine by any means necessary. Chapter 79. The mist-locked mirror abyss fragment. Tracking within the mirror abyss lie 3 fragments. The ancient scripture stirred without wind, golden droplets of blood seeping from the pages, sketching a rudimentary star map upon the ground. However, this was the lair of the Lord of the Void, where every mirror served as a trap to devour souls. Before he could finish his words, the reversal grass erupted from his sleeve, the temporal dew upon its leaves trembling violently, heralding imminent peril ahead. The moment he stepped into the mist, a chilling sensation pierced through him like a multitude of steel needles. Chen activated the chaotic Dao fruit, and a protective shield of 9-colored dark purple light formed around him. Yet, within the mist floated countless pallid human faces. These distorted souls suddenly lunged at him, their claws piercing through the shield and leaving dark golden scars upon his arm. They were the souls corroded by void power. He swung the chaotic, purifying spear, the brilliance emitted from its blade shredding the souls, yet the fragments morphed into blood mist, reconstituting into human form. More bizarrely, the surrounding mirrors began to twist and contort. In one mirror, Chen glimpsed his reflection. His once clear pupils had turned dark golden, and in his grasp was not the chaotic purifying spear, but a chain inscribed with world-ending runes. An illusion? He bit his tongue, using his essence to activate the ancient scripture. A swarm of golden butterflies flew forth from the pages, colliding with the mirror. In an instant, the mirrored world collapsed, revealing a hidden bronze altar behind it. At the altar's center, a fragment of the treasure mirror, radiating a ghostly blue light, floated in midair. Just as Chen reached out, the ground suddenly fissured with spiderweb-like cracks, and countless dark golden vines erupted from the earth. The vines exuded an aura akin to that of the Lord of the Void, and the moment the thorns pierced his skin, memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In ancient times, a powerful being clad in a starry robe battled the Lord of the Void here, ultimately shattering the treasure mirror into innumerable fragments that scattered across the myriad realms. Thus, Chen forcefully severed the mental erosion of the vines, invoking the power of the chaos Dao fruit. A kaleidoscope of colors coalesced upon the altar, forming a Tai Chi diagram that wholly refined the dark golden vines. The moment he grasped the shard, the essence of the other 2 shards resonated from the depths of the island, and simultaneously, the entire mirror abyss began to tremble violently. The suspended mirror surfaces shattered and reformed, piecing together a colossal dark golden visage, the shadow of the Lord of Nihility. Does he possess a contingency plan? The shadow of the Lord of Nihility roared, and the sound of dragging chains echoed from the abyss's depths. Chen understood that the true adversary was about to awaken. He pressed the 3 shards against his heart. The patterns on their surfaces resonated with the chaos Dao fruit, forming a miniature mirror array within him. Regardless of what lay ahead, I must gather the treasures to revive the ancient chaos tree. He tightened his grip on the chaos purifying spear and ventured deeper into the island, where the mirror realm behind him incessantly consumed the space shredded by chains. Chapter 80. The mirror abyss's disturbance and the shard's enigma as Chen's fingertips grazed the edge of the ancient bronze mirror on the island. Dark red droplets of blood seeped from its surface, coalescing into distorted incantations under the moonlight. Before he could react, countless vines erupted from the mirror's depths, their thorn-laden, blood-colored runes slithering like serpents, ensnaring his ankles in an instant. Agonizing pain surged through his meridians into his consciousness. Upon glancing down, he saw dark golden patterns wildly spreading across his skin, as though thousands of steel needles were piercing his very marrow. This is bad. Chen activated the Chaos Dao fruit, and a resplendent violet light erupted within him, attempting to disperse the corrupting force. At that moment, the shard trembled violently, its void energy colliding with the radiance of the Dao fruit, creating a blinding vortex around him. From afar, the sound of chains dragging drew closer, and a mysterious figure draped in a black cloak approached, transforming the shard in his hand into dark golden chains that ensnared his throat with precision. Do mere mortals dare to seize the treasures? The mysterious figure sneered, the runes on the chains glowing ominously. This is a gift from the Lord of Nihility. You are destined to become a puppet. Chen felt a metallic taste rising in his throat, yet his consciousness grew clearer amidst the suffocation. Deep within his mind, the ancient scriptures suddenly erupted in a golden radiance, their pages morphing into a swarm of golden butterflies, each wing inscribed with primordial Dao patterns. The moment the golden butterflies surged toward the dark golden chains, the blood-colored incantations crackled and began to peel away. Simultaneously, the direction of the Chaos Giant Island resonated with the thunderous sound of 12 celestial treasure monuments. Just as Chen sighed in relief, a deafening roar erupted from the fissures of myriad worlds, and countless dark golden threads pierced through space, binding his limbs. How dare you steal my possessions? The voice of the Lord of Nihility was enveloped in world-destroying pressure, the threads searing his very soul. At a critical juncture, the reversal grass shot forth from his brow, its temporal dew igniting, transforming into green flames that severed the threads. Chen tore through space, fleeing toward the depths of the island. Yet he found himself ensnared in an even more treacherous predicament. Within 100 miles, floating ancient bronze mirrors surrounded him, each containing the sealed remnants of cultivators. As he approached, the mirror surfaces simultaneously ignited with bloodlight, and the remnants emerged, swords drawn, shattering the mirrors. These attacks were unfathomable, wherever the sword's edge passed. Space fractured like shattered glass. Chen swung the chaos-purifying spear, and at the moment of collision with myriad light blades, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure within a corner mirror, a child whose eyes sparkled with pure light, starkly out of place amidst the surrounding bloodshed. Big brother, please save me. The child extended his hands, his voice tinged with tears. Mukin's heart softened, yet dark golden tendrils suddenly sprang forth from the mirror, entwining him tightly. Another trap. He attempted to harness the power of Dao fruit, only to discover that this space was fortified by some form of restriction. At the critical moment, the ancient scriptures of the primordial tome materialized in his consciousness. He bit his fingertip, letting his essence drip onto the spear blade, and the chaos-purifying spear erupted with a radiant array of 9 colors. Wherever the light touched, the dark golden tendrils disintegrated, and the mirror began to fracture. Chapter 81. The Cycle of Yeast Breath. The aroma of the Chaos Mother Tree's roots continued to spread deep into the cosmos. Upon reaching the boundary of time and space, the roots suddenly transformed into countless tiny yeast spores. These spores carried the memory of sharing and the instinct of protection, drifting like dandelions through the cracks of the multiverse. In a desolate nebula of a parallel universe, a spore fortuitously landed, instantly sprouting a miniature baking hearth, the flames within flickering with the remnants of sparks from Xing's first fire. Deep within the eternal baking workshop, Xing unearthed the long-buried yeast codex. The pages of the codex were composed of crystals that preserved the memories of ancient guardians. With each turn of the page, the warmth of time-transcending scents wafted forth. According to the codex, the key to combating the entropy-devouring bacteria lay in awakening the dormant scent memories within the universe. She led her team aboard the flavor shuttle, traversing various star realms in search of those forgotten stories of sharing. On a planet blanketed in ice and snow, a Shue discovered an ice-encased temple of flavors. Within the ice sculptures lay the preserved ritual of an ancient civilization. During times of crisis, all residents would gather before a colossal hearth to infuse their most cherished flavor memories into the dough, baking hope-filled bread capable of dispelling darkness. As she melted the ice with the sap of the chaos ancient tree, the slumbering flavor memories within the temple awakened, transforming into golden threads of aroma, reconnecting the fractured network. Mukin's aroma codex staff resonated with the yeast codex, evolving into the staff of flavor law. At its pinnacle, the bread gem split into 7 flavor star cores, each representing sharing, trust, courage, compassion, resilience, wisdom, and hope. He led the flavor law arbitrators in spreading protective principles among various civilizations, transforming the power of flavor into a bond that maintained cosmic order. When the yeast core was birthed, the entire flavor network erupted with a creation-like brilliance. The surface of the core shimmered with moments of all-cosmic sharing, while at its heart pulsed the first heartbeat of life in the universe as it shared food with its companions. The yeast core was infused into the rifts of time and space, releasing spores akin to an immune system, devouring each entropy-devouring bacteria, while simultaneously awakening more dormant flavor memories. Chapter 82. The Undercurrent Stirs. Ayun, what does the compass show? Xing gripped the Jinghong sword tightly, the gluttonous patterns on the blade exuding a chill. Ayun's fingers raced across the flavor compass, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Something is amiss. The residual consciousness of the eliminated entropy-devouring bacteria is reorganizing through the roots of the chaos mother tree. Moreover, there is a new disturbance, akin to an existence older than the entropy-devouring bacteria. Suddenly, she pressed her temples, and the light points on the compass twisted into grotesque faces, whispering, "The yeast core is but a lie." Meanwhile, the team of flavor arbitrators, led by Chen, found themselves ambushed in the galactic arm. The flavor cores of the 7 members simultaneously dimmed, as the shadowy assailants adeptly mimicked the guardianship techniques each arbitrator excelled in. Chen brandished the flavor staff, its tip shimmering with the light of the hope core, only to have it devoured the moment it touched the shadows. These were not the entropic bacteria. He gazed at the purple slime left in the wake of the vanishing shadows, realizing it was the tainted yeast spores within the flavor sanctuary of the icy planet. Ashwe stood before the time bottle, when suddenly, she felt the bottle begin to reverse its flow. In horror, she watched as the scene within the bottle twisted and contorted. What should have been a harmonious gathering, with residents joyfully sharing bread, had devolved into a bloody chaos where they turned upon each other in a savage struggle for dough. Ashwe's eyes widened in disbelief as she comprehended that her memories had been tampered with. In a rush, she seized the sap of the ancient chaos tree beside her and poured it onto the ice sculpture without hesitation. However, to her astonishment, the sap did not restore the sculpture to its original form, but instead morphed into a venomous serpent that swiftly coiled around her wrist. Ling Er's shadow fruit emitted a mournful cry outside the flavor eye barrier. She gazed at the once purifying threads of the barrier that had now become a prison. Countless phantoms emerged from the barrier, each holding bread that emitted an alluring fragrance, softly whispering, "Take a bite. This is true guardianship." The yeast codex of Xing automatically opened, revealing blood-red text on the yellowed pages. When the brilliance of the yeast core becomes blinding, the devourers in the shadows shall awaken. The codex suddenly erupted into flames, turning to ash, from which the complete form of the chaos mother tree's roots materialized. In the depths of the cosmos, these seemingly endless roots formed a vast net. Chapter 83. The Illusory Corridor. This is the labyrinth of memories. Fragments of Ashwe's time bottle floated in the air, piecing together countless shattered moments in time. She reached out to touch one fragment and was instantly drawn into a scene. A young Xing cradled a ceramic dish, not filled with bread, but with a pulsating black heart. These memories were implanted with the corrupted core. Ling Er's shadow fruit proliferated within the illusion, transforming into thorns that ensnared her body. The voices of the phantoms grew increasingly beguiling. "Do you believe weaving a barrier is guardianship? It is merely a shackle that confines you." Trembling, she bit her tongue, using her blood to trace the true guardianship contract upon the thorns. In the blinding red light, the barrier threads reshaped themselves into sharp swords. At the opposite end of the universe, Chen embedded the shattered hope core into the fissure of his staff. Suddenly, the purple slime transformed into myriad tendrils, wrapping around the arbitrators and dragging their flavor memories into the abyss. Just as despair threatened to engulf them all, a faint nursery rhyme emerged from a contaminated yeast spore. It was the innocent melody of a child from a civilization sharing bread, its pure voice slicing through the confines of the slime like a blade. Ayun's flavor compass shattered completely, with the splintered fragments suspended to form a celestial map. She discovered that the flow of the dark green liquid corresponded with the ancient curse inscribed on the star chart. The Chaos Mother Tree was not a guardian, but a primordial devourer, a vessel for harvesting the essence of memories. Before her words could fully escape her lips, shards of the compass pierced her shoulder, inundating her mind with a torrent of false memories. In that instant, Ashwe raised a fragment of the time bottle. its sands of time flowing backward to form an hourglass. You have forgotten. Memories can not only be consumed, but can also be reborn. She scattered the flowing sands towards the cloaked figure, each grain transforming into a moment of division. Seizing the opportunity, Aixing plunged the sword of the stunning swan into the heart of the Chaos Mother Tree, intertwining the powers of the return to ruins and the core of yeast breath, erupting into a brilliant nebula within the black hole. Chapter 84. The Reignition of Starfire. The remnants of the decaying roots of the Chaos Mother Tree drifted through the void, transforming into dust akin to stardust. Aixing picked up the tender sprouts newly born upon the ceramic plate. The instant her fingertips made contact, a warm, wheat-scented breath surged through her veins. The sprouts unfurled in her palm, blooming into a transparent flower, its petals shimmering with the pure radiance of civilization's initial divisions from the cosmos. These are not remnants of the Chaos Mother Tree, Ayun observed, her gaze fixed on the newly glowing faint light of the flavor compass. The vibrations of the sprouts aligned perfectly with the taste memory frequencies we gathered while combating the entropy devourers. This is the true power of guardianship. Suddenly, she pointed towards the starry sky, where countless new golden threads extended from the sprouts of the ceramic plate, weaving a new network amidst the chaos. Chen embedded the shattered flavor staff into the ground, as 7-star cores transformed into flowing light, merging with the new sprouts. From the cracks in the staff's gems, glimmers of golden light seeped forth, coalescing in the air into minuscule pages of a law codex. Guardianship should not be a shackle to be controlled, he murmured softly, watching as words more ancient than the codex of yeast breath emerged upon the pages. This was the true source of the laws of guardianship. Linger held the shadow speech fruit in her hands, silently reciting an ancient incantation. As her fingertips gently brushed against the fruit, she felt the power contained within. With her incantation, the shadow speech fruit began to emit a faint glow, gradually coalescing into threads, intertwining like a spider's web. However, this time, the threads were unlike those before. They were no longer cold, emotionless barriers, but rather woven from laughter and trust shared during moments of division. These threads seemed alive, pulsating in Linger's hand, as if recounting warm stories. She cautiously cast the barrier into the universe. It spread like a vast net, enveloping the cosmos. When the barrier met the tainted yeast spores, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The spores, once shrouded in black mist, began to slowly shed their darkness, revealing their originally pure golden cores. Linger watched in astonishment, suddenly realizing, true purification is not about annihilation, but awakening. These tainted spores were merely obscured by darkness. Their innate purity and kindness had not vanished. She gazed intently at the golden cores within the spores, as if perceiving the dormant memories of guardianship nestled within. These memories were invaluable, bearing witness to the origins of the universe and the birth of life. Tears glistened in Linger's eyes, moved by the awakening of these memories. Meanwhile, Aishwe was also engaged in her own endeavors. She scattered the last grains of sand from the time bottle onto the tender sprout, the sand swirling through the air like twinkling starlight. As the grains descended, ripples of time expanded through the void, forming exquisite waves. Amidst the ruins of a civilization consumed by the roots of the chaotic mother tree, an elderly man wandered in solitude. His figure appeared so diminutive and helpless against the remnants of the past. Suddenly, a golden thread floated gracefully down, landing before him. The old man, filled with curiosity, picked up the thread, which instantly transformed in his hands into a phantom of a loaf of bread. This ethereal image exuded an enticing aroma, evoking memories of 1,000 years past. At that time, the civilization had been ravaged by famine, and its people faced the specter of death. Yet, it was the unity in sharing that allowed them to weather the storm. Each individual willingly offered their meager sustenance to others, and this selflessness became the driving force behind their survival. The old man trembled as he cradled the thread. His withered hands seemed to regain vitality. Hope, it turned out, had never truly vanished. He murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with a spark of hope. Deep within the cosmos, a reluctant roar erupted from the place where the cloaked figure had dissipated. Countless black whirlpools swirled at the fringes of the nascent network of flavors, attempting to engulf these fragile golden threads. Aixing raised the magnificent sword, its tip connecting with the tender sprout, resonating with the power of the returning void sword technique and the guardianship of memories, forming a luminous shield. This time, we shall protect the essence of protection itself. Her voice was resolute, and amidst the trajectory carved by the sword, images of sharing flourished. It seemed as if the civilizations across the universe sensed something simultaneously. The inhabitants of the frozen planets congregated once more around their hearths, kneading the warmth of memory into dough. In desolate nebulae, wanderers spontaneously shared their last morsel, their goodwill transforming into scattered sparks of light that merged into the newly birthed network of flavors. This protective force, born of free will, was warmer and more resilient than the core of yeast. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the remnants of the bakery, Aixing beheld the blossoms bursting forth from the ceramic plate. Petals drifted down, each morphing into a tiny vessel of flavor, carrying the flame of guardianship toward the far reaches of the universe. And within the remnants of the chaotic mother tree, a brand new sapling began to grow. Its roots no longer a net, but intertwining vines that supported one another, extending into the realms of the unknown and the hopeful. Chapter 85. The manifestation of Dao rhythm. The remnants of the chaotic mother tree erupted violently, transforming into a sky filled with Taoist runes. The tinder sprout in Aixing's hand suddenly radiated an immense light, coalescing in the air into an ancient measuring rod of guardianship. Its surface inscribed with the profound truths of sharing among the cosmos, each line flowing with the eternal and indomitable power of protection. This was the primordial treasure transformed from the Tao of guardianship at the dawn of chaos. Ayun's pupils reflected the myriad runes, and a golden compass pattern appeared at her brow, revealing that the chaotic mother tree had long suppressed the awakening of the measuring rod. Now that the shackles had shattered, the true laws of guardianship had finally come to light. Chen was enveloped in a seven-colored Tao flame, and the shattered staff of flavor law was reforged within the flames, transforming into the staff of guardianship. The head of the staff was no longer embedded with a star core, but rather with 7 chaotic orbs pulsating with the rhythm of guardianship. With a flourish of his guiding staff, the void split apart, and countless chains of protective laws coalesced, reducing the encroaching black vortex to mere dust. Linger's shadow words transformed into myriad ethereal butterflies, each wing adorned with the guardianship contracts of diverse civilizations. As these butterflies fluttered, the space reverberated with layers of protective patterns, resonating with the essence of rebirth, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the entire star domain. Within this barrier, the tainted spores of yeast struggled desperately, yet under the cleansing influence of the protective essence, they transformed into pure guardianship origins. Aksu inhaled deeply and then abruptly cast the shard of the time bottle into the air. The fragment spun rapidly, emitting a dazzling light as if striving to break free from some unseen restraint. She beheld visions from ancient times, when the path of guardianship was one of the 9 celestial principles, among the most crucial laws of the cosmos. However, an entity known as the Devourer had surreptitiously orchestrated a nefarious scheme. The Devourer, wielding malevolent powers, distorted the path of guardianship, transforming it into a chaotic mother tree that harvested memories. This tree incessantly consumed the memories of mankind, plunging the world into chaos and darkness. The entirety of this truth lay deeply buried beneath the dust of history, unknown to all. Aixing, wielding the guiding ruler, invoked the power of rebirth. Countless golden threads converged into a river of protection, revealing myriad guardian shadows, bearing the marks left by Pangu during the creation of the world. The sacred blood spilled by Nuwa during the mending of the heavens, as well as the radiant light of guardianship blossoming from the humble beings sharing their sustenance. The residual consciousness of the man in black roared in the darkness, coalescing into a gaping maw that obscured the sky. As the maw opened, the very fabric of space shattered, revealing countless twisted alternate dimensions beyond. Axing's expression hardened as she raised the guiding ruler high, with the collective guardianship of all beings. I shall restore the celestial principle of guardianship. The guiding ruler erupted with boundless radiance, manifesting the arrival of the celestial guardianship. As the guardianship reached out, the star river twisted backward, and the devouring maw was violently torn apart. The celestial guardianship gazed down upon all realms, proclaiming, "The path of guardianship must be as gentle as spring rain, nurturing all silently." Upon finishing, it scattered countless seeds of guardianship, each containing the essence of free protection. In the moment the celestial guardianship cannon hung suspended in the heavens, the universe trembled violently, and inky black thunderclouds surged forth from the rifts in time and space. Countless chains entwining with blood-red calamity, thunder crashing down. This was the backlash of the celestial principle. Aksu's time will spun wildly in reverse, reflecting the ancient secrets of the guardianship path being stripped from the 9 celestial principles, leaving behind a curse. Any who attempted to reforge the laws of guardianship would endure an eternal punishment. Axing's guiding ruler burst forth with myriad golden rays. Yet upon contact with the calamity thunder, it began to fracture. The river of protection, woven from golden threads, was shattered by the blood-red tempest, dispersing into countless beams of light. Chen wielded the guiding staff, and 7 chaotic orbs exploded simultaneously, their protective essence colliding with the calamity thunder, resulting in a deafening roar that dimmed the stars of the entire star domain. Just as they were on the brink of being consumed by the calamity thunder, faint glimmers of light suddenly flickered across every corner of the universe. These faint glimmers resemble the countless stars scattered across the night sky. Though diminutive, they are abundant, densely populating every corner of the universe. These luminous sparks are not of natural origin, but are derived from numerous civilizations that have embraced the essence of the Guardian Dao. Upon receiving the ominous news of calamity, these civilizations rallied together, instinctively channeling their collective faith. This faith manifests as an intangible force, brimming with boundless energy and hope. The denizens of these civilizations express their conviction and determination in myriad ways. Mortals, utilizing the smoke from their hearths, infuse their love for life and aspirations for the future into the air. Practitioners offer their life essence as tribute, dedicating the fruits of years of cultivation and insights into the Tao. Even innocent children contribute their purest wishes to this burgeoning power. These forces, originating from diverse worlds and races, intertwine and coalesce in the cosmos, ultimately forming a resplendent river of stars. This celestial river resembles a magnificent golden dragon, soaring into the infinite firmament. It becomes evident that the power of guardianship cannot be borne by a single individual or vessel alone. A flicker of enlightenment sparkles in Aixing's eyes as she casts the shattered Dao stick into the river of stars. The Dao stick disintegrates into myriad fragments, each transforming into a bridge connecting to the river of faith. Mo Chen plants the Dao staff into the ground, its form fracturing into countless protective laws, merging with the torrent of belief. Aishui manipulates the time wheel, reversing the flow of temporal energy to gather all past moments of guardianship into this singularity. The river of faith collides thunderously with the blood-red calamity, erupting in a brilliance akin to the genesis of creation. At the heart of this radiance, a vague silhouette gradually materializes, a manifestation of the celestial laws of guardianship, adorned in a robe of stars, wielding a staff of wheat, with eyes reflecting the benevolent act of sharing within the universe. The guardian law's ethereal form raises a hand and points, causing the blood-red calamity to reverse course, transforming back into the pure essence of celestial power, infusing the nascent network of life. As the calamity clouds dissipate, civilizations across the universe discover that their cultivation practices have subtly altered. Alchemists no longer brew solitary elixirs, but rather create Dao harmony cakes to be shared among all. Sword practitioners imbue their sword intent with compassion for all sentient beings. Array masters craft barriers that automatically protect any souls who inadvertently wander within. Amidst the ruins of the eternal bakery, a Dao tree, radiating a spectrum of colors, breaks through the earth. Each leaf represents a world striving to embody the path of guardianship. Chapter 87. The turbulence of the Sea of Realms where the Dao tree takes root. The fabric of the void rends open, revealing the tumultuous Sea of Realms, swirling with chaotic energies. Countless vessels, bearing the remnants of civilization's memories, rise and fall upon the waves. Broken ceramic dishes, rusted knives, and faded contracts aboard these vessels recount the tales of destruction wrought by the devourer. Aixing's pupils constrict as she gazes into the depths of the sea, where thousands of pseudo-Dao trees, sharing origins with the Chaos Mother Tree, float. Their roots, akin to a greedy serpent, entwine around dying worlds, siphoning memories and essences. This is the lair of the devourer. Ayun's compass, inscribed with ancient Dao patterns, surges forth, revealing a primordial star map. The Sea of Realms connects to the myriad worlds, and those pseudo-Dao trees are but the devourer's pawns. As the words faded, the sea suddenly surged with towering black waves, the crests coalescing into countless phantasmal figures wielding spears, unmistakably the tainted guardians of the path. Ink and dust hurled remnants of the Pathkeeper's staff into the heavens, as a commanding voice rang out. 9 transformations of the Pathkeeper, activate. 7 chaotic orbs of light morphed into the Northern Dipper sword array, and wherever the sword energy passed, the black waves boiled and melted like snow in scalding broth. Yet, the spectral soldiers surged forth relentlessly. With each vanquished batch, more phantoms crawled out from the roots of the false heavenly path tree. Their armors etched with the once familiar marks of guardianship. Linger bit her fingertip, using her blood as a conduit to summon the Dao rhythm butterflies. As the swarm fluttered, ripples spread across the boundary sea, unveiling the hidden chains of memory woven within the void. One end of these chains was tethered to the false heavenly path tree, while the other bound the core memories of various worlds. Sever the chains. Her voice was shattered by the crashing waves. Yet the shadowy words, nourished by her essence, transformed into a colossal net, descending upon the nearest memory chain. Aksu gripped the timekeeping disc tightly, inhaling deeply before resolutely turning the dial. However, the instant she reversed the flow of temporal power, a formidable backlash surged toward her. This force crashed like a tempest, violently rocking Aksu's body as if she were a fragile vessel amid a storm. Her complexion paled instantly, beads of sweat breaking out upon her forehead. The ocean's froth seemed enraged, churning wildly, each wave morphing into blades of time that struck fiercely at Aksu. These time blades moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving her no opportunity to evade. She could only watch helplessly as they carved deep gashes into her flesh. Blood gushed from her wounds, staining her garments crimson. Yet Aksu gritted her teeth, resolutely clutching the timekeeping disc, unwilling to relinquish her grip. She understood that to let go would render her previous efforts futile, and she herself might be ensnared in the turbulent currents of time and space, forever lost. In this life-and-death moment, a thought flickered through Aksu's mind. She recalled a scene witnessed in a distant world, a group of innocent children molding their last pieces of dough into tiny boats, gently releasing them into the vast sea. These miniature vessels carried the hopes and dreams of the children, drifting away with the waves. That pure moment shone like a beacon, piercing through the mists of time and illuminating Aksu's spirit. A surge of profound longing welled within her. She yearned to grasp that glimmer of hope, to steady the frantically reversing timekeeping disc. Focusing her mind, she poured her intent into the ocean of memories. Miraculously, the vision of that ocean grew increasingly vivid before Aksu's eyes. She beheld the smiling faces of the children, hearing their joyous laughter. The little paper boats seemed to transform into tangible entities, traversing the waves with steadfastness. This scene acted as an anchor through time, firmly securing Aksu's consciousness at a specific moment. Gradually, the rotation of the timekeeping disc decelerated, ultimately halting its frenzied reversal. Ashing leaped into the Sea of Realms, and the shattered fragments of the Dao-guarding ruler automatically coalesced in her hands, reforged into the breaking delusion shuttle. The shuttle radiated with the brilliance of the galactic faith, and wherever it passed, the roots of the false Heavenly Dao tree emitted anguished howls. When the breaking delusion shuttle pierced the core of the largest false Heavenly Dao tree, the tree exploded with a thunderous roar, and countless trapped memories transformed into meteors soaring toward the heavens. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the depths of the Sea of Realms, heralding the emergence of the Devourer. It manifested as a vast whirlpool composed of distorted memories, with a pitch-black anti-Dao bell suspended at its center. Each chime of the bell shattered the protective laws of an entire star domain. Ashing raised the breaking delusion shuttle high, channeling the protective faith of the entire universe into it as a radiant beam of light. The shuttle transformed into a colossal blade, cleaving toward the anti-Dao bell. In a cataclysmic explosion, the anti-Dao bell shattered piece by piece, and the Devourer emitted a heart-wrenching wail. The chaotic aura of the Sea of Realms began to dissipate, revealing countless flickering seeds of protection deep within. Ashing transformed the breaking delusion shuttle into a multitude of luminous streams, igniting all the seeds of fire. As the first cluster of protective flames ignited, the entire Sea of Realms transformed into a resplendent ocean of stars, each celestial body representing a world reborn. Chapter 88. The Cycle of Dao Fruits. This is the Dao fruit of the Heavenly Dao. The Dao guarding staff of Mo Chen flew toward the fruit on its own, with the chaotic gem fragment at the staff's tip resonating with the fruit, unleashing boundless rays of brilliance. The surface of the Dao fruit cracked with fine fissures, releasing 36 golden runes that floated above the heads of the crowd, forming the embryonic shape of the 36 heavens of Dao protection. Each rune contained the supreme mysteries of the protective laws, stirring the hearts of cultivators across the myriad realms. Ling Air's shadow speech fruit underwent a remarkable transformation after absorbing the essence emanating from the Dao fruit. It evolved into an unprecedented existence, the Heavenly Dao contract butterfly. Its wings shimmered like transparent crystal, glinting with a faint glow. When it gently fluttered its wings, the surrounding void seemed to be stirred, revealing ethereal contracts that flickered in and out of sight. These contracts differed fundamentally from previous ones. They were no longer coercive stipulations, but rather voluntary agreements guided by the heart for protection. Each contract embodied boundless goodwill and warmth, as if representing the Heavenly Dao's promise to all existence. As the first Heavenly Dao contract butterfly lightly landed on the shoulder of a child from a fragile civilization, a radiant smile blossomed on the child's face. Simultaneously, cultivators from this world, upon breaking through their realms, discovered that insights regarding the path of protection descended from the heavens. This understanding flowed like a pure spring, nourishing the souls of the cultivators and deepening their comprehension of the path of guardianship. Thus, the cultivators of this world no longer merely pursued the enhancement of their power, they began to focus more on inner cultivation, using their strength to safeguard the beauty of their world. The compass-like Dao patterns at Yun's brow transformed into the Heavenly Dao mirror, suspended at the pinnacle of the 36 heavens of Dao protection. The mirror reflected the myriad forms of the worlds, automatically gathering protective power for correction at the slightest sign of a breach in the protective laws. However, this time, the light of the Heavenly Dao mirror radiated warmth rather than coldness, enveloped in a golden halo, signifying that protection is a guidance, not a coercion. Throughout the cosmos, civilizations that embrace the guardianship of the Dao are undergoing a profound metamorphosis. On desolate planets, cultivators nurture the land with their own spiritual essence, cultivating shared spiritual grains. Interstellar merchant fleets abandon plunder in favor of establishing a harmonious Taoist commercial alliance. These transformations coalesce into a new force, infusing the Dao tree. The intricate patterns upon its trunk gradually form a complete manifestation of the guardian Dao, which gazes down benevolently, its lips curving into a satisfied smile. When the Dao fruit reaches full maturity, it spontaneously splits into myriad seeds, dispersing across the 3,000 worlds. Wherever a seed lands, a diminutive Dao tree takes root, intertwining with others to create a network of Taoist protection that transcends mere flavor connections. Within this network flows not only the memory of taste, but also the essence of benevolence, sacrifice, trust, and all emotions associated with guardianship. Chapter 89. The dispute of the Dao domain. On the day the Guardian Dao Pavilion was completed, countless cultivators and emissaries from various civilizations gathered at the site of the eternal baking workshop. A golden torrent of Dao resonance surged through the skies, transforming into a spectral image of the Guardian Dao, overseeing this momentous gathering that transcends time and space. Yet beneath this serene facade, dark currents were already stirring. In the depths of a distant star domain shrouded in violet mist, 7 formidable figures clad in dark Taoist robes sat in meditation atop a massive counter-array. The leader, with a stern visage, slowly opened a blood-red vertical eye upon his forehead. The so-called guardianship of the Dao is merely a veil for the weak. Only by seizing control of everything can one attain true Dao. This man was none other than the blood-eyed sovereign, leader of the devouring Dao alliance. Wielding a blood-stained fragment of the Guardian's measure, a fierce weapon that had inadvertently fallen into this domain during the demise of the devourer. With a wave of his arm, the blood-eyed sovereign unleashed a powerful suction from the counter-array, consuming all the Dao resonance of guardianship from the surrounding star domains. From the violet mist emerged countless grotesque faces, the enslaved spiritual essences of cultivators. Activate the devouring array and transform those so-called Dao fruits of guardianship into our sustenance. At his command, the core of the devouring array glimmered with eerie purple light, and a black beam shot into the heavens, tearing a rift in the Guardian Dao network. Aixing and the others sensed the anomaly within the Guardian Dao Pavilion. Yun's Taoist insight radiated brightly, revealing the conspiracy of the devouring Dao alliance. This is dire. They are consuming the Dao resonance of guardianship, attempting to subvert the principles of the Guardian Dao. Chen tightened his grip on the evolved Guardian staff, the chaotic pearl at its tip emanating a warning glow. This wicked path must be eradicated. The group immediately set forth, navigating the Guardian Dao vessel, which was transformed from the essence of the Dao tree, traversing various star domains. However, the devouring Dao alliance had already laid numerous ambushes. As the Guardian vessel entered a barren star system, countless purple chains burst forth from the void, ensnaring the ship. The chains were inscribed with the laws of devouring, ravenously eroding the protective power of the vessel. Linger released the Taoist contract butterfly, the swarm transforming into a golden net in an attempt to sever the chains. Yet, the voice of the blood-eyed sovereign echoed from all directions. Do you believe that the power of guardianship is invincible? Open your eyes. This universe thrives on the survival of the fittest. As his words faded, a multitude of devouring Dao cultivators surged forth from the violet mist, their eyes gleaming crimson. Weapons entwined with dark, demonic energy. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yun discerned the weakness of the devouring array. The core was located within that blood-red star. By obliterating it, one can unravel this formation. Without hesitation, Chen invoked the most potent secret art of the Guardian Staff, the 7 Celestial Extermination Array. 7 chaotic orbs illuminated simultaneously, transforming into 7 resplendent beams of starlight, hurtling toward the blood-red star. Under the onslaught of the protective light, the blood-red star trembled violently before ultimately erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The devouring array, bereft of its core, crumbled instantaneously into ruin. The violet mist dissipated, revealing the lair of the devouring alliance. The blood-eyed emperor, unwilling to concede defeat, summoned a fragment of the guardian ruler's staff, from which a voracious power surged wildly, attempting to alter the tide of battle. However, at that very moment, the protective essence of the entire universe resonated in unison. Countless seeds of this essence soared from various realms, encircling Xing and her companions. The seeds emitted a pure protective force, countering the devouring energy of the staff fragment. Xing felt the trust and support from beings across myriad worlds, and her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. The path of guardianship, a collective aspiration, shall not be desecrated. Under the immense protective power, the fragment of the guardian ruler gradually regained clarity. The devouring patterns on the staff were replaced by the rhythm of the protective essence, reintegrating it into the sacred artifact of guardianship. The blood-eyed emperor, having lost his greatest reliance, was struck by the onslaught of the crowd, and the practitioners of the devouring alliance, sensing the peril, scattered like birds and beasts. Following this crisis, the guardian network of the celestial path was further fortified. Xing and her companions erected guardian monuments across various star domains, inscribed with the laws of protection and tales of guardianship from myriad worlds. These monuments not only automatically repelled the invasion of malevolent forces, but also offered insights into the path of guardianship to visiting practitioners. In a remote corner of the cosmos, on an inconspicuous planet, a young boy chanced upon a golden meteor streaking across the sky. This meteor was none other than a new seed of the protective essence, which fell into the boy's hands, radiating a warm glow. From that moment on, this ordinary boy embarked on his own journey of guardianship, and the saga of the path of guardianship would continue to be inscribed through the legacies of many. Chapter 90. The Stirring of the Dark Abyss. 300 years after the downfall of the Devouring Alliance, the guardian monument of the celestial path unexpectedly oozed a black liquid. A young celestial path mirror trembled violently, reflecting a star domain shrouded in pitch-black mist at the universe's edge. This realm was once the remnants of the fallen devourer, but now it was adorned with countless distorted runes, resembling a tightening web of death. Is this the Dark Abyss? Xing gripped the now complete guardian ruler, as the patterns on the staff began to flow in reverse. Ancient texts recorded that the Dark Abyss was the chaotic residue predating the birth of the universe, harboring a destructive force capable of overturning all laws. Deep within the black mist, a fragmented altar constructed from shattered stars was faintly visible, with a pulsating black heart suspended at its center, each throb shattering the nearby guardian network. The guardian staff of Chen emitted a mournful wail, its head's chaotic orb shrouded in a layer of gray. The rhythm of that heart mirrored the black hole of the primordial chaos mother tree from years past. Before the words could settle, the altar erupted with countless black chains, which, as they passed, caused the protective essence to disintegrate, transforming into sustenance for the Dark Abyss. The guardian monument of a certain cultivation world collapsed with a resounding crash, and the practitioners, immersed in their comprehension of the laws, were instantaneously consumed by the darkness, their eyes reflecting nothing but hollow greed. As Linger approached the ominous black mist, her Dao contract butterfly disintegrated into ashes. The shadow fruit in her embrace throbbed wildly, projecting horrifying images. Powerful beings from various realms, corrupted by darkness, turned against the very tribes they once protected. The innocence in newborn's eyes was replaced by a pathological thirst for power. The abyss exuded not merely the essence of destruction, it was a force that instilled a profound decay, stripping sentient beings of their instinctual drive to protect. The guardian network across the cosmos lit up with crimson alerts, prompting countless cultivators to hasten towards the star domain of the abyss. Yet, upon entering the black mist, they found themselves ensnared as if mired in a quagmire. Their protective powers siphoned away relentlessly. More alarmingly, the abyss began to mimic the guardian's ultimate techniques. The renowned Buddhist cultivator, known for his compassion, found his radiant light of salvation transformed in an instant into a devouring inferno. The adept formation master, skilled in collective defense, inadvertently ensnared his comrades within an inescapable trap. Xing stood at the bow of the guardian ship, witnessing her fellow cultivators falling in droves, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within her. Suddenly, the guardian ruler emitted a sonorous chime, revealing ancient scenes of ancestors sharing sustenance. A time when guardians relied not on formidable artifacts, but on the flesh and unwavering faith of their beings. The essence of guardianship lies in the courage to stand firm, even in the face of insurmountable odds. Infusing her own Dao rhythm into the guardian ruler, she unleashed a pure golden radiance. As the collective strength of the guardians converged into a beam of light directed at the altar, the black heart abruptly split open, from which emerged a figure cloaked in darkness. The visage was obscured, yet it caused the eyes of all to widen in shock. The silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Axing herself. With a mere gesture, the cloaked figure commanded the black mist to morph into countless colossal hands, shattering the protective light beam. The so-called guardianship was merely a self-deceiving illusion. Observe these worlds you cherish to protect, for they shall ultimately reveal their greedy nature within the abyss. Chapter 91. The true essence of chaos. Axing radiated brilliance. The guardian ruler resembling a blazing golden sun, descending upon the cloaked figure with a resounding strike. However, the figure remained unmoved, effortlessly conjuring an indomitable shield from the black mist, absorbing the full brunt of the assault. The powerful shockwave spread, distorting the surrounding space like a shattered mirror, leaving terrifying fissures in its wake. The audacity of an ant shaking a tree. The cloaked figure scoffed, his voice laced with infinite disdain and mockery. With a flick of his wrist, countless black chains shot forth from the mist like ferocious serpents, hissing towards the crowd. Chen hastily wielded the guardian staff, its chaotic pearl radiating a brilliant glow, forming a shimmering barrier inscribed with mysterious runes, enveloping everyone within. The black chains collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous roar, as ripples coursed across its surface, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Linger gritted her teeth, determination flickering in her eyes. She infused her life essence once more into the Dao contract butterfly, summoning an overwhelming brilliance in the form of myriad contract butterflies that soared from her back, transforming into a resplendent arrow of light aimed at the cloaked figure. The figure raised an eyebrow, conjuring a pitch-black energy sphere that collided violently with the luminous arrow. A violent explosion unleashed shockwaves that swept across the landscape, hurling individuals into the air, who then fell heavily upon the guardian ship, just as despair enveloped them. Luminous points of light ignited across the cosmos, flickering wildly as if drawn by an enigmatic force, converging towards the abyss of darkness. As these radiant orbs journeyed, they fused and grew, ultimately transforming into a resplendent river of stars that traversed the universe, aimed directly at the figure cloaked in black. Aixing felt a surge of power within her, and with a sudden inspiration, she raised the guardian staff high above her head, proclaiming, "Guardians of all beings, coalesce within me." The energy of the brilliant star river flowed into her through the staff, enveloping her in a dazzling radiance, within which appeared fleeting images of myriad beings safeguarding one another. The guardian staff swelled under this luminescence, evolving into a colossal measuring rod that blotted out the sky, bearing the will of all spirits as it descended fiercely upon the figure in black. For the first time, a flicker of change crossed the black-cloaked figure's visage. He rapidly formed hand seals, and the black heart upon the abyssal altar throbbed violently, releasing an even denser fog of darkness. This black mist coalesced into a massive phantasm, crashing violently against the giant staff. In that moment, the heavens dimmed, the universe trembled, and space itself crumbled and reformed under the tremendous clash of power. Amidst this tumultuous collision, Aixing's consciousness was suddenly drawn by a mysterious force into an extraordinary realm. Here reigned chaos, devoid of light and darkness. Only an infinite expanse of disorder and confusion. Within the depths of this chaos, she glimpsed the memories of the figure in black, realizing that he was, in fact, an embodiment of consciousness birthed from the primordial chaos at the dawn of the abyss. He had witnessed the universe's birth and the rise of the power of guardianship, which gradually instilled within him a sense of doubt and jealousy towards such protection. Thus, he continuously devoured negative emotions, seeking to overturn all with the power of the abyss. Yet Aixing resolutely shook her head, vociferously countering, "No, you are mistaken. Guardianship may be momentarily obscured by darkness, but as long as a glimmer of hope remains, it will once again radiate brilliance, just like those beings who steadfastly uphold kindness even under the erosion of the abyss. They are the most potent source of the power of guardianship." As she spoke, Aixing's aura surged, merging her insights on guardianship and the strength of all spirits into the guardian staff. The staff erupted with an unprecedented brilliance within the chaotic realm, and wherever its light reached, chaos began to dissipate, restoring order gradually. "Break from me," Aixing cried out, as the guardian staff transformed into a golden streak of light, piercing towards the consciousness of the figure in black. The black figure's essence writhed in desperation, attempting to obstruct her with the power of chaos. Yet its resistance seemed utterly futile against the might of the guardianship. The golden stream of light swiftly penetrated the being, and the anguished cries of the figure echoed through the chaotic realm. Simultaneously, in the tangible world, the figure's form began to grow translucent, gradually dissipating. The black heart upon the abyssal altar developed fissures, and with a resounding crash, it shattered. The black mist of the abyss receded like retreating tidewaters, swiftly vanishing. As the universe reclaimed its light and tranquility, Xing and her companions gazed upon the restored serenity of the cosmos, their hearts brimming with emotion. They understood that although the crisis had been temporarily averted, the path of guardianship remained long and arduous. The shattered black heart ultimately transformed into a black crystal, imbued with mysterious powers, suspended at the heart of the abyss, seemingly awaiting its next unknown fate. Chapter 92. Hidden aftershocks. The black crystal floated at the core of the abyss, its surface shimmering with a profound luminescence, as if it contained the universe's deepest secrets. Xing and her companions had yet to recover from the exhaustion of their fierce battle when a sudden weak pulse emanated from the tree of heaven. Several withered leaves remaining on its branches transformed into streaks of light, darting straight towards the enigmatic crystal. This is perilous. The crystal is still drawing from the tree of heaven's essence. Chen's expression changed dramatically as the guardian's staff trembled violently, the chaotic orb at its apex uncontrollably racing toward the crystal. Yun hastily summoned the mirror of heaven, only to reveal a bizarre scene within its depths. The space surrounding the crystal was forming a new vortex, countless tiny runes writhing like living entities, weaving a binding force anew. Suddenly, Ling Er's contract butterfly spirit soared from her being, exerting its final strength to entwine the chaotic orb. Each flap of its wings scattered golden mist, while the shadow fruit emitted a piercing hum, projecting a terrifying vision in a distant star domain. Cultivators drawn near the remnants of the abyss had their eyes glow with an ominous darkness, their artifacts morphing into bone spikes as they attacked their comrades in a frenzy. Meanwhile, in the world where the tree of heaven took root, the earth split open, oozing dark liquid that withered all vegetation in its wake. Xing gripped the guardian's ruler tightly, feeling an unfamiliar yet familiar power coursing through its patterned surface. Be cautious. This crystal seems to be absorbing the opposite forces of fear and despair from our guardianship. Her gaze sharpened as she looked towards the crystal, witnessing countless fragments of memories, eroded by the abyss, escaped from it, transforming into tangible black tendrils that ensnared the bodies of her companions, just as they were on the brink of collapse. The humble town where the old woman had once shared her meager bread with orphans erupted into a blinding luminescence that astonished all. This radiance, akin to dawn breaking, pierced through the endless darkness, illuminating the entire expanse. Concurrently, countless beings once protected by the old woman, as if connected by an invisible thread, collectively transformed their beliefs into myriad twinkling stars, converging like a gentle stream into a resplendent golden torrent. This torrent surged forth with an overwhelming momentum, breaking through the constraining black tendrils with the force of a tempest, charging directly towards the black crystal. The patterns on the crystal's surface began to disintegrate under the impact of this formidable power, fracturing as though torn apart by an irresistible force. However, just when everyone believed victory was within reach, the black crystal suddenly unleashed a devouring vortex of darkness. This vortex, akin to a bottomless pit, exuded a chilling aura of terror, consuming everything in its path, including that golden torrent. Without a moment to ponder, Xing drove the guardian's ruler into the divine vessel beneath her feet, channeling her entire essence, and, alongside Chen, Shui, Ling Er, and Yun, they forged a protective array. The clash between the array's brilliance and the dark vortex erupted with tremendous energy, sending them hurtling across different star domains. When Xing opened her eyes once more, she found herself alone in an unfamiliar void, the guardian's staff dim and devoid of light. In the distance, the aura emanating from a black crystal was still faintly perceptible, seemingly awaiting the next awakening. Chapter 93. The enigmatic maze of a foreign realm. It became apparent that the dark abyss had never truly vanished. Xing bit her tongue, forcing herself out of the illusion through the sting of pain. As the rhythm of Dao flowed around her, she attempted to communicate with her companions, only to discover the entire void was laced with remnants of the dark abyss's restraints, rendering her divine consciousness incapable of penetrating through. Just as she pondered, the guardian staff suddenly pointed in a certain direction, its intricate patterns revealing ancient tracking runes, a guidance left by the Dao tree in times of peril. Simultaneously, Chen plummeted into a starry domain blanketed in ice crystals. His guardian staff resonated with the chaos pearl, and the staff as tip projected an image of Xing ensnared in danger. Xing, Chen exclaimed, shattering the massive ice crystal floating beside him, only to realize that it contained ancient guardians corrupted by the dark abyss. The frozen visages were locked in expressions of distorted greed and despair. More bizarrely, the surface of the ice crystals was spreading patterns identical to those of the black crystal, as if seeking to engulf him in an eternal slumber. Following the guidance of the Dao tree, Xing stepped into an ancient star domain shrouded in thick mist. The spatial laws here were chaotic, with every step she took, The surrounding scenery twisted and reformed. Suddenly, the guardian staff trembled violently, and several powerful cultivators emerged from the mist, cloaked in black robes, yet bearing incomplete protective marks upon their chests. Outsider, surrender. The power resonating with the dark abyss, commanded the foremost figure, raising a hand, causing the mist to transform into chains that ensnared her, etched with runes of the dark abyss that Xing had once severed. With a swift motion, Xing swung her staff, golden radiance clashing against the black fog, only to be tainted into an eerie shade of purple upon contact. It dawned on her that the laws of this realm had already been assimilated by the dark abyss, transforming all attacks into the opponent's strength. In a moment of desperation, a clear and melodious cry of a phoenix echoed from the depths of the universe. As a scarlet flame tore through the mist, it was the reborn fire phoenix from the destruction of the devouring alliance. The fire phoenix burned with the purifying south brightly fire, and wherever its wings swept, the runes of the dark abyss crumbled away. Xing. This place is but a projection of the dark abyss. Only by locating the core of the illusory mirror can the impasse be broken. The voice of the fire phoenix carried the weight of its rebirth as it flapped its wings, tearing a rift in the void. Chen and the others were also in different projection worlds. Only by uniting everyone's protective power could they awaken the true Dao tree. Xing nodded, gripping the guardian staff tightly as she stepped into the rift. On the other side, the black crystal slowly rotated, its eerie glow intensifying. Deep within the crystal, a vague silhouette began to take shape, and the voice of the black-robed figure echoed once more. The game of guardianship and destruction has only just begun. Chapter 94. Reflections of 1,000 calamities. As Xing entered the rift, a blinding white light suddenly illuminated her surroundings. When the radiance faded, she found herself within a magnificent ancient palace of glass suspended in the void, where countless bronze mirrors stood in intricate patterns. Each mirror flickered with moments from her journey, showcasing her initial grasp of the guardian staff with youthful innocence, as well as the resolute battle against the devouring alliance. However, these images bizarrely distorted within the mirrors, ultimately concluding with her being consumed by the dark abyss. The illusory mirror? Xing gripped the Dao guardianship ruler with vigilance, its intricate patterns glowing softly, yet dimming as she approached the bronze mirror. Suddenly, hushed whispers filled the hall, entwining around her heart like spider silk. Do you believe you can protect forever? It is merely self-deception. Just as the words faded, the bronze mirror erupted violently, unleashing countless inky tendrils that crawled forth, each tip bearing a familiar visage. Those monks she had once safeguarded, now hollow-eyed and lunging at her with claws extended. Simultaneously, Chen discovered an altar in the crystalline realm, constructed from fragments of the guardianship Dao fruit. The chaos pearl emitted a piercing hum, and the ice coffin at the altar's center creaked open, revealing an elder who bore a striking resemblance to him, a mark on his forehead mirroring the patterns of the dark abyss crystal. Child, you have finally arrived. The elder murmured as he opened his eyes, and with a mere gesture, the entire star domain's ice began to reverse, ensnaring Chen in a vortex of time's relentless current. In the blood-red sea of flowers where Lingyer stood, the petals ignited into blades, swirling violently around her. She bit her fingertip, calling upon the remaining essence of the contract butterfly, only to witness its shadow merging with the floral tide, transforming into the figure of the cloaked man. The cost of guardianship is the sacrifice of all. The cloaked figure sneered as he unleashed the dark abyss chains, which pierced her chest, yet upon reaching her heart, they shattered under the radiance emitted by the shadow language fruit. Within the core, myriad scenes of beings safeguarding one another shimmered like stars. Yun traversed the bronze labyrinth, each door he opened plunging him deeper into the confines of memory. When he finally reached the labyrinth's heart, he discovered a colossal celestial mirror standing there, reflecting not his image, but the malevolent grin of the cloaked man. Do you think you can see through the dark abyss? The mirror suddenly extended countless black tendrils, dragging him into the darkest recesses of his memories. Somewhere in the cosmos, the southern Ming leaf fire of the fire phoenix began to sway violently. It let out a piercing cry, flames erupting from its wings coalescing into a radiant barrier that displayed the plight of the trapped. They must awaken their most pure guardianship power. The fire phoenix grasped the luminous veil with its claws, tearing it apart as flames transformed into myriad streams of light, shooting towards various projected realms. Xing, entangled in the inky tendrils within the ancient Liuli palace, was on the brink of asphyxiation. In a moment of desperation, a flame surged into her brow, awakening the deepest recesses of her memory. During her childhood, she had stood barehanded before a ferocious beast to protect a child amidst the chaos of war. The moment's fearlessness and resolve pierced through the darkness like a beam of light. The Dao guardianship ruler suddenly burst forth in a dazzling golden glow, shattering all the bronze mirrors, revealing the true form of the illusory mirror, a dark purple crystal embedded in the dome, its surface swirling with dark abyss runes. It became clear that the key to dispelling the illusion lay in confronting one's inner self. Aixing's eyes flashed with determination as she raised the Dao guardianship ruler. The golden radiance collided with the crystal, unleashing a shockwave that engulfed the entire ancient palace. Chapter 95. Resonance of the Dao rhythm. The dark purple crystal trembled violently under the golden impact, its surface runes twisting and writhing as if alive, eventually detaching from the dome to hover before Aixing. The crystal suddenly fissured with numerous fine cracks, oozing a thick, inky aura of the dark abyss, which coalesced in midair into countless grotesque faces, emitting a chilling shriek. Guardianship is but a fragile illusion. Let us see how you withstand true chaos. Aixing, however, remained unmoved. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her eyes closed in deep concentration, the essence of the Dao radiating from her like ripples in water. The guardian's staff hovered above her head, its surface revealing every moment of protection throughout history, Panga's barrier against chaos at the dawn of creation. Nuwa's sacrifice of her own cultivation to mend the heavens, countless mortals defending their homes with flesh and blood against demons. These visions transformed into resplendent starlight, merging with the golden runes swirling around Aixing. When the ghastly face of the abyss approached, Aixing suddenly opened her eyes, the golden light within them surging. The path of protection is as steadfast as rock. The guardian staff transformed into a golden torrent, carrying the will of all beings to defend and colliding thunderously with the essence of the abyss. The entire ancient glazed palace began to crumble, as time and space twisted into a vortex under the clash of powers. Yet, amidst this chaos, Aixing glimpsed a pulsating purple heart within a crystal core, unmistakably connected to the black heart of the abyssal altar. Simultaneously, Chen, caught in the vortex of time's reversal, gazed at the visage of the elder in the ice coffin and suddenly recalled the ancient texts of his sect at the beginning of chaos. Protection and destruction were but two sides of the same coin. He bit his tongue, spraying his essence onto the guardian's staff, which then revealed the ethereal visage of the ancient protective codex. It became clear that to resolve the abyss, one must embrace its essence. Chen shouted, stepping boldly into the flow of time's reversal, gradually aligning his form with that of the elder. The brilliance emitted by the chaos pearl bathed the entire crystalline star domain in gold. Linger, amidst a blood-red sea of flowers, faced the spectral assault of the black-robed figure, raising the shadow fruit high above her head. The bond of all spirits was not merely one of power, but of belief. Countless images of protection poured forth from the fruit's core, transforming into a swarm of golden light butterflies. As these butterflies fluttered, the flower sea withered, and the black-robed specter emitted a furious roar, dissipating in the rain of light. Meanwhile, Linger's contract butterfly, a remnant of a soul, began to coalesce into a tangible form under the nurturing glow. Ayun, trapped within the dark memory prison of the Heavenly Dao mirror, found tranquility as the black-robed figure's tendrils threatened to engulf him. I do not guard a flawless future, but the hope of the present. He opened his arms, allowing the tendrils to entwine him. Yet in the moment before darkness consumed him entirely, images of fighting alongside his companions surged in his heart. The Heavenly Dao mirror erupted with a tremendous explosion, and the light emanating from Ayun illuminated the entire bronze labyrinth. In the depths of the universe, the southern bright fire of the fire phoenix blazed to its zenith, transforming into a pillar of light connecting various projection worlds. At the instant Aixing shattered the purple heart, the protective power of Chen merging with the elder, Axu's reversal of time's laws, Linger's belief in the spirits, and Ayun's hope in overcoming darkness converged along the light pillar. These five forces coalesced above the fire phoenix into a seed of Dao radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, which then surged toward the realm of the Heavenly Dao tree. In that moment, the Heavenly Dao tree was left with but a single withered branch. When the seed of Dao fell upon its roots, the entire tree emitted a deafening roar. The withered branch visibly sprouted, blossoming into a myriad of Dao flowers. In the core of the abyss, minute fissures began to appear on the surface of the black crystal, while deep within, the hazy silhouette was rapidly dissipating. Chapter 96. Confrontation of the Dao heart. The brilliant radiance emitted by the tree of heaven rippled outward, enveloping the entire universe. Yet at that moment, the black crystal at the heart of the abyss emitted a defiant hum. A viscous dark purple liquid seeped from the cracks, coalescing into the form of the cloaked figure, who now exuded an even more ferocious aura. His eyes glowed a blood red, akin to a crimson moon, as a twisted smile graced his lips. Do you believe that gathering power can utterly annihilate the abyss? You are but an ant trying to shake a tree. With a mere gesture, countless minuscule rifts in the abyss materialized throughout the cosmos, releasing billowing dark mists. Wherever they traversed, stars dimmed, and the fabric of space crumbled. The worlds once tainted by the abyss began to emanate ominous purple light again, as the rejuvenated guardians of the Dao started to grow in reverse, transforming into malignant tumors that devoured life. Led by the guidance of the Tree of Heaven, Aixing and her companions forcefully tore through the fabric of space. Arriving at the abyss, the guardian measure trembled violently, its golden light contrasting starkly with the darkness enveloping the cloaked figure. Your obsession is merely a reflection of your fear of guardianship, Aixing cried out, as the guardian measure transformed into a golden rainbow that pierced the heavens, aimed directly at the cloaked figure's brow. The battle intensified as the cloaked figure suddenly let out a howl to the heavens. The black crystal at the core of the abyss exploded, unleashing the primordial chaotic forces that predated the birth of the universe. The chaos writhed as if alive, morphing into countless grotesque beasts that lunged at the group. Each roar from these creatures shook the hearts of the onlookers, flooding their minds with despairing visions of being consumed by darkness. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, the beings they had once safeguarded across the cosmos since the impending crisis, they gathered their beliefs and hopes, transforming them into glimmers of light that flowed through the veins of the Tree of Heaven and into Aixing and her companions. The innocent prayers of children, the steadfast convictions of cultivators, and the yearning of mortals for a better life coalesced into a formidable torrent of guardianship capable of shaking the very heavens. Feeling the immense power surge within her, Aixing's eyes flickered with determination. United in spirit with her companions, they unleashed their strongest protective forces. Chen's guardian shield transformed into a golden great wall. Aixue's manipulation of time coalesced into binding chains. Ling Er's contract butterflies formed a blade array of light. And Ayun's heavenly vision shot forth beams that shattered demons. All their powers merged with the torrent of guardianship, forming a spear of protection radiant with myriad lights. Aimed directly at the cloaked figure. For the first time, a glimmer of panic flickered in the cloaked figure's eyes as he frantically summoned the chaotic forces to withstand this lethal strike. However, the spear of guardianship embodied the will of myriad beings. It was indomitable, with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The spear pierced through the cloaked figure's body, causing the chaotic forces of the abyss to swiftly dissipate. Chapter 97. The return to chaos. At the moment of the cloaked figure's corporeal disintegration, the scattering chaotic forces did not vanish. Instead, they surged like a tide, flooding into the rifts of the abyss scattered throughout the cosmos. The worlds that had just been purified suddenly bore spiderweb-like black patterns on their surfaces, drawing both the guardians of the Dao and mortals deep into the earth, transforming them into new nourishment for the abyss. Aixing gazed at the dimly glowing Dao guardian rod in her hand, its surface marred by countless cracks, mirroring her own heart, which now teetered on the brink of shattering. This was not merely a manifestation of the destructive power of the ink dust. Rather, the rod began to seep a dark, viscous liquid, and the surface of the chaotic orb at its tip was fissured with spiderweb-like patterns. The abyss was consuming all living beings' understanding of guardianship, distorting it into fuel for despair. Before her words could fade, the fabric of space and time warped in the distance, and countless corrupted cultivators surged forth from the rifts, their magical artifacts transforming into bone blades forged from abyss runes, their eyes ablaze with frenzied dark purple flames. Indeed, the words of the figure in black were not without merit. Ayun's Heavenly Dao mirror was also riddled with cracks. Guardianship and destruction were, after all, twin principles birthed from the same chaotic source. The more we resist the abyss, the stronger it becomes. Suddenly, he hurled the Heavenly Dao mirror into the air, from which an eerie purple beam shot forth, aimed directly at Aixing and her companions. United in their efforts, the rifts of the abyss began to contract in reverse, and the devoured beings gradually emerged from the darkness. Aixing raised the Dao guardian rod high, as black and white light coalesced into chains, ensnaring the core of the abyss that was on the verge of complete dissolution. With guardianship as her guide and chaos as her foundation, she sought to reshape the laws of the universe. Her voice shattered the continuum of space and time as the Dao guardian rod collided thunderously with the core of the abyss, and amidst the brilliance of the explosion, new stars were faintly discernible, coming into being. Chapter 98. The birth of the Dao. As the radiance subsided, the core of the abyss morphed into an enigmatic altar suspended at the heart of the cosmos. This altar was intricately formed from interwoven black and white crystals. At its center, a chaotic vortex exhaled the brilliance of stars, faintly resonating with ancient Dao sounds. Though Ah Xing and her companions were drenched in blood, they beheld an astonishing sight at the edge of the altar. Those who had been consumed by the abyss were now gathered around it, their foreheads aglow with interlacing black and white guardian sigils. Ling Er's contract butterfly was reborn from the flames, its wings adorned with patterns identical to the altar's runes. The shadow fruit floated at the altar's center, projecting images that transcended time and space. Future cultivators would no longer fear the abyss, but would transform the power of chaos into an integral part of guardianship. Even the toys held by mortal children would spontaneously repel the encroaching darkness, and even cosmic dust would embody the laws balancing guardianship and destruction. Was this the new path of guardianship? Tears shimmered in her eyes. Ayun's Heavenly Dao mirror underwent a complete transformation. Its surface no longer reflected reality, but instead showcased the tumultuous flow of laws interweaving chaos and order. He suddenly pointed towards the depths of the altar. Look! The black crystal core still remained, and as everyone followed his gaze, they beheld a seed nestled within the crystal, radiating a gentle glow. This was the very essence of the rebirth of the Heavenly Dao tree. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated from the depths of the universe. The newly born Heavenly Dao tree broke through the soil, its branches and leaves flowing with a dual-hued essence of black and white, each leaf inscribed with the principles of the abyss and guardianship. The fruits born from its crown were no longer singular, but divided into golden and black varieties. The golden fruits emanated pure guardianship power, while the black fruits concealed the sharpness of destruction. Under the watchful gaze of all, the newly born Heavenly Dao tree erupted in splendor, invigorating the network of guardianship across the cosmos like never before. The altar, transformed from the abyss, became a sacred ground for all cultivators to comprehend the path of chaotic guardianship. Yet deep within the altar, the dark crystalline core pulsated slowly, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a crisis potent enough to shake the cosmos. Chapter 99. The initial surge of undercurrents in the 10th epoch since the new Dao tree took root at the heart of the universe, the once tranquil spacetime suddenly rippled. At the edge of the universe, upon the surface of a forgotten ancient star, a moss-covered stone tablet shattered with a thunderous roar, releasing a gray-black mist reminiscent of the aura of the dark abyss from years past. A young cultivator, wandering nearby, felt his pupils constrict as the fog enveloped him before he could summon his artifact, his eyes instantly veiled with an eerie purple haze. Aixing awoke abruptly within the Dao Guardian Pavilion, her guardian ruler emitting a sharp hum, the newly formed black and white patterns upon its surface swirling chaotically. She gazed towards the heavens, only to witness the tip of the nascent Dao tree, where a black Dao fruit began to crack, its dark sap coalescing into distorted runes in the air. The aura of the dark abyss was actually burgeoning within the Dao tree. Her voice trembled with unmistakable shock. Suddenly, Linger's contract butterfly emitted a haunting cry, the runes upon its wings beginning to disintegrate. The image projected by the shadow fruit fragmented. In some great realm of cultivation, a protective formation had turned against its own, mercilessly slaughtering the sect's disciples. In the most prosperous star domain of cosmic commerce, merchant ships erupted in a series of explosions, their cargo transforming into chains of the dark abyss, ensnaring every cultivator attempting to flee. This impending crisis was more sinister than the awakening of the dark abyss itself. She clutched the shadow fruit tightly, unaware of the blood drawn from her palm. Ayun's Dao mirror reflected an even more spine-chilling vision. Within the mirror, the protective marks scattered across the universe began to twist, the intertwined black and white patterns gradually succumbing to a singular darkness. Deep within the Dao tree, within the fissured black Dao fruit, a pair of scarlet eyes lurked, observing all. Had we not completely eradicated the dark abyss? His voice quivered as fine cracks appeared on the surface of the Dao mirror. Aixing summoned everyone beneath the Dao tree, gazing solemnly at the fading golden Dao fruit. This crisis may signify the infiltration of the dark abyss into the new Dao laws. We must uncover the source of this anomaly within 13 days. With her grip tightening around the guardian ruler, its brilliance surged forth, regardless of the dangers ahead. The path of guardianship shall never waver. Everyone nodded, each summoning their artifacts. Emochin's star map transformed into a protective shield enveloping the group. Aishui reversed time to carve out a hidden passage. Linger's contract butterfly scouted ahead, and Ayun's Dao mirror remained vigilant of their surroundings. The moment they stepped into the passage, the Dao tree behind them trembled violently, another black Dao fruit splitting open, causing the temperature of the entire universe to plummet. As if heralding a catastrophe capable of overturning the new order, quietly brewing in the shadows. Chapter 100. The origins of the phantom shadows. The instant the group entered the temporal passage, the surrounding scenery reassembled like a shattered mirror. Aixing's guardian ruler suddenly grew intensely hot, the black and white patterns oozing wisps of green smoke, sketching the outline of a sinister ancient hall within the void. Thousands of pitch-black chains hung from the ceiling, each chain's end bearing a heart that pulsed with an ethereal glow, strikingly similar to the black heart of the Dark Abyss altar. Was this a remnant of the memories from the core of the Dark Abyss? A Yun held aloft the fractured Dao mirror, its reflection intertwining with the phantasms of the void. The hearts were consuming the vitality of the Dao tree. Before the words could fully escape his lips, countless desiccated arms emerged from either side of the passage, their nails embedded with dark purple crystals. Reaching toward the robes of the crowd, Chen swung the star map protective shield, and wherever the chaotic starlight traversed, the withered hands turned to ash. Yet from the ashes, a black mist arose, coalescing into a specter identical to the figure in the black robe. Did they believe that reconstructing the Dao would secure eternal peace? The apparition emitted a sharp, mocking laugh, declaring that the Dark Abyss had never vanished. It had long since taken root within the very obsessions they sought to protect. With a flick of its finger, the protective star map shield manifested spiderweb-like cracks. Linger as contract butterfly fluttered into a stream of light, rushing toward the specter. However, the spiritual powder shed by the butterfly's wings turned black upon contact with the apparition, inadvertently bolstering its strength. The shadowy figure projected even more terrifying scenes. Beneath the roots of the Dao tree, dark crystals of the abyss were merging with the roots, and where the sap flowed, the earth crumbled away, revealing an unfathomable chaotic abyss. In a moment of dire urgency, a Xing infused the Dao rhyme into the guardian ruler. As its brilliance erupted, visions of ancient ancestors battling chaos materialized. Protection is not mere obsession, it is the enlightenment that embraces all, she shouted, and the guardian ruler transformed into a colossal blade, severing the chains of the dark abyss that ensnared the star map. The instant the blade struck the apparition, it emitted a roar of indignation, casting forth a dark purple energy blade that shot directly toward a Yun. A Yun raised the Dao mirror to block, yet at that moment, the mirror shattered completely. Strangely, from the fragmented shards erupted a dazzling white light, illuminating the truth at the end of the passage behind them. A figure cloaked in black, cradling the mutated black Dao fruit, bore an uncanny resemblance to a Xing in her youth. Suddenly, the Dao fruit in the black-robed figure's grasp split open, revealing countless tendrils that ensnared the trunk of the Dao tree. Thus, the root of the Dark Abyss was revealed to be a forgotten past. A Xing's pupils constricted, memories flooding back like a tide. Centuries ago, during a protective mission, she had sealed a child who sought to reshape the world with chaotic power. The gaze of that child mirrored that of the black-robed figure before her. In the depths of the cosmos, the newly birthed Dao tree emitted a mournful wail. Golden Dao fruits cascading down. A Xing clenched the guardian ruler tightly, charging toward the end of the passage with the others. This time, she would confront her own regrets and bring an end to the curse of the Dark Abyss. As they drew near, the Dao fruit in the black-robed figure erupted with cataclysmic energy, causing the very fabric of time and space to twist and collapse. Chapter 101. Reunion of grievances amidst the distortion of time and space. A Xing's Dao rhyme surged uncontrollably, the guardian ruler merging into her palm, radiating a glass-like luminosity under the pressure of collapse. The ground beneath them felt like boiling molten iron. Emotion suddenly hurled the star map, intertwining chaotic starlight with the light of the guardian ruler, creating a passage barely wide enough for a few to traverse. The black-robed figure slowly raised its head. The moment its visage overlapped with the Xing's, the entire space echoed with the laughter of a child. "Sister, you have finally come to see me." A hand, emerging from beneath the black robe, was adorned with intricate dark purple patterns. The tendrils entwining the celestial tree surged violently, shattering the fallen golden Dao fruits into countless fragments. "A millennium ago, you sealed me within chaos. Did you ever contemplate that the resentments of the sealed would take root and flourish in the void?" From the sleeves of Chen, 36 celestial jade tablets soared into the air, arranging themselves into the Big Dipper sword formation, wherever the blade's aura pointed. The aberrant contract butterflies were reduced to dust. Yet, more black mists surged from the ground, coalescing into numerous phantoms wielding spears, clad in tattered battle armor. Their foreheads marked with the same patterns as the Dao guardians of old, spirits fallen 1,000 years prior. These spirits had been tainted by the abyss. A Yun picked up the shattered remnants of the celestial mirror, revealing a heart-wrenching scene. The black-robed figure cradled a dark Dao fruit that was devouring the essence of the celestial tree. With each pulse of vitality absorbed, the chaos fissures in the void expanded further. Suddenly, a shard of the mirror burst forth with blinding golden light, unveiling a long-buried memory of a child sealed a millennium ago. who sought to merge with the power of chaos to save the withering celestial tree. Axing trembled violently, and the radiance of the Dao Guardian's staff began to dim. It became clear that I was the architect of it all. She gazed into the eyes of the black-robed figure, filled with hatred, as memories surged forth like a tidal wave. That day, the child knelt beneath the celestial tree, holding the chaos crystal, only to be deemed an heretic by the arriving guardians. When her staff pierced the child's chest, the crystal fell into the roots of the tree. Now, does it not seem too late to understand? The black-robed figure suddenly tore open their robe, revealing a fragment of the celestial tree's fruit embedded in their chest. You sealed my physical form, yet allowed chaos and the celestial way to battle within me for a millennium. Today, I shall bring the entire universe to ruin. The dark Dao fruit shattered completely, unleashing countless dark purple chains that shot toward the crowd, annihilating space in their wake. In a moment of desperation, Axing hurled the Dao Guardian's staff into the air, where it split into myriad strands of light, entwining the rampaging chains. I willingly offer my foundational Dao as a guide, granting you freedom. Her hair turned snow white in an instant, and the essence of the Dao surged like a flood into the chains. The black-robed figure's pupils constricted as the images of memory overlapped with reality. The girl wielding a sword, now willingly sacrificing herself. The dark purple chains began to tremble violently, and the black Dao fruit emitted a howl of defiance. Witnessing this, Chen immediately summoned the power of the star map. Ayun raised the remnants of the celestial mirror, infusing it with the last vestiges of light. Aksu and Ling'er also ignited their foundational spiritual energy, and the four beams of light merged with Axing's Dao essence, transforming into a sword of demon slaying that pierced through the chaos fissures. Chapter 102. The Severance of Causality. The moment the demon-slaying sword tore through the void, what emerged from the chaos fissures was no longer darkness, but countless fragments of long-buried memories. The black-robed figure was enveloped in light, dispersing into myriad points of luminescence, revealing the true form of the child curled beside the dark Dao fruit. His features were still youthful, yet his eyes were filled with the frost of a millennium of solitude. Axing's Dao essence crumbled like a spark, and she forced herself toward the child. Forgive me. I failed to perceive the truth back then. She trembled as she extended her hand, only to be repelled by a dark purple barrier upon touching the child. The child lifted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze, soon replaced by madness. Can an apology erase a millennium of suffering? Can the beings consumed by chaos be resurrected? The star map of Chen suddenly ignited, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that left one spellbound. The 36 celestial jade tablets, which had been quietly suspended upon the star map, now seemed to be endowed with life, transforming into streaks of radiant light that darted forth like shooting stars, rapidly orbiting the chaotic rift. In the blink of an eye, these luminous trails intertwined around the chaotic fissure, forming an immense and intricate stellar array. Within this formation, the starlight flickered, resembling a flowing galaxy, a sight of exquisite beauty that nonetheless evoked an ineffable sense of oppression and dread. His words resonated like thunder, exploding in the hearts of the onlookers. Their gazes were fixated upon the star map, where each star was visibly dimming at an alarming rate, as if their vitality was being gradually devoured by the inexorable chaos. Suddenly, Ling'er's contract butterfly broke free from its aberrant state, scattering golden spiritual powder with its fluttering wings. This powder coalesced in the void into ancient incantations, resonating with the brilliance of the remnants of a Yun's celestial mirror. Look, it is the ancient sky-repairing technique, a Yun exclaimed, as images of ancient cultivators mending the celestial path materialized within the shattered mirror. The crowd immediately grasped the significance and infused their spiritual energy into the incantations. The black fruit of the Dao, cradled in the arms of a child, began to tremble violently, as countless dark purple tendrils surged forth, ensnaring them all. The remnants of a Xing's Waykeeper's measure transformed once more into radiant light, merging into her being. Ancient imprints of the Waykeeper emerged around her, their brilliance intensifying. Chaos and the celestial path are inherently one. To forcibly separate them is folly. She cried out, her foundational essence igniting, transforming into a fiery streak that surged towards the black Dao fruit. At the moment of collision, silence enveloped the entire space. The madness in the child's eyes gradually faded, revealing the innocence that a child should possess. Sister, I am so tired, he whispered softly, his body beginning to turn translucent. A Xing, tears streaming down her face, embraced the child. Sleep now. Everything has come to an end. The black Dao fruit slowly dissipated amidst the radiance. The wounds of the celestial tree began to heal, and golden Dao fruits once again adorned its branches. Under the dual influence of the stellar array and the sky-repairing technique, the chaotic rift began to gradually shrink. Xing's figure grew increasingly faint as she imparted the Waykeeper's imprints to the others. Guardianship is not about resistance, but understanding and embracing. With those words, she transformed into shimmering starlight, merging into the foliage of the celestial tree. In the depths of the universe, the newly reborn celestial tree radiated with boundless light, culminating in the severance of a karmic cycle that had spanned millennia at this very moment. Chapter 103. A new chapter of the celestial path. As Xing's radiance completely faded, the celestial tree trembled violently, its crown bursting forth with golden light that revealed ancient Dao patterns, each line flowing with the essence of encompassing all things. The fallen golden Dao fruits defied gravity, ascending once more to hover upon the branches, their surfaces cracking open in a web-like pattern, unveiling the new laws contained within. This was the reconstitution of the celestial path. Chen gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. His star map, akin to a voracious beast, ravenously consumed the power emanating from the celestial tree. As the strength of the celestial tree was continuously drawn into the star map, the once dim stars began to shimmer with a resplendent vitality anew. They appeared to have been bestowed with a newfound vitality, shimmering with a resplendent radiance, illuminating the entire star map. Yet, as Chen marveled at this miraculous transformation, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from the depths of the star map. His pupils constricted sharply, fixating intently on the center of the map. There, a vague silhouette gradually materialized. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xing, clutching the Dao Guardian ruler. Xing was enveloped in a halo of newly born chaos intertwined with the essence of the heavenly path, resembling a sacred and untouchable goddess. A Yun gripped the remnants of the heavenly path mirror, which reflected a staggering scene. The black crystals at the core of the dark ruins transformed entirely into nourishment, seeping into the roots of the heavenly path tree. Further afield, the continent, eroded by chaos, was undergoing reconstruction as strange spiritual flora emerged from the desolate land, gleaming with the luster of the heavenly path while flowing with the dark patterns of chaos. It became apparent to a Yun that the fusion of chaos and the heavenly path birthed such wondrous principles. Before her musings could conclude, the golden Dao fruit atop the heavenly path tree erupted with a thunderous explosion, scattering fragments of laws like fine rain. Everyone felt their spiritual energy surge, and the foundational essence within them began to spontaneously reshape. The once clear spiritual energies morphed into a chaotic blend of yin and yang. A distant chime resonated from the depths of the universe, as the newly conceived laws of the heavenly path began to envelop the entire realm of cultivation. Those practitioners once tainted by the dark ruins felt the dark purple energy within them gradually receding, replaced by an entirely new cultivation system, allowing them to absorb the heavenly path's spiritual energy while harnessing the power of chaos for themselves. Suddenly, a phantom emerged from the heavenly path tree. It was Xing, her appearance bearing a striking resemblance to the figure in black robes from her childhood, yet she radiated a tranquil aura. "Thank you for allowing me to discern the true essence of guardianship," she expressed, raising her hand gracefully. The branches of the heavenly path tree descended, transforming into countless streams of light that entered the foreheads of the gathered, a gift from the reborn heavenly path, and a shared path for all. From that moment forth, there would be no absolute distinction between chaos and the heavenly path in the cultivation realm. The guardians, with hearts full of acceptance, safeguarded this newly manifested world. Each nightfall, people would behold the twinkling starlight atop the heavenly path tree, a manifestation of Xing merging with the figure in black robes from her youth, as they bore witness to this world reborn through understanding and acceptance. Chapter 104. The return of all things to the ruins. As Xing's phantom fully merged with the heavenly path tree, the colossal tree erupted in a myriad of dazzling, glazed lights, and the growth rings on its trunk began to rotate in reverse. From the depths of the universe came a resounding roar akin to the clash of metal and stone, as countless stars suspended in the void abruptly altered their trajectories, sketching the ancient and lost Zhou Su formation across the sky. The star map in Chen's hands trembled violently, and blood-red patterns emerged on the surface of the 36 star jade tablets, remnants of his essence burned during the battle in the dark ruins. At that moment, the jade tablets began to autonomously absorb the chaotic spiritual energy emanating from the heavenly path tree. With each thread absorbed, a new golden law pattern appeared on the star map. The Dao patterns upon his forehead also transformed, as the previously singular star motif gradually evolved into a star chart entwined with the yin-yang fish, signifying the fusion of star power and chaotic energy. The swarm of contract butterflies surrounding Linger suddenly congregated at the apex of the celestial tree, their wings interlacing in a mesmerizing display, forming a colossal butterfly shadow ascension array. At the heart of this formation, a crystal-clear butterfly queen gradually emerged, her wings adorned with runes interwoven from the essence of the celestial path and chaos. As the butterfly queen took flight, a resonance rippled through the entire star domain, revitalizing countless withering spiritual plants. And even the land once tainted by the abyss began to sprout glowing moss. In Ayun's hands, the shard of the celestial mirror was undergoing a wondrous metamorphosis. Each fragment began to autonomously mend, the surface revealing the ancient codex of the Guardians. More astonishingly, as he infused spiritual energy into the shard, reflections of entwined past and future materialized within the mirror. In a parallel dimension, the abyss was not sealed but had achieved a delicate equilibrium with the celestial path. In another realm, the nascent laws of chaos were reshaping the entirety of the cultivation civilization. Deep within the cosmos, the fallen immortal abyss, once ravaged by the abyss, began to reverse its fate. Amidst the dark, chaotic mists, countless golden patterns emerged, and the remnant souls of practitioners who had once fallen into the demonic path began to undergo purification under the influence of these two forces. A solitary cultivator, who had plunged into the abyss a millennium ago due to forbidden practices, found his soul reconstituting into a pure primordial infant under the harmonization of these energies. Simultaneously, in the 9 heavens of the cultivation realm, new laws of the celestial path were forming. The once clear barrier of spiritual energy collapsed with a resounding crash, allowing the chaotic essence and the celestial energy to meld freely. The protective formations of various sects erupted with thunderous roars. Countless ancient prohibitions long sealed away were shattered, and the long-buried treasures of chaos within the sect's forbidden grounds came to light. Amidst this upheaval, a forgotten ancient battlefield suddenly rippled with life. The skeletal remains of the guardians who had fallen in the battle to seal the abyss now found rejuvenation under the nourishment of the two forces. New patterns of law began to manifest upon their armor and weapons, transforming these once bloodied relics into witnesses of the coexistence of chaos and the celestial path. Chapter 105. Cataclysm and Rebirth. At the instant the Chaos Spirit Core took form, the returning Abyss Sea at the edge of the universe erupted in a tumultuous surge. This long-quieted dead water began to churn violently, the dark purple seawater colliding with the golden radiance emanating from the celestial tree, erupting into a cascade of Dao patterns. Deep within the waters, an ancient city, riddled with temporal fissures, slowly emerged, its walls adorned with flickering, eerie runes. The legendary city of unfounded dreams. Said to hold the origins of chaos, the star map of Chen exploded, transforming into 36 streams of light that coursed into his veins. Amidst the searing pain, a swirling chaos star palace manifested within his dantian, each star pulsating with the duality of yin and yang. As he circulated his spiritual energy, miniature stellar orbits appeared in the void, forcibly drawing in the spiritual essence within a radius of 100 miles. Suddenly, from the depths of the Star Palace, the laughter of a child echoed, the residual consciousness of the figure in a black robe awakening amidst the chaos. The butterfly shadow ascension array of Linger abruptly reversed, and the runes upon the wings of the butterfly queen flickered in reverse. Countless contract butterflies began to turn upon one another, their spiritual blood staining the entire expanse of the sky. As the final butterfly transformed into ashes, the ground fissured, giving rise to countless armored soul-eating ants that gnawed at the newly sprouted roots of the tree of Heavenly Dao, leaving desolation in their wake. Ayun's Heavenly Dao mirror was fully restored, yet it reflected not the figures of those present, but a multitude of shattered worlds. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that each fragment contained an A Xing, some safeguarding the Heavenly Dao, while others wielded the core of the abyss to slay all beings. Suddenly, a surge of black mist erupted from the mirror, coalescing into the form of young A Xing, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. Do you believe that reshaping the Heavenly Dao can avert fate? The tree of Heavenly Dao trembled violently, golden fruits cascading down. One fruit pierced through time and space, landing in the ancient Finshan sect of the cultivation realm. Within the sect's forbidden grounds, an ancestor, who had slumbered for a millennium, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a third vertical pupil on his forehead, swirling with the dual laws of chaos and the Heavenly Dao. He laughed uproariously, summoning calamity fire that engulfed thousands of miles and scorched earth. Deep within the cosmos, the core of chaos began to fracture. From the rift emerged countless chains, ensnaring the branches of the tree of Heavenly Dao. The surface of the chains shimmered with the god-slaying curse, long erased from history. Each flicker caused the tree to wither further, A Xing's lingering consciousness suddenly coalesced, her voice laden with profound fatigue. Quickly destroy the core. This is a trap set by chaos. Mo Chen gritted his teeth, infusing the essence of the star chart into the Chaos Star Palace, where 36 beams of starlight condensed into arrows aimed at the core. Yet, upon contact, the arrows were consumed, transforming into a force of annihilation that rebounded upon them. A Schweb burned her lifespan to reverse time, only to find the river of time severed by an unseen force, her hair whitening at a visible rate. Linger bit her tongue, summoning the ancient butterfly deity with her blood. The deity flapped its wings, stirring a tempest through time and space in an attempt to disperse the swarm of soul-eating ants. However, within the storm, the shadow of the cloaked figure emerged. With a grasp, the butterfly deity's illusion dissipated into nothingness. At the critical moment, the deepest annals of the tree of Heavenly Dao unexpectedly split open. A pure light shot forth, coalescing into the form of a child that was the fusion of young A Xing and the cloaked figure. There was no hatred in his eyes, only compassion. Chaos and the Heavenly Dao are but two sides of the same coin. Only by embracing one's own darkness can true order be restored. The child reached out to touch the fractured core, and the powers of chaos and the Heavenly Dao transformed in his palm into a transparent seed of Dao Heart. Chapter 106. The seed of Dao Heart. The seed of Dao Heart in the child's hand suddenly burst forth with myriad radiance. As the god-slaying chains entwined around the tree of Heavenly Dao disintegrated inch by inch in the glow, transforming into specks of fireflies that vanished into the void. The swarm of soul-eating ants, touched by the light, instantly shed their ferocity, evolving into the resplendent guardian spirit insects, which began to construct a magnificent cocoon around the tree of Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao mirror in a Yun's grasp trembled violently, as the shadow of the dark A Xing within it let out a reluctant howl, ultimately transforming into flowing light that merged into the seed of Dao Heart. The surface of the mirror revealed fresh patterns, forming a yin-yang cycle diagram. No longer did it reflect shattered worlds, but rather countless cultivators awakening to enlightenment amidst the confluence of chaos and the Heavenly Dao's spiritual energy. In the depths of Mo Chen's dantian, a resonant roar emanated from the chaotic star palace. The residual consciousness of the figure in the black robe transformed into a wisp of starlight, merging into his spiritual platform. At the heart of the star palace, a chaotic altar rose, upon which floated the star catastrophe seal, inscribed with ancient runes. As he channeled his spiritual energy, the star catastrophe seal summoned the celestial forces of the nine heavens, manifesting a miniature galaxy in the void that absorbed the impending destructive force entirely. Linger gazed upon the ground strewn with butterfly remains. In the instant her tears fell, those remnants suddenly glimmered with a faint light. Countless newly born contract butterflies emerged from the ashes, their wings interwoven with the golden patterns of the Heavenly Dao and the dark motifs of chaos. The butterfly queen reformed her shape, exhaling a butterfly heart essence, a drop of spiritual liquid infused with the laws of time and space, capable of instantaneously healing any wound. At the edge of the universe, the city of Wuwang crumbled under the radiant light, revealing a colossal altar beneath its foundation. At the center of the altar stood a broken sword, its blade pulsating with the dual energies of chaos and the Heavenly Dao. As the broken sword sensed the power of the Dao Heart seed, it soared towards the merged child, the hilt adorned with the patterns of the A Xing Guardian's measuring rod. In an instant, the shattered blade was reforged into the chaotic heavenly sword. At this moment, the spiritual energy across the cultivation realm began to undergo a transformation. The previously distinct practitioners found their energies merging into primordial true qi. Those sects that had battled for millennia due to differences in cultivation suddenly received insights from the Heavenly Dao tree on the same day. As a primordial pavilion appeared out of thin air, suspended in the sea of clouds, housing cultivation methods that fused the two powers. The merged child wielded the chaotic heavenly sword, and where the blade passed, the fissures in the chaotic spirit core began to mend. He gently cast the Dao Heart seed into the depths of the universe, where it continuously split in the void, becoming countless seeds that scattered across various star domains. Each seed that touched the ground would sprout a Dao bridge connecting chaos and the Heavenly Dao, allowing practitioners from different worlds to communicate and share insights. Under the watchful gaze of the Heavenly Dao tree, a cosmic causality transcending time and space reached its fulfillment. The residual consciousness of a Xing transformed into a myriad of stars, while the resentful spirit of the figure in the black robe morphed into a protective shadow, together enveloping the newly reborn world. The merged child, wielding the chaotic heavenly sword, stepped into a temporal rift within an unknown star domain, where a new chaotic calamity was brewing. awaiting the arrival of a true guardian capable of balancing the heavenly Dao and chaos. Chapter 107. The return of the shadow of calamity as the final Dao heart seed fell into a distant star domain. The crown of the heavenly Dao trees suddenly exuded wisps of black mist. The newly born guardian spirit worms emitted piercing cries. Their originally crystalline bodies began to contort, and dark purple demonic light flickered within their compound eyes. In the depths of the universe, the sound of gears turning echoed, as countless obscure temporal rifts spread beneath the roots of the heavenly Dao tree, with barbed vines reaching out to ensnare the trunk tightly. Ling Oi's swarm of contract butterflies suddenly lost control, crashing wildly against the butterfly shadow ascending array. The butterfly queen, in a lament, charged towards the heavenly Dao tree, only to be pierced by the dark purple vines midway, transforming into a pool of putrid black blood. Her life contract ignited in flames. A tearing agony resonated from the depths of her soul, as she helplessly watched the golden patterns of the heavenly Dao on her butterfly swarm's wings being devoured by chaos. Reverting to bloodthirsty demonic butterflies, the mirror of a Yun's heavenly Dao reflection was marred by a web of cracks, and the images it reflected were no longer those of enlightened cultivators, but rather the grim scenes of various star domains shrouded in black mist. The worlds interconnected by the Dao Bridge were now besieged by monstrous entities emerging from the fissures, wreaking havoc. Dark liquid seeped from the patterns of the mirror, and the yin-yang rotation diagram twisted into a grotesque visage, accompanied by the chilling laughter of a child. Do you think that by planting the seed of the Dao heart, you can suppress chaos? Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered above the primordial pavilion, blocking out the sun, as colossal skeletal claws tore the structure apart. The cultivators within, absorbed in their contemplations, found their spiritual energy spiraling out of control. Some were consumed by the chaotic force, transforming into mindless beasts, while others exploded as the power of the heavenly Dao ruptured their meridians. The sect disputes that had once been quelled by the Dao heart seeds reignited under the encroaching black mist, igniting war across the entire realm of cultivation. Deep within the cosmos, the newly sprouted Dao bridges began to wither. The fruits of the Dao heart seeds manifested eerie human faces, splitting open to reveal mouths lined with sharp teeth, devouring any nearby cultivators. The nascent primordial true qi, tainted by the black mist, transformed into a toxic miasma that eroded the foundations of the Dao. The sky of the cultivation world was utterly obscured by a dark violet hue, as countless cultivators gazed in despair at the once hopeful Dao heart seeds, now the harbingers of ruin. Chapter 108. The harmonization of reality and illusion as the black mist threatened to engulf the heavenly Dao tree completely. A pure white light suddenly seeped from the cracks of a Yun's heavenly Dao reflection. The ghastly visage within the mirror emitted a piercing wail, while the twisted yin-yang rotation diagram regained its form, revealing the faint silhouettes of ethereal guardians who had battled chaos centuries ago. These figures, now breaking free from the taint of the dark abyss, coalesced into tangible armor that enveloped the cultivators. It became clear that the true essence of the Dao heart seed was to awaken the forgotten will of protection. A Yun bellowed, embedding a shard of the heavenly Dao reflection into the center of the armor. From the radiance of the mirror arose vivid images of past guardians who fought valiantly for the Dao. These memories crystallized into chains that ensnared the rampaging chaotic forces. Observing this, Mo Chen immediately activated the Chaos Star Palace, channeling the power of 36 celestial bodies into the chains. Intertwining the golden light of the Star Calamity Seal with the white glow, temporarily suppressing the encroaching black mist threatening the heavenly Dao tree. In the hands of the child amalgam, the Chaos Heavenly Sword let out a dragon's roar, with its cracks oozing the essence of chaos merging with the Dao. Suddenly, the child plunged the sword into his own chest, blood flowing upward along the blade, coalescing at the tip into a heart calamity pearl. True balance does not lie between chaos and the Dao, but within the human heart. He hurled the pearl into the sky, and at the moment of its explosion, countless memory fragments cascaded like a meteor shower across various star domains. Visions of cultivators once shrouded by the dark abyss awakening to their protective convictions at the last moment. The calamity clouds of the cultivation realm began to dissipate, as from the ruins of the primordial pavilion arose a new primordial heavenly altar. On the altar appeared murals depicting the battles of guardians against chaos, with the figures shifting in accordance with the viewer's state of mind. Even more astonishing, any cultivator tainted by the black mist could transform their corrupted powers into primordial true qi simply by touching the altar's cornerstone. Deep within the cosmos, a figure resembling the amalgam child slowly opened its eyes, surrounded by swirling black mist, twinkling with points of starlight. The so-called calamity is merely a trial of the heart that guards. A figure chuckled lightly, transforming into a flash of light that merged into the tree of Heavenly Path. The golden fruit at the top of the tree blossomed once more, this time bearing a clear engraving of the character for enlightenment. Meanwhile, at the deepest recess of the space-time rift, a pair of eyes, adorned with dark purple veins, coldly observed all that transpired. Intriguing, yet the game has only just begun. In a hoarse whisper, a thunderous sound of chains breaking echoed from the depths of the rift, awakening a primordial chaos older than the abyss itself. Chapter 109. Echoes of the abyss. The brilliance of the primordial heavenly altar had yet to fade when an excruciating grinding sound emerged from the roots of the tree of Heavenly Path. Cracks, resembling webs, surfaced on the trunk, oozing a viscous, dark green liquid that instantly decayed the newly formed Dao bridges into dust. The returned sea at the universe's edge boiled once more, this time carrying countless shattered bronze coffins within its tumultuous waves, their lids adorned with contorted human face reliefs, each visage silently screaming. The chaotic star palace of Chen suddenly hung upside down, as foul black blood seeped from the runes of the star calamity seal. He was horrified to discover that the shadow within his dantian had materialized into the translucent figure of a robed man, who was methodically severing his connection to the stars with his nails. Do you believe that sealing the abyss can sever the roots of chaos? The shadowy figure of the robed man erupted into a piercing laugh, as the stars on the celestial map erupted one after another, transforming into dark flames that scorched his meridians. Linger's newly awakened butterfly of the abyss suddenly spiraled out of control, the wings of the contract butterflies oozing black venom, leaving desolation in their wake. The remnants of the butterfly queen let out a desperate wail within her consciousness, transforming into a skeletal sword that pierced her heart. She spat out a mouthful of purple blood, helplessly watching as the Dao bridges she had revived decayed anew. And from the freshly born Dao heart seeds emerged countless bone butterflies, gnawing at the foundations of the cultivators. A Yun's heavenly mirror shattered into dust. The final image reflected was that of countless star realms being enveloped by bronze coffins. The lids slowly opened, revealing giants entwined in chains, wielding colossal axes that exuded an aura of death, advancing towards the star realm where the tree of Heavenly Path resided. More bizarrely, these giants bore markings on their foreheads reminiscent of a Xing's Dao guardian ruler, though shrouded in a veil of crimson mist. The chaos heavenly sword emitted a mournful cry, as the fissures along its blade expelled not vitality, but a blackish red liquid with the scent of rust. The body of the fusion child became transparent as glass. Watching the tree of Heavenly Path gradually consumed by black mist, he suddenly plunged his hand into his chest, extracting a pulsating heart, half black and half gold. With my heart, I shall breathe the last breath into the tree of Heavenly Path. In the moment the heart shattered, countless golden chains shot skyward, entwining those colossal axes on the verge of descent. The sky of the cultivation realm was obscured by bronze coffins, while the ground cracked open into innumerable abysses. From within these abysses came whispers of ancient times, each word dismantling the resolve of the cultivators. The primordial heavenly altar began to crumble, as black blood tears flowed from the figure of the Dao guardian depicted in the murals, just as despair loomed over everyone. The residual consciousness of a Xing suddenly coalesced into a tangible form, wielding the reformed Dao guardian ruler, enveloped in the brilliance of a Yun's heavenly mirror. The star power of Chen, the temporal laws of a Shui, and the life-and-death butterfly shadows of Linger. True guardianship is never born of a single soul. With a thunderous command, Xing unleashed the guardian's staff, which transformed into a stream of light that penetrated the foreheads of the gathered multitude. In that instant, they felt their inner powers begin to resonate, as the chaotic forces intertwined with the celestial principles, culminating in a novel and formidable essence known as primordial Dao power. United, they unleashed a strike that cleaved the void, revealing a rift through which a more colossal and terrifying entity began to awaken. Chapter 110. Breaking the boundaries of primordial chaos. As the primordial Dao power tore through the fabric of the cosmos, the very laws of the universe warped and twisted. The surface of the ancient bronze coffin erupted with a piercing wail, its lid shattering violently as countless chains restrained giants broke free. Their muscular forms were adorned with barbs, each step leaving an unfathomable imprint upon the space around them. The leading giant brandished a massive axe, its blade coalescing with a corrosive black miasma, and swung it menacingly towards the assembly. The Chaos Star Palace trembled violently as 36 celestial jade tablets levitated above, their blood-stained surfaces washed away by the primordial Dao power, revealing a swirling pattern of yin and yang. He formed a seal with his hands and bellowed, "Stars of the cosmos, reverse the yin and yang." In an instant, the power of countless stars converged overhead, forming a grand celestial formation. At its center, the star Calamity Seal radiated resplendent golden light, clashing with the giant's axe and erupting in a thunderous roar that rent the space asunder, creating dark fissures. Under the nurturing embrace of the primordial Dao power, Ling Air's contracted swarm of butterflies underwent their final metamorphosis. Mysterious celestial runes and chaotic dark patterns adorned their wings, each ethereal butterfly capable of channeling the forces of life and death. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, the butterflies transformed into a radiant stream of light, reviving the land tainted by black fog, causing the withered Dao bridges to sprout anew. Even more astonishing, the swarm circled the wounded cultivators, visibly accelerating the restoration of their corroded Dao foundations. The chaos celestial sword blossomed with brilliance in the hands of the child, its cracks wholly mended, now exhibiting even more enigmatic patterns. Raising the sword high, the child proclaimed, "Chaos as the guide, the Dao as the foundation, break." A sword chi imbued with the power to create and destroy surged skyward, piercing through the chest of the leading giant. The giant let out a deafening roar, collapsing to the ground and unleashing a storm of black miasma. The ethereal figure conjured by Oxing's consciousness grew increasingly solid. Brandishing the guardian's staff and standing upon the yin-yang fish, she radiated a sacred and majestic aura. "My companions, join me in vanquishing this chaotic calamity," she cried, leading the charge into battle. Wherever the guardian's staff swept, the black fog dissipated and chains shattered. The others followed closely, the primordial Dao power circulating among them, forming an indomitable battle formation. Amidst the fierce conflict, a deep, ominous roar resonated from the depths of the universe, as a figure even more colossal than the chained giants slowly materialized. This was a monstrous entity forged from chaos and darkness, its body riddled with distorted faces, each one emitting a different agonizing wail. The creature opened its gaping maw, attempting to consume the entire battlefield. At a critical moment, the Dao tree suddenly erupted with its final vitality. The annual rings on its trunk transformed into radiant bands of light, entwining around the gathered individuals. The golden Dao fruits atop the tree burst forth, releasing pure celestial power that perfectly harmonized with the primordial energies of the gathered crowd. Aixing cried out, "Primordial unity." Impervious to calamity, the group concentrated all their strength for one final assault against the colossal monster. Chapter 111. The convergence of all paths as the giant monster emerged. It was as if the entire universe had been frozen in time. The chaotic energy enveloping it took on a tangible form, distorting the space around it into bizarre whirlpools, reminiscent of fragile glass being crushed by an unseen hand. Suspended between its eyes was a dark purple crystal, the swirling patterns on its surface eerily similar to the god-slaying incantation Aixing had used to seal the robed figure a millennium ago. The Chaos Star Palace trembled violently, while 36 celestial jade tablets arranged themselves into an ancient demon-slaying formation in the air. Each tablet exhaled the dual essence of yin and yang, and ancient runes began to seep golden blood. He bit his tongue, spitting his essence onto the star map, and shouted, "Celestial constellations, lend me your battle spirit." In an instant, the projection of the Big Dipper descended from the void, transforming into 7 colossal star spears that plunged towards the monster's throat. Linger's butterfly army, forming the Butterfly Shadow Ascension Array, underwent another upgrade. As the wings fluttered, countless gates of life and death materialized in space. With a graceful wave of her hand, the corpses of cultivators, corroded by dark mist, transformed into points of light and were reborn through the gates of existence. The butterfly queen flapped her wings, producing a resonant sound, and millions of spirit butterflies shot towards the monster as arrows, each imbued with the power to reverse life and death. Upon striking the creature, they erupted into dazzling beams of vitality. The Chaos Tianke sword emitted a dragon's roar in the hands of the child, its blade revealing intertwining patterns of Dao and chaos. The child's form gradually became translucent, merging into the sword as a streak of light. Aixing, wielding the Dao Guardian Ruler, radiated brilliant light, resonating with the Chaos Tianke sword. She led the group in channeling their primordial power into the twin swords, which fused in the air to form the primordial slaying sword that pierced through heaven and earth. In a moment of dire urgency, the Dao tree awakened completely. The annual rings morphed into countless golden chains that ensnared the monster. The last golden Dao fruit at the top exploded, unleashing a force akin to the creation of heaven and earth, merging flawlessly with the power of the primordial slaying sword. Aixing shouted, "Break!" The primordial slaying sword pierced the monster's heart, shattering the dark purple crystal. The creature's body gradually dissipated in the radiance, transforming into specks of starlight that merged with the Dao tree. A distant sigh echoed from the depths of the universe, as if an ancient curse had finally been lifted. The wounds of the Dao tree began to heal, and crystalline leaves sprouted anew from its trunk, each shimmering with the light of primordial power. However, just as the group believed the crisis had passed, the Dao tree began to tremble violently, and a mysterious vortex manifested at its apex. From the vortex came a deep voice. As chaos endures, the Dao shall persist. This is merely the beginning. Before the words could fully resonate, a dark purple beam shot forth from the vortex, piercing deep into the cosmos. Aixing and the others exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tightly, fully aware that a new challenge was approaching. Chapter 112. Undercurrents of turmoil at the moment when the dark purple light pierced the heavens. Every leaf of the Heavenly Dao tree oozed a ghostly blue sap, winding across the ground to form ancient divination symbols. Ayun gazed intently at the patterns on the ground, when suddenly, the Wanxiang mirror began to tremble violently, reflecting countless shattered dimensions, each housing a stone tablet emanating a dark purple aura, inscribed with incantations that mirrored the crystalline patterns on the monster's forehead. The Chaos Star Palace resonated with a warning hum, as 36 celestial jade slips revealed a blood-red web on their surfaces. He channeled his spiritual energy to suppress it, only to find the primordial Dao power in his dantian flowing backward. The lingering shadow of the man in the black robe resurfaced, grinning as it tainted the celestial energy with dark purple. The core of chaos has never been that monster. The light of the star catastrophe dimmed abruptly, and countless black chains erupted from the depths of the star palace, ensnaring his meridians. Linger-s contract butterflies collectively emitted mournful cries, their wings shedding life and death runes. Suddenly, the butterfly queen was engulfed in purifying flames, rushing toward her consciousness. An ancient force was orchestrating everything. These stone tablets are the chaos altar. Before her words could fully escape, the butterfly queen disintegrated into ashes, and a dark purple butterfly-shaped mark appeared on Linger-s chest, compelling her body uncontrollably toward the nearest rift in time and space. Aixing's Dao guardian measure resonated with the chaos heavenly sword, yet it produced a jarring metallic screech. The sword's brilliance flickered, casting light upon the colossal figure slumbering deep within the Heavenly Dao tree. This was a giant entwined in chains, radiating an unsettling majesty. Its forehead embedded not with crystal, but with a Dao fruit that was half black and half gold. It dawned on them that they had merely vanquished a mere avatar. Aixing's consciousness quivered slightly, fissures appearing on the surface of the Dao guardian measure. Across the realms of cultivation, lands once healed by the primordial Dao power lay barren once more. The newly formed Dao bridge twisted into a grotesque shape, the fruits born of the Dao heart ruptured, unleashing countless beetles marked with tablet patterns that devoured the spiritual roots of the cultivators. The primordial heavenly altar collapsed entirely, with a foul, dark purple mist surging forth from the depths of the earth. In the depths of the universe, dark purple light plummeted into a desolate star field. There floated 12 gigantic stone tablets, and at the apex of the central tablet sat a figure cloaked in black. As the light merged with the main tablet, the figure slowly lifted its head, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the fused child, save for the two flickering ghostly purple flames in its eyes. With a casual wave of its hand, the 12 tablets resounded in unison, unleashing countless beams of dark purple light toward the chaotic altars in various dimensions, fully activating them. Ayun suddenly raised the Wanxiang mirror, which displayed the figure in the black robe. He was gathering the primordial powers from various timelines. And once the 12 altars were fully formed, chaos would utterly consume the Heavenly Dao. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the first dark purple stone tablet began to ascend slowly from the nearest rift in time and space, its surface inscribed with ancient incantations, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and life force. Chapter 113. Breaking the cycle of fate. A protective barrier composed of dark purple chains rippled with eerie waves, and the heads of the cultivators suspended within it suddenly opened their eyes, unleashing a collective shriek. As the sound waves traversed the space, it fractured inch by inch, and Aishue's temporal laws twisted into a vortex under the onslaught, violently extracting her spiritual energy. Observing this, Chen immediately summoned the power of the Chaos Star Palace. 36 celestial jade tablets erupted with a blazing golden light, coalescing into star shields around everyone, barely withstanding the assault. In a moment of dire peril, the guardian staff wielded by Aixing suddenly burst forth with myriad golden rays, revealing the ethereal visage of an ancient guardian. She proclaimed, "By the resonance of my path, I shall subdue this malevolent spirit." The guardian staff transformed into a colossal pillar, crashing down upon the protective barrier. The Chaos Heaven's sword also emitted a dragon's roar. Resonating with the guardian's staff, the two forces intertwined, forming a spiral of primordial sword energy that severed some chains, causing a head to tumble to the ground, turning into a pool of foul black blood. The figure in the black robe, positioned at the central monument, let out a cold laugh and lightly tapped his fingertip, causing 12 stone tablets to tremble simultaneously. The ground suddenly split open, unleashing numerous chasms from which emerged corpses inscribed with arcane runes, brandishing dark purple spears entwined with chaotic energy, lunging madly toward the crowd. Chen unleashed star chains from his sleeve, binding the nearest corpse under the burning star energy. The corpse let out a chilling wail before turning to ash. Yet from the ashes, black mist surged forth, reconstituting into even more formidable corpses. Ayun's myriad mirror projected a mysterious rune, revealing an ancient scene of breaking a formation. It required primordial energy to simultaneously attack the 12 stone tablets' formation eyes. Upon hearing this, the group quickly formed a formation, converging their primordial energy into a beam of light directed at the nearest stone tablet. However, as the beam approached the tablet, it was repelled by the dark purple barrier on its surface, resulting in a violent explosion. Within the Chaos Heaven's sword, the consciousness of the fused child suddenly manifested. Only by aligning the heart can chaos and the heavenly path be completely integrated to breach the barrier. Aixing closed her eyes and concentrated, merging her path resonance with the primordial energy of her companions. The guardian's staff radiated with intense light, transforming into a rainbow that pierced through the protective barrier. Chen, Aishue, Linger, and Ayun each ignited their essence, intertwining their powers with Aixing's path resonance, forming a new, transcendent force that surpassed chaos and heavenly principles, the ultimate power. In the moment the ultimate power struck, the laws of the entire universe distorted. The dark purple light erupting from the central monument collided with the sword light, unleashing shockwaves akin to the simultaneous collapse of countless stars, annihilating time and space in its wake. 12 pitch-black chains rose around the figure in the black robe, inscribed with the faces of ancient demonic gods, howling as they devoured the surrounding ultimate power. Chen's Chaos Star Palace erupted violently, and the 36 celestial jade tablets transformed into flowing light, merging into his meridians. Amidst the excruciating pain, the primordial energy in his dantian surged tumultuously, coalescing deep within his consciousness into a seed of chaotic essence. With my path seed, I shall incinerate the illusion. He bit his tongue, splattering his essence upon the Chaos Heaven's sword, which instantly became entwined with resplendent star radiance, fiercely clashing with the dark purple chains. Linger's life and death butterfly shadow underwent a complete metamorphosis within the ultimate power, as the butterfly wings manifested the chaos butterfly pattern, embodying destruction and rebirth. She waved her sleeve, unleashing a chaotic storm composed of countless spiritual butterflies. Yet, as it approached the figure in the black robe, it was corroded by the surrounding dark mist, transforming into a pool of foul black water. The butterfly-shaped mark seared upon her heart, as if it sought to utterly consume her soul. Ayun's manifold mirror was riddled with cracks, revealing a scene of despair within. At the core of 12 stone tablets lay 12 pulsating chaos hearts, each connected to the dark abyss of the universe. These hearts constituted the very foundation of the altar. Just as he finished speaking, the figure in the black robe suddenly raised his hand, and the 12 stone tablets simultaneously emitted beams of dark purple light, coalescing in the air into a colossal hand of darkness that grasped towards the crowd. Xing's Dao Guardian's measuring rod radiated a brilliant light, manifesting the lingering shadows of countless past guardians. She ignited her very essence, transforming into a golden flame that fused with the chaos celestial sword. With my millennia-long resolve, I shall sever the chaos. In the brilliance erupting from the sword, the image of a young Xing merging with the figure in the black robe appeared. Together they swung the sword towards the dark hand. In the instant the hand was severed, the black robe of the figure exploded violently, revealing his true form, adorned with dark purple patterns. His visage was identical to that of the merged child, yet embedded in his chest was a heart, half black and half gold. Unmistakably a Dao heart seed tainted by the abyss. Do you believe you can truly eradicate chaos? He laughed maniacally. Chaos is the heavenly path. And the heavenly path is chaos. It is merely your unwillingness to acknowledge it. Suddenly, the chaos celestial sword trembled violently, and fine cracks appeared across its blade. The figure in the black robe formed seals with his hands, and the 12 chaos hearts simultaneously erupted with world-destroying energy. From the depths of the universe, a deep rumble resonated as a massive rift began to slowly open, from which a thick, black mist surged forth, instantly engulfing dozens of star domains. In this dire moment, Xing's nearly extinguished consciousness transformed into a streak of light, merging into the chaos celestial sword. From the sword emanated her final words: "The true Tao heart is to act in defiance of impossibility." The sword's brilliance surged, and the image of the merged child solidified completely. He grasped the hilt tightly and swung with all the hope contained within against the rift and the figure in black. Chapter 115. The cycle of reincarnation. In the moment the chaos celestial sword struck, the river of time and space violently rolled back. The half-black and half-gold heart within the figure's chest suddenly erupted with myriad rays of light, scattering countless sealed fragments of memory like shooting stars. In ancient times, chaos and the heavenly path were originally of the same source, coexisting as the primordial ancestor, only to split into two extremes due to a dispute over the Tao. The figure in the black robe was the embodiment of the chaotic will formed from the ancestor's lingering obsession at the time of his fall, while Xing's previous life was a fragment of the will of the heavenly path. Yun's manifold mirror shattered completely, yet the remnants within reflected an astonishing truth. The 12 chaos hearts were in fact the 12 primal origins of the primordial ancestor, transformed into forces of destruction after being tainted by the abyss. At that moment, as the sword's momentum approached, the incantations on the surface of the hearts began to peel away, revealing the crystalline primordial spirit pearls within. The figure in black contorted his face, howling as he summoned all the power of the stone tablets, attempting to re-darken the spirit pearls. The chaotic Tao seed of Chen whirled frantically in his consciousness, absorbing the primordial power that dissipated across the battlefield. His stellar catastrophe seal transformed into chains that ensnared the black-robed figure's ankles, while 36 powers of the stars coalesced into light spears, piercing directly towards his brow. It became clear that chaos was not the enemy, but rather a forgotten past. He roared as he ignited his essence, the celestial map unfurling behind him, transforming into a cage that ensnared the figure cloaked in black. The silhouette of the black-robed man gradually became transparent in the brilliance, his gaze fixed upon the primordial altar, a flicker of confusion and relief crossing his eyes. "For millennia, I have been but a prisoner of my own obsessions," he uttered, and as his words faded, his body dissolved into countless specks of light, merging with the 12 primordial spirit pearls, coalescing once more into the ethereal form of the primordial ancestor. The ancestor waved his hand gently, and the rifts in the depths of the cosmos began to mend, the devoured star realms rejuvenating with life anew. At the pinnacle of the tree of Heavenly Dao, the golden fruit of the Tao and the dark purple crystal blossomed simultaneously, their powers entwining to form an entirely new primordial Tao fruit. As the Tao fruit erupted, myriad laws of the primordial realm cascaded like fine rain across various star domains, fundamentally transforming the spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation, harmonizing chaos with the force of the Heavenly Dao. The figures of Xing and others gradually became ethereal, merging into the essence of the primordial laws, eternally safeguarding this newly birthed world. Chapter 116. The aftermath of primordial waves. The shockwaves from the detonation of the primordial Tao fruit spread like ripples, mending the shattered fabric of time and space in their wake. The roots of the tree of Heavenly Dao extended at a visible pace into various star realms, the bark revealing flowing patterns of yin and yang, with each newly sprouted leaf breathing in the essence of chaos and the Heavenly Dao. The Goetia Sea, once shrouded in black mist, now roiled with waves of gold and silver, while countless jade tablets inscribed with runes hovered above the surface, chronicling a completely new system of primordial cultivation. The Chaos Star Palace of Chen underwent a complete metamorphosis under the influence of the Tao fruit's power, as 36 celestial jade slips fused into a rotating primordial star platform. At the center of the platform, the Chaos Tao seed had grown into a towering tree, its crown adorned with star cores embodying various laws. As he channeled his spiritual energy, the ethereal form of the primordial ancestor would appear behind him, capable of summoning stars to fall with a mere gesture and manifesting chaotic energy into tangible form with a wave of his hand. However, during the stillness of night, faint sounds of chains could often be heard emanating from the depths of the star platform, as if an ancient presence struggled in its slumber. Ashue's robe of calamity transformed into a delicate primordial hourglass, suspended at her brow. In that moment, her hair, white as snow, shimmered with a crystalline luster, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes radiated the aura of the laws of time. As she gently turned the hourglass, she glimpsed the threads of fate across different timelines. One day, during her divination, her expression suddenly changed. In a parallel dimension, the primordial laws began to unravel, replaced by a more violent force of annihilation. Linger's swarm of chaotic butterflies had fully merged into the primordial realm, each spirit butterfly becoming a manifestation of the laws. The butterfly queen transformed into a floating palace atop the tree of Heavenly Dao, with every brick and tile forged from the power of life and death. After a century of seclusion within her butterfly palace, she emerged enveloped in an aura capable of reversing the cycle of life and death. With a gentle wave of her hand, the withered star realms could flourish anew, yet a mere frown could cause even the thriving spiritual realms to wither instantly. Yet, deep within her heart, she harbored an enduring curiosity about the black-robed man's serene disappearance, a persistent feeling that the saga had not truly concluded. Ayun's mirror of all phenomena absorbed the power of the primordial Dao fruit, transforming its surface into a swirling nebula that could reflect the intertwining tapestries of the past, present, and future. In the reflection of the mirror, he discovered that the ancient race known as the Su Ling clan at the edge of the universe was surreptitiously gathering shards of the primordial Tao fruit. The runes upon their altar resonated subtly with the patterns adorning the figure, cloaked in black. More unsettling was the occasional fleeting glimpse of a blurred silhouette resembling a Shing, emanating an eerie aura that did not belong to the primordial laws. Within the realm of cultivation, reshaped by these laws, a colossal floating island named Primordial Heaven City rose majestically. The city walls were forged from a crystalline amalgamation of chaos and celestial principles, with the sage words of the primordial ancestor suspended above the city gates. Major sects set aside their grievances to collaboratively explore the art of primordial cultivation. However, beneath this tranquil facade, tumultuous currents lurked. Some cultivators, while harnessing the primordial force, found dark purple erosion marks appearing within their bodies, as if the abyss had never truly vanished. In a forgotten crevice of time and space, a pair of dark purple eyes quietly opened. Surrounding them were fragments of shattered stone tablets, each inscribed with the visage of the cloaked figure. Do they think this will confine me? Amidst a deep, resonant laughter, dark purple mist began to coalesce, for the primordial laws were merely the inception of a new game. As the mist surged, 12 ethereal figures emerged in the void, their presence echoing the essence of the primordial ancestor while exuding a chilling sense of annihilation. Chapter 117. The tumultuous tide of change. As the morning bell tolled in Primordial Heaven City, the floating primordial crystal atop the city walls suddenly oozed black blood. The cultivators engrossed in the study of the primordial secret tome were horrified to witness the characters within their texts twisting, the shackles of their hearts transforming into an awakening of the abyssal prison. The myriad mirror in a Yun's grasp trembled violently within the depths of the nebula vortex. 12 dark shadows played a deadly game upon the cosmic chessboard, using stars as their pieces. The piercing sound of snapping chains echoed from the primordial star platform of Chen, as dark purple tendrils emerged from the roots of the chaotic Tao seed, entwining around his meridians. Despite his effort to channel spiritual energy, he realized that the force of law within the star core was being corrupted into a miasma that eroded his foundation. More bizarrely, every nightfall, the clinking of chains from the depths of the star platform transformed into the weeping of children, echoing the voice of the cloaked figure before its vanishment. In Ling Air's primordial butterfly palace, ominous clouds suddenly gathered as the forces of life and death clashed violently above the palace. The butterfly swarm emitted a collective lament, their once lustrous wings seeping black ichor. Venturing deeper into the palace, she discovered beneath the shrine dedicated to the primordial ancestor a half-shard engraved with a divine slaying incantation, the very key to sealing the cloaked figure a millennium ago, now undergoing spontaneous restoration. Within the domain of the Su Ling clan, the shards of the primordial Tao fruit at the altar's center erupted with a sinister light. The clan leader, with scales adorning his hands, pressed upon the inscription, his ancient voice tinged with madness. The flaws of the primordial laws were destined since the ancestors' division. As he chanted, 12 altars ignited simultaneously, and the abyssal sea at the universe's edge surged with towering black waves, revealing a legion of phantoms resembling the cloaked figure. The alarm bells of Primordial Heaven City shattered the silence, as from the fissures in the ground crawled beasts of chaos, their bodies coursing with corrupting venom. With each morsel of primordial power they consumed, these creatures expanded exponentially, ancient patterns of divine slaying appearing upon their hardened shells. The residual consciousness of Xing awakened within the tree of Heavenly Dao, her voice imbued with an unprecedented urgency. Those shadows are the malevolent thoughts spawned by the primordial ancestor. They intend to use the Su Ling clan to plunge the entire universe into eternal suffering. Chen, enduring excruciating pain, severed the dark purple vines entwined around his meridians. The chaos Dao seed erupted with a radiance akin to reverse scales amidst the torment, since chaos and the Heavenly Dao share the same source. Let me consume chaos with chaos, He summoned the power of the primordial star platform, compressing all the stellar cores into a singular star-falling projectile infused with destructive force. Ashwe sacrificed 300 years of her lifespan, seizing a fleeting moment of vulnerability at the Su Ling clan's altar within the river of time and space. The primordial hourglass transformed into a bridge traversing time itself. As the onslaught of their attacks neared the altar, 12 shadows descended abruptly. With a mere gesture, stars plummeted. With a flick of their sleeves, time and space collapsed. The leading shadow scoffed. Do you believe that by mending the primordial laws, you can rest easy? The true chaos has always lurked within the fissures of the laws. His palm opened to reveal a pulsing dark purple heart, unmistakably the thoroughly corrupted essence of the primordial ancestor. At the moment the purple heart erupted, the laws of the universe shattered like fragile glass. Surrounding the 12 shadows, an all-consuming black mist rose, twisting the primordial spiritual energy into a corrosive, abyssal miasma. Chen's star-falling projectile was devoured the instant it met the black mist. The surface of the chaos Dao seed fracturing like a spider's web. Blood of a purplish hue trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth and pushed the power of the star platform to its utmost limit. Ashwe's primordial hourglass trembled violently amidst the turbulent currents of time and space. Threads of time torn asunder by the shadow's whims. Gazing at the blood-red countdown emerging on the hourglass's surface, she suddenly hurled it forcefully to the ground. If time cannot be reversed, then let me sever this moment. The shattered hourglass transformed into countless fragments of time, coalescing around her into a blade, the blade of reversal, adorned with the scars of ages. When the blade was swung, it could sever the ties of space and causality. Yun's universe mirror strangely restored itself amidst the crumbling laws. The mirror no longer reflected reality, but unveiled myriad images of parallel timelines. His pupils dilated in shock as he beheld Xing confronting the leader of the shadows, wielding a primordial sword emanating dual hues of black and white. From the mirror came Xing's indistinct voice. Seek the essence of the tree of Heavenly Dao. Before her words faded, the universe mirror shattered into dust, its fragments cascading into Yun's brow. The tree of Heavenly Dao swayed violently amid this upheaval. Golden blood seeping from the yin-yang fish patterns on its bark. Deep within its heart, a strand of primordial power left by the ancestor began to boil, transforming into a humanoid light. From the inception of chaos, I foresaw this day. The voice of the light was ancient and profound as it raised its hand. The roots of the tree of Heavenly Dao extending beneath the feet of the gathered, calling forth the forgotten power of creation with my essence as a guide. Chen, Ashwe, Ling Er, and Yun felt a surge of immense power flowing into their beings, establishing a mysterious resonance with the tree of Heavenly Dao. Harmonized by the tree, their combined strength coalesced into a torrent of creation, destruction, time, and life, the primordial current, surging towards the shadows. Yet, the leader of the shadows laughed heartily, casting the dark purple heart into the air. In the instant of a heart's rupture, the cosmos unveiled countless pitch-black fissures, from which emerged barbed tendrils that ensnared the primordial torrent. Even more terrifying was the emergence of familiar visages upon these tendrils. Xing, the figure cloaked in black, the amalgamated child, and countless fallen warriors from the tumultuous conflict between chaos and the celestial order. The shadowy leader grinned malevolently, proclaiming, "Behold the flaw in the primordial law. All obsessions shall nourish the fissures." At the brink of calamity, a radiant dual-hued light surged forth from the cosmos's edge. Within this luminescence, Xing's form flickered, wielding the primordial sword, its blade aglow with the essence that merged the primordial ancestor's creation with the collective will of the people. True primordiality encompasses all and embraces everything. Xing cried out, brandishing her sword towards the rift. As the blade cleaved the darkness, all beheld deep within the fissure a pulsating, pristine heart of primordiality. In Chapter 119, the return to primordial unity. As the primordial sword penetrated the fissure, time and space warped into a swirling vortex. Xing's figure shimmered in the black and white radiance. With each step forward, her garments bore another tier, her hair tinged with chaotic energies, half black and half white. The primordial sword resonated with the heart of primordiality, revealing the tree of celestial order's growth rings and 12 runes symbolizing the primordial ancestor's essence. Chen's chaotic seed erupted in agony, channeling the remnants of Starfall's force into the primordial torrent. An ethereal silhouette of an ancient star deity materialized around him as he formed seals with his hands, summoning the power of the 36 celestial stars. Celestial lock of souls, primordial stabilization. Brilliant starlight intertwined with the primordial torrent. coalescing in the void into a monumental star cauldron that descended upon the writhing tendrils. Ling Er's life and death shield erupted with a dazzling brilliance as the remnants of the butterfly ancestor let out a final, anguished roar. A torrent of ethereal butterflies surged into the fissure, their wings inscribed with life and death runes resonating with the heart of primordiality, birthing a pure land of primordiality brimming with vitality. Wherever the pure land spread, the tendrils were purified into pure spiritual essence, and the shadows began to fade into the ether. However, her fated contract butterflies perished in this battle, and the butterfly-shaped mark upon her heart dimmed. Ayun reconstituted the shards of the myriad mirror into a primordial eye, embedding it in his forehead. The mirror revealed the most vulnerable life gates of the shadows. Beneath their feet lay 12 altar of obsession exuding a putrid aura. Destroy the altars, sever their connection to the fissures, he bellowed, and the light emitted from the primordial eye transformed into a guiding force, leading the collective assault to its target. As the altars of obsession crumbled, the shadowy leader howled in defiance. His form began to disintegrate, yet before vanishing, he cast fragments of a dark purple heart into the heart of primordiality. Upon contact, the heart's surface cracked in a web-like pattern, unleashing an ancient essence of destruction more primal than chaos itself. The universe began to collapse, countless stars consumed, and the roots of the celestial tree began to decay under this formidable force. In a moment of dire urgency, Aixing merged her consciousness with the primordial sword, which erupted with a brilliance capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Primordial unity, all laws rendered void. She plunged into the rift of the heart of Hunyuan, where the dual-toned brilliance of black and white clashed violently with the essence of destruction. At the pinnacle of this radiant display, onlookers beheld the overlapping figures of Aixing and the cloaked figure, the child of the fusion, as they jointly grasped the hilt of a sword, piercing towards the core of the heart of Hunyuan. A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos. The heart of Hunyuan erupted in a blaze of light, unleashing not annihilation, but the encompassing power of Hunyuan. This force surged like a tidal wave across the universe, mending the fractured fabric of time and space, purifying the remnants of chaotic energy. 12 shadowy figures dissipated entirely within the light, transforming into 12 pure primordial energies that reintegrated into the tree of Heavenly Dao. As the dust settled, the celestial city of Hunyuan floated upon the newly born sea of spiritual energy. The canopy of the tree of Heavenly Dao radiated an eternal brilliance, each leaf encapsulating the profound mysteries of chaos and the equilibrium of the Heavenly Dao. Chen's chaotic seed of the Dao was reborn. Aixue's temporal laws harmoniously fused with the Hunyuan power. Linger's life and death butterfly shadow morphed into a protective formation for the universe, and Ayun's eye of Hunyuan could pierce through all illusions. At the very heart of Hunyuan, the figures of Aixing, the cloaked figure, and the child of fusion transformed into wisps of faint light, collectively safeguarding the newly established laws of Hunyuan. Deep within the cosmos, a comforting sigh escaped the lips of the progenitor of Hunyuan. The true path of Hunyuan had finally been attained. Yet, on the fringes of the universe, a pair of curious eyes slightly opened. Interesting. Is this the power of Hunyuan? I must delve deeper into it. Chapter 120. Ominous signs begin to emerge 3,000 years after the Hunyuan power swept through the cosmos. The rings of the tree of Heavenly Dao abruptly ceased their rotation. The myriad beams of light cascading from the canopy no longer nourished sentient beings. Instead, they crystallized into sharp, crystalline thorns, inflicting wounds upon the approaching cultivators. The obsidian walls of the celestial city of Hunyuan exuded a dark green viscous fluid, and the inscribed maxims at the city gates began to twist and deform. The words of unity gradually being supplanted by the resurgence of chaos. From Chen's Hunyuan star platform emanated a series of ominous hums, as 36 star altars ignited with a sanguine glow. Seated at the center of the star platform, he brushed his fingertips across the newly formed cracks on the surface of the chaotic seed, sensing the restless power within. The pure Hunyuan spiritual energy that should have resided within the core of the stars was now tainted by faint, eerie howls. Every attempt he made to harness this power conjured the sinister grin of the shadowy figure from his mind's eye as it faced its demise. Linger's Hunyuan butterfly palace was devoid of the ethereal butterflies that once danced within. Instead, an inescapable black mist lingered. She stood in the empty palace, gazing at the gradually transparent butterfly-shaped mark on her palm, acutely aware of the waning life force. When she attempted to summon the remaining spiritual butterflies, a chilling sound of crawling emerged from deep within the earth, as countless barbed tendrils broke through the soil, adorned with the same patterns as those on the altar of obsession. Ayun's eye of Hunyuan suddenly throbbed with intense pain. the reflection within revealing a scene that sent shivers down his spine. In the void at the universe's edge, 12 elusive dark purple beams ascended into the sky. At their apex, a shadowy figure could be discerned, reshaping its corporeal form. More alarmingly, fragments of the Heavenly Dao fruit scattered across various star domains began to resonate at a peculiar frequency, transforming the surrounding spiritual energy into a dark purple miasma. Deep within the library of the Heavenly Celestial City, the dust-laden Heavenly secret classic opened of its own accord, revealing blood-red characters upon the blank pages. Heavenly is not eternal. The fissure conceals the roots of calamity. When the 12 beams of light shine together, chaos shall return. Simultaneously, a crack appeared at the base of the Dao tree, from which floated a tattered scroll of an ancient prophecy, depicting a world shrouded in dark purple mist and a mysterious figure standing at the center of destruction. Strange phenomena began to manifest throughout the realm of cultivation. The spiritual energy within the veins grew restless, and practitioners frequently experienced hallucinations, perceiving dark shadows grinning in the void. The bicolored waves of the return to ruins sea morphed into ominous black, with bone fragments inscribed with god-slaying curses floating upon the surface. Even once peaceful spirit beasts turned savage, launching attacks on humanity. Chen convened the assembly beneath the Dao tree, only to find the eyes of his companions betraying a palpable anxiety. Those dark shadows had likely never truly perished. Ayun activated the vision of the Heavenly Eye, revealing that the positions of the 12 beams perfectly aligned with the location of the obsession altar from years past, hidden within the fissures of the Heavenly laws. Biding their time for a counterattack, a shui, turning the shattered Heavenly hourglass, wore a grave expression. The timeline has become chaotic. I cannot accurately predict the future. Yet one thing is certain. The new crisis is far more terrifying than we can imagine. No sooner had she spoken than the Dao tree trembled violently. The Heavenly Dao fruit at its pinnacle emitting a piercing hum. A dark purple lightning bolt cleaved the sky, striking a distant star at the edge of the universe. Chapter 121. The beginning of the eclipse. The dark purple mist, akin to a voracious entity, engulfed the starry domain struck by lightning, warping countless stars into grotesque vortices. The Dao tree shook violently, its bark oozing black pus from the pattern of yin and yang, while a thunderous sound of chains snapping echoed from deep within its heart, as if an ancient behemoth was breaking free from its confinement. The crystalline walls of the Heavenly Celestial City began to crack, dark green viscous fluid seeping forth to form rivers, rendering the ground barren, even corroding hard rock into honeycomb-like cavities. Chen harnessed the power of the Heavenly Star platform to subdue the restless forces within him, but found the crimson glow of the 36 star altars intensifying. Tiny dark purple worms emerged from the fissures on the surface of the chaos seed, gnawing at his meridians, each bite inflicting excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he formed seals, attempting to bind the Dao seed with chains of star platform energy, yet the moment the chains touched the worms, they disintegrated into powder. In a sea of consciousness, the sinister smile of the shadowy figure grew increasingly vivid, accompanied by a chilling whisper. The loophole in the Heavenly laws can never be mended. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through Linger's palm, causing the transparent butterfly-shaped mark to begin shattering. She bore the agony and invoked a secret technique to summon the remaining spirit butterflies, only to see countless barbed tendrils emerging from the black mist, ensnaring her tightly. The patterns of the obsession altar on the tendrils glimmered with an eerie light, continuously siphoning her life force. Her complexion paled progressively, her consciousness fading, and in a daze, she seemed to glimpse the remnants of the butterfly ancestor reaching out to her through the black mist, only to be shattered by a dark purple light. Ayun endured excruciating pain from the Heavenly, yet remained fixated on the scene within the mirror. At the edge of the cosmos, 12 dark purple pillars of light grew increasingly luminous. At the pinnacle of these pillars, the silhouettes of shadowy figures gradually solidified. In their grasp, they wielded a chaotic staff, constructed from fragments of the primordial Dao fruit, its apex adorned with a pulsating dark purple heart. Even more alarming was the resonance of primordial Dao fruit fragments from various star realms with the staff, weaving an immense dark purple network that enveloped the entirety of the universe. Within the library of the primordial celestial city, the blood-red characters of the primordial secret tome continually shifted, ultimately crystallizing into the ominous message: to shatter the chaos calamity, one must seek the heart of the primordial. The heart conceals the heavenly Dao tree, its roots entwined with the ancient deities. Simultaneously, a tattered prophecy scroll, drifting from the roots of the heavenly Dao tree, unfurled of its own accord, revealing a scene of a mysterious figure wielding black and white dual swords, standing beneath the shrouded heavenly Dao tree. poised for a life-and-death duel against the leader of the shadows. The upheaval within the realm of cultivation intensified. The spiritual energy within the veins had been utterly corrupted, coalescing into torrents of frenzied chaotic energy that devoured nearby cultivators. The Guaishu Sea surged with towering black waves, upon which myriad shadowy figures draped in black robes stood, chanting ancient incantations in unison. Once docile spiritual beasts had succumbed to complete demonic transformation, their bodies swelling several-fold, sprouting sharp fangs and enormous claws, viciously attacking any who crossed their path. Mo Chen, a Shui, Ling Er, and a Yun stood beneath the Heavenly Dao tree, witnessing the chaos before them, their hearts heavy with anxiety and trepidation. Time was of the essence. Mo Chen clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. We must locate the heart of the primordial foretold in the prophecy, or all shall be lost. A Shui nodded, turning the primordial hourglass in a bid to uncover a glimmer of hope. Ling Er strained her body, gathering the last remnants of her life force. A Yun continuously activated the primordial eye, striving to discern the truth behind this crisis. Just as they prepared to embark, the Heavenly Dao tree suddenly emitted a mournful roar, and the primordial Dao fruit at its crown exploded, unleashing a formidable shockwave. Within this wave, a dark purple figure gradually materialized. It was the leader of the shadows. Grasping the chaotic staff, he gazed down upon them with a triumphant smile, declaring, "Do you believe you can find the heart of the primordial? Such efforts are but a futile endeavor. This universe shall ultimately belong to chaos." As his words echoed, the 12 dark purple pillars ascended into the heavens, completely rending the fissures of the primordial laws. Chapter 122. Seeking the source. At the moment the fissures of the primordial laws were torn asunder, the cosmic canopy shattered like fragile glass, unleashing countless dark purple lightning bolts from the crevices. The land of the cultivation realm trembled violently, as the spiritual veins erupted not with spiritual energy, but with torrents of chaotic filth, tainted by black miasma, leaving destruction in their wake. Mountains crumbled, and living beings were reduced to mere bones. The black waves of the Guaishu Sea collapsed thunderously, revealing an ancient altar bound in chains deep within the tumultuous depths, at the center of which stood a broken blade, its body entwined with the same essence as the chaotic staff of the shadowy leader. Within Mo Chen's dantian, the chaotic Dao seed was thoroughly fractured, as dark purple insects voraciously gnawed at his foundational Dao. In a moment of dire urgency, he recalled the remnants of a passage from the primordial secret tome that spoke of countering violence with violence. He suddenly invoked the power of the star platform, condensing the crimson radiance of all celestial altars into a blazing primordial calamity fire. In the moment when the flames seared the insect, a furious roar resonated within his sea of consciousness, echoing the shadowy figure's wrath. Astonishingly, amidst the inferno, a remnant image of the primordial ancestor suppressing chaos emerged. A Yun's primal eye awakened the power of illusion amidst excruciating pain, reflecting the life gates of the shadowy figures in the mirror. Their strength emanated from the chaotic obsessions nestled within the fissures of the primal laws, the root of which was an evil thought left behind by the primordial ancestor during its fragmentation. He bit his tongue, using his essence blood to sketch ancient runes in the void, and at the moment the runes illuminated. A forgotten star domain in the distance bore forth a forest of primal monuments, chronicling the ancestors' secrets. The four struggled through the turbulent currents of time and space, where the ink dust's primal fire scorched the obstructive dark purple mist. A Shui constructed a temporary passage using fragments of time, while Ling Er's bridge of life and death connected the fractured continuum. A Yun's power of illusion guided their path. Upon reaching the ancient form of the tree of Heavenly Dao, they discovered a half-broken sword embedded in its trunk, entwined with vines that bore a striking resemblance to the patterns on the severed blade of the altar in the Guaishu Sea. A Shui's pupils constricted as hazy memories surfaced within the fragments of time. This sword was the fateful artifact wielded by the primordial ancestor to cleave through chaos and the Heavenly Dao. Before the words could settle, a sudden force erupted from the sword, pulling the four within its confines. Inside the sword's inner space, they beheld the long-buried truth. The ancestor had split into the duality of good and evil, with the benevolent essence manifesting as the tree of Heavenly Dao, while the malevolent thought plunged into the abyss of chaos. At that moment, the shadowy figure at the forefront was the chaotic shadow birthed from the fissure of evil thought. Just then, in the realm of reality, the shadowy figure wielded the chaos scepter, summoning 12 dark purple beams of light that coalesced into a colossal hand, reaching toward the tree of Heavenly Dao. The chaotic murk had already infiltrated the roots, causing the tree's rings to begin shedding, revealing a flickering golden glow deep within, the last bastion of the primal heart. With a mighty shout, The ink dust infused the broken sword with primal fire. Ashue sacrificed all her lifespan, stabilizing the space with the power of time. Ling Er connected the primal heart with her bridge of life and death. And Yun locked onto the life gate of the chaotic shadow, using his power of illusion. Under their combined efforts, the broken sword radiated anew, its blade inscribed with ancient runes that promised to sever chaos and restore the primal order. As the blade struck toward the chaotic hand, the oldest rings of the tree of Heavenly Dao shattered with a thunderous crack, and a heart emitting dual black and white light gradually ascended. In that instant, as the primal heart arose, the very fabric of the universe's laws began to unravel chaotically. The black and white luminescence surged like tides, pushing back the encroaching dark purple chaotic murk entirely. The bark of the tree of Heavenly Dao healed at an observable pace, the shed rings regrowing, with every new pattern flowing with the ancient Dao rhythm of the primordial ancestor. The expression of the shadowy figure shifted dramatically as the chaos scepter erupted with blinding purple light, attempting to thwart the primal heart. The 12 dark purple beams surged frantically, coalescing into a vast cage in the air, aiming to trap the primal heart. However, the radiance coursing across the surface of the primal heart quivered lightly, causing the cage to shatter into fragments like glass. With the broken sword infused with primal fire in hand, the ink dust was enveloped in 36 celestial chains. The power of the star platform coalescing behind him into the ethereal visage of an ancient star god. With my primal stellar force, I shall cleave through the illusion. With a thunderous roar, the ethereal figure of the star god swung its sword, cleaving towards the chaotic giant hand. The clash of blade and hand unleashed a surge of energy that shattered the very fabric of time and space around them. Linger's bridge between life and death transformed into countless streams of light, merging into the heart of the primordial. The butterfly-shaped mark on her chest reignited, summoning the final primordial spirit butterfly reborn from the ashes. As the spirit butterfly flapped its wings, the forces of life and death wove into a net, ensnaring the shadowy figures that dared approach the heart of the primordial. The trapped shadows emitted unwilling howls, their forms gradually dissipating under the relentless grip of life and death. Yun's primordial eye radiated an unprecedented brilliance, reflecting the dark purple heart at the center of the leading shadow's chest, resonating with the rifts of the primordial laws. Now was the moment, Yun shouted, unleashing a beam of annihilating light from the primordial eye, piercing directly towards the heart. The heart of the primordial trembled violently, and the dual-colored light transformed into 2 colossal dragons, lunging at the leader of the shadows. The shadow leader swung the chaos staff in a desperate attempt to fend them off, only to find the staff beginning to disintegrate under the onslaught of light. In terror, he gazed at the approaching dragons, roaring, "Impossible! Chaos is eternal and indestructible. True eternity embodies inclusivity and balance." Suddenly, Xing's consciousness coalesced in the void, her figure merging with the primordial sword, transforming into a dazzling beam of sword light. This radiant force united with Chen's broken sword, Ashue's power of time, Linger's net of life and death, and Yun's light of annihilation, launching a final assault on the shadow leader. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the leader's body erupted, the dark purple heart consumed by the heart of the primordial. The chaotic miasma dissipated completely, and the rift in the primordial laws began to heal. The universe returned to a serene state, with the tree of heaven's path emanating a gentle glow. The heart of the primordial floated atop the tree's crown, casting light that enveloped the various star domains. Chen and the others collapsed wearily to the ground, their powers nearly exhausted from the battle. Yet, hope glimmered in their eyes, for they understood that the primordial laws had finally regained their balance. However, in the depths of the universe, a faint dark purple light flickered, and a deep voice echoed, "This is not the end." Chapter 124. The underflow resurges barely a century after the primordial laws returned to balance. The heart of the primordial atop the tree of heaven's path suddenly exuded a web-like dark pattern. These patterns spread as if alive, and wherever they touched, the cascading light morphed into corrosive purple-black droplets of rain, falling upon the land of the cultivation realm, instantly rising into poisonous vapors that turned the touched flora into charred remains. Chen's primordial star platform emitted a piercing alarm once more, and the surfaces of the 36 celestial altars revealed the same dark patterns as the tree of heaven's path. Although the seed of chaos had been repaired, it began uncontrollably absorbing his life force under the influence of these dark patterns. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the star platform, his face turned pale as paper. He formed seals with his hands in an attempt to suppress it, yet the primordial spiritual energy within him surged like boiling magma, leaving trails of burns throughout his meridians. Shue's time laws suddenly became chaotic as fragments of the primordial hourglass reassembled, yet they exhibited an eerie reverse rotation. As she turned the hourglass to predict the future, countless images of herself pierced by dark purple chains appeared within the mirror. More terrifyingly, she discovered the emergence of numerous unfamiliar figures within the river of time. Cloaked in black robes and wielding scythes inscribed with enigmatic runes, harvesting the life force of various dimensions. The harmonious spirit butterflies of Linger suddenly descended into madness, their once serene wings now marred by gruesome bloodstains. As she endeavored to soothe the spirit butterflies with the power of life and death, the swarm turned against her. Launching an assault, she desperately evaded their attacks, only to realize that her life force had no effect on these transformed butterflies, instead attracting more to join in the fray. A piercing pain emanated from Ayun's primordial eye, revealing a vision at the edge of the universe. There, a massive black altar had inexplicably emerged, adorned with 12 towering stone pillars, each sealing a familiar shadow, the remnants of the once defeated chaotic specter. At the altar's center, a vague figure began to coalesce, radiating an aura more potent and sinister than that of the shadowy leader. In the subterranean chamber of the primordial heavenly city, the primordial secret tome unfurled once more. Its blank pages now inscribed with blood-red characters, the heart of the primordial, good and evil entwined. Though the rift may close, remnants still linger. Simultaneously, tremors emanated from the roots of the tree of heaven, releasing an ancient scroll of parchment, depicting a mysterious map, the destination of which pointed to a dark stellar region at the universe's edge, the very site of the black altar. The world of cultivation was plunged into chaos once again, as regions tainted by violet-black raindrops birthed terrifying mutated creatures. These beings, covered in spikes, spewed corrosive venom, leaving desolation in their wake. The cultivators banded together to resist, only to find that ordinary attacks were futile against these monstrosities, with many succumbing to infection and transforming into similar abominations. Chen gathered everyone, observing the grave expressions upon their faces, and spoke solemnly. It seems the last battle did not entirely eradicate our foes. Ashua, turning the inverted hourglass of primordial sands, nodded. The timeline has been altered. We are to face a more formidable adversary. Linger wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze resolute. Regardless, we must protect this realm. Ayun clenched his fists, fury gleaming in his eyes. This time, we shall eradicate them completely. As they deliberated their strategy, a thunderous roar erupted from the black altar, causing the entire universe to tremble. The seals on the 12 towering pillars began to weaken, dark purple beams of light shooting skyward. The figure at the altar's center gradually came into focus, his eyes flashing with the light of annihilation as he laughed maniacally. The flaws in the primordial laws can never be truly mended. This time, the entire universe shall become a sacrificial offering to chaos. Chapter 125. The Rebellion Against Fate. The roar of the black altar shook the very fabric of the universe, as 12 dark purple beams pierced the heavens, resembling blades that tore open the rift in the painstakingly restored primordial laws. The tree of heaven swayed violently, the dark patterns upon the surface of the primordial heart growing denser. And what seeped from the tree was no longer mere sap, but a foul black blood that spread through the roots to various star regions. Chen endured the excruciating pain inflicted by the chaotic seed of the Dao, channeling all the might of the primordial star platform into the broken sword. As the blade was infused with the power of the stars, it radiated a brilliant luminescence, and ancient inscriptions upon its surface began to flow with golden blood. 36 heavenly generals, grant me the battle spirit of the stars, he bellowed, as the spectral figure of the ancient star deity materialized from the depths of the star platform. Wielding a colossal axe and cleaving a celestial river that spanned the starry expanse towards the dark altar, Ashua bit her tongue, allowing her essence blood to drip onto the reverse-spinning primordial hourglass. The hourglass erupted with blinding crimson light, and the laws of time whirled chaotically around her, forming an immense temporal prison. Dragging her aging body, she forcefully reversed the flow of time, decelerating the temporal velocity surrounding the black altar by 1,000-fold. Yet, the backlash of the temporal laws rendered her form increasingly transparent. With each second she reversed, it was as if a century of her life was being consumed. Linger's bridge between life and death reformed once more, this time as she ignited her own life essence. Countless spirit butterflies danced around her, their blood patterns gradually fading, replaced by runes that shimmered with the profundities of life and death. She transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the horde of aberrant creatures. Wherever the power of life and death passed, the monsters disintegrated into ashes, yet her form grew ever more ephemeral. A Yun's primordial eye awakened amidst the agony. A third vertical pupil splitting his brow. The mirror reflected the heart of the black altar, where a swirling mass of dark purple mist concealed the key to the reformation of the shadowy entities, the chaos origin pearl born from the malevolent thoughts of the primordial ancestor. He unleashed the power of dispelling illusions with reckless abandon, the light emitted from his vertical pupil striking like an invisible blade towards the chaos origin pearl. The four assaults converged upon the black altar simultaneously, only to be repelled by a mysterious barrier upon contact. The barrier was inscribed with destructive runes that contradicted the laws of the primordial, each rune absorbing their power. The enigmatic figure at the altar slowly raised a hand, and the remnants of shadows from the 12 towering stone pillars transformed into flowing light, merging into his being. His body began to swell, swiftly becoming a colossal chaotic giant, entwined with dark purple chains capable of corroding all. Foolish ants, do you believe you can thwart me once more? The voice of the chaotic giant reverberated through the cosmos like thunder. This chaos origin pearl is the crystallization of the malevolent thoughts of the primordial ancestor. As long as it exists, chaos shall never perish. He opened his massive maw, unleashing a tempest of chaos that could devour all, wherever the storm swept. Entire star systems were obliterated in an instant. Chen felt the tremendous power resonating from the broken sword, his gaze hardening with resolve. Friends, this time we shall sever the chaos and reshape the primordial. He raised the broken sword high, charging alongside a Shui, Linger, and a Yun towards the chaotic giant. The combined might of the four intertwined with the consciousness of the primordial ancestor, forming a radiant light in the void that contained the power to create and destroy, cleaving towards the chaos origin pearl. Chapter 126. The Duel of Origins. The chaotic giant swung the dark purple chains in a sweeping motion, causing the very fabric of space to shatter like a broken mirror. Chen's celestial river strike collided with the chains, unleashing an energy backlash that annihilated 3 stars in an instant. The chains of stars encircling him shattered, with the agonizing pain of the chaotic seed on the verge of breaking. Yet, within his consciousness, the whispers of the primordial ancestor resounded. Let the stars be your guide, and draw upon the roots of the celestial tree. He abruptly lifted his gaze, beholding the celestial tree cascading down myriad golden tendrils, entwining around the broken sword, instantly amplifying the power of the star river manifold. Linger's body, fueled by the essence of her life, began to turn translucent, while the power of life and death transformed into a rainbow bridge spanning across the starry realm. The two ends of the bridge connected the realm of life and the abyss of death, with an endless stream of spiritual butterflies surging along it towards the chaotic giant. Upon contact with the giant's skin, the power of life and death erupted violently, creating wounds deep enough to reveal bone. However, from the giant's wounds did not flow blood, but rather more dark purple chains, the tips of which sprouted butterfly-shaped barbs that pierced into Linger's sea of consciousness, causing her butterfly mark to begin disintegrating into powder. The chaotic giant let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling as the chaotic energy coalesced into countless massive axes, descending upon the four. In a moment of peril, the ethereal figure formed from the fusion of the primordial ancestor and the broken sword suddenly raised a hand, revealing the complete pattern of the celestial tree upon the sword's blade. Unity of the primordial essence, impervious to all laws. The ethereal figure swung the sword, unleashing a web of black and white sword energy that shredded the giant's axes into fragments. Yet, the figure's form trembled violently, clearly straining under immense pressure. At the battlefield's edge, amidst the starry realm eroded by violet-black raindrops, countless mutated beings converged to form a flesh and blood altar. At the altar's center, the chieftain of the Su Ling tribe opened his eyes, radiating a purple light, wielding a scepter forged from fragments of the primordial essence fruit. The chaos source pearl is merely bait. His voice, amplified through the scepter, resonated throughout the universe. The true killing move begins now. No sooner had he spoken than the flesh and blood altar erupted with an all-consuming force, drawing in the spiritual energy, laws, and even the souls of the cultivators from the surrounding starry realm. It was only then that Chen and the others realized that their battle with the chaotic giant had been a diversion. A Shui's perception of the laws of time suddenly detected a mysterious power slowly pulling the heart of primordial essence into a rift in the void at the universe's core. Linger, struggling to maintain her dissipating consciousness, commanded the last batch of spiritual butterflies to form a reconnaissance net. A Yun penetrated the spatial barrier with the power of breaking illusions, glimpsing deep within the rift, where a pair of eyes adorned with nebula patterns stared intently at the heart of primordial essence, embodying both the compassion of creation and the indifference of annihilation. At the moment the chaotic giant seized the opportunity of the 4S distraction, 12 suborbs simultaneously unleashed their destructive power, rebounding all of the 4's attacks. Chen's chains of stars completely shattered. A Shui's temporal cage crumbled into fragments. Linger's bridge of life and death collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a Yun's vertical pupils bled profusely. Meanwhile, the chieftain of the Su Ling tribe's flesh and blood altar had condensed enough power to obliterate the celestial tree, the chaos annihilation cannon, aimed squarely at the precariously swaying heart of primordial essence. In an instant, as the chaos annihilation cannon erupted, the entire universe plunged into a suffocating darkness. Chen forcibly summoned the faltering power of the primordial star platform, while the 36 stellar altars behind him disintegrated into dust, transforming into a resplendent barrier of star rivers. In the moment when the galaxy collided with the cannon's blaze, he coughed up several mouthfuls of dark purple blood, while the chaotic seed within his dantian emitted a dying wail. Yet, a fleeting smile of relief from the black-robed figure flickered through his consciousness. Linger's butterfly-shaped mark shattered completely, transforming into countless specks of light that merged with the remnants of the bridge between life and death. Her body began to dissipate, but in the final moment, she bit her tongue and sprayed her life essence towards the chaotic giant. The droplets of blood coalesced in midair into an ancient totem of life and death, within which the ethereal image of the butterfly ancestor emerged. With a flutter of its wings, the power of life and death transformed into a myriad of glimmering blades, severing the dark purple chains binding the chaotic giant. The spectral figure of the primordial ancestor, fused with the broken sword, let out a lamenting howl, its body becoming translucent, while the incomplete primordial sword in its grasp shone ever more brilliantly. With my origin, I shall restore clarity to heaven and earth. The phantom became a stream of light, merging into the broken sword, which erupted with a radiance capable of splitting the heavens and earth, piercing directly through the heart of the chaotic giant. Simultaneously, 12 chaotic source pearls detonated, releasing not destruction but the purifying essence of primordial energy. However, at that critical juncture, the patriarch of the Zuling clan erupted into maniacal laughter, transforming his very being into flesh and blood to forcibly detonate the core of the chaotic annihilation cannon. A dark purple beam of energy surged toward the primordial heart, while the roots of the Heavenly Dao tree began to carbonize under the intense heat, the yin-yang fish pattern on its trunk twisting into a grotesque visage. Just as the situation grew desperate, a familiar voice echoed from the temporal rift ignited by a Shui's sacrifice. Let me take over. Under the purifying influence of primordial energy, the chaotic giant's body gradually became transparent. It gazed toward the Heavenly Dao tree, confusion and liberation flickering in its eyes. So I was merely a prisoner of my own obsession. As its words faded, its form disintegrated into countless points of light, merging into the cosmos. The blood-soaked altar of the Zuling clan also vanished completely amidst the rotation of the yin-yang fish, leaving only the scepter forged from fragments of the primordial Dao fruit, suspended in the void. After the battle concluded, Chen and the others swayed precariously. Chen's chaotic seed rejuvenated, yet left an unhealable scar. A Shui's mastery of time underwent a complete transformation, her white hair shimmering with an eternal glow. Linger's power of life and death merged with the Heavenly Dao tree, sprouting a peculiar butterfly-shaped ancient tree that radiated strange light amidst the ruins of the butterfly palace. Although a Yun's primordial eye was blinded, it could still perceive the subtlest fluctuations of universal laws. The Heavenly Dao tree slowly lowered its branches. The dark patterns on the surface of the primordial heart vanished entirely, once again emanating a gentle glow. Yet, in the shadows at the edge of the universe, the scepter of the primordial Dao fruit suddenly trembled, revealing a pair of mysterious eyes at its tip. This game is far from over. Chapter 128. The enigmatic scepter stirs in the instant the primordial Dao fruit scepter quivered. A web-like fissure split open in the void at the universe's edge, oozing forth a viscous, tar-like dark purple mist. Wherever the mist flowed, stars twisted into skeletal shapes, while meteor clusters arranged themselves into a bizarre, soul-ensnaring formation. The branches and leaves of the Heavenly Dao tree abruptly shifted towards the scepter's location, the golden sap coursing through its veins transforming into an eerie gray-green hue. Chen sat cross-legged on the primordial star platform, repairing his Dao foundation, yet the scar on his chaotic seed suddenly began to burn. He exerted his formidable spiritual power to impose restraint, only to witness the surface of the celestial jade tablets surrounding the star platform manifesting blood-red incantations. Simultaneously, the 36 altars resonated with the sound of chains snapping. Even more terrifying was the sight of his shadow twisting uncontrollably in the moonlight. taking on the form reminiscent of the dark-robed figure who had once manipulated him. The temporal laws newly birthed by Shui suddenly fell into disarray. As she endeavored to foresee the future, she discovered countless shattered hourglasses adrift within the river of time. In one fragment, she found herself pierced by dark purple chains, the other end tethered to the primordial Dao fruit scepter. In another fragment, Chen's eyes blazed crimson as he brandished his sword against his comrades in arms. Clenching her fists, her nails dug deeply into her palms, blood dripping to the ground and instantly crystallizing into ice. Ling Er, transformed into the essence of an ancient tree in the shape of a butterfly, began to exude black sap, while the newly formed wings of spiritual butterflies atop its crown became stained with blood-like patterns. As she delved her consciousness into the heart of the tree in an attempt to purify the aberration, she discovered array patterns in the depths of the roots that shared origins with the altars of the Su Ling tribe. Even more bizarrely, buried within the soil at the base of the tree lay a half-broken stele inscribed with the slaying god incantation, the remaining inscriptions slowly mending themselves. Though blind, Yun could perceive the fluctuations of the laws and discern the essence of all things. At this moment, he felt a tension in his body, sensing 12 anomalous fluctuations in the universe corresponding to the locations where the primordial source pearls had scattered years ago. What sent a chill down his spine was the realization that when these fluctuations resonated with the primordial Dao fruit scepter, they pieced together a complete star map, with the center unmistakably marking the location of the primordial celestial city. Within the scripture pavilion of the primordial celestial city, the primordial secret classic stirred without wind, dark red characters materializing on the blank pages. When the scepter opens the third eye, chaos shall be reborn in the name of truth. Meanwhile, a fissure opened at the roots of the Heavenly Dao tree, releasing a tattered tortoise shell, upon which an ancient prophecy dripped blood. When the scepter unveils its third eye, chaos shall be reborn in the name of truth. Phenomena erupted throughout the realm of cultivation. The bicolored waves of the returning ruins sea transformed into stagnant waters. The sound of chains dragging echoing from the depths. As cultivators practiced, the primordial spiritual energy within them began to flow in reverse, black vines sprouting from their dantians. Even the spiritual beasts sheltered by the Heavenly Dao tree collectively howled to the heavens, their eyes glinting with a cunning light that did not belong to them. Chen summoned everyone beneath the Heavenly Dao tree, only to find that an elusive dark purple aura enveloped each of them. This scepter was no ordinary artifact. Yun gently traced the scar on his primordial eye, sensing a power beyond the laws of the primordial realm entwined on the scepter's surface, as if it were collecting something long forgotten. Before he could finish his thought, the Heavenly Dao tree began to tremble violently, the heart of the primordial realm erupting with a dark purple lightning bolt directed toward the edge of the universe. As the scepter's tip slowly opened its vertically oriented eye, adorned with nebula patterns. The moment the eye opened, the laws of the entire universe twisted once more. Countless dark purple beams shot forth from the scepter, precisely striking the 12 sites where remnants of the primordial source pearls lay. In the star domains touched by the beams, space began to collapse inward, forming a primordial black hole that devoured all. And from the depths of the black hole, the chilling laughter of the dark-robed figure echoed. Do you think that mending the fissures will grant you peace of mind? True chaos lies behind the veil of Law Chapter 129. The reverse of law. At the moment the dark purple pillar of light tore through the cosmic firmament, 12 primordial black holes simultaneously unleashed a thunderous roar. Within the warped space-time at the edges of the black holes, countless ghastly visages materialized. These were the remnants of cultivators devoured by chaos, their sorrowful souls reaching out with barbed arms, dragging nearby celestial bodies into the abyss. The roots of the celestial tree trembled violently as they broke through the earth, and the gray-green sap coalesced into a colossal face. Roaring, the reverse of law is eternal void. The chaotic seed of Chen spiraled out of control, the dark purple aura surging from his scar, racing through his meridian straight toward his consciousness. In a daze, he beheld a figure clad in black robes standing at the center of the primordial black hole, grasping his star calamity seal. Your power was meant to belong to chaos. The voice of the black-robed figure thundered in his mind, and the blood-red incantations surrounding the star platform morphed into chains, binding his limbs. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue, igniting his essence with his own blood. My life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Linger's butterfly-shaped ancient tree erupted violently, and the black sap in the air solidified into countless soul-devouring butterflies. The sanguine patterns on their wings formed an ancient sacrificial array, soaring toward the primordial Dao fruit staff. Deep within the heart of the tree, her consciousness uncovered an astonishing secret. The broken steel beneath the tree was, in fact, the key to unlocking the reverse of the law. As she attempted to touch the steel, numerous dark purple tendrils surged from the ground, ensnaring her soul. Yun's perceptive abilities skyrocketed amidst the distortion of laws, revealing to him a deeper truth of the universe. The primordial law resembled an immense spider's web, while the primordial Dao fruit staff was weaving an entirely opposing net. The 12 black holes served as the junction points of these two webs. Once all connections were made, the entire universe would be dragged into the void behind the laws. The staff must be destroyed, he roared, pouring his remaining spiritual energy into the primordial eye, unleashing a perceptive ray capable of penetrating the void. The cultivators of the primordial celestial city descended into madness, their eyes transforming into dark purple orbs as they brandished weapons, charging toward the scripture pavilion. The primordial secret tome ignited in blood-red ink, morphing into a gigantic crow that flapped its wings and soared toward the staff. The blood on the tortoise-shell prophecy suddenly boiled, revealing a more complete vision. Chen and the others transformed into statues, while the primordial Dao fruit staff embedded itself at the core of the celestial tree, siphoning the last vestiges of life. The figure in black robes simultaneously appeared within the 12 black holes, raising a hand to summon the dark purple pillar of light, which coalesced into a scythe that blotted out the sun. What you protect is but a false balance. As the scythe descended, space-time was cleaved in two, unveiling the pitch-black reverse of the law. Countless shattered worlds floated there, each repeating the tragedy of chaos devouring the celestial path. In a critical moment, Xing's consciousness awakened once more, her voice resonating with the celestial tree's final strength throughout the universe. True primordial existence demands a confrontation with darkness. A dual-toned radiance of black and white erupted from the celestial tree, clashing fiercely with the dark purple scythe. Chen forcibly suppressed the chaotic energy within him. Wielding the broken sword, Shui expended her entire lifespan to reverse time. Linger broke free from the tendrils, detonating the soul-devouring butterflies with the power of life and death. Yun's perceptive ray locked onto the staff's weakness. The combined strength of the four merged with Xing's consciousness, cleaving through the chaos with a decisive sword strike aimed at the Hunyuan Dao fruit staff. Chapter 130. The Convergence of Reality and Illusion. At the moment the sword was unleashed, the cosmic laws snapped like a taut string. Where the black and white luminescence collided with the dark purple scythe, space began to spiral into a collapse, forming a law singularity radiating a ghostly blue light. The figure in the black robe emitted a piercing shriek as 12 black holes simultaneously erupted with chaotic energy, coalescing into a phantom of a three-headed, six-armed demon, each hand grasping a world-ending weapon forged from the resentment of cultivators. Chen's broken sword, upon contact with the chaotic energy, became riddled with cracks, and purple-golden blood oozed from the scars of the chaotic seed. Suddenly, he threw his head back in laughter, allowing the dark purple aura to envelop him completely. If chaos cannot be eradicated, let me become chaos. Fragments of the star platform exploded, transforming into chains that entwined around him, his eyes ablaze with a maddening yet lucid fire as he cleaved open the demon's chest with his sword. Shui's time shield shattered with a thunderous crash, her body rapidly aging in the reverse flow of time. As her hair fell away and her skin wrinkled like bark, she revealed a serene smile. The end of time is but the beginning of rebirth. The last fragments of the Hunyuan hourglass reassembled in her palm, morphing into a bell of oblivion inscribed with reverse destiny runes. The moment the bell tolled, the time-space distortion controlled by the figure in black robe experienced a brief cessation of 0.3 seconds. As Yun's perception beam penetrated the staff's weakness, he beheld a chilling vision within the starry pupil at the staff's tip, where another version of himself lay ensnared by dark purple chains, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You believe what you see is the truth, but it is merely what I wish you to see. His Hunyuan eye throbbed with pain, blood bursting forth and crystallizing in the air into shattered divination symbols, foretelling that this battle would yield no true victor. Xing's consciousness fully merged with the power of the Heavenly Dao tree, transforming into a Hunyuan heavenly sword that pierced through the fabric of time and space. The sword's blade showcased all scenes from the genesis of chaos to the formation of Hunyuan, every line imbued with the dual principles of destruction and rebirth. As the sword struck toward the Hunyuan Dao fruit staff, blood tears flowed from the starry pupil on the staff's surface, fissures appearing along its length, releasing the sealed core of chaotic origin, a pulsating, dark purple heart, each beat triggering cosmic tremors. In a critical moment, the roots of the Heavenly Dao tree morphed into chains, ensnaring the chaotic sphere. The tree's body echoed with the final sigh of the Hunyuan ancestor. My malevolence shall conclude at my own hands. The Heavenly Dao tree collapsed with a resounding crash, its trunk forming a cage, its crown sealing the chaos, and its roots piercing into the chaotic sphere. Chen and others exerted their final strength, channeling all their spiritual energy into the Hunyuan heavenly sword, thrusting toward the core of the sphere. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the core of chaotic origin shattered, and the black-robed figure let out a furious roar of defiance. The universe continually collapsed and expanded amidst the forces of destruction and rebirth, ultimately forming a Hunyuan ruins where chaos and clarity intertwined. As the dust settled, the Hunyuan Dao fruit staff vanished, leaving behind a remnant inscribed with the notion that both reality and illusion are mere fabrications, and the true heart is the Dao. The silhouettes of the four figures disappeared into the ruins. Some say they transformed into celestial beings that guard the laws of the universe, while others believe they are waiting in the crevices of time and space for the next arrival of chaos. Chapter 131. The mysterious visitor within the depths of the primordial ruins, a mist interwoven with chaos and clarity, swirled languidly. A dilapidated stone tablet, inscribed with the deceptive nature of reality, suddenly emitted a faint glow. The inscriptions twisted as if alive, sketching a mysterious vortex of runes in the void. In a distant, nameless star domain, an ancient altar shrouded in crimson miasma abruptly materialized. At its center, 9 obsidian pillars encircled a crystal coffin, within which lay a woman in a dark robe. Her beauty was striking yet exuded an icy demeanor, and a dark purple mark flickered at her brow, reminiscent of the chaotic aura that once enveloped the figure in the black robe. At this moment, her long lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, a cold gaze sweeping over the myriad of beings. Has the primordial ancestor ultimately met defeat? Yet, the lingering echoes of chaos bring a peculiar delight. The corners of the dark-robed woman's lips curled into a mysterious arc as she waved her delicate hand. Instantly, the crimson miasma surrounding the altar surged, transforming into countless blood-red chains that spread throughout the cosmos. Simultaneously, deep within the primordial ruins, the 4 figures of Chen did not dissipate as rumored. Their consciousness was ensnared in a mysterious space, surrounded by countless fragmented memories. Chen's broken sword floated before him, and the purple-golden blood seeping from its cracks coalesced into a small vortex of chaos in the void. A voice echoed, belonging to a shui, who had regained her youthful appearance. The end bell in her hand gently swayed, producing an ethereal sound, as the power of the laws of time flowed around them. A Yun's primordial eye gleamed with an unusual light as he gazed into the void and spoke solemnly. Indeed, I have glimpsed some indistinct images. A mysterious woman is wielding a malevolent power, seemingly intent on unleashing another storm of chaos. A Xing's consciousness intertwined with the primordial sword. The patterns along its blade imbued with the laws of destruction and rebirth began to stir, regardless of who approaches, having been reborn here. We shall not allow chaos to ravage once more. As the words fell, the surrounding memory fragments trembled violently, piecing together an image upon the blood-red altar. The dark-robed woman raised a staff, its head adorned with a dark purple heart, akin to the former primordial Dao fruit staff. She chanted incantations, and countless beings bound by blood-red chains wailed in agony, as spatial rifts began to emerge across the universe, exuding chaotic energy. Chen's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the broken sword. It seems a new challenge has arrived. This time, we shall sever the roots of chaos once and for all. The 4 of them radiated an immense light, their powers beginning to intertwine, conjuring a powerful storm within the primordial ruins, roaring toward the spatial rifts. Under the dark-robed woman's manipulation, the blood-red chains had infiltrated multiple star domains. Wherever they reached, living beings were eroded by the chaotic aura, transforming into mindless puppets of chaos. The entire universe once again enveloped in fear and despair. The figures of Chen and his companions surged forward like swords piercing through the darkness, racing towards the blood-red altar where an ultimate battle concerning the fate of the cosmos was about to unfold anew. Chapter 132. The sword array traps the enemy at the moment the 4 broke through the rift in space. The forces of the laws surrounding them resonated with the primordial chaos, conjuring 4 ethereal images behind them. The azure dragon coiling through clouds and exhaling chaos. The white tiger tearing through the void, the vermilion bird flapping its wings to scorch the shadows, and the black tortoise guarding the 8 directions. However, as they neared the blood-red altar, they beheld a dark-robed woman whose fingertips were entwined with countless blood-red chains, each chain's end connected to the primordial spirits of innumerable cultivators. Their surfaces marred with dark purple patterns, the unmistakable signs of chaotic erosion. How intriguing! How much chaos can a body reshaped by the primordial chaos truly endure? The dark-robed woman raised her jade hand, and the entire star domain suddenly inverted, with stars transforming into a meteor shower crashing down upon the four. Yun's primordial eye erupted with blinding golden light, dissecting the falling stars into heavenly runes, yet disintegrating upon touching the blood mist before the woman. Xing wielded the primordial heavenly sword, unleashing sword chi imbued with the laws of time and space. But where the sword chi passed, space shattered like a broken mirror, reflecting countless versions of himself wielding swords. Ling Er's body was suddenly enveloped by a swarm of spirit butterflies, their scales transforming into countless blades of life and death laws. Yet, as they approached the blood-red altar, they were drawn into a peculiar bronze cauldron. Ancient totems of soul-devouring emerged on the cauldron's surface, and the black mist spewed forth from its mouth instantly darkened the surrounding area for 1,000 miles. Shui rang the bell of terminus, attempting to reverse time. But the dark-robed woman's dark purple mark at her brow erupted with the power to consume time, swallowing all the reversed moments into her essence. So, you are indeed the residual soul of the primordial ancestor, fallen into chaos. Chen gazed at the mark on the woman's brow as the broken sword suddenly radiated a purple-golden brilliance. The chaos seed within the sword resonated with the woman's aura, and he finally discerned that beneath the blood-red altar lay the evil essence separated from the primordial ancestor. The dark-robed woman laughed maniacally as thousands of blood-red chains morphed into a colossal blood dragon, its body entwined around the remnants of the primordial chaos steel, where the essence of reality and illusion intertwined, and the true heart of the Tao began to seep forth blood droplets. Just as the four found themselves in dire straits, a clear phoenix cry resonated from the depths of the primordial chaos. A seven-colored phoenix, formed from the power of the laws, broke through the void, and wherever its wings swept, the chaos-eroded star domain began to self-repair. In its beak, the phoenix clutched a Tao fruit radiating a gentle light, transformed from the primordial ancestor's benevolence. The moment the Tao fruit fell into Chen's hands, his broken sword abruptly reassembled, and the Tai Chi patterns representing the balance of chaos and order emerged upon its blade. As the Tai Chi sword chi pierced through the dark-robed woman's chest, her body dissolved into a myriad of blood mist, yet before dissipating, she uttered a chilling prophecy. Chaos is eternal, and evil thoughts will not perish. I shall await you at the end of causality, as you are purified alongside the last trace of chaotic essence. The remnants of the primordial chaos steel ascended to the heavens, transforming into a barrier of laws that safeguarded the universe. Exchanging knowing smiles, Chen and his companions transformed into streams of light, merging into the starry sea. They understood that the struggle between chaos and order was endless, and they would forever remain the guardians in the shadows of the universe, awaiting the next crisis to arise. Chapter 133. The overlapping phantoms. The chaotic vortex whirled madly. The figure in the black robe contorted in grotesque delight, emitting a piercing cackle. This chaotic vortex is the manifestation of countless epics grievances. Today, you shall meet your demise here. The dark purple runic array radiated with resplendent light, causing the celestial bodies within the universe to dim, as if they were on the verge of being consumed by this terrifying force. The fabric of space cracked with sounds akin to shattering glass, as the meteoric belt in the distant star domain was crushed by an invisible hand, transforming into powder that spiraled into the vortex. Even light contorted into bizarre spirals in this place. Yun's primordial eye flickered with brilliance, the hexagrams within it continuously reconfiguring. He formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations. Heavenly way hexagrams, unveil the true and the false. A colossal golden hexagram levitated above his head, its runes flickering as they endeavored to decipher the vortex's vulnerabilities. However, the figure in the black robe wielded the power of chaos, relentlessly disrupting the hexagram, preventing it from fully forming. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through Yun's primordial eye. He spat a mouthful of blood, which crystallized mid-air into a fragmented hexagram, unexpectedly revealing the core of the concealed runic array behind the black-robed figure, a pulsating dark purple shard resembling a heart. Xing's primordial heavenly sword surged with frenzied patterns, the forces of destruction and rebirth coursing through it. She fully merged her consciousness with the sword, transforming into a streak of light that pierced straight at the figure in the black robe. Primordial heavenly sword, cleave through the chaos. Where the light passed, space was torn asunder, and time briefly halted. A flicker of surprise flashed across the black-robed figure's eyes as he swung his chaotic war spear to counter. The collision of their powers unleashed an earth-shattering shockwave, creating a vast vacuum in the void, instantly dispersing the surrounding nebulae. Xing's hair stood on end, her meridians feeling as though they were being gnawed by a multitude of ants, yet she gripped the hilt of her sword tenaciously. The imagery of chaos unfolding on the blade fiercely clashing with the chaotic aura of the black-robed figure. Chen's phantom of the heavenly tree grew increasingly vivid before him. With a thunderous roar, he summoned a blazing purple-gold flame, the fragments of his broken sword reassembling within the inferno. Chaotic Dao seed erupt. He wielded the shattered sword, transforming into a streak of purple-gold lightning, joining a Xing in the assault against the black-robed figure. The chaotic war spear clashed with the broken sword and the primordial heavenly sword, unleashing cataclysmic waves of energy, as space continuously fragmented and reformed. The resonance between Chen's chaotic Dao seed and the black-robed figure's chaotic essence caused his body to swell uncontrollably, as if he were to become a new chaotic vortex. In this critical moment, the phantom of the heavenly tree extended its branches to entwine around him, siphoning off the surging power. Chapter 134. The Curse of the Abyss. As the dark purple spores spread like a plague, the starlight of the entire star domain suddenly dimmed. A Yun's primordial eye began to weep thick black tears, the star map reflected within his pupils twisting into a grotesque visage at a visible pace. Beware. These spores can alter the rules of the heavenly way. No sooner had he spoken than a spore fell into the Qing Wan star system, causing the star trajectories that had operated for millennia to abruptly reverse, with millions of stars plummeting towards the central black hole in a chaotic descent. Surrounded by surging purple-gold flames, Chen unleashed a multitude of sword shadows with the chaotic green lotus sword. Yet, upon contact with the spores, they transformed into a liquid that seeped into the sword's patterns, producing echoes of a child's cries. The sword's intent has been tainted. He abruptly thrust his sword into the void, and a stream of purplish-golden blood gushed forth along the hilt, coalescing in the emptiness into a shattered copper mirror that reflected countless figures clad in black robes, grinning malevolently across different dimensions. Ashu's silver hair danced without wind, the bell of terminus hovering above her head, its body adorned with swirling dragon patterns of time that suddenly contorted into serpentine shapes. She forcefully reversed the flow of the river of time, ensnaring 3 spores within a temporal prison of golden light. Yet, the spores within the cage resembled gluttonous beasts devouring time itself, consuming the luminous stream entirely, morphing into 3 chaotic monstrosities with skeletal wings sprouting from their backs. Each beast's eyes flickering with images of Ashu's decay to the point of rot. Xing's primal heaven sword let out a mournful wail, as the celestial tree pattern on the blade became entangled with dark purple vines. She delved her consciousness deep into the sword's essence, only to witness the chaotic spores transforming into countless tiny insects, gnawing at the roots of the tree. As she swung her sword towards the spores, the sword energy sliced through the air, conjuring myriad phantoms of herself simultaneously wielding swords, each shadow striking in different directions, as if illustrating countless potential failures. So it was. Chen's chaotic Dao seed surged into frenzied motion, and within the purplish-golden flames, the ethereal image of the celestial tree emerged. He plunged the sword into his own heart, allowing the chaotic spores to burrow into his being through the wound. But at the moment of contact with the Dao seed, they were entirely consumed by the tree's shadow. Ashu activated the bell of terminus, whose chime no longer reversed time, but instead sank her consciousness to the deepest depths of the temporal river, where she beheld the complete plan of the black-robed figures laying out the network of spores, a vast chaotic web enveloping the entire universe. Chapter 135. The blood web binding the Dao pattern and igniting the soul before the thunderous roar of the collapsing chaotic web had faded. The remnants of the black-robed figure's spirit suddenly surged forth from the shards of a dark purple heart, transforming into myriad crimson threads entwined around the shattered remnants of the spores. Did they think that destroying the surface would eradicate the chaos? Such naivety. His voice pierced through the defenses of consciousness like countless sharp needles, causing a Yun's primal eye to instantly fill with blood-red veins, the divination symbols within distorting into grotesque sacrificial totems. Chen swung his chaotic azure lotus axe towards the blood web, yet the axe blade sank into a viscous, tar-like crimson barrier. More bizarrely, from every fissure created by the strike, dark purple tendrils emerged, tightly wrapping around his arms. The surfaces of these tendrils displayed the faces of his former enemies, contorted in agony, crying out, "You are the true embodiment of chaos." Chen's temples throbbed, and the purplish golden flames raged fiercely, refining some of the tendrils into ash. Suddenly, Ashu's bell of terminus began to spin in reverse, rendering the laws of time ineffective within the blood web. With a mere flick of his finger, the black-robed figure caused the dragon patterns of time surrounding her to transform into chains that recoiled upon her, each chain inscribed with the most regrettable moments of her life. "Time is but a plaything for me to toy with you," the black-robed figure sneered, as the chaotic essence seeping from the blood web accelerated her aging. Her once dark hair swiftly turning white, and her skin developing bark-like patterns. Xing drew back her bow, yet the arrow disintegrated into powder as it neared the blood web. With a furious cry, she fully melded her consciousness into the sun-shooting divine bow, and the celestial tree patterns upon the bow ignited with golden flames. However, the black-robed figure waved his hand, and suddenly, countless blood-colored arrows emerged from the blood web, each harboring the power to obliterate entire star systems. Yun endured excruciating pain, utilizing the Hunyuan Jade Mirror to decipher the trajectory of the arrows. The divination symbols before his eyes frantically reconfigured, yet all methods of resolution pointed towards a singular, grim conclusion: the demise of 5 individuals. Just as despair engulfed them, a tremor emanated from the depths of the Hunyuan ruins. 9 fragments of ancient steels reassembled, revealing the long-hidden Hunyuan soul-subduing patterns. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Chen, who, disregarding the encroaching chaotic tendrils, forcibly activated the Chaos Dao seed, infusing the inscriptions with his own golden purple blood. A Shui, Ling Er, a Yun, and a Xing also merged their respective powers into the inscriptions, which then erupted in a resplendent blaze, transforming into a colossal golden legal net that surged towards the blood-red web. The figure cloaked in black emitted a roar of defiance as the blood net violently constricted, consuming all stars within a radius of 1 million light-years, converting them into energy to sustain the blood web. The golden legal net collided with the crimson behemoth, unleashing an energy that stripped vast expanses of the cosmos of their substance. Amidst the fierce battle, the figure in black suddenly channeled all his strength into the fragment of his heart, which swelled into a chaotic giant egg, its surface adorned with an intricate array of runes. When the egg shatters, chaos shall return. The colossal egg plummeted rapidly, vanishing into the depths of a black hole within the universe. As the violent shockwaves surged, the others were hurled like disconnected kites across disparate star realms. Chapter 136. Echoes of the Star Abyss, tracing life's path at the moment the chaotic egg descended into the black hole. The gravitational field of the entire universe trembled violently. Chen was flung into a desolate star realm. The chaos Qinglian sword shattered into countless fragments, scattered across a planet's fissured surface. Struggling to rise, he noticed the ethereal silhouette of the Dao tree in his chest dimmed like a flickering flame, while in the distant starry depths, dark purple threads appeared intermittently, reminiscent of a summons left by the giant egg. Shui found herself ensnared within a tumultuous stream of time, the surface of the eternal compass riddled with cracks, and the temporal dragon patterns completely frozen. She attempted to harness the power of the laws, but the flow of time around her alternated between stagnation and rapid acceleration, her hair growing and breaking within moments. Suddenly, the compass emitted a faint resonance, its needle pointing towards the core of the chaos, where a time-eroded dark purple scale floated, bearing the lingering malice of the figure in black. A Yun landed on a mysterious ancient star adorned with divination symbols. The Hunyuan Jade Mirror lost its luster, and all divination symbols shattered into black fragments. He strained to reconstruct the symbols with his mind, only to discover that each fragment reflected the same scene. Deep within the black hole where the chaotic egg had fallen, an altar constructed from dark purple heart fragments stood. At its center, a bloodied scepter was thrust into the ground, with the cosmic eye at its tip sealing the true primordial spirit of the figure in black. Xing fell into a labyrinth composed of fragments of time and space, the sun-shooting divine bow coiling like a stream of light around her wrist. Each attempt to cleave through the fabric of space summoned countless versions of herself from different timelines, each wielding the chaotic war spear of the figure in black. Just as her strength waned, the patterns of the Dao tree on the bow suddenly radiated guiding light, leading her towards the heart of the labyrinth, where a tear from the primordial ancestor of Hunyuan floated, encapsulating the memories of the figure in black's birth. The 5 reunited across the starry river, piecing together the clues each had acquired. Chen gently caressed the dark purple threads entwined around the shattered sword fragments, remarking that these threads had the ability to track the colossal egg. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the threads suddenly surged, transforming into chains that ensnared everyone. Shui wielded the terminal compass to reverse time, only to discover that the threads could self-repair. Ling Er summoned the power of life and death to incinerate them, but the flames were instead devoured by the threads. Yun's pupils abruptly constricted as the primordial eye revealed a shattered hexagram. This was the life lock, which could only be severed by sacrificing one's life as a guide. He bit his fingertip, allowing his essence to drip onto the threads, and the fragments of the hexagram automatically arranged themselves into a formation. Chen, a Shui, Ling Er, and a Xing exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their primal powers into the array. The chains emitted a mournful howl, violently shaking before ultimately shattering. The blood droplets seeping from the broken ends coalesced into a star map pointing towards the chaotic egg. As the group advanced towards the black hole, a chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the cosmos. Those who tread into the abyss shall be eternally submerged at the edge of the black hole. The outline of the dark purple heart fragment altar gradually became clearer, and the surface of the chaotic egg began to crack, revealing a dark aura potent enough to consume all. Chapter 137. The Abyssal Journey Through the Sevenfold Enigmatic Domain at the Edge of the Black Hole. A dark purple aura swirled like boiling molten iron, each fluctuation tearing grotesque rifts in the void. Chen's chaotic Dao seed suddenly trembled violently, and his purplish-golden blood surged through the veins of his arm, coalescing in his palm into an arrow pointing towards the abyss. Something was amiss. The gravitational field of the black hole was interspersed with an unspoken urgency. Just then, a Yun's primordial eye erupted with golden blood, reflecting 7 overlapping silhouettes of ancient cities. Eroded by chaos, suspended deep within the black hole, a Shui swung the terminal compass, as golden chains of temporal law attempted to stabilize the chaotic spacetime. However, as soon as the chains touched the surface of the black hole, they disintegrated into flickering motes of light, merging into the dark purple aura. She furrowed her silver brows. The flow of time here was 1,000 times faster than in the outside world. Before she could finish her thought, Ling Air's celestial repair stone erupted with 5-colored divine light, transforming into a rainbow bridge that pierced through the aura. Chaos spores proliferated madly within the cities. Time was running short. Her voice trembled with the power of life and death, and the phantom of butterfly wings flickered behind her, their scales shimmering with an abnormal gray-purple hue. As the 4 broke through the first 3 cities, a Xing remained trapped in the maze of spacetime. The sun-shooting divine Bao transformed into a stream of light, embedding itself in her brow, and the rings of the Heavenly Dao tree emerged upon her skin. She closed her eyes, delving into the depths of her memories, and finally, guided by the tears of the primordial ancestor, she uncovered the truth of the black-robed man's origin. When the primordial ancestor severed the malevolence, that darkness fell into the river of time, absorbing countless epochs of resentment, ultimately giving birth to the black-robed figure. The root of chaos, it turned out, was a forgotten past. She murmured, as golden flames ignited around her bow, and shards of spacetime reassembled in the fire, forming a path to the core. The 5 reunited before the 4th city, confronted by a bone city floating with myriad chains, each binding the remnants of cultivators corroded by chaos. The voice of the figure cloaked in black resonated through the void. Welcome to the abyss of the 7 sins. To proceed, you must offer what you hold most dear. The chaotic Dao seed within Chen resonated with the chains, causing his body to uncontrollably expand. Ashu's temporal laws were absorbed by the chains, visibly accelerating her aging, and surprisingly, Linger's life and death power was transformed into chaotic energy. Chapter 138. The Battle of the Eye Abyss and the Annihilation of the Source. The dark purple eyes on either side of the staircase simultaneously opened, their ghostly light intertwining in the void to form a prison, ensnaring the 5 individuals tightly. Each gaze was imbued with the power to devour souls, causing a Yun's primordial eye to throb painfully, while the fragments of the divination shattered within the prison, revealing that these eyes were manifestations of the black-cloaked figure's fragmented malevolent thoughts. Be cautious. These are the corporeal embodiments of chaotic origins. Before he could finish, Chen's chaotic Qinglian sword suddenly turned against him, its tip aimed directly at his throat. The purple-gold flames around Chen surged. As he gripped the blade with his hand, blood flowing along its edge. You wish to incite self-destruction through my hand? Dream on. The collision of the chaotic Dao seed and the black-cloaked figure's malevolence was fierce, as visions of the tree of heaven and a dark purple heart emerged within his pupils, engaging in a life-and-death struggle in his consciousness. Ashu wielded the terminal compass, and the light blades forged from temporal laws severed the binding ghostly light. Yet, the remnant soul of the black-cloaked figure oozed through the gaps in the prison, transforming into countless bats that surged towards the chaotic giant egg. A Xing drew her bow, but the arrow was tainted dark purple the moment it was released. She immersed her consciousness into the memories of the primordial ancestor, and the bow, resembling the tree of heaven, suddenly ignited with the fire of creation, transforming the arrow into a golden beam that traversed time and space. Wherever the light passed, the dark purple tendrils vaporized, only to reconstitute into the shadow of the black-cloaked figure upon the surface of the giant egg. Foolish ants! Do you believe such power can shake the chaos? The shadow scoffed, wielding a chaotic war spear that cleaved through space into countless fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Chen transformed the chaotic Qinglian sword into an axe of creation, the complete form of the tree of heaven manifesting within the purple-gold flames. He roared as he struck towards the chaotic giant egg. At the instant the axe blade collided with the war spear, the giant egg exploded violently. And the true form of the black-cloaked figure emerged, grasping a reconstituted staff of primordial Dao fruit. Now that you are aware of everything, you shall remain here forever. The starry-eyed nebula atop the staff wept blood tears, unleashing chaotic tides capable of devouring the universe. At this critical moment, the remnants of the primordial ruins fell from the sky, and the soul-binding patterns transformed into golden chains that ensnared the black-cloaked figure. The 5 cultivators exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their source power into the remnants. A brilliant radiance erupted from the remnants, casting the shadow of the primordial ancestor. My malevolence shall be ended by my own hand. The shadow sighed as it collided with the black-cloaked figure. The chaotic tides clashed violently with the light of creation, causing the universe to begin collapsing under the forces of destruction and rebirth, while the figures of Mo Chen and the others gradually became transparent amidst the radiance. Chapter 139. The Ruins of the Abyss and the Reforging of All Paths. The collision of chaotic tides and the light of creation unleashed a cosmic-level tremor, as the bodies of Mo Chen and the others disintegrated inch by inch within the light. Yet, just as they were on the verge of vanishing, they were enveloped by a glassy whirlpool summoned by the shadow of the primordial ancestor. Fragments of primordial chaos swirl around, interwoven in shades of deep purple and golden radiance, intricately outlining the final memories of the figure cloaked in black. At the heart of the abyssal chasm, an altar constructed from myriad shattered laws lies dormant, housing the malevolent essence severed from the primordial ancestor. This essence, as if the very cosmos were a forge, refines a chaotic power potent enough to overturn the heavenly principles. It is here that echoes of Ashua's voice are violently torn apart by the tumult of time and space, as the terminal compass suddenly erupts with brilliant golden light, revealing a reversed river of time on its face. With her last vestiges of strength, she envelopes the consciousness of those present within, only to witness the culmination of time's reversal, where the figure in black stands atop the abyssal altar, his staff merging with the heart of chaotic origin. Countless dark purple chains intertwine with the stars, dragging the entire star domain into the abyss. Aixing unites her spiritual essence with the sunshot divine bow, igniting the bow's body with the patterns of the heavenly tree into a flame of creation. As she releases an arrow imbued with the power of memory, it transforms into the ethereal shadow of the primordial ancestor at the dawn of creation, cleaving through the chaotic mists enveloping the altar. The figure in black laughs maniacally, his staff unleashing a dark purple blade of light that shatters the ethereal form. Yet, as the blade grazes the gathered souls, the chaotic seed within Mo Chen erupts. Violet golden flames clashing with chaotic power, sending shockwaves that fracture the laws above the abyss. Amidst the brilliance, the remnants of good and evil within the primordial ancestor finally coalesce, transforming into a Dao fruit radiating a lustrous glaze. As the Dao fruit descends into the abyss, the figure in black emits a roar of defiance, his form disintegrating into countless dark purple flecks of light. The chaotic black hole begins to expand in reverse, morphing into a nurturing spring of life, while the shattered heavenly tree rebranches and sprouts anew, its roots delving into every corner of the universe. When the light fades, the abyss transforms into a floating expanse of primordial ruins, cradling myriad laws, and Mo Chen and his companions become 5 stars radiating distinct glows, eternally safeguarding this nascent cosmos. Chapter 140. Celestial Cataclysm and Underlying Currents. 100,000 years later, the heavenly tree at the core of the primordial ruins has grown to pierce the river of stars, with silvery strands of light nourishing countless star domains. The stars formed from Mo Chen and his companions remain suspended at the tree's apex, their starlight intertwining into a protective barrier that firmly suppresses the remnants of chaos beneath the ruins. However, one day, a meteor trailing a dark purple tail breaches the barrier, crashing into the fringes of the universe known as the Eternal Night Star Domain. The cultivators within the Eternal Night Star Domain are struck with terror as they observe the mountain struck by the meteor grotesquely contorting into monstrous visages at a visible pace. Wherever the black liquid seeping from the mountains flows, living beings are transformed into chaotic puppets. Upon receiving this news, ripples suddenly arise within the protective barrier of the primordial ruins. The violet golden star formed from Mo Chen trembles violently, and tendrils of dark purple aura seep through the fissures, undoubtedly the fluctuations of the sealed chaotic origin. Ayun's golden star emits rays of heavenly divination, piecing together a shattered prophecy in the void. As stars fall, the abyss stirs, good and evil divide, the ruin shall collapse. A familiar shadow cloaked in black flashes within the divination, gripping a bloodstained staff of the primordial Dao. The starry eye at its tip reflecting the horrific scene of the eternal night star domain. The azure star of Aixing transformed into a stream of light, merging into the tree of the heavenly path, as she sought to uncover the truth from the spirit of the tree. Yet, from deep within the trunk, a suppressed roar echoed. The malevolent thoughts have not yet dissipated. The seal of the abyss is weakening. At that moment, the eternal night star domain had morphed into a colossal altar, surrounded by countless chaotic puppets dancing and chanting ancient, malevolent incantations. In the center of the altar, the remnants of a figure cloaked in black slowly coalesced from fragments of meteors, grinning menacingly towards the direction of the primordial ruins. Did you think sealing me would allow you to rest easy? 100,000 years is ample time for me to secretly reconstruct my physical form. With a wave of his staff, a fissure opened beneath the altar, revealing the pulsating heart of chaotic essence from the depths of the abyss. At that moment, the 5 stars of Chen shone brilliantly, transforming into 5 streams of light that surged toward the eternal night star domain. Upon their arrival at the altar, they discovered that the figure in black had fused with the chaotic puppets, each puppet's visage bearing a resemblance to the 5. Taste the flavor of your own power rebounding. The figure in black commanded the puppets to attack, as chaotic power entwined with the illusory forms of the 5, unleashing a cataclysmic storm in the void. Not good. He aims to break the seal. Flames surged around Chen as he forcefully severed his resonance with the remnants. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the abyss. A dark violet beam pierced through the cosmic firmament, and the tree of the heavenly path in the primordial ruins began to shake violently, shedding countless fragments of law, heralding the slow unveiling of a crisis capable of upending the universe. Chapter 141. The abyss materializes the Dao fruit, covered in dust. As the chaotic azure lotus sword tore through the remnants of the figure in black, the void of the eternal night star domain bizarrely solidified into a mirror-like surface. Reflected within was a scene from the depths of the abyss. Countless dark violet giant hands, entwined in chains, broke through the earth, scratching the void with web-like fissures. Rising slowly was a figure composed of billions of chaotic essences, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god, with half a Dao fruit embedded in its forehead. This is dire. The remnants of the figure in black were merely bait. Ayun's golden star flickered violently, as the rays of the heavenly path's hexagram frantically reconfigured in the air, only to be obliterated upon contact with the demon god's form. This was the projection of the abyss's master, whose true body had likely reached the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Before the words could escape, the demon god's 3 vertical pupils simultaneously erupted with crimson light, causing stars at the edge of the eternal night star domain to plummet towards the abyss, as if being pulled by an invisible hand, melting into a torrent of boiling stellar cores midair. Aixue's silver-white star manifested fine cracks upon its surface. She forcefully reversed the flow of the river of time, and the demon god was ensnared by the time chains of the reverse flow, pulling her own power of law back towards itself. He could manipulate the direction of time. Aixue's hands stained with blood, the time prison disintegrated within the swirling vortex of reverse time, as the imprisoned chaotic puppets, enveloped in black lightning, surged towards the remaining 4 like a swarm of locusts. Aixing's azure star, transformed into a light sword, suddenly emitted a mournful wail, as the power emanating from the tree of the heavenly path flickered like a candle in the wind under the pressure of the demon god. She gazed towards the direction of the primordial ruins, witnessing a dark green sap seeping from the cracks of the main trunk of the tree. The once nourishing silver threads of light rain had now turned into a corrosive miasma that decayed all. The tree spirit was burning its essence to combat the encroachment. Tears welled in Aixing's eyes as she infused her own Dao rhythm into the light sword, which blossomed with a final glimmer of azure light. The ink-dark, golden-hued stars erupted with an unprecedented radiance, awakening the ancient patterns inscribed upon the chaos azure lotus sword, which transformed into 9 colossal golden dragons soaring into the heavens. Yet, the demon god merely waved his staff, adorned with the primordial Dao fruit, and the 9 dragons disintegrated inch by inch within the chaotic aura. The starry vertical pupils upon the fragments of the Dao fruit suddenly locked eyes with Chen, causing the golden flames enveloping him to ignite in reverse, scorching his very soul. Thus, the demon god's 3-fold voice thundered, echoing like the roar of lightning. In the past, the 5 primordial saints unified to suppress the abyss, each infusing their Dao seeds into this vessel. Today, I shall devour your power, along with the entirety of the primordial ruins. As his words fell, The colossal altar of the eternal night star domain collapsed, transforming into countless chains that ensnared Chen and his companions. The chains bore the ghastly visages of the fiends they had previously vanquished, emanating chilling laughter. At this crucial moment, a melodious phoenix cry resonated from the depths of the primordial ruins. A figure of crimson and gold shattered the seal of the celestial tree, revealing the ancient phoenix god, who had been ensnared in slumber. As she unfurled her wings, the purifying flames of karma surged forth, severing the chaotic chains. Fellow Taoists, guided by your stars, I shall activate the ancient god formation. The ancient phoenix goddess ignited with 9 colored flames, resonating in harmony with the 5 stars of Chen. The 5 companions gritted their teeth, channeling the power of their stars, sketching the outline of the ancient sealing formation in the void. However, the abyssal demon god emitted a derisive laugh, embedding the remnant of the primordial Dao fruit into his brow, plunging the entire cosmos into darkness. When light returned, they were horrified to discover that the core of the sealing formation had been replaced with a dark purple chaotic altar, through which their Dao seed powers were continuously siphoned into the demon god's being. Chapter 142, The Collapse of Dao Rhythm. United in grief, the 9 colored flames of the phoenix goddess flickered violently, her feathers crumbling one by one. With a fierce cry, she transformed her divine fire into myriad fiery phoenixes, launching them at the abyssal demon god, only to have them consumed upon contact with his form. This is dire. He has absorbed part of the primordial Dao fruit and begun to wield the power of rules. The ancient goddess's voice had barely faded when a thunderous roar of shattering chains echoed from the direction of the abyss. As 12 pairs of dark purple wings sprouted from the demon god's back, where each wing passed, space collapsed into black holes. The azure star transformed into a sword, disintegrated inch by inch, and the last flicker of vitality from the celestial tree was severed by the demon god. She gazed toward the primordial ruins, witnessing the trunk of the celestial tree fracture completely, its canopy's silver threads cascading into a dark, blood-like waterfall, rendering the star domain into emptiness. The tree spirit, Xing, cried out in despair, her Dao rhythm beginning to unravel, dispersing into specks of azure light in the void. The abyssal demon god laughed maniacally, sweeping his hand to shatter the remaining stars of the eternal night star domain, merging their chaotic essence into his being. So-called primordial saints are not but this. The remnant of the primordial Dao fruit upon the demon god's brow erupted in dazzling brilliance, as the laws of the universe twisted and reconfigured under his control. His gaze swept over Chen and his companions. Now, it is time to claim your Dao seeds. Chen, straining against the fragmentation of his soul, summoned forth the last shimmer of his golden stars. He brandished the chaos azure lotus sword, and the phantasmal images of the 9 dragons coalesced once more, albeit considerably dimmed. Even if it costs this body, I shall not allow you to succeed. He let out a thunderous roar, and 9 colossal dragons surged toward the demon god, only to be compressed into a singular chaotic orb upon touching the tips of his fingers. Just as despair enveloped the onlookers, a transcendent chime resonated from the depths of the primordial ruins. A figure clad in white emerged, shattering the void, cradling an ancient bronze lamp. To their astonishment, even the Lord of the Abyss had been released. The figure in white sighed softly as the bronze lamp radiated a gentle glow, causing the chaotic aura to gradually dissipate in its illumination. My 5 companions, allow me to lend you a hand. Upon seeing the bronze lamp in the hands of the white-clad individual, the demon god of the abyss finally exhibited a flicker of seriousness. The ancient chaotic lamp? You are still alive. He swung his scepter, embedded with fragments of the primordial Dao fruit, unleashing countless dark purple beams toward the figure in white. Unperturbed, the figure gently swayed the bronze lamp, transforming its light into myriad chains that ensnared the beams entirely. Lord of the Abyss, you were sealed away in the past. Today, it is time for you to return to silence. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the 5 companions of Chen forcibly gathered their remaining strength, sketching a new formation in the void. However, the demon god of the abyss suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, his chaotic aura surging wildly as he began to forcibly merge the remnants of the primordial Dao fruit. The cosmic space began to unravel, and from countless fissures in time and space, even more powerful chaotic beings emerged, heralding the onset of a true apocalyptic catastrophe. Chapter 143. The lamp guides the remnant souls to defy fate and alter destiny. The gentle light of the ancient chaotic lamp collided with the ominous dark purple malevolence of the demon god, causing the void to shatter like fragile glass, cascading downwards. From the sleeves of the figure in white flew 36 golden runes, which formed the ancient heavenly seal of demon suppression in the void. Wherever the runes passed, The chaotic beings emitted piercing cries, disintegrating into nothingness. Yet, the fragment of the primordial Dao fruit embedded in the demon god's forehead suddenly erupted with blood-red light, scorching the heavenly seal of demon suppression into charred remnants. This is bad. He intends to forcibly refine the Dao fruit. A Yun's golden starlight dimmed nearly to extinction, as the heavenly divination rays twisted into a grotesque character for death. Should he succeed in his fusion, the entire primordial universe would be doomed to become a chaotic purgatory. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than the demon god unfurled 12 pairs of luminous wings, each tip coalescing dark purple thunderbolts that rained down upon them. Wherever the thunder passed, the space was annihilated into nothingness, even tearing through the light of the ancient chaotic lamp. Ashua's silver-white stars shattered completely, transforming into myriad streams of light that flowed into her being. Her white hair danced unbidden, and the laws of time around her spiraled into a vortex, as she forcibly seized the moment when the thunder struck amidst the tumultuous flow of time. Quickly, attack him with the Dao fruit. I can only maintain this stasis for 3 breaths. Her delicate hands were marred with cracks, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, as the effort to sustain the temporal stasis brought her soul to the brink of collapse. In a moment of dire urgency, the shattered azure star of Ashing suddenly erupted with azure light. The last remnant of the tree spirit of the heaven Dao transformed into a verdant light butterfly, coiling around her wrist to form a vine-like bracelet. With my residual spirit, I harnessed the remnants of the heaven Dao's might. Ashing brandished the vine, causing the void to crack open, and countless fragments of the laws of the heaven Dao poured forth, piercing toward the demon god like sharpened blades. The demon god roared in fury, his dark purple skin marred by the shards of law. Yet from those wounds, an even greater chaotic power surged forth. The ink-like purple golden stars ignited into a crimson blaze as he forcibly fused the chaotic blue lotus sword with his own Dao seed, transforming himself into a radiant column of purple gold light that surged toward the fragment of the primordial Dao fruit embedded in the center of the demon god's brow. Even if it meant his soul would be shattered, he was determined to eradicate this source of calamity. At the moment the light column collided with the Dao fruit fragment, a piercing roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Chen's soul writhed in excruciating pain as it was torn apart by the chaotic forces, and his Dao seed began to develop fine cracks. The man in white, witnessing this, saw the chaotic ancient lamp in his hand suddenly swell, its wick igniting into a towering flame of gold. Lamp, draw the souls back, defy fate, and alter destiny, he called out softly, as the flames transformed into countless strands of light, entwining around Chen's purple gold column to assist him in breaching the demon god's defenses. Simultaneously, an ancient scroll of fate unfurled from his sleeve, attempting to rewrite the outcome of this calamity in midair. The shattered abyss demon god sensed the threat, and the chaotic aura surrounding him surged violently, beginning to devour the surrounding star domains to augment his power. In the distance, a legion of chaotic beings surged toward the battlefield, while from the direction of the primordial ruins, a stronger dark aura faintly emanated from the shattered remnants of the Dao tree, as the golden flames of the chaotic ancient lamp fused with Chen's purple gold column. They erupted at the demon god's brow in a blinding flash. The fragment of the primordial Dao fruit trembled violently, ancient sealing patterns appearing on its surface as if it sought to break free from the demon god's control. Blood droplets from the man's fingertips fell upon the scroll of fate, and the crimson characters writhed as if alive. The universe is inverted. All beings are but pawns. Is this calamity insurmountable? Suddenly, a torrential blood rain burst forth from the divination, completely obliterating the characters of resolution. A Yun's golden stars emitted their final radiance, as the Dao divination rays pieced together a doomsday tableau in the void. The shattered abyss demon god rent the firmament asunder, and chaos flooded countless star domains, while Chen and his companions disintegrated into ash within the chaotic vortex. It turns out we are all mere pawns in this calamity. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the backlash of the divination rays fracturing his meridians inch by inch. Ashing's wristbound Dao tree vines blossomed with their last vestiges of life, unleashing countless emerald blades that rained down upon the demon god. Yet, as the blades struck, they transformed into black mist upon contact with the shattered abyss runes that suddenly manifested on the demon god's surface. Despairing, she gazed toward the primordial ruins, where the severed Dao tree oozed a black liquid, corrupting everything it touched and causing the entire star domain to begin collapsing. At that moment, the chaotic legion had reached the battlefield's edge. The leading chaotic beast opened its massive maw, unleashing a dark purple beam imbued with apocalyptic power. The man in white's pupils constricted as he wielded the chaotic ancient lamp to shield his companions, the golden flames clashing against the dark purple beam, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Dear friends, this ancient lamp can withstand no more than 10 breaths. Chen's purple-gold column gradually dimmed, and cracks appeared in the chaotic blue lotus sword. As he gazed upon the universe being consumed by chaos, he suddenly laughed toward the heavens. Excellent. What a truly insurmountable calamity. If the Tao intends for our demise, then let us shatter this Tao. He forcibly ignited the essence of his Tao seed, the purple-gold flames around him solidifying into the phantom of a colossal axe. With an earth-shattering momentum, the axe phantom descended upon the shattered abyss demon god. The demon god finally displayed a grave countenance as he swallowed the fragment of the primordial Tao fruit, his chaotic aura surging wildly, transforming into a dark purple shield. However, just as the colossal axe was about to strike the shield, a thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the primordial abyss, and a shadow, even more massive than the demon god, gradually emerged. Chapter 145. The axe splits the chaos. The abyssal master emerges. The phantom of the celestial axe. Enveloping the essence of 5 individuals alongside the power of the ancient chaos lamp, crashed against the dark purple shield of the demon god. The void shattered like a mirror, and the laws of time and space twisted into a vortex under the collision of such terrifying power. The demon god roared, raising both arms as ripples spread across the surface of the shield, which began to concave inward under the pressure of the axe. Just when everyone believed victory was assured, the shadow that had materialized from the depths of the primordial abyss suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing 2 beams of dark golden light that tore through the universe, obliterating the stars in their wake. The shadow slowly raised a hand, and in an instant, countless chaotic chains coalesced in the void, writhing like living beings as they swept toward the battlefield. This is not good. This is the master of the primordial abyss. The man in white was deeply alarmed, as the light of the ancient chaos lamp flickered violently with the approach of the chains. It turned out that the true mastermind behind the Great War 100,000 years ago was not the remnant soul of the man in the black robe, but the long-fallen master of the primordial abyss. He had secretly manipulated the loosening of the abyssal seal, intending to refine the primordial Tao fruit with the power of the assembled individuals and reclaim his peak. The chaotic chains of the abyssal master ensnared the celestial axe, voraciously devouring its contained power, causing the axe's phantom to rapidly fade. Chen's purple golden Tao seed burned to more than half, his soul racked with agonizing pain. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "What if you are the master? Today, I shall still cleave you beneath the axe," forcing the last remnants of his strength. The purple golden flames transformed into a colossal hand, grasping the celestial axe in a desperate attempt to continue the assault. However, the abyssal master merely smiled coldly, raising a hand to unleash a beam of dark golden light that instantly sent Chen flying, the purple golden stars teetering on the brink of collapse under the impact. Shue's silver spear was shredded by the chaotic chains, and the backlash of the laws of time wreaked havoc upon her form, causing her to fluctuate between a child and an old crone. Ling Er's petals of life and death were corroded by the chaotic aura, turning to black ash, and the backlash of the life and death force made her spit out a mouthful of blood, the pink golden stars losing all their radiance. Yun's heavenly hexagram ray was effortlessly crushed by the abyssal master, the fragments of the hexagram transforming into sharp blades that carved numerous wounds upon him. Xing's celestial vine on her wrist was severed by the chaotic chains, the spirit of the tree emitting a final mournful cry as it dissipated into the void. The man in white, sensing the dire situation, wielded the ancient chaos lamp to create a protective barrier around everyone. Yet, with a mere wave of the abyssal master's hand, the chaotic power of the entire universe converged into a colossal fist, crashing heavily against the barrier. The barrier emitted a strained hum, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Everyone, this calamity exceeds our imagination. The man in white's expression grew grave. They had no choice but to expend all their strength to shatter the abyssal master's foundational barrier. At this moment, the colossal altar in the eternal night star domain suddenly illuminated once again, and the remnant soul of the man in the black robe began to coalesce slowly from the ruins. He gazed at the abyssal master, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips. "Master, the Chaos Legion has gathered completely." Before his words faded, countless chaotic behemoths and shadowy demons surged forth from the void, surrounding everyone. The abyssal master looked down upon them, his eyes filled with disdain. "A group of mere ants, daring to shake my throne? Today marks your doom." Chen struggled to rise, his body enveloped in resplendent purple gold flames. Even in death, he vowed to tear a piece of flesh from you. He turned to his companions, his gaze resolute. "My friends, let us fight once more." The other 4 exchanged glances, igniting their life essence. as 5 stars erupted in a final brilliant luminescence. The figure in white took a deep breath, wholly integrating the chaotic ancient lamp and the celestial scroll of destiny into his being, his aura surging dramatically. Very well. Today, let us engage this fallen lord of the ruins in a fierce battle. The 5 of them attacked simultaneously, their powers intertwining with that of the chaotic ancient lamp to form a radiant 7-colored beam directed at the lord of the ruins. The lord sneered, raising his hand to conjure a dark golden shield, poised to intercept their assault. However, just as the beam was about to make contact with the shield, a melodious phoenix cry resonated from deep within the depths of the chaotic ruins, as a familiar crimson gold figure broke free from its seal. Propelled by the purifying flames that incinerated chaos, rushing towards the battlefield. The chapter unfolds with the phoenix, reborn from flames, crashing into the fray, enveloped in 9-colored infernos. As she spread her wings, the chaotic miasma melted away like snow in boiling water. Her claws entwined with world-destroying fire that tore through the dark golden shield conjured by the Lord. So it was you pulling the strings all along. The phoenix ancient deity's eyes blazed with fury, her tail feathers unleashing 36 fiery lotuses, each containing the power to shape the world. The Lord's expression shifted subtly as he summoned the abyssal demon to fend off the onslaught of fire lotuses. The dark purple demon opened its cavernous maw, devouring the approaching inferno. Yet upon contact with the phoenix ancient deity's primal power, a bizarre azure-black flame erupted from its surface, the primordial purifying fire. Capable of scorching even chaos, the demon let out a thunderous roar as 12 pairs of luminous wings shattered, transforming into dark purple meteors cascading into the depths of the universe. Seizing the moment, Chen activated the chaotic azure lotus sword, resonating the purple-gold flames with the phoenix ancient deity's primordial purifying fire, coalescing into a chaotic purifying spear that spanned the cosmos. Where the spear pointed, the laws of space reconfigured themselves, birthing countless world-destroying thunderbolts aimed at the Lord. The black-robed specter, witnessing this, hastily commanded the chaotic legion to form the abyssal demon array, where countless contorted faces of demons emerged at the array's core, greedily consuming the thunderbolts. A Yun unleashed the final divination of golden stars, as celestial rays traced the demon-breaking star map in the air. Within the map, the location of the Lord's life gate. The fragment of the primordial Dao fruit nestled within his brow materialized. A Xing wielded the azure with celestial vine, forged from the residual power of the celestial tree. As the vine pierced through the void, aiming directly for the Lord's life gate, the Lord scoffed, dark golden chaotic chains wrapping around his arm, crushing the azure with celestial vine into splinters. In a critical moment, the figure in white ignited the wick of the chaotic ancient lamp, transforming it into a golden beam shooting skyward. Within the beam, numerous ancient chaotic patterns from the primordial era emerged, violently clashing with the abyssal runes on the Lord's body. With the essence of the ancient lamp, break. The figure in white bellowed, as golden patterns pierced into the Lord's being. Suddenly, the Lord erupted with earth-shattering dark golden radiance, causing the entire universe to tremble violently. Not good. He intends to self-destruct the Dao fruit. The phoenix ancient deity's eyes widened, as her 9-colored flames surged, enveloping everyone within their embrace. The master of the void laughed maniacally. Since I cannot seize the complete Dao fruit, let this universe accompany me in my demise. The fragment of the primordial Dao fruit erupted violently, unleashing a dark golden shockwave that surged forth like a tidal wave, reducing star realms to nothingness. As time and space crumbled entirely, the ink-like, purple-gold stars ignited with a brilliance akin to the sun, as he forcefully drove the chaos-purifying spear into the void, its blade radiating myriad beams of light, forming an unassailable shield. Yet, the power of the self-detonation of the Dao fruit was overwhelmingly terrifying, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the shield. At that critical moment, from the dark golden energy generated by the master of the void's explosion, a complete primordial Dao fruit gradually emerged, its surface shimmering with myriad laws, emanating an oppressive force that compelled all beings to submit. In Chapter 147, the manifestation of the Dao fruit, all tribulations converging into one, the primordial Dao fruit rose slowly from the residual shockwaves of the explosion, with countless laws intertwining on its surface to create a resplendent star map. Each halo that flowed forth resonated with the tremors of the universe's essence. The mad self-detonation of the master of the void unexpectedly refined the fragment of the Dao fruit into completeness. As dark golden chaotic energy encircled the Dao fruit like a worshipped relic, yet upon touching the pure essence of the primordial Dao rhythm, it emitted a piercing shriek. This is dire. The Dao fruit is absorbing chaotic power to reshape its form. The gold-starred Ayun trembled violently, as the heavenly signs twisted into a blood-red vortex of warning. Should it fully take shape, the entire universe would be reduced to the shell of the Dao fruit. Before the words faded, the surface of the Dao fruit cracked with a web-like fissure, from which dark golden tendrils emerged, instantly piercing through several star realms and consuming them as pure energy. The phoenix, ancient deity's nine-colored divine fire surged to 3 zhang, its wings stirring up a cataclysmic storm in an attempt to thwart the Dao fruit's voracious consumption. However, the surface of the dark golden tendrils shimmered with residual runes of the Master of the Void. Upon contact, the divine fire transformed into azure smoke. This was the Master of the Void sacrificing their life to fuse the essence of the abyss with the Dao fruit. Her phoenix eyes widened in shock as the fire lotus emitted from her tail feathers was directly absorbed by the tendrils, further solidifying the Dao fruit. The ink-like purple gold stars burned with an unprecedented radiance, resonating with the chaos-purifying spear and his soul, as the purple gold flames erupting from its tip revealed the ethereal shadow of ancient creation. With my Dao seed as a guide, I strike. He expended his last ounce of strength to cleave at the Dao fruit, yet the moment the blade met the dark golden tendrils, it was riddled with countless holes. More terrifyingly, the starry vertical eye at the center of the Dao fruit suddenly opened, emitting a beam of light that shattered the purple gold star at his chest. The silver-white star of a Shui disintegrated entirely as she released the laws of time from the reverse hourglass, forcibly solidifying the entire battlefield's time and space. Nevertheless, the primordial power flowing across the surface of the Dao fruit disregarded the temporal confinement, as the dark golden tendrils penetrated through time and space, entwining around her gradually transparent form. Time was ineffective against it, and she struggled to articulate words, her body beginning to disintegrate under the constricting tendrils. Everyone, lend a hand to our friend in white. The azure star fragment of a Xing transformed into myriad azure wood talismans, wrapping around the surface of the Dao fruit in an attempt to slow its devouring speed. Enduring the excruciating pain of his Dao seed fracturing, Chen infused the remaining purple gold flames into the chaos-purifying spear. Ayun used his life essence as a guide, and the heavenly signs formed a great array in the void to suppress the demon. The phoenix, ancient deity, ignited its essence, with the 9-colored divine fire morphing into chains to bind the Dao fruit. As the crowd exerted every ounce of their strength, the Dao fruit center suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. The figure clad in white was flung out from the brilliance, golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The power of the abyss had already intertwined with the essence of the Dao fruit. Before he could finish his words, the surface of the Dao fruit solidified into a humanoid form, garbed in a dark golden chaotic robe, with a starry vertical pupil at its brow reflecting the annihilation of the entire universe. Chapter 148, Resonance of the Origin. All paths share the sorrow. The dark golden figure materialized from the Dao fruit, and with a sweep of its sleeves, the laws of the universe flickered like a candle in the wind. Its starry vertical pupil scanned the battlefield, causing the magical formation conjured by Ayun to collapse with a resounding crash. The heavenly hexagram rays, upon encountering that gaze, transformed into countless blood-red arrows, turning back to shoot at the onlookers. How could an ant shake a tree and dare to covet the primordial Dao fruit? A deep voice, laden with chaotic pressure, reverberated, causing the spiritual energies of myriad star realms to surge violently. The ancient divine phoenix's 9-colored flames dimmed under the weight of the pressure, its feathers falling one by one. She strained to charge towards the dark golden figure, only to witness it raise a hand in a grasping motion, instantly freezing the entire inferno of the world into an ice sculpture, reflecting her terrified visage within its cold gleam. What of the primordial pure fire? The current Dao fruit had already achieved a perfect amalgamation of chaos and primordial essence. From the palm of the dark golden figure emerged a pitch-black vortex, slowly drawing the ice-encased ancient divine phoenix within. Suddenly, the shattered purple golden star on Chen's chest erupted with residual light. He roared, hurling the chaotic purging spear, its blade slicing through the void only to shatter inch by inch as it approached the figure. The lingering purple golden flames within the spear rebounded against him, branding a grotesque abyssal rune upon his heart. No, he knelt on one knee, his consciousness gradually blurring under the encroaching chaos. Yet in his daze, he glimpsed a familiar specter, the remnants of 5 primordial saints who had fallen 100,000 years ago, slowly emerging from the shattered tree of heaven. A Shui's form became as transparent as crystal, the dark golden tendrils entwining her suddenly constricting. She summoned her final strength to reverse time, only to find the river of time flowing beneath her feet in a bizarre reverse current, draining her life force entirely. So we have been ensnared in its scheme from the very beginning. Her voice faded amidst the chaotic currents of time. The last fragments of the silver-white stars turning to dust. Xing's greenwood talismans were completely consumed by flames. She gazed at the abyssal runes coiling around the surface of the Dao fruit and suddenly bit her tongue, spitting her life essence onto the remaining vines of the Tree of Heaven. Tree Spirit Ancestor, lend me your last breath. The vines surged to a height of 1,000 zhong. Yet upon reaching the dark golden figure, they transformed from emerald green to withered black. Countless chaotic worms emerging from their roots to gnaw at her Dao foundation. The figure in white coughed up golden blood, the celestial scroll of fate lying in tatters. Its scarlet inscriptions corroded into pitch-black incantations by chaotic energy. He suddenly erupted in laughter. What a splendid abyssal primordial body. So this is the true scheme of the Lord of the Ruins. With that, he hurled the nearly extinguished chaotic ancient lamp towards the Dao fruit. In the instant the lamp's base shattered, it released the last purifying force of the chaotic era. Just as the purifying force touched the dark golden figure, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the primordial ruins. The remnants of the 5 primordial saints transformed into 5 beams of light that fused into Chen's body, causing his shattered purple golden star to suddenly reconstitute, revealing at its center a primordial Dao heart radiating a sacred glow. Meanwhile, the absorbed phoenix, ancient deity, and the powers of the laws wielded by Shui and others transformed into a resplendent river of stars under the resonance of their Dao hearts, surging towards the dark golden figure. In the moment the primordial Dao heart blossomed, a radiant purple golden light erupted from Chen, piercing through the chaotic gloom. The ethereal shadows of 5 saintly souls materialized behind him, each grasping an ancient artifact that epitomized the realms of time and space, life and death, celestial secrets, flora, and chaos. For the first time, the dark golden figure revealed a look of astonishment, as the starry eye at its brow trembled violently in response to the essence of the primordial Dao heart, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the complete Dao fruit that had once subdued the abyss 100,000 years prior. Thus, it became clear to Chen as he pierced through the illusion, his voice intertwined with the resonance of the 5 saints, revealing that the primordial Dao fruit was intrinsically dual in nature. The essence of the abyss was not merely an impurity, but rather the missing half of the Dao fruit. As he raised his hand, the purple golden river of stars transformed into chains that ensnared the dark golden figure. The remnants of the chaotic cleansing halberd, drawn forth by the Dao heart, reassembled, the blade swirling with an enigmatic interplay of sacred white and dark purple light. Suddenly, the 9-colored divine flame of the phoenix ancient deity erupted from Chen's Dao heart, incinerating the frozen form into ash. Yet from those ashes, a more formidable embodiment of the fire phoenix was reborn. As she took flight, the world-burning fire transformed into countless fiery butterflies that surged toward the dark golden figure, each wing inscribed with ancient chaotic runes, peeling away the abyssal symbols from its robe. Today, let you witness the true might of the primordial pure fire. A Yun, expelling a mouthful of his vital blood, unleashed the last vestiges of the celestial power from the shattered golden star. The heavenly divination rays intertwined above, forming a colossal compass, with its needles spinning wildly, revealing the location of the dark golden figure's life source, where the primordial Dao fruit resonated with a fissure. Now is the time. He hurled the compass fiercely, the needle transforming into a golden arrow that plunged into the crack. Xing infused the last remnant of the greenwood energy into Chen's Dao heart, as the heavenly tree's vines morphed into verdant chains, wrapping around the ankles of the dark golden figure. With a frail smile, she remarked, in the past, when the heavenly tree absorbed the remnants of chaos, it had already laid the groundwork for this day. The surface of the vines revealed ancient sealing patterns, resonating with Chen's Dao heart, firmly pinning the dark golden figure in the void. The dark golden figure howled in rage, its chaotic aura surging violently, transforming into myriad dark purple dragons that lunged at the group. Yet, Chen, brandishing the chaotic cleansing halberd, resonated with his Dao heart, unleashing the purifying primordial sacred radiance. Wherever the sacred light touched, the dragons wailed and dissolved into motes of light. Even the form of the dark golden figure began to grow translucent. This is impossible. The primordial Dao fruit was meant to be under my dominion. The dark golden figure bellowed in a frenzy, attempting to forcibly merge the Dao fruit with the essence of the abyss. However, Chen's Dao heart suddenly detonated, releasing the full power of the 5 saints, coalescing into a beam of light that surged toward the heavens. Within that beam, the 2 halves of the primordial Dao fruit finally merged, radiating a brilliant light that transcended both chaos and order. In the aftermath of the fused primordial Dao fruit's brilliance, the boundaries of time and space became utterly indistinct. The dark golden figure emitted a reluctant roar as its form began to disintegrate inch by inch, transforming into countless dark purple motes of light, each desperately struggling to reconstitute itself. As the primordial sacred light surged forth like a tidal wave, it purified these luminous points one by one, leaving only the most pristine chaotic energy from the abyssal source. In that very moment, the tree of Heavenly Dao within the primordial ruins seemed to awaken under the influence of a mysterious force. Nourished by the duality of yin and yang, it began to rejuvenate at an astonishing pace. The once desiccated trunk gradually regained vitality, and the ancient runes, previously dull and lifeless upon its bark, shimmered anew under the illumination of the yin-yang calamity. As time flowed, the silvery threads of light, cascading from the crown of the tree of Heavenly Dao, once eroded by chaos, began to purify. They fell like a silver waterfall, emanating a powerful force capable of healing all. Wherever this force reached, the star domains ravaged by chaos began to reorganize. The shattered stars, drawn together by this energy, coalesced once more into brand new celestial bodies. The figure in white gazed upon this spectacle, and the tattered scroll of fate in his hands suddenly mended itself. The crimson inscriptions radiating a renewed brilliance. Primordial returns to its rightful place. Eternal tribulations conclude, a new era begins, and the great Tao endures. He sighed deeply, gently casting the ancient chaotic lamp towards Chen, declaring, "This lamp rightfully belongs to the one who truly masters the essence of the primordial Tao. Now that it has returned to its rightful owner, my mission is complete." As his words faded, his form gradually became translucent, dissolving into specks of golden light that scattered across the cosmos. Chen received the ancient chaotic lamp, its wick igniting spontaneously, illuminating the entire universe. Armed with the chaotic purifying spear and standing upon a rainbow cloud formed by the powers of 5 saints, he overlooked this rejuvenated cosmos. At this moment, he was no longer merely Chen. He had become the primordial sovereign, infused with the essence of the primordial Tao, the powers of the 5 saints, and the ancient chaotic lamp. With resolute eyes, Chen tightened his grip on the chaotic purifying spear. He understood that the responsibility of safeguarding the universe now rested upon his shoulders. Turning to the newly reformed Shui, Ling Er, a Yun, and a Xing, the 5 exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes filled with unwavering determination for the future. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall face them together. Chen's voice echoed throughout the universe, declaring, "This time, we shall not allow chaos to rampage." As his words resonated, a gentle yet powerful light materialized above the primordial ruins, silently guarding this nascent universe. Chapter 151. Echoes of the Abyss and the Rift in Time and Space. The ripples caused by the protective barrier of the primordial guardian had yet to settle when Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed an eerie resonance emanating from the depths of the cosmos. It was the dark violet essence of the abyssal source, inexplicably recoalescing in an unknown dimension, transforming into countless tiny eyes that peered through the void, scrutinizing the reborn universe. "This is not good." A Yun's fingers, engaged in divination, suddenly bled, and the heavenly hexagrams at her brow flickered wildly. The abyss had not been entirely vanquished. It was leveraging the temporal tremors of the universe's reboot to reconstitute itself at the quantum level. Before she could finish, the rainbow cloud beneath the 5 quaked violently, the entire space resembling a shattered mirror, as countless cracks spread from the edge of the universe towards its center. A Xing cried out in alarm. The verdant force entwined around her legs withdrew frantically. "These fissures are siphoning the essence of life," she exclaimed, as the recently revived stars in the cosmos began to dim, and the newly sprouted flora withered rapidly. With gritted teeth, Chen hurled the ancient lamp of chaos into the sky, its wick instantly blossoming into a towering beam of light, incinerating the tendrils into mere dust. Yet, as the light extinguished, a chilling laughter emanated from the depths of the rift. The primordial sovereign? Merely a thief who has pilfered the essence. A shadowy figure emerged from the fissure, enshrouded in the fragmented laws of time and space. Its visage was indistinct, save for a dark golden crystal embedded in its forehead, unmistakably a shard of the destroyed primordial Tao fruit. "I am the projection of the abyssal will, a parasite of this universe destined to be obliterated with the old epic. Your desperate attempts at revival only hasten your demise." The shadow raised a hand in a phantom grasp, and Chen and his companions felt their hearts tremble, the power bestowed upon them by the 5 saints gradually waning. Suddenly, the starry bracelet on Shui's wrist erupted with dazzling silver light, her form transforming into a streak of brilliance as she traversed the rift. Chen, These rifts are artificially created temporal anchor points. We must destroy the core. With a fierce swing of his halberd, Chen cleaved through the shadow's assault, his consciousness surging like a tide, eventually uncovering a foul-smelling black altar amidst the myriad of interwoven rifts. At its center floated a pulsating dark purple heart, each beat warping the very fabric of space. Oh, so it is, Chen sneered, as the chaos-purifying halberd ignited in a spectrum of flames. You intend to harness the tremors of time and space to drag the entire universe into the abyss. Yet, it seems you have forgotten that the halberd's tip suddenly manifested 5 phantoms, each embodying the power of the 5 saints. What I wield is the primordial Dao fruit that transcends singular laws. As the blade of the chaos halberd descended upon the altar, the universe emitted a mournful wail. In the instant the dark purple heart exploded, countless rifts began to collapse inward, while the shadow let out a piercing scream. Do you think you've won? The true abyss cannot be countered even by the primordial Dao fruit. Before the echoes faded, the shadow transformed into a purple mist, seeping into the depths of the universe's dark matter. Chapter 152. The strange transformation of dark matter and the emergence of the abyssal palace. The protective barrier of the primordial ruins quaked violently, fissures resembling spider webs spreading across its surface. Chen, wielding the ancient lamp of chaos to suppress the surroundings, observed as the dark ocean of matter in the universe began to churn. Countless dark purple threads emerged from the void, akin to greedy tendrils, silently entwining around newly birthed stars. A young celestial divination flashed wildly at his brow, suddenly spewing forth a mouthful of golden blood. Not good. The dark matter is tainted by the abyssal will and is taking on physical form. Before the words could fully escape, the entire starry expanse inverted. The once azure nebula contorted into grotesque visages, and within the dark purple vortex of energy, a palace exuding a stench of decay slowly materialized. The palace columns were adorned with bizarrely shaped ancient demonic figures, and viscous, blood-like liquid flowed from the glazed tiles, each droplet eroding the void into unfathomable black holes. Above the palace's plaque, 3 ancient characters radiating a ghostly light slowly emerged. Abyssal Palace. Chen, grasping the chaos-purifying halberd, its tip ablaze with 9 colored flames, commanded. A Shui, stabilize the space with the others. A Yun, deduce the palace's weaknesses. Ling Air and a Xing, use the powers of life and death along with the verdant energy to combat the encroaching corruption. With the combined voices of the 5 saintly phantoms roaring in unison, they merged into the halberd, and Chen surged forth like a supernova on the brink of explosion, charging towards the main hall of the Abyssal Palace. As he approached the palace, Chen suddenly sensed a complete disruption in the laws of time and space. The once straight spearhead bizarrely curved, lunging towards him. His pupils contracted sharply, and he hastily channeled the power of the primordial Dao fruit to barely stabilize his form. From the shadows came the cold, mocking laughter of the abyssal will. Primordial sovereign? In my celestial palace, all laws are mere toys in my hands. With a thunderous crash, the grand doors of the palace swung open, and 12 statues of demonic deities, each wielding a dark golden spear, stepped forth. They were enveloped in shattered celestial runes, and with each step they took, swirling voids of devouring dark matter erupted beneath their feet. Chen bellowed, transforming the chaotic, purifying spear into countless beams of light, only for them to be peculiarly absorbed upon contact with the demonic figures, inadvertently amplifying their might. These statues were forged from tainted primordial essence. A Yun, from behind, shouted anxiously, ordinary attacks will only enhance their power. Upon hearing this, Chen's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly hurled the chaotic ancient lamp into the sky. The flame of the wick erupted, sketching a colossal Taiji diagram against the starry expanse. He channeled all his strength, infusing the powers of the 5 saints along with the primordial Dao fruit. In that case, let us shatter this malevolent entity with pure chaotic force. The Taiji diagram descended with a thunderous crash, eliciting unwilling roars from the 12 demonic deities. However, just as they were on the verge of disintegration, a dark purple beam of light shot forth from the depths of the abyssal celestial palace, consuming the remnants of the demonic figures. The palace doors swung open once more, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a skull crown. In his grasp was the ethereal image of the primordial Dao fruit, composed of dark matter. Chapter 153. The ethereal fruit devours the Dao patterns in ruin. In that instant, as the figure in the black robe stepped forth, Chen's primordial Dao fruit resonated violently. The ethereal image of the primordial Dao fruit, formed of dark matter, was covered in a myriad of reversed ancient Dao patterns, each seemingly mocking the true essence of primordial power. The robed figure waved his hand lightly, and the remnants of the 12 demonic deities transformed into a swirling mass of purple-black mist, coalescing into an immense net that ensnared Chen and his companions within its center. The primordial Dao fruit is meant to be the nourishment of the abyssal chasm. The voice of the robed figure was like 1,000 blades scraping against metal. Within the hollow eye sockets of the skull crown, 2 clusters of eerie blue flames danced wildly. Did you think that merging the powers of the 5 saints would enable you to contend with the abyssal origin? Such naivety. As he spoke, the ethereal image in his hands suddenly expanded, and within the dark purple halo, countless minuscule black holes began to devour the surrounding stars. Chen roared in fury, transforming the chaotic, purifying spear into 9 streaks of light. Wherever the spear blades passed, the very fabric of space shattered. Yet, when the spear's brilliance met the ethereal image of the dark matter primordial Dao fruit, it was entirely absorbed, causing even more distorted Dao patterns to manifest upon its surface. Yun, with bloodied fingers from calculations, felt the ominous fluctuations of the celestial hexagrams flickering violently on his brow. This is dire. The ethereal image is countering our attacks. It is imitating the true primordial Dao fruit. Xing's legs surged with verdant power, striving to carve a path of vitality through the massive net, only to see the robed figure sneer and raise his hand. Upon the glazed tiles of the abyssal celestial palace, thick crimson liquid suddenly transformed into myriad blood-colored serpents. Bearing their fangs as they lunged towards Xing's gaze sharpened, and the ancient chaotic lamp soared into the sky, its wick unleashing a brilliant beam of light that temporarily repelled the colossal python. Seizing the opportunity, the figure in the black robe pressed the illusory shadow down towards the ground. The entire abyss star palace began to tremble violently, dark matter surging like a tide, coalescing beneath the feet of the onlookers into a colossal altar. Upon this altar, inverted primordial patterns formed an eerie formation, and his companions felt as if their Dao hearts were ensnared by an invisible hand, the power bestowed by the 5 saints beginning to uncontrollably leak away. The figure in the black robe laughed heartily. Feel this. This is the true power of the abyss, distorting the real with the false, consuming the tangible with the intangible. In a moment of imminent crisis, suddenly closed his eyes. His consciousness delved deep within, where the core of the primordial Dao fruit was engaged in a fierce clash with the leaking power. A knowing smirk curled upon his lips. The so-called imitation was merely a clumsy mimicry. The true primordial Dao fruit could not be suppressed by an illusion. When he reopened his eyes, multicolored light flickered within, and the chaotic purity spear erupted in size, revealing the authentic primordial patterns upon its blade. However, just as the illusion was on the verge of complete dissolution, the figure in the black robe abruptly removed his skeletal crown. Within the crown, a dark purple heart pulsed wildly, its surface inscribed with patterns identical to those of the primordial Dao fruit within. Do you sense it? The figure in the black robe rasped, his withered fingers piercing the heart, dark purple blood dripping from his fingertips and coalescing into a distorted human face in the void. This heart is the dark side stripped from you during your fusion with the primordial Dao fruit, as it resonated with the essence of the abyss. Before he could finish his words, the heart suddenly exploded, countless dark purple specks flooding into sea of consciousness. A's legs transformed with an eerie vigor, vines entwining around her neck, as a hoarse voice emerged from his lips. Why struggle? The primordial Dao fruit is meant to assimilate with the abyss. The light of the chaotic ancient lamp flickered ominously within the dark purple mist, its wick seeping a black, oily substance, tainting the entire starry sky with a foreboding hue. S body trembled violently, the 9 colored flames upon the chaotic purity spear reigniting. He swung the spear fiercely at himself, dark purple blood gushing forth, yet upon touching the primordial Dao fruit, it was instantaneously purified into golden specks. So it is. He lifted his gaze towards the figure in the black robe, clarity returning to his eyes. You wish to control the primordial Dao fruit through my heart's demons. But alas, the 5 spectral saints unleashed a thunderous roar, their voices reverberating as if capable of shattering the void, instilling fear in all. Their figures trembled violently in the air, then transformed into 5 chains of myriad colors, resembling 5 great dragons. Their claws poised to strike at the remnants of the dark purple heart. Witnessing this, resolutely plunged the chaotic purity spear into the ground. In an instant, radiant primordial light burst forth from the spear's blade, intertwining with the glow of the chaotic ancient lamp, akin to a sun gradually rising in the starry sky. These 2 formidable forces resonated with one another, forming a vast purification array in the cosmos. The illumination within the array surged like a tidal wave, continuously sweeping towards the remnants of the dark purple heart. Just as the figure in the black robe faced despair, he suddenly observed the glazed tiles of the Abyss Star Palace beginning to peel away, unveiling the 12 statues of demonic deities beneath. These statues were originally intended to suppress the malevolent forces of the Abyssal Star Palace. However, they have abruptly reversed their stance, ensnaring the figure in the black robe within their midst. The essence of the abyss is but a delusion, a self-deceptive illusion. Chen raised his hand, grasping at the air, as the dark purple heart within the grand formation emitted a lament of unwillingness. The true Dao fruit of chaos could not tolerate even the slightest impurity. As his words fell, a resplendent light erupted from the center of the formation, causing the black-robed figure and the Abyssal Star Palace to disintegrate in the brilliance. Yet, just before the final trace of dark purple energy dissipated, Chen acutely perceived an exceedingly faint wave of mental energy emanating from beyond the cosmos, from an existence far more profound and terrifying than the abyss itself. Chapter 155. The resonance of otherworldly whispers. The aftershocks of the Abyssal Star Palace's collapse had yet to subside when Chen suddenly staggered back a step, the ancient chaotic lamp in his hand trembling violently. A pressure transcending the dimensions of time and space seeped in from the edges of the universe, piercing through the sea of consciousness like a multitude of ice spikes. In his pupils, the transformations of the entire starry sky were reflected. The surface of newly born stars began to manifest bizarre runes, and the far-off nebulae twisted into spiral vortices. More disconcertingly, from the depths of the cosmos came a sound akin to the snapping of a string, each note reverberating with such intensity that it nearly shattered the ethereal images of the five saints. This heralded the resonance of all realms. Yun's heavenly divination spiraled frantically at her brow, golden symbols exuding wisps of dark energy, as an existence surpassing the laws of this universe tore through the dimensional barriers. Before her words could conclude, the starry bracelet on Shue's wrist erupted in blinding silver light, countless star trails cascading from the bracelet, intertwining above their heads to form an ephemeral protective shield. Yet, the instant the shield encountered that oppressive force, it emitted a sound akin to shattering glass. Chen gripped the chaotic, purifying halberd tightly, its blade ablaze with 9 colored flames, which, upon contact with the pressure, inexplicably transformed to a ghostly blue. His consciousness expanded like a tide, and he glimpsed indescribable visions beyond the cosmic membrane. A multitude of fantastical worlds floated in the chaos, among which one pitch-black realm drew nearer, its surface adorned with countless gigantic skeletons, each bearing a dark purple crystal embedded in their foreheads. The abyss was merely its projection, Chen murmured to himself, as the Dao fruit within him surged violently, only to find its surface beginning to crystallize into minute ice shards. The power enveloped in that pressure could directly freeze the forces of the laws. Suddenly, the ancient chaotic lamp floated autonomously, its wick swelling into a 100-meter beam, illuminating the widening fissure in the cosmic membrane. From the crack emerged a massive claw, covered in scales, with dark golden liquid coursing between its plates. Each droplet that fell exploded in the void, creating temporal whirlpools. Shue suddenly exclaimed, Chen, the patterns on those scales are identical to the remnants of the heavenly Dao you saw when merging with the Dao fruit. Chen's heart jolted, and his consciousness instantly plunged into the core of the Dao fruit. Deep within the Dao fruit, the ethereal images of the five saints were engaged in a fierce struggle with the dark purple heart demon projected by that oppressive force. Meanwhile, within the depths of his sea of consciousness, memories long sealed began to frantically reassemble, fragments of the divine and demonic war from a millennium ago. The first collapse of the Tree of Heaven, and a prophecy left by a mysterious figure donning a bronze mask. As the massive claw broke through the cosmic membrane, Chen soared skyward, wielding 5 divine weapons. Behind him, 5 ethereal figures of saints transformed into radiant halos, each beam encapsulating the quintessence of distinct laws. The ancient chaotic lamp spun wildly at the center of these halos, its wick no longer emanating light, but instead unleashing chaotic flames imbued with the essence of the Tao. Come forth, whether you are an otherworldly demon or a foe of the heavenly path. Today, in the name of primordial unity, I shall sever the shackles of fate. Chen's roar resonated throughout the cosmos, and deep within the fissure, that pair of crimson vertical pupils finally opened wide. Chapter 156. The Retrogression of Causality and the Remnant Soul of the Ancient God. Alas, this is an attack on the fabric of causality. Yun's calculations collapsed in an instant, the heavenly runes scattering like butterflies, rewriting the very foundation of our existence. Before her words could finish, her form abruptly became translucent, as if being erased from the annals of history. Xing's legs, entwined with the power of verdant wood, shrank violently. the vines losing their emerald hue and transforming into white bones, while dark purple maggots emerged from the once vibrant roots, voraciously gnawing at her Dao foundation. Chen's consciousness surged with tumultuous waves, countless fragments of memory being forcibly stripped away. He witnessed himself dissolving into nothingness, the five saints dissipating into chaos, even the heavenly tree of the primordial void withering into ashes. Yet, in the deepest recesses of the memory vortex, a faint azure light suddenly flickered, a remnant soul of the phoenix, ancient god lingering before its rebirth. With the blood of my ancient divinity, I shall reverse the decree of the heavenly fate. The azure light transformed into a fiery phoenix silhouette, engulfed in the true fire of the ancient sun. As the phoenix spread its wings, it smoothed the distorted threads of causality, allowing a Yun's gradually translucent form to regain substance, while the maggots feasting on Xing's vitality were incinerated to ash. Seizing the opportunity, Chen activated the primordial Dao fruit, reconstituting the five divine weapons into the chaotic, purifying spear, ancient causality patterns emerging upon its blade. A Shui. Initiate the stellar guardian's starfall formation. Chen hurled the chaotic ancient lamp into the sky, its wick erupting in brilliance, transforming into a colossal funnel. Ling Air, a Xing, intertwined the powers of life and death into a net to ensnare the escaping entities. A Yun utilized the heavenly divination to calculate the trajectory of the crystals. The five unleashed their full power simultaneously. A Shui's stellar trajectory formed a vast galactic net in the void. Ling Air's life and death energy morphed into black and white chains. A Xing's verdant vines wove into a lush dome, while a Yun's divination manifested as a golden compass guiding their direction. The light of the chaotic ancient lamp merged with the powers of the five, coalescing into a protective shield that obscured the heavens. At the moment the dark purple crystal collided with the shield, it erupted with brilliance surpassing that of a supernova. Yet amidst the violent explosion, Chen keenly discerned within the crystal's depths countless humanoid figures submerged in dark purple liquid, each bearing a skull mark akin to that of the robed figure. These crystals serve as incubation chambers for otherworldly beings. Chen's pupils constricted as the chaotic purifying spear erupted into myriad beams, shattering the crystals poised to breach the shield. However, at the instant the last crystal exploded, a peculiar mental wave infiltrated his consciousness. Primordial ants, do you truly believe you can withstand the tide of eternal calamity? When the seventh erosion source core awakens, it will herald the return of all realms to the void. The shield trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Chen gazed at the unhealed fissures on the cosmic membrane, from which a somber horn sounded, echoing like the mournful wails of souls from an ancient battlefield. He gripped the chaos-purifying spear tightly, the essence of the primordial Dao swirling vehemently within him, as the ethereal figures of the five saints coalesced behind him once more. This time, not only was he tasked with safeguarding the primordial ruins, but he also sought to unveil the enigmatic veil of the outer realms and thwart the so-called tide of eternal calamity. Chapter 157. The Eclipsed Source Star Core. Harbinger of eternal calamity. A deep, resonant sound of a horn reverberated through the cosmic membrane, the fissures oozing dark purple mist that crystallized into a twisted totem in the void. The chaos-purifying spear in Chen's grasp suddenly emitted a low hum, as the Dao patterns upon its blade resonated with the totem, coalescing a drop of dark golden blood at its tip, an intrinsic force of the primordial Dao instinctively spilling forth in response to impending danger. The seventh eclipsed source star core, a Yun's heavenly divination symbol, whirled frantically at her brow. Within the star map formed by the divination, 7 pitch-black whirlpools were quietly manifesting in different star domains. Should they awaken completely, the spiritual essence of the entire universe would be siphoned away, transforming into sustenance for the nourishment of the outer realms. Before her words could settle, a nearby star domain erupted with blinding violet light, revealing a black planet covered in grotesque growths, its surface entwined with countless dark purple veins, ravenously devouring the radiance of surrounding stars. The 5 ethereal figures of the saints surrounding Chen roared in unison, transforming into 5 radiant pillars of light that surged skyward. He thrust the chaos ancient lamp fiercely into the void, and the wick no longer emitted mere light, but a torrent of flames ignited with the patterns of the primordial Dao. With the essence of the primordial Dao as a catalyst and the power of the 5 saints as a conduit, Chen bellowed, merging the fiery torrent with the 5 colored pillars, creating a colossal purifying barrier that enveloped the eclipsed source star core. Yet, just as the barrier was on the brink of obliteration, the grotesque growths on the star core suddenly burst open, scattering countless dark purple spores. This is dire. These spores will parasitize the interiors of the stars. A Yun's fingers, stained with blood from her calculations, revealed a web of cracks upon the heavenly divination symbol, indicating that all spores must be eradicated within 12 hours. Otherwise, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar as the entire starry expanse began to tremble violently. The fissures in the cosmic membrane widened rapidly, and a colossal, scaled eye emerged from the rift, its pupils swirling with dark golden light, mirroring the essence of the primordial Dao within Chen. So it is. Chen clenched his bloodied fist, his consciousness sinking into the depths of the primordial Dao fruit. At the core of the Dao fruit, the remnants of the ancient phoenix deity flared to life, transforming into a streak of azure light that merged into his consciousness. In an instant, a multitude of long-forgotten memories surged forth from the ancient times, when 7 eclipsed source star cores had descended, and the tree of Heavenly Dao had exhausted its essence to protect the universe. The 5 ancient deities had fought to seal the outer realms, and he was, in fact, the last hope crystallized at the moment of the tree's fall. In this life, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat. An overwhelming aura of destruction erupted from Chen, as the chaos-purifying spear split into 5 distinct divine artifacts, each corresponding to the laws of the 5 elements. He stood upon clouds formed from the power of the 5 saints, soaring towards the star domain besieged by dark purple spores. With each swing of the divine artifact, he purified swathes of the starry sky, yet as the purification range expanded, his complexion grew increasingly pale. Those spores were devouring his foundational essence. When the last spore was annihilated, Chen staggered to one knee. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a second blast of the horn echoed from the depths of the cosmos, heralding the awakening of yet another eclipsed source star core. In the realm beyond, a colossal eye observed all with an icy smirk at the corners of its mouth. The struggles of mere insects merely served to enrich the tide of eternal calamity. Chapter 158, The Soul Remnant Summoning the Reversal of Fate Formation. The fingertips of Chen deeply embedded in the auspicious clouds, as the primordial Dao fruit within him emitted a resonant hum, teetering on the brink of shattering. Just as the oppressive sensation from the source star core grew increasingly heavy, the dormant remnants of the ancient phoenix deity within his consciousness suddenly trembled violently. An ancient golden tome materialized, its pages flowing with archaic runes transcending the boundaries of time and space. A Yun's heavenly trigrams exploded, transforming into a myriad of golden symbols. She bit her fingertip, using her blood as a conduit. The trigrams revealed that the reversal formation must be activated at the confluence of 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. At that moment, the fissure in the cosmic membrane was indeed the perfect location. With great effort, Chen rose, the chaotic purification halberd reconstituting. As the halberd's blade cleaved through the spatial rift, a dark purple whirlwind capable of corroding souls surged forward. As the group stepped into the fissure, the laws of time became utterly chaotic. Chen beheld countless parallel versions of himself. Some were devoured by the source star core, transformed into puppets of the outer realm. Others perished alongside the 5 saints, plunging the universe into eternal darkness. Yet, in the deepest recess, a faint yet resolute light beckoned towards the sole path of survival. Now was the moment. Chen bellowed, channeling all the power of the primordial Dao fruit into the formation's core. A Shui wielded the power of the stars to forge chains that bound the awakening second source star core. Ling Air inverted the laws of life and death to forcibly delay the core's expansion. A Xing's verdant vines formed a cage, ensnaring the escaping dark purple spores. Meanwhile, a Yun utilized the heavenly runes as a quill, inscribing ancient patterns into the void. With each stroke, the cosmic membrane resonated with a low hum. However, the counterattack from the outer realm came unexpectedly. The scaly giant eye suddenly opened, and a dark golden beam pierced through time and space, aimed directly at the heart of the reversal formation. Without hesitation, Chen spread his arms wide, bracing his flesh and blood against the beam. The patterns on his body shattered piece by piece, blood staining the vast emptiness around him. You continue to set the formation, I will hold it back. His voice resonated with determination, as the 5 ethereal saints unleashed a simultaneous roar, transforming into a shield before him. Just as the beam was about to breach the shield, the remnants of the primordial celestial record erupted in a dazzling radiance. An ancient specter emerged from its pages, a woman in white, wielding a heavenly staff, bore a striking resemblance to Chen. My son, with the blood of the mother goddess, I shall lend you my strength. The specter raised her hand, summoning a light shield imbued with the power of creation that collided with the dark golden beam, the resulting energy shockwave shattering the surrounding star domains within a 1,000,000-mile radius. The reversal of Fate 9 Heavens formation was finally completed, merging the primordial powers of the five saints with the heavenly calamity fire within the formation. Chen, enduring excruciating pain, hurled the chaotic ancient lamp towards the formation's core. The wick ignited not with flame, but with a golden blaze burning with the essence of the heavenly laws. Annihilate. With his roar, the golden flames surged toward the source star core, purging the dark purple mist wherever they touched, eliciting a roar of defiance from the outer realm. Yet, the crisis was not averted. From the depths of the universe, the third horn had already sounded, and the remaining 5 source star cores began to stir restlessly. Gazed at the gradually transparent fragment of the Hunyuan heavenly mechanism record in his hand, fully aware that this was merely a fleeting calm before an impending tempest. The golden flames of the 9 heavens array had yet to dissipate, when the entire universe was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. The Hunyuan Dao fruit within began to tremble uncontrollably, fissures spreading across its surface, as if it were on the brink of complete disintegration. He cast his gaze downward at the chaos ancient lamp in his hand, from which a dark purple liquid began to seep, reminiscent of tainted blood. This is dire. The core of the erosion source star is retaliating. A vision of a Yun's heavenly divination re-emerged, now marred by a multitude of black cracks. Absorbent of the array's calamity flames, refining themselves in reverse. Before he could finish his thought, the distant star domain erupted in blinding purple light, heralding the emergence of the third erosion source star core. Its surface writhed with countless faces, each contorted in agony, representing the wails of souls consumed. Let them taste a power they have never encountered. Tore apart his Dao robe, revealing the mark of the phoenix ancient god's rebirth upon his chest. He let out a thunderous roar, as iridescent flames erupted around him, transcending the calamity fire of heaven and earth. This was the Hunyuan calamity fire, a fusion of the 5 saints' power and the essence of the Hunyuan Dao fruit. Where the flames traversed, space disintegrated, time froze, and even the cosmic membrane began to emit wisps of azure smoke. The ethereal forms of the 5 saints coalesced into streams of light and entered his body, causing 5 divine patterns of law to materialize within his pupils. The chaos-purifying glaive was reforged amidst the calamity fire, its blade no longer gleaming with mere light, but flowing with a liquid resonance of the laws of the universe. Break. Swung the glaive towards the third erosion source star core, where the glaive's light passed. Those distorted faces vanished into ashes, and the dark purple veins on the star core hissed in the flames. However, just as the star core was on the verge of disintegration, a deafening roar resonated from the outer realm. A dark golden curtain of light descended, blocking the onslaught of the Hunyuan calamity fire. Ancient characters densely populated the curtain, each imbued with the power to annihilate the heavenly laws. This was the celestial scripture from beyond. A Xing gasped in horror as the verdant force within her legs withered beneath the oppressive weight of the scripture. They intended to overlay their heavenly laws upon our universe. Iridescent flames dimmed momentarily, as he distinctly felt the Hunyuan Dao fruit within him being eroded by the scripture's power. In a critical moment, the fragment of the Hunyuan heavenly mechanism record in his consciousness glowed once more, a mysterious incantation flooding into his mind. With my Hunyuan Dao fruit, I shall reverse the heavenly resonance. Roared, and the iridescent flames around him transformed into a black vortex, devouring the power of the celestial scripture entirely. The chaos-purifying glaive spun wildly within the vortex, its blade coalescing into a beam of light containing the forces of both the positive and negative heavenly laws. Open for me, leaped into the air, and at the moment the blade cleaved through the dark golden curtain, the entire universe let out a mournful cry. The third erosion source star core erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, yet the dark purple energy unleashed surged towards the remaining 5 star cores, amplifying their ominous presence. Deep within the outer realm, upon a throne constructed from countless cores of corroded stars, a mysterious entity slowly rose. He raised his hand to caress the skeletal markings along the edge of the throne, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. How intriguing, truly intriguing. It appears the time has come for me to take matters into my own hands. Chapter 160. The manifestation of the realm lord and the clash of Dao fruits. The tremors of the outer realm rippled outward like waves, causing the cosmic membrane to begin fracturing, while dark golden runes danced like living entities within the crevices. The void beneath them, Chen and his companions suddenly twisted, transforming into a massive maw adorned with sharp spikes. Quick-witted, Yun conjured the heavenly trigrams, forming chains that ensnared them, barely allowing them to evade being devoured. In the distance, the remaining 5 cores of corroded stars aligned. Dark purple energy surged among them, coalescing into a beam of light that pierced the cosmos. This was the ceremonial arrival of the Outer Realm Lord. The residual spirit of the phoenix ancient god exclaimed within Mo Chen's consciousness. Recognizing the runes atop the luminous column as a summoning array, once fully formed, even the Dao fruit of chaos would struggle to contend. No sooner had the words left the spirit's essence than a blinding violet light erupted from the center of the column, revealing a figure clad in dark golden scales stepping forth. His features were obscured, save for a dark purple crystal embedded in his forehead, emanating a pressure that instinctively caused Mo Chen's Dao fruit to tremble. Insignificant ants, daring to obstruct the tide of eternal calamity with remnants of an array? The voice of the realm lord resonated like the simultaneous collapse of countless mountains. With a mere wave of his hand, 5 dark purple beams shot forth towards the cores of corroded stars. The surface of the cores immediately displayed patterns identical to the crystal on his forehead, voraciously siphoning cosmic energy as the spiritual essence of the entire starry expanse began to flow towards the luminous column. Ashue's celestial wrist armor was suppressed to a mere flicker of light, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, "He is forcibly augmenting the power of the cores. If this continues, the universe will be drained into oblivion." Mo Chen's body erupted in vibrant 9-colored flames once more, as the chaos-purifying spear divided into 5 divine weapons, each directed towards his companions. Ashue summoned the power of the galaxy. Ayun deciphered the realm lord's vital pathways. Ling Er reversed the cycle of life and death to bind the luminous column, and Ah Xing stabilized the cosmic foundation with the strength of verdant wood. He clenched the chaos ancient lamp, its wick igniting into flames that transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed war god-s phantom, as I shall shatter his summoning array head-on. The outer realm lord erupted in a thunderous laugh, raising his hand to unleash a dark golden palm print. Wherever the imprint passed, space was effortlessly torn apart like tofu, revealing a chaotic realm roiling with dark purple mist behind it. Mo Chun's 5 divine weapons struck simultaneously, weaving a shield of elemental laws. Yet upon contact with the palm print, they disintegrated inch by inch. He stifled a groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he fiercely channeled the power of the Dao fruit into the chaos ancient lamp. Chaos calamity fire, scorching heaven and boiling seas. Mo Chun bellowed as he hurled the ancient lamp. The flames ignited from the wick, transforming into a firebird that obscured the sky. As its wings swept through, the patterns on the surfaces of the corroded stars began to distort. The outer realm lord's pupils narrowed, the crystal on his brow radiating blinding light as he raised his hand, conjuring a dark purple sphere, its surface swirling with law-bound energy, remarkably akin to Mo Chen's Dao fruit. Petty tricks, daring to showcase your skills before me? The dark purple sphere collided with the firebird, unleashing an energy storm that obliterated the surrounding star realms. Mo Chun felt the fractures of his Dao fruit rapidly widening, while the outer realm lord approached with deliberate steps, leaving dark golden footprints in the void with each stride. In his grasp, the dark purple sphere gradually solidified, revealing itself to be a complete extraterrestrial Dao fruit. Chapter 161. The initial emergence of Dao fruit's residual waves. The tremors of the universe had not yet ceased, as shattered star fragments descended slowly like a mournful elegy. Mo Chun knelt on one knee, his fingertip tracing the grotesque cracks on the surface of the Dao fruit, each line searing his very soul. A strand of dark golden runes twisted and grew bizarrely at the core of the Dao fruit, as if it were a living entity devouring the residual primordial power, sending chilling tendrils racing through his meridians into his sea of consciousness. Be careful. Ashue's celestial chains ensnared Mo Chen's wrist with lightning speed, yanking him abruptly from his position. Where he had stood moments before, the space suddenly collapsed into a vortex, countless dark purple tendrils erupting from the ground, each entwined with the lingering aura of the extraterrestrial realm's master. Ayun's fingers, forming a seal, were instantly encrusted with frost. The outline of the blood moon in the heavenly divination becoming increasingly vivid, its divination transformed into crimson characters burning in the void, residual imprint of primordial chaos, inviting demons into the aperture, the blood moon looming, an inescapable calamity. The Dao fruit must be purified swiftly. The flames of the ancient phoenix's residual soul flickered around Mo Chun, the dark patterns representing the seeds of extraterrestrial laws. If allowed to grow, he would become a puppet of the realm's master. Gritting his teeth, Mo Chun forced himself to stand, the 9-colored flames surging once more. Yet upon contact with the demonic aura, they sizzled as if fire met ice. At that moment, an ethereal chime resonated from a distant star domain. 7 streams of light sliced across the sky, leading a figure who held a jade gourd. The pure aura emanating from the gourd caused the demonic energy to dissipate like melting snow. Elder Yunwui of the primordial sect, dispatched by the Master's order to provide aid. The newcomer's gaze swept over the shattered Dao fruit in Chen's grasp. His pupils contracting sharply. Was this the extraterrestrial primordial Dao pattern? Yun Wui raised his hand and flung the gourd, the jade light transforming into a prison that ensnared the dark golden runes. Yet, the runes suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, corroding holes into the prison. This is dire. It is absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. Yun Wui's expression shifted dramatically as the 6 elders behind him simultaneously formed seals, intertwining 7 strands of law power into a net, barely suppressing the rune's tumult. Seizing the opportunity, Chen sat cross-legged, channeling the power of the Dao fruit through his chaos cultivation technique. However, with each contact with the dark patterns, his sea of consciousness reverberated with excruciating pain, as if countless steel needles were stirring his soul. Observing this, Ashua's starry wristbands burst forth with brilliant silver light, transforming into a galaxy that encircled Chen. Attempting to cleanse the dark patterns with the power of the Milky Way, Ashing's verdant vines took root in the void, delivering vitality to mend the cracks in the Dao fruit. Just as everyone exerted their utmost effort, the blood moon deep within the cosmos suddenly expanded threefold, a dark purple beam descending from the heavens to pierce straight through Chen's Dao fruit. The dark pattern instantaneously morphed into a grotesque visage, manifesting the phantasm of the extraterrestrial realm's master. Miriant's dare to seal the chaotic laws. The phantasm let out a piercing laugh, and the suppressive force surrounding Chen rapidly melted away like snow under the sun. Yun Wui bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood, and the jade gourd erupted with myriad azure rays. Fellow Taoists formed the primordial locking demon array. The powers of the 7 elders converged with Chen's, sketching an ancient array in the void. Chen, enduring the searing pain, infused the last vestiges of primordial power into the array's core. The 9-colored flames colliding with the jade light, the explosive energy shattering the projection of the blood moon. The dark pattern emitted a reluctant howl, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. Bloodied and collapsed on the ground, Chen lay motionless. Yet the cracks on the surface of his Dao fruit had fully healed. Only at its core did a faint glimmer of dark golden hue flicker, as if awaiting its next awakening. Yun Wui solemnly stored away his gourd, remarking, "Though this calamity is resolved, the external laws have already taken root in the cosmos. A greater crisis surely looms ahead." Gazing at the gradually calming starry sky, Yun noted that, although the blood moon in the heavenly divination had faded, it left behind an indelible shadow. Deep within the universe, countless dark purple points of light quietly converged, while the dark gold within Chen's Dao fruit absorbed the residual primordial energy, biding its time for a destined moment of awakening. Chapter 162. The hidden tides of demonic chaos in the void. The tremors of the universe had barely subsided for a month when the dark golden patterns within Chen's Dao fruit, though dormant, gnawed at his peace like a festering wound. One day, while in seclusion, waves rippled through his sea of consciousness, and the remnants of the ancient phoenix deity suddenly manifested, panic evident in its fiery eyes. Northwest Star Domain. The void is silently collapsing. Chen's eyes snapped open, and the chaotic purification spear tore through space. Upon his arrival, he beheld a starry expanse shattered like a broken mirror, with dark golden runes drifting once more within the fissures. Tens of thousands of external demonic energies had transformed into tendrils, frantically clawing at the membrane of the universe. More alarming still, a chorus of roars echoed from the depths of the fissures, as if a multitude of demons were battering at the gates. This was the second line of defense from the external realm. Behind Yun, the heavenly divination exploded forth, its prophetic words transforming into a torrential blood-red rain. The void fissure linked to the abyss of the external realm. Should it be torn asunder, the tide of eternal calamity would utterly engulf the cosmos. No sooner had he spoken than a massive claw, covered in purple scales, emerged, with black liquid dripping from its fingertips, causing stars to collapse into black holes in an instant. Surrounded by a vibrant fire of 9 colors, Chen soared upward, empowered by the essence of his Dao fruit. The chaotic ancient lamp floated above him, its flames surging into a pillar of celestial fire. However, when this pillar met the demonic claw, it produced a resounding clash, the dark golden patterns swirling on the claw's surface mirroring those within his Dao fruit. Yun Wui led the elders of the primordial sect to set up the 7-star demon locking array. Yet the pure air emitted from the green jade gourd was devoured by the fissure, transforming into dark purple beams that assailed the group. Chen bit his tongue, forcing his blood to suppress the unusual movements of his Dao fruit. and unleashed countless spear shadows with the chaotic purification spear, each radiating the power to create and destroy worlds. Yet, the external demonic energy was inexhaustible. The tide that had just been repelled surged back with tenfold ferocity. This could not continue. Chen suddenly hurled the chaotic ancient lamp towards the fissure. The flames it emitted entangled violently with the dark golden runes. Yun, analyze the weak points of the fissure. Everyone else, exert all your strength to hold back the tide. Yun's heavenly divination transformed into a massive compass, its needle spinning wildly before finally settling on the southeast corner of the fissure. There, the dark golden runes are thinnest there, with his entire being surging with Dao patterns. Chen transformed into a streak of light rushing toward the fissure. The moment he touched the weak point, the dark patterns within his Dao fruit awakened unexpectedly, resonating with the runes of the fissure. The derisive laughter of the master of the external realm reverberated, causing blood to seep from the ears of those present. Foolish. Do you think this is a weak point? It is, in fact, the core of the abyss. A resolute glint flashed in Chen's eyes as he poured the last vestige of primordial energy into the fissure. If sealing it was impossible, then it must be utterly destroyed. The vibrant hues of 9-colored flames collided violently with the dark golden runes, causing a severe distortion throughout the northwestern star domain. Amidst the luminous explosion, Chen perceived the myriad faces of otherworldly demons, while at the deepest abyss, a dark purple crystal embedded in the forehead of the otherworldly realm master began to rotate slowly, as if concocting a more terrifying scheme. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion, Chen was propelled backward like a severed kite, blood mingling with fragmented dark golden runes at the corner of his mouth. The surface of his Dao fruit was marred with web-like fissures, while a dormant dark pattern surged forth, entwining the core of the Dao fruit like thorns. Shue's star chain swiftly coiled around his waist, yet it transmitted waves of searing pain as the silver gleam of the chain was corroded into charred remnants by the dark pattern. Retreat. The rift is backfiring. Yun Wui's jade gourd erupted with an unprecedented azure light, attempting to stave off the surging tide of demons. However, thousands of chains suddenly emerged from the abyss, each inscribed with otherworldly Dao patterns, instantaneously shredding the 7 stars locking demon formation. Several elders of the Hunyuan sect spat blood as they were sent flying, and the meteors drifting in the star domain became tainted with demonic energy, transforming into grotesque shadows that lunged at the crowd. Chen struggled to rise, the chaos-purifying spear trembling in his grasp. He endeavored to suppress the erratic movements of his Dao fruit through his cultivation, only to discover that his sea of consciousness was being eroded by a sinister force, distorting the scenery before him. Yun's heavenly Dao hexagram morphed into the malevolent grin of the otherworldly realm master, while Xing's verdant vines twisted into a venomous python coiling around his neck. This is dire. He has been invaded by the otherworldly heart demon. The residual spirit of the phoenix, ancient god, emitted a sharp cry. Yet the nirvana flames dimmed the moment they touched the heart demon. Yun bit his fingertip, letting his essence spill onto the heavenly Dao hexagram, which transformed into golden chains that ensnared Chen's spirit. Chen, with your heart as the guide, sever the illusions. Chen's pupils contracted sharply as the 9-colored flames reignited, yet they sizzled upon colliding with the heart demon. Dark purple mist seeped from the fissures in his Dao fruit, gradually tainting his flames with an eerie dark gold. The Hunyuan Dao fruit is destined to become an otherworldly puppet. The voice of the otherworldly realm master resonated from the depths of the abyss, where a massive dark purple eye emerged from the rift. Behold the universe you protect. Witness the despair of your cherished companions. Their anguish shall serve as the finest nourishment. Images of the universe being consumed by the demonic tide flashed in Chen's mind, as Shue, Xing, and others disintegrated in the demonic haze, shaking his Dao heart to its core. Suddenly, Shue removed her starry wristband, pouring her entire cultivation into a cascade of galaxies. Chen, do you remember the day we pledged in the Starsea Alliance? The chilling power of the galaxies washed over his sea of consciousness, momentarily clarifying Chen's awareness. Clenching the chaos-purifying spear tightly, he thrust it down fiercely towards the dark patterns within his Dao fruit. Even if the Dao fruit shatters, I will not allow you to defile it. In that moment of piercing agony, Chen let out a heart-wrenching scream. The power that erupted from the Dao fruit was akin to a volcanic eruption, with the 9-colored and dark golden energies violently clashing within him. Xing's verdant vines quickly enveloped his body, channeling vitality to mend his shattered meridians, while Ling Air forced the power of life and death to stabilize his disintegrating spirit. Seeing this, Yun Wui gritted his teeth and hurled the jade gourd towards Chen. the gourd's opening releasing a cleansing aura that formed a prison, confining the Dao fruit on the verge of going berserk. There could be no further delay. The heavenly trigrams of Yun suddenly ignited, transforming into golden arrows that shot towards the fisher's gaze. Seizing the moment while he exerted his utmost to control the ink dust, aiming to obliterate the core of the rift. The assembled crowd summoned their final reserves of strength to launch their assaults. Shue's galaxy, Ling Er's wheel of life and death, and Xing's colossal green tree converged into a torrential force, crashing towards the fisher. Amidst a thunderous roar, the rift began to rapidly contract. At that moment, the ink dust's Dao fruit emitted a sharp shattering sound, as dark golden patterns were completely dispersed, transforming into specks of starlight that dissipated into the cosmos. However, just as relief washed over the crowd, Yun Wuya's countenance abruptly shifted, revealing a deep pallor as dark purple threads seeped from the jade gourd, indicating the encroachment of extrinsic demonic energy into the core of the treasure. Chapter 164. The corruption of the treasure by demonic energy and the emergence of strange transformations. The dark purple patterns on the surface of the jade gourd spread like a living organism, causing Yun Wuya's pupils to constrict. His fingers danced in frantic incantations. Yet he struggled to halt the invasion of the demonic energy. This is dire. The demonic energy is capable of assimilating the essence of the treasure. Before he could finish his thought, the gourd suddenly erupted with blinding purple light, transforming into a streak of luminescence that vanished into the void fissure in the blink of an eye. The entire star domain fell into a profound silence, with only the remnants of the abyssal demonic energy swirling restlessly. Ink dust stumbled to his feet. The shattered Dao fruit began to reconstitute. Yet a faint gray mist enveloped its surface. He gazed at the chaos-cleansing spear in his hand, only to discover that delicate dark golden patterns had also emerged along the blade, pulsating gently with his breath. Even the supreme treasure of chaos was affected. Shue covered her mouth, as the starry wrist guard emitted a mournful hum under the weight of the demonic energy. Yun's heavenly trigrams suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by an overwhelming force. The once clear patterns became indistinct, as if subjected to immense interference. Subsequently, the trigrams appeared to be torn by an invisible force, morphing into crimson characters that disintegrated in the air. These blood-red inscriptions danced ominously, seemingly recounting a dreadful tale. Yun's complexion turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. With wide eyes filled with terror, he pointed into the distance and stammered, "There is something pursuing us." Upon hearing Yun's words, the assembled individuals instinctively raised their gazes towards the direction he indicated. Deep within the void fissure, countless points of eerie purple light suddenly ignited, resembling the eyes of demons, flickering with a sinister glow that sent shivers down their spines. As these lights illuminated, an abundance of demonic shadows surged forth from the fissure. These phantoms were densely packed, akin to a locust swarm, accompanied by an acrid wind, flowing like a black torrent that threatened to engulf the crowd. Form a formation. Ink dust summoned the remnants of his strength, as 9 colored flames coalesced into a barrier enveloping them all. Yet, the moment the demonic shadows made contact with the flames, they multiplied exponentially, emitting piercing shrieks intermingled with the malicious laughter of the extrinsic realm's sovereign. "You, insignificant ants of primordial chaos, shall meet your demise here today." As Xing's colossal green tree barely established its defense, the trunk was corroded by the demonic energy, creating massive voids from which green sap, mixed with dark purple, oozed down. Amidst the chaos, Ling Er's pupils suddenly glazed over. The dual energies of life and death on the wheel transformed into a grim gray. She raised her hand to shoot an arrow of life and death, only to inadvertently redirect it towards Shue. Xue's silver eyes widened in alarm as the chain of stars hurriedly obstructed the attack, only to be breached by the corrupting aura of the arrow. Linger had succumbed to the encroaching darkness. Yun roared, casting forth the divinatory chain in a desperate attempt to restrain his out-of-control companion, only to be struck in the chest by a deadly curse unleashed by Linger. Witnessing this, Chen transformed his chaos-purifying spear into a streak of light, aiming to cleave through Linger, yet the spear's blade inexplicably veered away upon contact. To his horror, he realized that the gray mist within his Dao fruit was resonating with the malevolent energy, seemingly intent on devouring his very will. "With the strength of my heart, I shall bind." He bit his tongue, allowing his essence to merge with the 9 colored flames, erecting a barrier deep within his consciousness. Amid the searing flames, he faintly perceived the ethereal figure of an otherworldly sovereign laughing maniacally in the abyss, a crystal at his brow flickering with a sinister glow. Before he could finish his thought, a dark golden beam suddenly pierced through the Chinkoan mirror, shooting directly towards Chen's Dao fruit. A violent tremor coursed through him as the gray mist enveloping the Dao fruit surged, consuming the 9-colored flames entirely. His gaze hollowed. He slowly raised the chaos-purifying spear, directing it toward his former comrade. Chapter 165. The Battle of the Heart of Dao and the Imprint of Destiny. The dark golden beam coiled around Chen's Dao fruit, extinguishing the 9-colored flames that surrounded him, replaced instead by a roiling vortex of dark purple malevolence. As Axu's starry chain brushed against the hem of his garment, it was corroded, emitting wisps of azure smoke. Chen, it is I. Look at me. Her silver eyes glistened with tears. Yet all she received in return was his frigid gaze. Iun's heavenly divination symbols whirled in a frantic dance, the oracle transforming into chains that ensnared Chen's soul. Do you remember the oath we took at the moment of enlightenment? To protect the universe and eradicate all evil. His thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, causing Chen's grip on the spear to tremble slightly. Within his consciousness, the 9-colored Dao fruit clashed fiercely with the dark patterns from beyond, erupting in a blinding radiance. The remnants of the ancient phoenix god suddenly transformed into flames of rebirth, surging into Chen's consciousness. Use your life essence as a guide to incinerate the malevolence. Gritting his teeth, Chen pricked his fingertip, letting his blood fall upon his brow. The 9-colored flames ignited from the depths of the Dao fruit, searing through every invading trace of darkness within his meridians. The excruciating pain restored clarity to his pupils, only for him to witness the ethereal image of a jade gourd emerging from the tide of darkness. Its mouth aimed directly at his Dao fruit, ravenously siphoning his strength. So it is, he thought, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet a resolute smile graced his lips. You wish to complete your summoning using my Dao fruit. He suddenly thrust the chaos-purifying spear into his dantian. The power of the spear's laws merging with his life essence, branding an ancient rune upon the surface of the Dao fruit, his intrinsic imprint of destiny, encapsulating the purest essence of primordial will. At the moment the imprint ignited, the dark golden rune emitted a piercing shriek. The malevolent energy surrounding Chen receded like a tide, as the 9-colored flames surged with the rune, charging toward the jade gourd. Cracks appeared in the summoning array upon the gourd's surface, yet from the abyss, countless dark purple chains erupted, binding the gourd tightly to Chen's Dao fruit. You shall not escape. The voice of the otherworldly sovereign reverberated, causing the eardrums of all present to bleed. Your Dao fruit has already borne the seed of eternal calamity. Today marks the annihilation of the universe. Axing's verdant staff suddenly radiated with a brilliant green light, as myriad vines entwined around Chen's legs, infusing him with vitality to stabilize his faltering meridians. Linger forcefully suppressed the dark energy within, the wheel of life and death transforming into a dual lotus of black and white, hovering above Chen's head, counteracting the encroachment of the laws from beyond. A Shui's starry wristband shattered completely, transforming into the power of the Milky Way that infused into Chen's Dao fruit. Silver rays intertwined with 9-colored flames, meticulously severing the dark purple chains. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Wuya directed the Qiankuan mirror to emit a golden beam, striking precisely at the crack in the jade gourd. The gourd exploded with a resounding blast, scattering countless fragments into the abyss. Yet, from the debris emerged a dark purple light, darting towards the most vulnerable point of the cosmic membrane. Alarmed, that was the remnant formation of the Realm Master's descent. Yun's complexion paled, as the heavenly signs wildly warned him. Undeterred by the excruciating pain of his Dao fruit tearing apart, Chen pursued with the chaotic purity spear, which transformed into a streak of light. The spear blade clashed against the dark purple light, unleashing an energy that distorted the entirety of the starry sky. On the surface of his Dao fruit, the innate imprint and the dark patterns from beyond had thoroughly merged, giving birth to an entirely new principle that possessed the vastness of the primordial Dao fruit, yet also bore the enigma of extraterrestrial power. At the moment the dark purple light was shattered, the cosmic membrane emitted a mournful hum, overwhelmed by pressure. Chen gazed at the chaotic purity spear, shimmering with an unusual glow in his hand, suddenly sensing the frigid gaze of the realm master from the depths of the abyss, where countless dark golden runes were reassembling. The newly birthed principle within his Dao fruit had already become the coordinates for the next invasion. Chapter 166. The anomaly of principles and the cataclysm of stars. The cosmic membrane lamented under the unbearable strain, resembling an ancient mirror on the verge of shattering. With spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading from Chen's center, the peculiar principle he had newly conceived surged within his Dao fruit, resonating with the cracks in the membrane, each line devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yun's heavenly signs erupted violently, transforming into a torrential blood rain. The final divination flickering as it descended. Anomalous primordial change, stars fall and heaven tilts. Dual forces converge, catastrophe approaches. The once stable star system seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, causing planets and satellites to lose their original trajectories, colliding and fracturing, while meteors trailed long burning tails as they scattered in all directions. This star domain was instantaneously plunged into chaos and the brink of annihilation. A Shui stood beside Yun Wuya, her Milky Way power not yet fully restored. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, her complexion turned ashen. Nevertheless, she resolutely summoned her strength, barely sustaining a shield in an attempt to protect them from the oncoming meteors. However, the shield appeared exceedingly frail before the fragments of the starry wristband. Those shards, like malignant tumors, rapidly corroded the shield, leaving gaping holes. Cold sweat beaded on Shui's forehead as she gritted her teeth, striving to amplify her output of power. Yet the shield deteriorated at an ever-accelerating pace. Chen felt a fierce clash within him, as the nine-colored primordial power and the dark purple extraterrestrial principle resembled two colossal dragons gnashing at one another. The chaotic purity spear suddenly swelled uncontrollably, the peculiar patterns on the spear blade emitting a ghostly glow, causing the very space it traversed to crystallize into black ice. He could no longer allow the power to spiral out of control. He forcibly channeled his technique, attempting to guide both powers into his dantian. Yet this incited a more violent backlash as the innate imprint on the surface of his Dao fruit began to warp, gradually being tainted by the dark purple hue. From the abyss came the Realm Master's raucous laughter. Ha ha. The primordial principle and the extraterrestrial power are inherently contradictory. Forcing them to merge is but a path to self-destruction. As the voice echoed, countless dark golden runes surged forth from the fissure, coalescing in the air into immense chains that wound toward Chen's Dao fruit. A Xing hastily wielded her green wooden staff, and myriad vines formed a cage to obstruct the runes. But the moment the vines touched the runes, they disintegrated into ashes. Ling Er's wheel of life and death once again reversed, and the dual energies of black and white transformed into a barrier to protect the group. Yet, the encroachment of the foreign laws was overwhelmingly tyrannical, causing cracks to appear in the life and death barrier. In a critical moment, the remaining soul of the Phoenix ancient god ignited its final essence, transforming into a fiery phoenix silhouette that surged toward Chen's Dao fruit with the flames of nirvana. Incinerate all impurities. The nine-colored flames clashed violently with the dark purple power within the phoenix silhouette, unleashing shockwaves that shattered every meteor in the star domain. Yun Wuya seized the opportunity, directing the Qiankuan mirror to emit a beam of golden light imbued with the sect's secret technique, aimed directly at the core of the fissure. The instant the golden light touched the fissure, the entire cosmic membrane trembled violently, as if it might collapse entirely at any moment. Taking advantage of this, Chen thrust the chaos-purifying spear into the fissure, the peculiar laws upon the spear's blade ravenously devouring the foreign runes. However, just as the fissure was on the verge of healing, his Dao fruit suddenly emitted a crisp sound of shattering. The clash between the primordial Dao fruit and the foreign laws had torn the Dao fruit asunder. Half of the nine-colored Dao fruit and half of the dark purple Dao fruit floated within Chen's dantian, with the two forces spilling forth chaotically at the point of rupture. Across the universe, countless stars began to fall, annihilating the very fabric of space in their wake. A Shui gazed at Chen's increasingly transparent figure, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, he must not vanish. Resolutely, she infused her own stellar essence into Chen's Dao fruit, intertwining silver light with the nine-colored and dark purple glows, igniting a mysterious portal at the rift of the Dao fruit. Chapter 167. The dual birth of the Dao fruit and the cycle of illusion and reality. Suddenly, the Qiankuan mirror in Yun Wuya's hand trembled violently, reflecting a heart-stirring scene. Chen was ensnared by chains woven of 9 colors and dark purple, each chain connecting to an unknown entity deep within the cosmos. This was the dual birth of the Dao fruit. The old cultivator's pupils constricted sharply, for such a violation of the heavenly path would surely provoke a cataclysm. Before his words could fade, dark golden blood began to seep from the cracks in the cosmic membrane, accompanied by the howls of countless demons from the depths of the fissure. A Xing's green wooden staff radiated its final vitality, transforming myriad vines into towering ancient trees that took root in the void, their canopies supporting a vast green dome, striving to halt the falling stars. Yet, meteors ablaze with dark purple flames rained down like a deluge, each carrying the corrosive power of the foreign realm, turning the leaves of the ancient trees to black ash upon contact. Quickly, protect Chen. His Dao fruit is reshaping the laws. Ling Er's wheel of life and death spun wildly in reverse, the black and white energies coalescing around her into a Taiji diagram, shredding the approaching demonic aura. Within the depths of Mo Chen's consciousness, the nine-colored Dao fruit transformed into a majestic celestial mountain, while the dark purple Dao fruit morphed into an abyss of unfathomable depth. The two continuously colliding and merging within the portal. The remaining soul of the phoenix, ancient god, became a fire phoenix weaving between them, harmonizing the conflict with the power of nirvana, with the primordial as its essence and the foreign as its blood. Reshape your heavenly path. Mo Chen strained against his shattered spirit, driving the chaos-purifying spear into the center of the portal. The power of the laws erupting from the spear flowing into the Dao fruit like a torrential river. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the abyss, as shards of the emerald gourd unexpectedly reassembled in midair, transforming into a colossal gate inscribed with alien runes. The great door creaked open slowly, unleashing a horde of extraterrestrial cultivators clad in dark golden scales, with the foremost figure adorned with a dark purple crystal embedded in its forehead. Indeed, a manifestation of the alien sovereign. Foolish ants, dual fruits of the Tao, merely garments for my ascendance. The avatar raised a hand, and a dark purple beam cascaded like a waterfall, instantly severing the ancient tree of Aixing. Aixue's silver eyes ignited with resolute fire as she completely burned her stellar core, transforming into a river of stars that traversed the battlefield. Wherever the starlight passed, the bodies of the extraterrestrial cultivators melted away like snow, yet her form grew increasingly translucent. Aixue, Mo Chen roared amidst the whirlpool of laws, as the power of the dual fruits of the Tao erupted unexpectedly, intertwining a spectrum of 9 colors with dark purple light to envelop the falling meteors, the surging tide of demonic energy, and the very avatar of the alien sovereign. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Wuyo unleashed the mightiest strike of the Qian Kuan mirror, revealing the ethereal visages of past patriarchs of the Hanyuan sect within its depths, as countless golden runes coalesced into a sword formation aimed at vanquishing the demons. The sword formation collided violently with the dark purple beam, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the surrounding star realms. However, just as the crowd believed the crisis had been averted, Mo Chen's fruit of the Tao abruptly ceased its rotation, revealing alien patterns on the surface of one half, while the other half pulsed with the essence of Hanyuan. As the two forces bizarrely coalesced to birth a new law, behind the immense gate of the abyss, the figure of the alien sovereign's true form gradually materialized, its crystal radiating a brilliance that illuminated the entire extraterrestrial realm. How intriguing! How delightful! The dual fruits of the Tao are perfectly suited for my corporeal manifestation. With those words, countless dark golden runes coalesced into chains, silently entwining themselves around Mo Chen's newly birthed fruit of the Tao through the fissures of reality. Chapter 168. The Intertwining of Reality and Illusion. The entanglement of cause and effect, the power of reality and illusion swirling at Mo Chen's fingertips, was still not fully under his command when the dark golden chains extending from the abyss coiled around the fruit of the Tao like venomous serpents. The 9-colored and dark purple lights trembled violently at the moment the chains made contact, threatening to shatter once more. Yun's heavenly diagram suddenly twisted into a chaotic tangle. As the divinatory verses disintegrated into ashes that fluttered down, the threads of cause and effect severed, fate thrown into disarray. This threatens to drag the entire universe into the vortex of reality and illusion. Yun Wuyo summoned the Qian Kuan mirror, which reflected a startling sight. Countless dark golden chains simultaneously manifested across the cosmos, each linked to a cultivator or a magical artifact, with all chains tracing their origins back to Mo Chen's fruit of the Tao. This is dire. The alien sovereign is binding us to the abyss through the laws of cause and effect. Before the old cultivator could finish his warning, Aixing's wooden staff suddenly flew autonomously toward the abyss, its life runes corroded into dark purple sigils. With my Hanyuan fire, I shall sever this cause and effect. Mo Chen's body erupted in 9-colored flames, as the chaos-cleansing halberd transformed into a streak of light to sever the chains. Yet at that moment of severance, he staggered and fell to one knee, as the backlash of the severed cause and effect surged forth like a tide, flooding his consciousness with countless unfamiliar memories. Some cultivators had gone mad due to the transformation of his fruit of the Tao, while some star realms had been insidiously infiltrated by alien demonic energy. Seeing this, Linger summoned the Wheel of Life and Death, which enveloped Mo Chen's head, forcibly reversing a portion of the power of cause and effect. The great gate of the abyss swung wide open, as the alien sovereign's avatar descended amidst a multitude of demonic shadows. As he raised his hand, The light across the entire star domain warped into a dark purple vortex, and the falling stars were refined into arrows of divine assassination. The duality of the Dao fruit ultimately proved to be a jest. The crystallized essence at the center of his doppelganger's brow erupted with palpable pressure, challenging the opposition of two contradictory forces against the tide of eternal calamity. The nearly exhausted core essence of Ashwe suddenly radiated its last brilliance, merging the power of the Milky Way with the nine-colored flames of ink and dust to form a barrier stretching across the cosmos. It was a trap from the very beginning. Ink dust abruptly activated the power of the dual Dao fruit, creating a Taiji diagram of yin and yang within himself with the nine-colored and dark purple brilliance. He thrust the chaotic cleansing spear into the void, and the force of its blade tore open a rift connecting to the past. To the astonishment of all, scenes from Ink Dust's initial encounter with the Outer Realm Lord emerged from the rift, where the dissipating dark purple light points were evidently flying towards his Dao fruit in a systematic manner. Knowing the cause and effect, he resolved to sever the source. Ink Dust clapped his hands, and the power of reality and illusion transformed into two beams of light that pierced through time and space. The nine-colored beams surged towards the past, attempting to prevent the dark patterns from invading the Dao fruit. Meanwhile, the dark purple beam shot towards the future, preemptively destroying the physical form coalescing from the Outer Realm Lord. However, when the beams struck the temporal barrier, the entire universe suddenly convulsed violently, and countless stars began to reverse their motions, with the laws of time and space teetering on the brink of collapse. The doppelganger of the Outer Realm Lord erupted into a mocking laughter. Naive. To alter the past? The future? It is nothing but a futile endeavor. His brow crystal shimmered with countless dark golden threads, each one connecting to the rifts of Ink Dust's dual Dao fruit. Every act of resistance only reinforced the foundation of my descent. At that moment, the completely dissipated core essence of Ashwe transformed into a silver seed, which fell into the core of Ink Dust's Dao fruit. The instant the seed blossomed, the nine-colored and dark purple brilliance resonated oddly, creating an independent chaotic space amid the tumult of time and space. Chapter 169. The chaotic seed alters the course of destiny. The silver seed bloomed at the heart of the dual Dao fruit, and within the chaotic space, countless chains of order surged forth. The nine-colored and dark purple light intermingled around Ink Dust, coalescing into a layer of glass-like Dao pattern armor on his surface. The silver points of light flowing through the gaps of the armor bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of Ashwe's core before her disappearance. Ayun's heavenly divination suddenly revived, with the hexagram transforming into golden inscriptions suspended in the void. The chaotic seed manifests, reversing fate and altering the celestial mechanisms. The dual paths converge in an instant, transforming countless calamities into dust. The laughter of the Outer Realm Lord's doppelganger abruptly ceased, and fine cracks appeared in his brow crystal. The dark golden threads he controlled disintegrated upon contact with the chaotic space, and the causal chains connecting various parts of the universe began to burn in reverse. Impossible. The dual Dao fruit should devour one another. The doppelganger bellowed, as countless demonic shadows coalesced into a dark purple torrent, attempting to breach the barrier of the chaotic space. Ink Dust slowly raised his hand, the chaotic cleansing spear hovering in his palm, its strange patterns resonating with the Dao fruit. He channeled the power of the dual Dao fruit into the spear, where the nine-colored primordial flames and the dark purple demonic energy from the outer realm coalesced into a chaotic thunderball at its tip. Since causality had formed a stalemate, he resolved to cleave a new path. The moment the thunderball detonated, the chaotic space erupted open, and the turbulent flow of time and space cascaded into the battlefield like a waterfall. The sky stretched endlessly, and the cosmos reflected a terrifying scene. Star realms, affected by the tumult of time and space, were continuously collapsing and instantaneously reorganizing into unfamiliar forms. Protect the foundation of the universe. The verdant staff of a Xing erupted with a final surge of vitality, thousands of vines taking root in the void, supporting a green dome amidst the storm of time and space. However, above the dome, dark golden runes spread like a tide, each one corroding the very essence of the universe. Ling Er's power to reverse life and death became bizarre and unpredictable amidst the chaotic currents. As she wielded the wheel of life and death, summoning the remnants of ancient gods long fallen from the void, these spirits, entwined with black and white energies, launched desperate, self-destructive attacks against the avatar of the outer realm. The avatar scoffed disdainfully, raising a hand to coalesce the primordial fruit of the outer realm, its surface swirling with the power of laws that resonated with the dark purple fruit of Mo Chen. igniting a new tempest of energy. Suddenly, Chen's fruit trembled violently, and a silver radiance erupted from the chaos seed, forcibly merging the colorful and dark purple powers. Within his eyes appeared the diagram of Tai Chi, as he simultaneously invoked both the primordial and outer realm laws with his every movement. Both reality and illusion are at my command. Standing upon the yin-yang fish, the chaos-purifying spear transformed into a colossal axe, cleaving down toward both the avatar and the abyssal gate. This strike contained the full force of the dual fruit, and where the axe blade, woven from colorful and dark purple light, passed, time and space were split asunder. The avatar's primordial fruit disintegrated inch by inch as it let out an unwilling roar, its form dissipating into dark purple mist amidst the axe's light. The abyssal gate began to crumble with a resounding roar, countless dark golden runes falling like meteor showers into the depths of the universe. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted, an eerie pulse emanated from Chen's fruit. The chaos seed absorbed the residual energy from the battle and unexpectedly sprouted a two-colored sapling at its core, its trunk a shimmering nine-colored glass hue, while its leaves glowed with a dark purple light. As the sapling swayed, Chen's consciousness was forcibly drawn into an unfamiliar space, where he beheld the true body of the Outer Realm Lord seated upon a throne crafted from myriad Outer Realm runes. Gazing at him through a rift in time and space, the chaos seed? Intriguing. Our next encounter will mark the moment of your fruit's annihilation. Simultaneously, across the cosmos, numerous dark, purple vortices appeared in the star realms infected by the dark, golden runes. A young celestial divination exploded once more, the final oracle flickering before dissipating. Dual birth is not the end. Chaos conceals deadly schemes. Dark currents surge from the outer realm. The celestial path awaits its re-establishment. Chen gazed at the increasingly profound patterns on the chaos-purifying spear in his hand, as the two-colored sapling within the fruit suddenly radiated a beam of light, transporting him into a strange expanse of chaotic void. Chapter 170. Secrets of the Ancient Tree of Chaos. Chen was enveloped by the light of the two-colored sapling as he fell into the chaotic void. The scenery before him twisting and transforming, at times becoming a burning river of stars, and at other times solidifying into dark purple glaciers adorned with runes. The chaos-purifying spear suddenly trembled violently, the peculiar patterns on its blade resonating with the surrounding chaotic energy, sketching out an ancient altar suspended in the void. At the center of the altar, a towering ancient tree took root in the very essence of chaos, its crown extending to the edge of vision, each leaf shimmering with an intertwining glow of 9 colors and dark purple. Is this the ancient tree of chaos? The remnant soul of the phoenix ancient deity trembles within the sea of consciousness, revealing the existence of a legendary entity that nurtures the laws of heaven and earth. The trunk of the ancient tree is etched with deep ravines, each groove seeming to chronicle the rise and fall of the cosmos. The exposed heartwood, where the bark has shed, resonates with the chaotic essence found within the fruit of ink dust. The enormous eye of the ancient tree flickers with myriad streams of light, as the chaotic void begins to collapse into a celestial map. In ancient times, the outer realm and the primordial chaos were once unified. As the ancient tree sheds a leaf, it transforms into a luminous butterfly, fluttering towards the ink dust until the chaotic laws undergo a cataclysmic divergence, giving birth to two opposing forces. The chaotic seed within the fruit of the Tao attempts to merge the two fragments of heavenly law. The master of the outer realm has long sought this artifact, intending to harness the power of the chaotic seed to transmute the entire universe into an abyss of the outer realm. Before the words are fully spoken, the void suddenly rends, revealing countless dark purple fissures, through which the true form of the outer realm master steps forth. He is enveloped in an oppressive force 100 times more potent than his doppelganger, and the crystal at his brow transforms into a dark purple sun, casting a terrifying illumination across the chaotic void. Indeed, the chaotic ancient tree is here. The outer realm master sneers, raising his hand to unleash a dark golden beam towards the ancient tree, declaring, "Hand over the chaotic seed, and I shall spare your life." The ancient tree's enormous eye ignites with fury, and its myriad branches curl like a cosmic river, colliding violently with the beam. Seizing the opportunity, ink dust channels the entirety of the dual fruit's power into the chaotic purifying spear, its 9-colored and dark purple radiance piercing towards the Master's brow. However, the Master's strength surpasses all expectations. With a mere wave, he tears through space, redirecting ink dust's attack deep into the chaotic void. An ant shaking a tree. The outer realm Master's dark purple light surges, coalescing into a staff of primordial chaos, its crystal tip resonating with the one on his brow. Today, I shall sacrifice the chaotic ancient tree and fully activate the chaotic seed. As the staff is wielded, the entire chaotic void begins to twist into a colossal vortex, causing the tree's roots to tremble in agony. Ink dust senses the chaotic seed within the fruit resonating wildly, as the two-colored sapling grows uncontrollably, penetrating his dantian and taking root in the chaotic void. Suddenly, a UNS heavenly divination manifests in the sea of consciousness. With the oracle transforming into crimson text, the ancient tree weeps, chaos splits, the dual paths converge, obliteration ensues. Gritting his teeth, he channels his remaining strength into the chaotic seed, forming a protective barrier of 9-colored and dark purple light around the sapling. At that moment, the chaotic ancient tree emits a thunderous roar, its crown erupting with countless chains of order that ensnare the body of the outer realm master. You, Junior, do not hesitate. The ancient tree's enormous eye turns towards ink dust, its trunk's patterns glowing brightly. Using the chaotic seed as a guide, fuse the primordial and outer powers to reconstruct the heavenly path. Understanding the implication, ink dust transforms the dual fruit into a yin-yang fish, colliding with the chaotic seed's power. In the chaotic void, the intertwining 9-colored and dark purple radiance forms a new torrent of laws, sweeping towards the outer realm master and the abyss. Meanwhile, in some corner of the universe, the dissipating core of a shue suddenly flickers with faint light, a subtle connection quietly linking to the chaotic seed within ink dust's fruit. Chapter 171. The law's manifestation subdues the abyssal star core's return to the origin. The manifestation of chaotic laws stands tall, as the intertwining chains of 9 colors and dark purple hang like a suspended galaxy, instantly ensnaring the chaotic magic pearl. As the Lord of the Outer Realm beheld the scene, his pupils constricted sharply. From his sleeves erupted myriad dark purple incantations, coalescing on the surface of the magic orb into a menacing phantom of an outer demon, its gaping maw lunging towards the avatar of Chen. The ancient tree's remaining branches trembled violently, with amber-hued essence oozing from the peeling bark, crystallizing into archaic chaotic inscriptions. Break the delusion. The inscriptions, infused with radiant light, intertwined with the chains of the Heavenly Dao, causing the chains to shatter the demonic phantom. However, upon contact with the chaotic magic orb, they were corroded by an eerie purple light. The yin-yang fish emblem materialized on Chen's avatar, forcibly channeling the corrosive power into his own Dao fruit. In his sea of consciousness, a Yun's divination symbols began to whirl frantically, crimson prophetic verses exuding golden radiance. The falling stars illuminate the return path, as the primordial essence transforms into a wave of tribulation. To purify the magic orb with primordial power? A fool's dream. The Lord of the Outer Realm laughed maniacally as the chaotic magic orb suddenly unleashed countless dark purple beams, cleaving the chaotic void into countless fragments. Where the beams passed, even the remnants of the ancient tree's ordered chains began to disintegrate, and Chen's avatar's arms cracked under the encroaching purple light. At this critical juncture, a shue star core radiated with brilliance, transforming into a dazzling river of light that pierced into Chen's brow. The avatar's eyes gleamed with a glassy luminescence as a celestial wheel composed of innumerable stars materialized behind him. With each rotation of the wheel, ancient sacred sounds resonated through the void, and the corroded chains of the Heavenly Dao revived, entwining around the chaotic magic orb to form a prison. The Lord of the Outer Realm's expression shifted dramatically as the crystal atop his staff morphed into a dark purple lightning sphere. Crashing down towards the ancient tree, first destroy the chaotic essence, then seize the chaotic seed. The tree's remaining roots suddenly anchored into the void, the last vestige of chaotic essence within its heart transforming into a shield, yet it emitted a strained hum under the weight of the lightning sphere's impact. Chen's avatar shot forth a beam of golden light from his brow, as the chaotic purifying spear materialized from the radiance. Its blade entwined with flames of rainbow and dark purple, aimed directly at the Lord of the Outer Realm's heart. The chaotic magic orb trembled violently within its prison, the surface runes beginning to twist and distort. Chen's avatar formed seals with his hands, and the dual Dao fruits transformed into 2 streams of light, infusing the chaotic seed, as tricolor brilliance condensed into a furnace of the Heavenly Dao in the void. Within the furnace, the primordial power clashed with the outer power, each tremor inciting violent fluctuations in the chaotic void. The voice of the ancient tree, though weak, remained resolute, using chaotic essence as a guide. Refine the impurities of the magic orb. Realizing the dire situation, the Lord of the Outer Realm forcefully ignited his own essence, transforming into a dark purple streak of light that charged towards the chaotic magic orb. Chen's avatar bellowed, and the Heavenly Dao wheel soared forth, ensnaring the Lord of the Outer Realm within its confines. Stars twinkled upon the wheel, morphing into countless chains of order, gradually stripping away the Lord's power. The chaotic magic orb emitted a reluctant roar within the furnace of the Heavenly Dao, its dark purple exterior gradually fading to reveal a crystalline chaotic core within. Chen's avatar clasped his hands, and the furnace of the Heavenly Dao thunderously sealed shut, with the rainbow and dark purple light surging skyward, illuminating the entire chaotic void as if it were day. When the radiance subsided, the chaotic magic orb had transformed into a softly glowing pearl, gently suspended in the palm of Chen's avatar. Chapter 172. The calamity fire burns the heavenly rhythm to life. A sudden eruption of myriad rhythmic symbols burst forth from the chaotic core in Chen's palm, flowing into his sea of consciousness like a cascading galaxy. In the chaotic void, Yun's ancient bronze hexagram shattered completely, transforming into countless golden specks that merged with the wheel of Heaven's Dao. The surface of the wheel manifested never-before-seen chaotic patterns, each line illustrating the profound truth of the universe's creation and destruction. A sense of dread enveloped as the chaotic core faced purification, threatening the very essence of the abyss to collapse. The lingering spirit of the Outer Realm's subdimension master let out a piercing wail as the dark purple radiance, born of his essence, began to unravel in reverse, scattering countless otherworldly phantoms in frantic flight. The remnants of the ancient tree's roots suddenly surged, intertwining to form a colossal net that enveloped the void. The chaotic sap seeping from the bark's peeled sections ignited into flames, reducing the phantoms to mere ashes. Yet, the tremors emanating from the depths of the abyss grew increasingly violent. The wheel of Heaven's Dao behind Chen spun wildly, as innumerable chains of law extended toward the fissure of the abyss, only to be eroded by an enigmatic dark matter upon nearing the edge. Suddenly, he felt a warning from the chaotic seed within the Dao fruit, and upon looking down, he was alarmed to find fine cracks appearing on the surface of the chaotic core. The abyss was initiating its final counterattack through self-destruction. With my remaining form, I shall buy you a moment. The ancient tree let out a final roar as it exploded, transforming into myriad chains of order and chaotic flames, rushing toward the fissure of the abyss. At the heart of the tree, the last essence of the source coalesced into an ancient jade tablet. Hovering before Chen, hold this tablet to summon the chaotic origin swiftly. Reshape the Dao of Heaven. Chen's eyes glowed a fierce red as he endured the agonizing rift within the Dao fruit, casting the chaotic core, the jade tablet, and the twin Dao fruits into the furnace of Heaven's Dao. The surface of the furnace erupted in a violent clash of rainbow and dark purple light, giving birth to a third kind of ethereal blue flame, chaotic calamity fire, a fusion of primal and otherworldly powers. Where the calamity fire flowed, the void boiled like molten iron, twisting even the chains of law into grotesque shapes. At that moment, a colossal dark purple hand emerged from the fissure of the abyss, obscuring the heavens and adorned with countless shattered cores of outer stars. The hand clenched into a fist, causing the entire chaotic void to begin collapsing, and Chen's form disintegrated under the oppressive weight of terror. In a critical moment, dormant star cores across the universe erupted in radiant brilliance simultaneously. Shue's core essence transformed into a resplendent river of stars, flowing into Chen, resonating with the chaotic calamity fire. Thus, the essence of the star core emerged as the key to balancing primal forces and the outer realms. Chen howled to the heavens, his disbanded form reconstituting, now entwined in three-colored flames. He raised his hand and unleashed the chaotic purification spear, whose blade did not merely emit light, but delivered a cataclysmic strike infused with the powers of Heaven's Dao, chaos, and the stars. The cataclysmic strike cleaved through the dark purple hand, severing it along with the abyssal fissure, exposing the chaotic sea of essence within. The lingering spirit of the outer realm's subdimension master laughed maniacally in agony. Even if you destroy the abyss, once the chaotic sea erupts, the entire universe will. Before he could finish, Chen had already cast the chaotic core and the star core essence into the sea of essence. The three-colored flames blazed fiercely upon the surface, refining the rampaging chaotic power into threads of pure law. He sat cross-legged in the heart of the flames, as the twin Dao fruits transformed into yin-yang fish, sinking into the sea of essence to begin deducing new laws of Heaven's Dao. In the chaotic void, the remnants of the ancient tree's order chain spontaneously formed a diagram of Heaven's Dao, with Yun's hexagram fragments suspended at its center, continuously calculating the principles of balance. When the first ray of a new law, merging the powers of chaos, the outer realms, and the stars, was born, the celestial monument of the universe trembled. Countless ancient legacies, long sealed, manifested spontaneously. Meanwhile, at the farthest reaches of the starry river, the dissipating consciousness of Ashwe gradually coalesced within the essence of the star core. Chapter 173. The rebirth of all paths in one. The new law, like a resplendent galaxy rising from the primordial sea of chaos, enveloped Chen, whose three-colored flames transformed into celestial runes, swirling ceaselessly by his side. With each flicker of these runes, new cosmic laws emerged, and the entire chaotic void began to reshape itself. The dark purple aura of the outer realms and the nine-colored primordial force harmonized within the runes, gradually forming a gentle, jade-like halo. At that moment, a thunderous roar, shattering the fabric of time and space, erupted from the depths of the abyssal rift. Countless dark purple bone spikes pierced through the primordial sea, coalescing into the phantom of an outer demonic deity with 1,000 eyes and 100 arms. Each eye of the demon contained the essence of annihilation, and as its arms swung, the void was torn into myriad fragments, causing even the newly birthed law runes to distort and disintegrate. The essence of chaos ultimately belongs to me. The demon's voice resonated like 1,000 thundering storms, as it gathered a dark purple core of destruction in its palm. Even if you have fused the star core and chaotic power, you cannot thwart the will of the abyss. The core exploded with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of darkness capable of obliterating everything. Rushing toward Chen and the newly birthed law, the seed of the celestial path floated in Chen's palm. With a gentle tremor, it emanated boundless radiance, revealing the chaotic scene from the dawn of creation. As the dark torrent touched the light, it was refined into the purest essence of chaos, reintegrating into the primordial sea. Chen raised his hand, casting the seed of the celestial path into the void. The seed erupted instantaneously, transforming into myriad chains of laws that entwined around the outer demon. The demon howled in agony, its 1,000 eyes and 100 arms thrashing wildly. Yet it realized that its power was being incessantly siphoned by the chains of law. Chen stood suspended in the air, surrounded by the newly birthed celestial runes. With the chaotic, cleansing spear in his hand radiating an unprecedented brilliance, the power of the outer realms was meant to coexist with the primordial essence. Today, with this new celestial path, I shall ferry you back to the void. The spear's brilliance sliced through the void, severing the connection between the demon and the abyss. Stripped of its source of power, the demon's phantom began to disintegrate, transforming into countless dark purple specks, which the celestial runes refined into new laws. The primordial sea of chaos, nourished by these laws, gradually calmed its turbulence, and upon its surface, a celestial altar radiating jade-like light began to rise. At the altar's center, Ashwe's star core essence was reshaping itself, her hair flowing like a river of stars, her eyes sparkling with the intertwining glow of chaos and celestial bodies. The moment she opened her eyes, a mysterious connection was established between her and Chen, their paths resonating, giving rise to a new power transcending both primordial essence and the outer realms. Shinji, the new celestial path has been born, but this is not the end. Ashwe's voice, imbued with the cadence of law, echoed through the cosmos, as older existences watched over it all from the cosmic frontier. She raised a finger, and upon the celestial altar, a star map emerged, depicting countless unknown star domains shimmering with eerie light, while in the depths, a hazy figure flickered in and out of sight. Chen gripped the chaos purification spear tightly, his entire being resonating with the tremors of arcane runes, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, having reshaped the heavenly path. I shall not allow the universe to descend into crisis again. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Ashwe, behind them the newly birthed heavenly path altar, before them the vast cosmos brimming with unknowns. A new journey was slowly unfurling. Chapter 174. Shadows of the Abyss peering into the ancient realms suddenly. The jade-hued radiance of the heavenly path altar distorted violently, as the strange luminescence of unknown star realms pierced the void, coalescing into tangible dark purple chains amidst the chaos. These chains writhed as if alive, twisting towards Chen and Ashwe, each surface adorned with ancient runes that transcended the current heavenly path, their friction echoing like the wails of countless souls in torment. This is bad. The aura of these runes is far more ancient than that of the abyss beyond the realms. Ashwe unleashed the power of her stellar core, her hair cascading like a swirling galaxy, as she conjured numerous arrows of starlight to assail the chains. However, the instant the arrows made contact with the runes, they were devoured by a peculiar force, transforming into dark purple flames that rebounded towards them. Chen swung the Chaos Purification Spear, unleashing a chaotic blade of interwoven rainbow and dark purple. Yet upon colliding with the flames, it produced a sound akin to metal clashing, fracturing the blade inch by inch. Deep within the chaotic void, a blurred figure gradually became discernible. Clad in a black robe, its visage obscured in shadow. Only a pair of eyes flickered with a ghostly blue light that transcended time and space, holding a pitch-black scepter entwined with twisted vines. As the scepter lightly struck the ground, the entire sea of chaotic origin began to boil, and the newly formed laws of the heavenly path appeared as fragile as a spider's web, developing fine cracks under an invisible pressure. Do you presume that reshaping the heavenly path grants you dominion over all? The voice of the shadowy figure resonated like an ancient bell, sending a piercing pain through Chen's consciousness. This universe is merely a corner of my grand chessboard. With a mere gesture, countless dark purple vortices erupted in the void, from which emerged several enigmatic beings whose auras rivaled that of the masters from beyond the realms, each adorned with a diamond crystal radiating eerie light embedded in their foreheads. The order chains left behind by the vanishing ancient trees spontaneously reconfigured, transforming into a luminous barrier before Chen. Upon this barrier appeared an ancient maxim: amidst the clamor of myriad paths, there shall ultimately be one master. As chaos rekindles, one must seek the true essence of the origin. A spark ignited within Chen, as the dual fruits of the Tao resonated with the seeds of the heavenly path. And amidst the brilliance radiating from him, the spectral visage of the ancient chaotic tree emerged. The apparition waved its branches, and myriad Tao rhythms coalesced into light blades, temporarily repelling the encroaching dark purple chains. The power of a Shui's stellar core resonated with Chen, and simultaneously, the heavenly path wheel and the stellar codex materialized behind them. The wheel and codex reflected one another, outlining a brand new formation in the void, at the center of which a chaotic spirit pearl, radiating a gentle glow, slowly coalesced. The surface of the pearl shimmered with a triad of hues: rainbow, dark purple, and starlight, each flicker capable of mending the fissures of the heavenly path laws. To think one could contend against ancient gods with the power of rebirth? Navi, the shadowy figure in black robes, scoffed as its scepter came crashing down, instantly tearing the void into a chasm of unfathomable depth. From this abyss crawled countless twisted ancient demons, their skin adorned with bizarre totems, each roar capable of shattering space itself. Chen bellowed, as the chaotic spirit pearl soared into the battlefield. Wherever its light graced, the bodies of the ancient demons began to dissolve, transforming into the purest essence of chaos. However, the figure cloaked in black remained unperturbed. With a graceful gesture, it inscribed ancient runes in the void, from which emerged a vortex of darkness capable of devouring all. The assaults from Chen and Shui were swallowed by the whirlpool as if they were mere drops in the ocean, while the radiance of the chaos spirit pearl began to dim. At that moment, countless mysterious points of light suddenly ignited across the cosmos. Ancient inheritors, who had once benefited from the birth of the new heavenly path, ignited their essence, transforming their power into streams of luminescence that flowed into the chaotic void. In Chapter 175, The Path of Universal Sorrow, Slaying the Saint, innumerable streams of light converged from all corners of the universe, intertwining to form a resplendent river of stars within the chaotic void. The enigmatic beings behind the black-cloaked figure took action, unleashing dark purple energy beams that rent the heavens, dispersing the incoming streams of light. In an instant, the chaotic void was filled with thunderous roars, as the newly born laws of the heavenly path quaked violently under the clash of these two forces, as if on the brink of total collapse. With a furious shout, Chen unleashed the Chaos Purification Spear, which erupted in a brilliance that illuminated the surroundings. The intricate patterns adorning the spear glowed, transforming into a colossal chaos dragon woven from hues of 9 colors and dark purple. The dragon let out a mighty roar, its power striking awe in every direction as it charged towards the mysterious beings. Yet, the foremost figure, with a crystal at its brow radiating a dazzling purple light, raised a hand to conjure an ancient shield, inscribed with archaic curse runes. The chaos dragon crashed against the shield, only to be eroded by the power of the runes, dissipating into nothingness. A Shui's star core surged with radiant energy, manifesting countless chains of stars that coiled toward the black-cloaked figure. However, the figure did not flinch. With a mere wave of its obsidian staff, the star chains shattered one by one, sending shockwaves that caused a Shui to spit blood and be hurled backward. Too weak. Too weak. The voice of the black-cloaked figure dripped with derision. Do you truly believe you can impede our progress? As the words left its lips, the staff struck down upon the sea of chaos essence, unleashing towering waves that threatened to topple the newly formed altar of the heavenly path. At that critical juncture, a transcendent voice echoed within Chen's consciousness. With the power of all realms, vanquish this formidable foe. A spark ignited within him as the twin path fruits spun wildly, resonating with the chaos spirit pearl. He raised the chaos purification spear high and proclaimed, "Universal sorrow, the path to slay the saint." In that instant, all sentient beings in the universe felt an intangible force beckoning them. Countless practitioners began to channel their energies, transforming their essence into light that flowed along the veins of the heavenly path, surging into Chen's being. In the chaotic void, Chen's form ascended, enveloped in a tapestry of 9 colors, dark purple, and myriad Dao rhythms, as a colossal manifestation of the heavenly path materialized behind him. The manifestation raised a hand to wield the chaos purification spear, this strike imbued with the power of all realms. Wherever the spear's light passed, space was obliterated, and time itself came to a standstill. The expression of the black-cloaked figure finally turned grave, with hands forming intricate seals. The tendrils atop the staff morphed into a vast demonic net, confronting the spear's brilliance. The collision of the spear's light and the demonic net erupted in an energy storm that swept across the chaotic void. The black-cloaked figure's net began to tear apart under the spear's assault, while Chen's manifestation of the heavenly path also showed signs of fracture from the net's counterattack. At that moment, a Shui, struggling to rise, transformed her star core essence into a radiant star, merging it with the spear's light. As the shadowy figure in the black robe dissipated, those enigmatic powerhouses hastily retreated. The manifestation of the Dao within Chen gradually faded, and he weakly collapsed upon the altar of the Dao. A Shui rushed forward to support him, and as they both gazed at the gradually calming chaos of the void, not a shred of joy filled their hearts. They understood that the words of the shadowy figure were far from mere fabrications. A greater peril was quietly brewing in the darkness. Chapter 176. Echoes of the Abyss and the Inverted Wheel of Fate. The residual waves from the dissipating shadow had yet to subside when the chaos of the void suddenly rippled with an eerie distortion. The chaotic seed within Chen's Dao trembled violently, as countless dark purple runes seeped from the fissures in the void, assembling in the air an ancient wheel of fate marred by cracks. With each rotation of the wheel, a faint, sorrowful wail emanated from the depths of the universe, reminiscent of countless souls weeping blood in the void. This is disastrous. It is the wheel of fate from the abyss. A Shui's star core dimmed abruptly, her hair swirling into a vortex of starlight. It was said that this wheel governed the birth and demise of myriad realms, once fully manifested. All beings reliant on the Dao would face inevitable doom. Just as the thought lingered, a bloody fissure appeared at the center of the wheel, from which emerged several chains entwined with white bones, piercing through Chen's protective aura and stabbing into his Dao essence. A metallic taste surged in Chen's throat, and the chaotic purity spear slipped from his grasp, its blade tracing futile arcs in the void. The chains bore strange patterns that transcended the laws of chaos, and wherever they passed, newly formed Dao runes melted away as if confronted by the blazing sun. A Shui's fingertips radiated with intensified starlight, condensing into a spear of celestial essence to hurl at the wheel. Yet the moment the spear touched the bloody fissure, it was consumed, transforming into sustenance for the wheel. You cannot escape the judgment of fate. A chilling roar resounded from the wheel of fate of the abyss, and 12 phantoms emerged from between its spokes, clad in tattered ancient divine armor. Their diamond-shaped crystals embedded in their foreheads mirrored that of the shadowy figure, albeit marred by a web of cracks. The leading phantom raised a hand, summoning a crimson tide that engulfed the altar of the Dao in a shroud of scarlet mist. As the eye of the source opened, the blood-red mist dissipated as if scorched by the sun. The wheel of fate emitted a reluctant hum, and the bones upon the chains began to crumble. Seizing the opportunity, Chen unleashed a beam of glazed light from the eye of the source, shattering the runes on the wheel's surface with each passing inch. However, the 12 phantoms simultaneously ignited their own essence, transforming into 12 orbs of azure flame that fused into the wheel, causing the bloody fissure at its center to expand 100-fold, consuming the entire chaotic void into a dark whirlpool. A Shui's star core flickered with its final light within the vortex, her form transforming into myriad starlights that entwined around Chen, Brother Chen. The star core can temporarily stabilize the space, quickly find the wheel's weakness. Gritting his teeth, Chen channeled the power of the eye of the source into the chaotic spirit pearl, which erupted into countless points of light, piecing together the internal structure of the wheel of fate within the whirlpool. His pupils constricted as he beheld a pulsating dark purple heart suspended at the core of the wheel, each throb drawing life from the universe. So it is. Drawing upon the life force of myriad realms is the key to severing the essence of the wheel. Chen let out a long howl towards the heavens. As the chaotic seed and his dual Dao essence fully merged, transforming into a blade of the Dao radiating a trifold brilliance. He leaped into the vortex. The blade of the heavenly path entwined with chaos, as the stars and primordial force descended upon the dark purple heart with a thunderous strike. Chapter 177. The blade shatters the fate wheel. Aftermath. The blade of the heavenly path tore through the void, carrying the might to obliterate worlds as it aimed for the dark purple heart. Yet, at the very moment the blade made contact, a protective shield composed of countless tiny runes suddenly emerged upon the heart's surface. As the runes flickered, they rebounded the full force of the blade of the heavenly path. Chen was thrown back by this shockwave, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and the brilliance of the eye of origin in his sea of consciousness dimmed slightly. The fate wheel of the abyss let out a deafening roar as 12 ethereal blue flames coalesced into phantom forms, all laughing in unison, an ant shaking a tree. This core of the fate wheel, forged from the heart of the ancient lord of the abyss, cannot be so easily destroyed. The leading phantom waved its hand, causing the fate wheel to spin at an accelerated pace, and from the dark whirlpool, countless chains emerged, writhing like giant serpents towards Chen and Ashue's starlight. In a critical moment, resonances erupted from all corners of the universe. Those ancient inheritors who once bestowed power upon Chen ignited their own Dao fruits, channeling their final strength into dazzling beams of light that shot towards the chaotic void. These beams converged, forming a galactic chain that collided thunderously with the chains of the fate wheel. The violent collision shattered the fabric of space, revealing the profound void behind. Chen felt the overwhelming force surge within him, igniting an indomitable fighting spirit. He shouted, and the eye of origin blazed with brilliance, its glassy vertical pupil reflecting the trajectory of the fate wheel's runes. So it was. A flaw lingered amidst the runic operations. He formed seals with his hands, and the blade of the heavenly path reconstituted amidst tricolored radiance, with celestial patterns emerging that opposed those of the fate wheel. Break for me. Chen wielded the blade of the heavenly path, his form transforming into a streak of light, weaving through the gaps created by the fate wheel's runes like a swimming fish. The 12 phantoms attempted to intercept, but were repelled by the chaotic force swirling around Chen. At last, the blade of the heavenly path struck once more at the dark purple heart. This time, the celestial patterns on the blade collided violently with the runes on the heart's surface, erupting in a dazzling display. A piercing scream emanated from the dark purple heart as cracks began to form in its protective shield. Seizing the opportunity, Chen infused all his strength into the blade of the heavenly path, and the blade plunged fiercely into the heart. With a thunderous boom, the dark purple heart exploded, scattering myriad streams of dark purple light. The fate wheel of the abyss, bereft of its core, began to tremble violently, and the 12 phantoms emitted unwilling roars, only to be instantly consumed by the backlash of the wheel. The aftermath of the wheel's collapse swept through the chaotic void, as Chen and Ashue embraced tightly amidst the radiance, safeguarding the newly born altar of the heavenly path with their own power. As the light faded, the fate wheel of the abyss had vanished, and the chaotic void gradually returned to tranquility. However, Chen sensed an even more mysterious and powerful aura slowly awakening from the depths of the universe. Ashue's starlight reformed into human shape. She looked upon Chen's weary visage and softly spoke, "Brother Chen, though we have temporarily weathered the crisis, that aura is likely more potent than any enemy we have faced before." Chen gripped the chaos-purifying spear tightly, his gaze resolute. "Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall not allow the universe to descend into crisis again. A new journey has only just begun." Behind them, the newly born Heavenly Dao altar radiated brilliance, with fresh laws ascending from the altar and slowly merging into various corners of the cosmos. In a distant corner of the universe, a pair of eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, peered through layers of space, observing Chen and Ashue, a knowing smile curling at the corners of its lips. Chapter 178. The green eyes observing the realm, the first signs of deception amidst the aftermath of the disintegration of the abyssal wheel of fate. The chaotic void reformed like a shattered mirror. The surface of the chaotic seed within Chen's Dao fruit was covered with intricate fissures, the three-colored radiance flickering erratically, each pulse resonating with the sound of collapsing Dao rhythms. The strands of Ashue's star core essence, moving of their own accord, transformed into countless starry glimmers suspended in the void, keenly capturing the energy fluctuations around them. Although the dark purple stream of light had dissipated, it left behind a strange tremor in the void. "Be careful. This is not the end." Ashue suddenly thrust Chen back, transforming her star core essence into a shield before her. A brittle sound, akin to the snapping of a violin string, echoed from the depths of the void as 7 arrows, dark as ink, tore through space, their surfaces entwined with purple lightning, leaving charred marks even on the newly birthed laws of the Heavenly Dao. The chaos-purifying spear surged forth autonomously, its blade erupting with a radiant spectrum, colliding with the arrows in a thunderous explosion that sent colossal waves crashing through the sea of chaotic essence. From the depths of the universe, the owner of those eerie green eyes gradually revealed himself, clad in translucent scale armor. Each scale shimmered with ripples of time and space distortion, and 6 pairs of bony wings sprouted from his back, the gaps between the wings revealing countless miniature worlds being born and perished. He lightly tapped the void with his fingertips, causing 7 diamond-shaped crystals to levitate, their surfaces reflecting the figures of Chen and Shui. How amusing, little ants! That you can sever the abyssal wheel of fate. His voice slithered forth like the hissing of 1,000 venomous serpents, imbued with the weight of eons and cruelty. Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the dual Dao fruits transforming into a yin-yang fish that floated above his head, its eyes embedded with fragments of chaotic spirit pearls and the eye of origin. He noticed the dark green liquid seeping from the gaps in the enemy's scale armor, corroding the ground into unfathomable black holes. A Shui, this creature's aura is even closer to the opposite of the chaotic origin than the abyssal wheel of fate. The power of a Shui's star core surged, enveloping them in a stellar array, the patterns within revealing remnants of ancient bronze hexagrams. The hexagram indicated the presence of the World Annihilator, whose existence could directly erase the marks of the Heavenly Dao. The World Annihilator flapped his bony wings, and with each beat, the space between Chen and a Shui twisted into bizarre whirlpools. From these whirlpools crawled countless translucent, aberrant creatures, their veins coursing with dark purple liquid, exhaling corrosive mist capable of melting space. Chen swept the chaos-purifying spear, where the spear's radiance passed. The acidic mist was refined into pure chaotic essence, yet the number of aberrant creatures surged exponentially upon contact with the mist. As the World Annihilator approached with deliberate strides, each flap of his wings distorted the space between Chen and a Shui into grotesque vortices. He reached out to grasp the chaotic seed within the ink dust Dao fruit, and just as his fingertips were about to make contact, the remnants of the Order Divine chain from the ancient chaotic tree suddenly soared from the heavenly altar, transforming into a luminous net that ensnared the arm of the World Annihilation Calamity Master. The remnants of the ancient tree's soul? The World Annihilation Calamity Master let out a sinister cackle. Perfect. I shall use your essence to forge a new wheel of fate. His aura surged violently, as ink-green liquid inundated the Order Divine chain, which emitted a mournful cry of impending collapse under the corrosive onslaught. Simultaneously, countless dark purple vortices erupted across the cosmos. Those forces from the outer abyss, once purified by the ink dust, returned in a resurgence, brandishing flags inscribed with the totem of the World Annihilation Calamity Master and shouting in unison, "The world shall be annihilated anew. The heavenly path shall be obliterated." Meanwhile, in the depths of the chaotic primordial sea, the shattered fragments of the void abyss will began to bizarrely reassemble, the remnants of a dark purple heart pulsating in rhythm with the heartbeat of the World Annihilation Calamity Master. Chapter 179, The Resonance of All Spirits. Blood sacrifice for the common folk. The ink-green liquid surrounding the World Annihilation Calamity Master surged like a living entity, corroding the entwined Order Divine chain into a state of utter disrepair. Ink dust writhed in unbearable agony, the chaotic seed being irresistibly drawn by an unseen force, as if it were on the verge of being expelled from its vessel. The core essence of the Shui star radiated with overwhelming brilliance, forcibly reversing the stellar formation. Countless starlight coalescing into chains that wrapped around the waist of the ink dust, striving to separate him from the power of the World Annihilation Calamity Master. An ant shaking a tree. The bone wings of the World Annihilation Calamity Master trembled violently, 6 temporal vortices erupting simultaneously, unleashing a tide of strange creatures. These beings converged, forming a colossal totem of annihilation in the void. At its center, the remnants of the dark purple heart throbbed wildly, continuously absorbing the negative energy emanating from across the cosmos. With gritted teeth, ink dust unleashed a blinding radiance from the chaos-purifying halberd. The engravings on the blade illuminated, transforming into writhing chaotic divine dragons. He swung the halberd towards the World Annihilation Calamity Master, but was repelled by a casual wave of ink-green energy. At that moment, practitioners throughout the universe suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis. Countless ancient forbidden grounds automatically opened, and long-sealed artifacts of antiquity resonated, soaring toward the chaotic void. So it is, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Ink Dust's eyes as he spread his arms wide. The dual Dao fruits morphing into a yin-yang fish hovering above his head. Today, I shall wield the power of all spirits to sever this malevolence. As his voice resonated, all beings in the universe felt an invisible summons. Whether mortal or cultivator, they involuntarily transformed their own strength into luminescence, flowing along the veins of the heavenly law into the chaotic void. Witnessing this, Aishue's core essence radiated with renewed brilliance as she formed seals with her hands, sketching an immense stellar atlas in the void. Within the atlas, countless stars twinkled, resonating with the collective power of all spirits converging with Ink Dust. In an instant, the chaotic void was illuminated by a tapestry of 9 colors intertwined with starlight, causing the strange creatures to emit piercing wails, disintegrating into ashes. The expression of the world annihilation calamity master finally grew grave as he flapped his bone wings, attempting to obstruct this force. Yet the power of all spirits surged like an unstoppable tide. Ink Dust's luminescence swelled immensely, his form ascending higher, revealing a colossal manifestation of all spirits behind him. The manifestation of myriad beings coalesces into every strand of hair, and each eye reflects the vastness of the universe and its inhabitants. In a blood sacrifice to the myriad souls, all spirits return to the void. With a thunderous cry, Chen summoned the power of countless beings, raising his hand to unleash a radiant beam infused with the essence of innumerable lives. Where the light traversed, space disintegrated inch by inch, and time itself came to a standstill. The Lord of Cataclysm felt his pupils constrict in alarm. He hastily summoned all his strength, conjuring a massive dark green shield before him. The radiant beam collided with the shield, unleashing an energy storm that swept across the chaotic void. The Lord's shield shattered under the onslaught, dark green liquid splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, the manifestation of myriad beings also exhibited cracks from the shield's retaliation, blood trickling from Chen's lips, yet his gaze remained resolute. At that moment, a mournful dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the universe. A blood-soaked chaotic dragon burst forth from the void, launching itself toward the Lord of Cataclysm. The dragon, scarred yet imbued with an indomitable spirit, was recognized by Chen as the slumbering spirit of the chaos-cleansing spear, stirring profound emotion within him. Chapter 180, The Rift of Time and Space. The ancient calamity, the residual waves from the Lord of Cataclysm, had yet to subside when the chaotic void suddenly fissured into a web-like crack, oozing a viscous mist as dark as ink. Wherever the mist spread, the newly birthed principles of the Heavenly Dao crumbled like grains of sand, revealing the distorted temporal turbulence lurking within the depths of the rift. The manifestation of myriad beings shattered inch by inch, forcing Chen to stagger to one knee as the chaotic seed within the Dao fruit trembled violently, dark purple light seeping from its surface cracks. This was not a natural fissure. The core of the Ashu star pulsated violently, its starlight corroded by the mist into a dark hue, revealing ancient curses within the rifts. She raised her hand to conjure a barrier of stars, only to witness the mist morph into countless skeletal claws that pierced through, leaving smoldering wounds upon her arms. The dragon, transformed from the spirit of the chaos-cleansing spear, let out a lamenting cry. As the mist ensnared its form, it began to petrify, black blood oozing between its scales. Across the universe, the extraterrestrial forces summoned by the Lord of Cataclysm erupted in unison. Their eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, and their weapons spontaneously assembled into a grand altar, upon which rose a black banner etched with distorted human faces. As the banner unfurled in the wind, countless vengeful souls surged forth, flying toward the rift in the chaotic void, each soul channeling its energy into the fissure. Within Chen's sea of consciousness, the remnants of a Yun's divination fragments ignited, revealing a final warning. The rift in time and space awakens ancient calamities. The sacrifice of the living heralds the impending doom. From the depths of the rift, the sound of breaking chains reverberated, and 12 colossal figures emerged from the chaotic currents, clad in rusted bronze armor. Intertwined with dark purple crystalline vines, they wielded spears stained with the dried blood of antiquity. The leader slowly raised his head, hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames, proclaiming that the day had finally arrived. The ancient chaotic tree now withered, and the order of the Heavenly Dao was on the brink of collapse. His voice carried the decay of countless ages, each word distorting the very fabric of the void. Chen forcefully activated his dual Dao fruits, a protective shield of rainbow and dark purple light enveloping him, yet it was shattered by the mere shadow of the spear wielded by his adversary. The chaotic seed abruptly severed its connection to the Dao fruit, hovering before the rift, resonating with the dark purple crystalline vines. Without hesitation, a Shuel lunged towards Chen. As the essence of the star core enveloped him in a cocoon of light, while she herself was pierced through the shoulder by the crystalline vines, causing the brilliance of the star core to dim instantaneously. It turned out that the chaotic seed was the key to unlocking the ancient seal. Chen coughed up blood as he beheld the ancient patterns manifesting on the surface of the chaotic seed. 12 silhouettes simultaneously raised their spears, and the void began to collapse around the chaotic seed, forming a massive vortex. Every being in the cosmos sensed an overwhelming pressure of despair. Blood-red clouds appeared in the skies of countless planets, and the ground cracked open into chasms, as if the entire universe were lamenting the impending disaster. At the critical moment, a clear, melodious phoenix cry suddenly echoed from the depths of the universe. The remnant soul of the ancient phoenix god transformed into a firebird, breaking through the void. Engulfed in the flames of rebirth. Chen, with your Dao fruit as a guide, lend me the power of my remnant soul. The firebird plunged into Chen's brow, igniting the 9-colored flames of rebirth within his dual Dao fruits. The petrified form of the chaotic cleansing spear's spirit exploded, transforming into thousands of spear rays that shot towards the 12 silhouettes. Chen shouted loudly, as the flames of rebirth enveloped the chaotic seed, propelling it towards the rift in spacetime. Upon witnessing this, the 12 silhouettes simultaneously thrust their spears into the center of the vortex, which immediately erupted with ancient demonic shadows that blotted out the sky. Each of these demonic figures was the size of a mountain, and the toxic mist they exhaled reduced stars to dust. At the deepest point of the rift, a massive bronze door adorned with fangs slowly began to open, emanating a terrifying aura that made the very laws of heaven tremble. Chapter 181. The Rebirth Battle and Secrets of the Ancient Gate, surrounded by the 9-colored flames of rebirth. Chen clashed violently with the dark purple crystalline vines, releasing energy ripples that tore open countless miniature rifts in the void. The patterns on the surface of the chaotic seed illuminated fully, and from the cracks of the bronze door seeped a thick, abyssal mist, coalescing into millions of twisted faces, each emitting a soul-piercing shriek. The crystalline vines outside a Shue's cocoon writhed frantically, the light of the star core flickering like a dying candle in the wind. She bit her tongue, spilling her life essence star blood, and inscribed an ancient star formation upon the surface of the cocoon. The 12 silhouettes simultaneously wielded their spears, and from the depths of the swirling void, countless withered arms reached out, grasping for the chaotic seed in Chen's hands. The flames of rebirth from the remnant soul of the phoenix god surged violently, the firebird's ethereal wings expanding to a span of 10,000 miles. Wherever its wings swept, the withered hands were instantly reduced to ashes. However, more demonic shadows emerged from the vortex, among which one wielding a bone sword slashed downward, cleaving a star in half, causing the exploded fragments of the star core to rain down upon Chen like a meteor shower. With my Dao fruit, I sacrifice this chaos. Chen's eyes turned crimson as he forcibly infused all the power from his dual Dao fruits into the flames of rebirth. The myriad spear rays of the chaotic cleansing spear suddenly coalesced into the true form of the spear's spirit. The dragon's eyes reignited with golden flames, its tail sweeping to shatter 3 demonic figures, while its claws lunged for the throat of the leader. The leader let out a cold laugh, and the crystalline vines from the gaps in his bronze armor rapidly extended, ensnaring the dragon's body, as crystalline thorns the size of fingernails pierced its scales, corroding them with wisps of white smoke. In various corners of the universe, blood-red clouds began to condense into chains, wrapping around the surface of every planet. The altar, manipulated by foreign forces, continuously absorbed vengeful souls, and the distorted faces upon the black banners grew increasingly distinct, subtly hinting at a desire to break free from their constraints. Within the sea of consciousness of Chen, fragments of a Yun's divination suddenly transformed into streams of light, merging into the chaotic seed formation. From this formation emerged ancient war scrolls, depicting countless deities and demons fallen before the bronze giant gate. Behind that door, there was a figure strikingly similar to Chen. The resonance between the chaotic seed and the ancient gate reached its zenith, causing the cosmic laws of the universe to flow backward. The nirvana fire in Chen's hand abruptly morphed into an eerie purple-black hue, and within his eyes was reflected the figure behind the ancient gate, slowly raising a hand. At a critical moment, Chen amalgamated the Dao fruit, chaotic seed, and nirvana fire into a singular, radiant stream of light, propelling it toward the center of the vortex. 12 figures simultaneously roared, their spears coalescing into a strike capable of tearing apart the fabric of time and space, colliding thunderously with Chen's attack. As the dust settled, Chen gazed at the curse mark spreading across his palm, suddenly discovering another image hidden within the fragments of a Yun's divination. In a realm filled with shattered stars, a figure cloaked in black was intently observing the bronze giant gate, holding a fragment resonating with the essence of the chaotic seed. In the depths of the cosmos, countless gazes pierced through layers of space, focusing on the ravaged landscape. The secret realms where ancient powers resided trembled in succession, and the long-sealed ancient prophetic jade slips ignited with a crimson glow. Within a floating bronze celestial palace amidst the chaos, an elder with flowing white hair stroked his beard and sighed. The ancient chessboard finally reveals a corner. This child's destiny can indeed disrupt the cosmic order. In the dark abyss, the slumbering demon gods opened their blood-red vertical pupils, their lips curling into sinister smiles. The chaotic seed has manifested. This is the moment for breaking the seal. Chen struggled to stabilize his form, his gaze sweeping across the devastated star domain. The recent battle had reduced dozens of planets to dust, with the remaining celestial bodies covered in web-like fissures, as if a mere touch could cause them to disintegrate completely. The spirit of the chaotic purification spear lay nearby, barely clinging to life, its dragon form battered and scales shedding, each fragment transforming into annihilation energy, corroding the surrounding space into black holes. Ashwe, Chen's consciousness frantically searched, and finally, deep within a shattered nebula, he captured a faint glimmer of the star core. Ashwe lay curled amidst the remnants of starlight, her core essence reduced to the size of a walnut, its surface marred with cracks, resembling fragile glass on the verge of shattering. A serene smile appeared on her pale face. Do not exert yourself. My essence is already connected to your sea of spirit. As long as you live. Before she could finish, her form transformed into specks of starlight, merging into the center of Chen's brow. Simultaneously, fragments of the black banners falling from various corners of the universe suddenly erupted with malevolent light. In the desolate expanse of a remote star domain, a fragment pierces the earth, instantly saturating the surrounding landscape with a deep purplish-black hue, from which countless skeletal demons emerge from the depths below. In the ethereal realm of cultivation, the shard transforms into a figure clad in black robes, stealthily infiltrating the sacred grounds of various sections. Meanwhile, within the depths of Chen's consciousness, remnants of divination symbols flicker to life once again. This time, the vision reveals the cloaked figure holding the fragment, engaged in dialogue with a shadow behind a colossal bronze door. Chen, gritting through intense pain, channels the essence of the chaotic seed in an attempt to unravel the mysteries of the incantation. In an instant, a torrent of memories floods his mind. During the primordial era, the gods devised a 9-tiered prison to seal a terrifying existence, using the ancient chaotic tree as a conduit. Remarkably, the chaotic seed is the key birth from the core of this ancient tree, requiring 7 fragments to be fully activated. The fragments currently in the world are coveted by various factions. Understanding dawns upon Chen, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he prepares to act, only to be struck by a sudden, excruciating pain in his consciousness. The incantation morphs into thorns, ensnaring his spirit. While a chilling laughter resonates in his ears, the backlash of the chaotic seed. Do you truly believe that mere rebirth flames can contain it? With every incense stick burned, a thread of your soul shall be devoured. Before he can react, darkness engulfs his vision, nearly plunging him into unconsciousness. Chen grips the chaotic purifying spear tightly, an aura of resolute determination radiating from him. He gazes at the closing rift in space and time, his mind already comprehending. To unravel the ancient mysteries and dispel the thread of the incantation, he must embark on a quest for the fragments. This, perhaps, is the intricate web woven by the enigmatic existence behind the bronze door. Chapter 183. The Guardian of the Array and the Confrontation of the Life-Reversing Grass. The planet housing the Spring Return Valley is encircled by 12 colossal bronze rings, each inscribed with flowing life runes, though marred by dark purple mist. As Chen steps into the atmosphere, the ground suddenly fractures in a web-like pattern, and 9 enormous iron chains burst forth, their barbed ends emitting an eerie blue glow, expertly locking onto 9 vital points of his body. The chaotic, purifying spear springs forth autonomously, its residual spiritual energy erupting into a golden dragon shape that confronts the black turtle. Seizing the opportunity, Chen channels his dual-born Dao fruit, attempting to purify the toxins on the chains with radiant 9-colored light. However, the incantation suddenly ignites fiercely, and purplish-black flames surge up the chains, quickly igniting his sleeves. The black turtle's eyes gleam with mockery as it opens its massive mouth, unleashing not a mere breath, but a black vortex imbued with the power of time and space, consuming all starlight within a vast radius. The turtle's breath forms a spectral prison. Suddenly, the spirit mushrooms blooming on the turtle's shell release countless black spores into the air, which upon touching the ground transform into skeletal soldiers wielding spears. The bones of these skeletal warriors glimmer with a metallic sheen, and each swing of their bone spears sends ripples that tear through space. As Chen maneuvers the spear to slay the skeletons, he catches sight of a life force faintly emanating from the gaps in the turtle's shell. A life-reversing grass sways gently, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, with dewdrops on its leaves reflecting scenes from different times and spaces. At that moment, sounds of something piercing through the cosmos echo from the depths of the universe. 3 formidable figures tore through the clouds as they descended. At the forefront, an elderly man with silver hair wielded a jade scepter, while behind him floated 72 ancient bronze lamps. To his left, a figure clad in black robes was ensnared by blood-red chains, each link adorned with the primordial souls of cultivators. To his right stood a veiled woman, and wherever her gown swept, skeletal warriors began to devour one another. Young friend Chen, surrender the chaos seed, and we shall assist you in obtaining the reversal grass. The silver-haired elder said with a smile, the jade scepter subtly pointing toward Chen's life gate. Otherwise, the breath of the netherworld tortoise is beyond your endurance. The black-robed figure cackled ominously as the blood-red chains lunged toward Chen, while the woman vanished into thin air, only to reappear near the location of the reversal grass. Chen's body was engulfed in a kaleidoscope of nirvana flames, clashing violently with the purple-black curse seals. Suddenly, he recalled a vision from the fortune-telling of a Yun, recognizing a fragment in the hands of the black-robed figure that bore a striking resemblance to the aura of the 3 before him. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all the power of the Dao fruit into the chaos-cleansing spear, its tip radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. If you desire the chaos seed, you must first pass through me. The netherworld tortoise seemed to sense impending doom. The spirit mushrooms on its shell grew wildly, shrouding the sky in darkness. The reversal grass shimmered with vibrant hues, and droplets upon its leaves suddenly burst forth, unleashing a torrent of temporal fragments that spiraled the battlefield into chaos. Chen navigated through the turbulent flow, evading the tortoise's onslaught, while remaining wary of the hidden arrows from the 3 factions. The curse's corruption had spread to his heart, each heartbeat bringing excruciating pain. Chapter 184. The manifestation of fragmented souls amidst the temporal turbulence. The vortex of time and space violently tore at the bodies of those present. As Chen's garments were shredded by the currents, the cursed seal slithering like a venomous serpent up his neck and onto his face. He struggled to wield the chaos-cleansing spear, its radiance carving golden arcs through the fabric of time, yet the blood-red chains ensnared him, each link exuding a chilling aura that threatened to devour his very soul. Suddenly, the bronze lamps ignited, 72 emerald flames coalescing into an ancient array designed to trap immortals, ensnaring Chen at its center. Humph, an ant attempting to shake a tree. The black-robed figure sneered, as the chains constricted mercilessly, etching crimson lines into Chen's robe. At that moment, a clear and resonant dragon's roar echoed through the void. As a cerulean phantom broke through the tumultuous flow, this was the lingering dragon soul of the chaos-cleansing spear's spirit. The dragon soul exhaled a golden inner elixir, its chaotic essence instantly dispersing the immortal trapping array and causing all 72 bronze lamps to explode simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, the veiled woman advanced toward the reversal grass. Her delicate hand barely grazed the leaves when the entire tortoise shell trembled violently. The netherworld tortoise emitted a furious roar, and the spirit mushrooms transformed into a swarm of black insects, surging toward her like a tide. With a sharp exclamation, the woman unleashed countless silver needles from her gown, pinning the insects midair. However, upon contact, the needles began to corrode and dissolve. Taking a deep breath, Chen felt the dual Dao fruits within him surge into action, a powerful force crashing through his being like a roaring tide. Under his command, the 9-colored nirvana flames and the purple-black curse seals collided with the urgency of 2 meteors. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and the energy unleashed sent rippling shockwaves spiraling outward like monstrous waves. The indomitable crimson chains of the figure cloaked in black shattered, as if made of paper under the onslaught of overwhelming energy. Upon witnessing this, Chen felt a surge of joy and, like a flash of lightning, swiftly rushed toward the reversal grass. However, just as he was about to make contact with the reversal grass, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The silver-haired elder nonchalantly waved the jade scepter in his hand, which traced an elegant arc through the air before abruptly halting. With the motion of the scepter, the void seemed to tear apart, revealing a massive rift. From within this chasm, several scaled giant claws suddenly emerged, each exuding a chilling aura, the remnants of ancient ferocious beasts. These claws, akin to the hands of demons from the depths of hell, bore down upon Chen with a cataclysmic force, as if to obliterate everything in their path. With no means of evasion, Chen felt an irresistible power crash upon him, instantly plunging him into the crevices of a tortoise shell. At the brink of despair, the reversal grass began to tremble violently. From the temporal fragments upon its leaves, a familiar figure emerged, a Shui. Her star core radiated with brilliant light, and through the fragments of time and space, her urgent voice reached him. Chen. The reversal grass requires the nourishment of sincere blood to recognize its master. Before her words could fully resonate, the great maw of the spectral tortoise descended upon Chen, the gust of foul wind shattering the surrounding space into shards. A resolute glint flickered in Chen's eyes as he bit his tongue, releasing a droplet of blood mixed with the essence of Dao fruits, which accurately fell upon the roots of the reversal grass. In an instant, vibrant rays of multicolored light soared into the sky, and the reversal grass transformed into a stream of light, merging into his forehead. Chen's consciousness trembled violently as he beheld the reversal grass taking root deep within the sea of spirit, its leaves gently swaying and gradually purifying the corrosive power of the curse. Alarm bells rang. He had succeeded. The three factions simultaneously shifted their expressions, preparing to launch a joint attack, but the spectral tortoise suddenly redirected its assault. The spiritual mushrooms upon its shell grew wildly, ensnaring everyone within a colossal prison. A glimmer of cunning flashed in the tortoise's eyes as its head opened to reveal a half-piece of bronze pendant hanging from its throat, the patterns on it resonating with the chaotic seed. Chapter 185. The dimensional maze of the ancient formation in turmoil. The chaotic currents of time and space tore at Chen's spirit like a meat grinder, while the reversal grass grew wildly in his consciousness, its roots entwining the curse and forcing the purple-black corrosive power deep into his limbs. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a blood-red desert, where countless half-buried bronze remnants lay scattered, their blades not rusted but glistening with dark purple ice crystals. Was this the time-space prison created by the tortoise? Chen tightened his grip on the chaos-purifying spear, which suddenly emitted a resonant hum. Pointing toward the depths of the desert, there stood a dilapidated altar, with 12 coiling dragon pillars inscribed with array patterns that shared the same origin as the chaotic seed. And at the center of the altar floated a pulsating black heart, each beat stirring a dark tide that engulfed the light. Meanwhile, in various dimensions of time and space, the silver-haired elder found himself ensnared within an inverted celestial palace, where 72 ancient bronze lamps transformed into ravenous ghostly flames. The blood-red chains of the figure in black were shredded by the chaotic currents of time and space, while the primordial essence fled in disarray through the void. A veiled woman plummeted into a sea of thorns composed of silver needles, each needle reflecting her terrified visage. Only the ethereal dark tortoise remained. From the crevices of its shell seeped the chaotic currents, revealing a blurred image of it fighting alongside the ancient deities. As Chen approached the altar, the ground suddenly erupted with countless bronze chains, their ends entwined around decaying heads that emitted a foul stench. These heads inexplicably opened their mouths, producing a cacophony of voices. Surrender the chaos seed, surrender the chaos seed. He summoned the 9-colored nirvana flame to scorch the chains, but to his astonishment, the moment the flames touched the bronze, they morphed into a strange dark purple hue. Within his consciousness, a Shui's lingering soul suddenly coalesced. Beware. This is a remnant of the ancient locking god formation. The formation's core lies within that black heart. Before her words could fully escape, the surrounding coiling dragon columns collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into 12 colossal bronze giants wielding shields. Their shields were etched with distorted human faces, each face silently screaming. The giants simultaneously swung their shields, unleashing sound waves that caused blood to seep from Chen's 7 orifices, while the chaos seed trembled violently within the Dao fruit, resonating ever more strongly with the black heart. At the critical moment, the reverse fate grass suddenly sprouted from his forehead, the temporal dew on its blades exploding to reveal a Yun's final divination image, Chen embedding the chaos seed into the black heart, causing the altar's radiant light to reshape the corroded laws of heaven. Gritting his teeth, Chen poured all the power of his twin Dao fruits into the chaos seed. Roaring as he charged towards the formation's core, the bronze giant's shields converged into a cage, attempting to obstruct him. Yet they were torn apart by the golden fissures cleaved by the chaos-purifying halberd. The instant the chaos seed made contact with the black heart, the entire temporal prison began to collapse. What surged forth from the black heart was not darkness, but dazzling starlight, within which the lingering souls of the ancient deities materialized. The leading deity in white sighed. At last, we have awaited this day. The chaos seed has returned to its rightful place, and the locking god formation shall restart, capable of reversing the tampered timeline. Yet, before the words had fully left his lips, a purple-black phantom suddenly pierced through time and space. Seizing the chaos seed, it was the enigmatic being behind the bronze giant doors. In the moment of collision between the beam of light and the mysterious phantom, the entire temporal prison shattered like fragile glass, reflecting countless fragments of time, in which Chen and the figure in black stood in confrontation. The black-clad figure's arm, ensnared by chains, erupted explosively, revealing a skeletal structure covered in cursed seals, which mirrored the rampant purple-black patterns within Chen's own body. So, you too have sensed it. Came the black-robed man's hoarse laughter tinged with madness. We are but fragments of the same chaotic origin. The ancient deity's lingering souls changed color in unison. As the starry scepter in the white deity's hand erupted with blinding light. This is dire. The chaotic origin has fractured. The order of heaven shall be utterly destroyed. Before the words could fully resonate, a dark purple vortex erupted around the figure in black, devouring all in its path. While the body ensnared by the dark tortoise's chains transformed into countless bats, fleeing through the rifts of time towards the bronze giant doors. Within Chen's consciousness, the last fragment of a Yun's divination suddenly burned away, revealing a line of blood-red text, fratricide of the same origin, a myriad of calamities rendered void. Sacrificing oneself to attain the Dao, chaos returns to its end. The reverse destiny herb surged wildly at the brow of Chen, its roots entwining with the Dao fruit, compelling the power of the purple-black curse seal into the chaos seed. He gazed at the gradually closing rift in space-time, the chaos purification spear hovering autonomously upon his shoulder. As the remnants of the dragon's soul within the weapon emitted a thunderous roar, "Young master, that fiend has fled to the ruins of the ancient battlefield, where the core fragments that suppress the essence of chaos lie." Across the universe, ancient secret realms stirred by the aura of the cloaked figure began to collapse in rapid succession, unleashing countless sealed killing formations and demonic artifacts from the earth. While the firmament of the cultivation world descended with purple-black thunder, Chen tore through the fabric of space in pursuit, only to encounter the interception of three silver-haired elders midway. The hem of the veiled woman's gown was stained with blood, and her half-revealed face was covered in strange scales. Hand over the reverse destiny herb. We are commanded by the cloaked figure. As long as we can delay the erosion of the curse seal, we shall spare your life. The cloaked figure cackled menacingly. As the reformed blood-red chains transformed into myriad venomous serpents, each of their tongues spewing a corrosive venom aimed at the soul. The bronze ancient lamp held by the silver-haired elder reignited, this time burning with the souls of 72 prodigies from the cultivation realm. Seeking death, Chen's body was enveloped in a radiant conflagration of 9-colored nirvana fire, merging with the 7-colored glow of the reverse destiny herb, forming an illusory chaos blue lotus. Where the lotus petals fell, the blood-red chains shattered inch by inch, and the bronze ancient lamp exploded instantaneously. The silver-haired elder, horrified and seeking to retreat, witnessed Chen's spear tip pierce through a rift in space-time, drawing the three into its depths. Somewhere in the cosmos, the shell of the netherworld Xian turtle suddenly cracked open, from which emerged a half-piece of jade tablet inscribed with star maps, transforming into a stream of light that entered Chen's sea of consciousness, containing the ancient text that recorded the secrets of the essence of chaos. Chen grasped the chaos seed tightly, feeling the power within him resonate frantically with that of the cloaked figure. The reverse destiny herb suddenly morphed into a luminous shield, enveloping him, as the leaves revealed the final smile of a shui. Chen, your Dao fruit may very well be the key to restoring the essence of chaos. Before the words faded, the cloaked figure summoned the power of the altar, unleashing a dark purple beam that pierced the heavens toward Chen. Within the beam, the bronze giant door could be seen slowly opening, and a pair of cold eyes stared intently at this fated confrontation. Chapter 187, Dao Fruit Shatters. Essence returns to unity at the moment the dark purple beam rent the firmament asunder. The illusory chaos blue lotus surrounding Chen trembled violently, its petals disintegrating. The altar's power, invoked by the cloaked figure, enveloped him in an ancient pressure, compressing the surrounding space into a pitch-black singularity. The spirit of the chaos purification spear let out one final roar, its dragon form exploding into countless spear lights, igniting a resplendent golden river of stars within the beam, yet unable to impede it in the slightest. With my twin Dao fruits, I shall sever this illusion. Chen's eyes erupted with a dazzling interplay of 9 colors and dark purple as he forcibly extracted the Dao fruit from his spiritual sea. The instant the Dao fruit shattered, cultivators across the universe simultaneously spat blood, and the protective formations of countless sects collapsed as he audaciously drew upon the entirety of the Heavenly Dao, refining his own Dao fruit into the key to reverse the essence. The reverse destiny herb grew wildly, entwining the shattered Dao fruit and coalescing before Chen into a luminous gate that radiated ripples of time and space. Within the gate appeared the remnants of ancient deities. As a white-clad divinity plunged a starry scepter into their own chest, their immense divine power transforming into chains that ensnared the cloaked figure's ankle. Chen quickly seized the altar's broken sword and reforged the essence of chaos. The figure cloaked in black unleashed a primal roar as a dark violet vortex surged violently around him, devouring half of the chains. Chen, enduring the excruciating pain of his Dao fruit disintegrating, transformed into a stream of light, propelling himself toward the altar. The 7 severed swords sensed the aura of the chaos seed and simultaneously emitted a melodious chime, the fragments of the sealed essence within the swords transforming into radiant streams. Yet, just as they were about to merge with the chaos seed, they were forcibly drawn in by the bronze altar, summoned by the black-cloaked figure. Ancient sacrificial patterns emerged upon the altar's surface, converting the life essence of all beings in the star domain into chains that ensnared Chen's soul. Surrender. The black-cloaked figure unveiled his hood, revealing a visage identical to Chen's. The essence of chaos is destined to be divided. You safeguard the heavenly path while I wield destruction. This is the fate decreed by the ancient gods. He raised his hand to summon the ethereal silhouette of a colossal bronze door, from which a jet-black arm reached out, seizing the remnants of Chen's Dao fruit. By destroying your Dao fruit, you merely hasten the universe's collapse. At the critical moment, a radiant burst emanated from the ancient scriptures within Chen's consciousness, transforming the jade slip into countless golden runes that fused with the chaos seed. The patterns on the surface of the chaos seed began to rotate in reverse, forcibly peeling away the essence fragments absorbed by the altar. Seizing the opportunity, Chen integrated the reversal grass, chaos seed, and Dao fruit remnants, forming a seed that exuded chaotic energy, an existence surpassing the Dao fruit, embodying the dual principles of creation and destruction. My fate is mine to command, not to be dictated by heaven. Chen hurled the chaos seed toward the altar. At the moment of its explosion, the light of creation clashed violently with the dark tide of destruction. The bronze altar began to disintegrate, and the black-cloaked figure looked on in terror as his form gradually became transparent. The power he shared with Chen was being forcibly extracted by the chaos seed. The shell of the abyssal Xian turtle shattered completely in the depths of the cosmos, transforming into a celestial rain that offered its final strength as a sacrifice in this battle of origins. When the radiance faded, Chen knelt, cradling the reformed chaos seed. In the center of the altar, the figure of the black-cloaked man gradually diminished, and before vanishing, he revealed a serene smile. It appears that the true essence of chaos requires the relinquishment of all to touch the heavenly laws of the universe, which are beginning to restructure. From the temporal rifts corroded by the black-cloaked figure, verdant vines slowly began to grow, a sign of the ancient chaos tree's rebirth. However, even as Chen began to feel a sense of relief, a sudden, intense pain surged through his consciousness. New patterns emerged on the surface of the chaos seed, pointing toward the darkest corners of the universe. There, a pair of eyes, larger than the colossal bronze door, slowly opened. Within their pitch-black pupils reflected Chen's weary form. Chapter 188. The dark eyes observing the world, new sprouts of the ancient tree, just as Chen reintegrated the dissipated spiritual energy into his meridians. The chaos seed within his consciousness began to tremble violently. The newly formed patterns twisted and writhed like living beings, projecting an image deep within his spiritual realm. In the boundless darkness, as the enormous eyes blinked, countless stars were extinguished into dust, and at the center of the pupils floated a charred branch, evidently the remnants of the roots of the ancient chaos tree. A piercing hum echoed throughout the cosmos. As the recently reformed heavenly laws began to yellow and crack, Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Realizing that the curse mark on his palm had awakened once more, the purplish-black line snaked up his arm to his heart, clashing violently with the radiance of the chaos seed. The residual soul of the chaos purging halberd's spirit flickered uncertainly upon the blade. It was the ancient chaos tree's nemesis. In the primordial era, the gods expended their very essence to seal it within the abyss of imaginary numbers. As the last echoes of their words faded, A cracked bronze compass materialized abruptly in the void. The compass needle whirled frantically. With each revolution, a planet was consumed by its surface, transforming into a new crimson star upon the dial. 3 silver-haired elders appeared at the periphery of the compass, their forms gradually merging with its surface. The visage of the veiled woman morphed entirely into a monster cloaked in scales, shrieking as she pointed towards Chen. He is the key to unlocking the abyss of imaginary numbers. Eliminate him. With great effort, Chen rose to his feet. As the reversal grass enveloped him in a protective barrier, the sap that dripped from the tips of its leaves corroded the oncoming crimson stars into nothingness. Yet suddenly, the lingering aura of the cloaked figure coalesced at the center of the compass, forming a translucent silhouette. Beware. This is the celestial prison array. Once completed, before the apparition could finish, it was devoured by the compass, becoming a chain at the array's focal point. The chaotic seed unexpectedly detached from Chen's palm, hovering above the compass. The radiant patterns of the array erupted in brilliance, intertwining with the crimson hue of the bronze compass, tearing open a fissure in the void. From the depths of this rift, the owner of the enormous eyes slowly extended a claw-like finger, covered in scales, with dark purple lightning swirling around its tip. Wherever it passed, the fabric of space twisted and contorted as if boiling. Within Chen's consciousness, the remnants of a Shui's soul suddenly coalesced, transforming the core of the star into an arrow aimed at the fissure. Chen, lend me your strength to reverse time and space. The 9-colored nirvana flames fused with the star core arrow, creating a beam of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. As the light made contact with the rift, time began to flow backward, and the planets that had been consumed by the compass flew forth from its surface. However, the chain at the focal point of the array suddenly expanded, ensnaring Chen's ankle and dragging him toward the depths of the fissure. In a critical moment, the residual roots of the ancient chaotic tree illuminated faintly in the darkness, countless tiny vines climbing up the chain to wrap around Chen's waist. It became evident that the ancient chaotic tree had never truly perished. Chen felt an overwhelming vitality surge within him, channeling his final remnants of strength into the chaotic seed. The seed erupted into myriad points of light, resonating with the roots of the ancient tree, blossoming into a sapling at the entrance of the abyss of imaginary numbers. With each increment of the sapling's growth, the enormous eyes emitted a furious roar. While the bronze compass began to crumble piece by piece, the silhouettes of the 3 silver-haired elders disintegrating into dust amidst the aftermath of the shattered array. As the sapling matured into a small tree, the fissure of the abyss of imaginary numbers began to close. Exhausted, Chen collapsed to the ground, only to witness the small tree droop its branches, bearing a fruit that radiated with a 9-colored aura. The fruit flew into his mouth of its own accord, instantly healing all his wounds, and simultaneously coalescing a brand new Dao fruit within his dantian. This Dao fruit shimmered with the laws of time and space. And at its core, the faint silhouettes of the ancient chaotic tree and the enormous eyes were locked in eternal confrontation. Meanwhile, at the edge of the universe, in a star domain littered with bones, a figure cloaked in black gazed at the flickering celestial anomalies in the sky, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly tightened his grip on the bronze fragment inscribed with curses. Chapter 189. The fragment's curse awakens the dark domain. The newly formed Dao fruit within Chen's dantian began to revolve slowly, while the 9-colored aura enveloping him was suddenly tinged with a layer of dark purple frost patterns. As he prepared to channel his spiritual energy to stabilize his cultivation, the chaotic purity spear in his grasp emitted a sudden mournful cry, its blade surface revealing intricate cracks that resonated with the bronze fragment held by the figure in the black robe at the edge of the universe. Within his consciousness, the ancient runes of the primordial scriptures flickered violently, projecting a line of crimson characters. When fragments unite, the curse awakens. As the dark realm opens, the gods tremble. From the depths of the cosmos, the abyss of void, sealed by the sapling of the chaos ancient tree, reverberated with muffled sounds, as if some ancient entity was striving to break free from its bonds. The scattered black banners across various star domains suddenly trembled in unison, converging into a dark violet beam that soared into the heavens, within which countless twisted faces emerged, all remnants of demon gods suppressed during antiquity. In a desolate star system, 12 bronze armors were formed, and the leader's hollow eye sockets glowed with an increasingly vivid green flame. It became evident that the power of the chaos seed could also be wielded by the figure in the black robe, who caressed the bronze fragment while a maniacal smile curled at the corners of his lips. The curse patterns on the fragment illuminated, sketching a colossal summoning array in the void. At the center of the array, a drop of purplish-black blood fell, instantly corroding a passage to the Dark Realm. Deep within the Dark Realm, the malevolent entities suppressed by the chaos ancient tree for countless epochs emitted excited howls, as inky black demonic energy surged forth through the passage, staining the stars with an eerie dark violet hue. Chen suddenly clutched his chest. The frost patterns on his nascent Dao fruit began to spread, and the resonance of the cursed power within him grew ever more intense. The reversal fate grass frantically grew in his consciousness, attempting to obstruct this force, but was ensnared by the dark violet mist, gradually losing its luster. The branches of the sapling of the chaos ancient tree pierced through the void, gently touching his brow, infusing him with a warm power that temporarily quelled the restless curse. Meanwhile, a massive blood-red vortex appeared in the sky of the cultivation realm, as countless demon cultivators, corrupted by demonic energy, gathered with violet light shimmering in their eyes, drawn toward the center of the vortex. The protective formations of major sects trembled precariously under the onslaught of demonic energy, as the sect masters summoned their treasured artifacts, only to find that the surfaces of these artifacts began to exhibit the same curse patterns as the bronze fragment. Chen, my young friend, are we on the brink of annihilating the entire universe? A cold voice resonated through the void. A mysterious figure clad in an ice-blue robe descended, surrounded by innumerable ice crystal runes, each imbued with the power to freeze time and space. He held in his hand a fragment akin to that of the figure in the black robe, its curse patterns absorbing the curse power from Chen's body. Chen struggled to rise, the chaotic purity spear once again bursting forth with golden radiance. Who are you? Why do you possess a fragment as well? The mysterious figure chuckled coldly, the ice crystal runes abruptly expanding to encase Chen within a prison of ice and snow. Who I am is of little significance. What matters is that the chaos seed and the curse within you must be under my control. Only by gathering all 7 fragments can we truly seal the Dark Realm. Before he could finish, the figure in the black robe suddenly burst forth from the passage to the Dark Realm, their fragment and the mysterious figure's fragment emitting dazzling brilliance as the two figures clashed fiercely in the void. Below the battlefield, upon a planet tainted by demonic energy, countless demon cultivators formed a vast sacrificial array, pouring the blood of myriad living beings into the center of the array. In the depths of the shadowy domain, a colossal claw, adorned with scales, slowly emerged, its venomous blood dripping and eroding the abyss into unfathomable depths. Chen gazed upon this chaotic scene, gritting his teeth as he activated the essence of rebirth. A vibrant clash of 9-colored radiance and dark purple frost patterns erupted within him, forming a bizarre vortex. He understood that the ultimate battle, one that would determine the fate of the universe, had already commenced.